Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Izuku had hidden overpowered evolution quirk? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. In a patient exam room somewhere in Mustafu, General Dr. Tsubasa, a round man with glasses and a bushy mustache slouched on a stool across from Midoriya Izuku and his mother Midoriya Inko. Izuku was a short, scrawny 4-year-old boy with 4 freckles on each cheek forming the shape of a diamond and viridian green fluffy hair that matched his eyes. Inko was an average-height slender woman at 5 feet 6 inches with straight hair and eyes that matched her son's in color. Well, after several tests it's safe to say the boy is quirkless. He turned to Izuku. You should probably just give up. Dr. Tsubasa lazily stated to a catatonic Midoriya Izuku and his wide-eyed mother, Inko, before sitting up as if remembering something important. You know, there is one more test I could run, just in case. The doctor said with infuriating vagueness. Inko stood up so abruptly that the stool she was sitting on wheeled away and crashed into the wall, eyes blazing. Don't you dare talk to my son that way. No more tests. No more getting my boy's hopes up just to crush them. To his mother's right, Izuku was startled out of his shock. He hardly ever heard his mother shout. She turned to her son with a soft voice. Izuku, we're leaving. You'll never have to see this man again. With that, she used her quirk to grab her son's toy with one hand and with the other grabbed his hand and marched out to her car. Later that evening, Izuku was commiserating the worst 5th birthday he assumed anyone's ever had while watching All Might's debut clip for what was probably the 1000th time. He heard his mother come into the room quietly. Izuku, I made your favorite, Katsuden. He turned to her with a watery smile. See, can I still be a hero? Inko could see the hope teetering on the edge of despair in her baby boy's eyes. She couldn't believe that she knew Izuku would likely remember this day for the rest of his life. Well, she wasn't going to aid in crushing his dreams. Even if she was the only one in the world, she would encourage him. It didn't matter how much the prospect of him being in danger without a quirk frightened her. Her heart was in her throat and tears were threatening to spill over. She cupped his face and wiped his tears as she responded. Izuku, listen to me very closely. The only person that gets to decide what you are capable of is you. If you want to be a hero, you will have to work harder than anyone and you will still be at a disadvantage. People will discourage you the entire way, but I believe in you and I will support you the entire way. Izuku threw himself into her open arms. She hugged him tight until he eventually cried himself to sleep. After tucking Izuku into his bed with All Might-themed sheets, she went into her room and opened her laptop. She was done procrastinating. She was going to sign up for online law classes right now. How could she tell Izuku to chase his dreams without doing so herself? She would fight for the discriminated and those labeled vigilantes. She knew that if a civilian fought back against a villain with their quirk, they would likely be charged with vigilantes. A scared civilian did not equal a vigilante. She would be her version of a hero. She would have to lower her hours at the hospital and be careful with the budget, but it was worth it. Even after discovering her husband's secret overseas family and taking him for everything in the divorce along with child support, money was still tight on a nurse's salary. Several months later, his mother was certainly right. The second his quirkless diagnosis came to light, his best friend turned on him, his classmates turned on him, and even the teachers turned on him. They viewed him with open derision, and when he stated he still wanted to be a hero, the cold stares of the students turned into barbed words. The dismissal of the teachers turned into turning a blind eye to the abuse, if not outright encouraging it, and worst of all, the casual insults from his best friend Kachan turned into violent beatdowns at every turn. No, not Kachan, his friend was gone. Only the bully Bakugo remained. Izuku was at recess at the nursery school when he heard the telltale sound of crackling and the smell of caramel that preceded Bakugo's quirk activating. He turned around and saw a girl, a short distance away by the trees, crouched in the dirt with Bakugo looming over her threateningly. The girl had light blonde hair kept up in 2 messy buns. So pretty, so cute. Despite the situation, the girl had a too wide smile revealing elongated canines on top and bottom like a cat's and a look of pure adoration in her eyes as she stared at whatever she held in her hands. As Izuku made his way closer, he noticed that she had blood on the corner of her mouth and was cradling a dead bird in her open palms close to her chest. Bakugo slapped the bird out of her hands. "What's that disgusting look on your face? You're nothing but a villain waiting to happen. I'll just put you down." Now, Izuku knew what was coming next. Even at 5 years old, Bakugo's quirk packed a punch. He threw himself in front of the girl, back to her, arms shielding his face. Boom, pain flared through his arms and chest. "You trying to act like a hero when you're just a worthless Deku? Leave her alone." "If I'm acting like a hero, then what does that make you, Bakugo?" He knew he had made a mistake when he saw the unbridled rage in his friend-turned bully's eyes. He stood his ground in front of the girl, but it took everything he had to weather the storm. He wasn't sure how much time had passed until the bell rang signaling the end of recess, and with a "tch," Bakugo spun on his heel and marched away. Izuku dropped his now bruised, bloody, and scorched arms to the sides of his equally damaged torso. He turned around to check on the girl and saw that she was still smiling and looking at him with the same look she had been looking at the bird with, pure adoration. This close he could see that the pupils of her eyes were slits like a cat's and unfocused, as if trying to take in everything about his bloodied appearance at once. "Cute," the girl said. "Are you okay?" He stuttered out in pain and embarrassment as he offered her his hand to help stand. The blonde's eyes focused and their eyes met for the first time. "Why did you help me?" she asked as she took his hand and stood. He cocked his head to the side in question. "Why wouldn't I? If someone needed help, you helped them. Everyone knew that, right?" Disappointment evident in her voice, she replied. "Not everyone," gesturing to the now empty playground save for one teacher waiting on them impatiently. He blushed. "Great, apparently." He had muttered that last bit. She was smiling again, but this time it was small, filled with mischief. "You're nice, I like you," she stated matter-of-factly. "I'm Toga Himiko, what's your name?" Izuku was about to faint, and he wasn't sure if it was due to pain or embarrassment at the possibility of misinterpreting what she said. Shakily he replied. Midoriya Izuku. I'm going to lay down for just a second." Izuku fell to the ground as consciousness left him. By the time he woke up, he was in the nurse's office, bandaged, with his mother yelling at the nurse. "What do you mean nobody knows what happened? He didn't do that to himself." Izuku shot up. "I'm awake. Where's Toga?" "Inko whirled. My baby." She went to hug him but stopped short, remembering his injuries. Her eyes grew hard. "Is this Toga the one that did this to you?" "No. I was protecting her from Baku." He cut himself off. He wasn't sure why he felt the need to cover for Bakugo. Nothing would most likely come of telling anyway. Inko gasped. "Kachan did this." She whirled back to the nurse. Where was the adult responsible for watching the kids during recess? There's no way they didn't hear explosions going off. She was starting to get suspicious of this whole situation. She would have to pay closer attention to Izuku's schools from now on. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I only know what I was told. To answer your earlier question, Izuku, Himiko Toga was withdrawn from our school by her mother. She won't be coming here anymore," the nurse clarified. Of course, the school had denied anything had taken place, just like he thought would happen. Sure, Aunt Mitsuki had yelled at, threatened, and even forced Bakugo to start attending therapy once a month. It was something at least. He decided it was easier to just hide the evidence of bullying going forward. Even with all his effort, he was pretty sure his mother was onto him. He hated lying to her, but nothing would change except Bakugo would get more violent, so he just kept his head down and hoped to be ignored. Izuku wanted to start training to be a hero, but apparently, it wasn't healthy to start training until he was older. His mother had agreed to take him running with her in the evenings, however. She ended up having to carry him on the way back home most of the time though. Okay, so maybe she was right about waiting until he was older. He still snuck in some push-ups and crunches though. In an attempt to compensate for his lack of physical training, he began doubling down on his hero notebooks. He was breaking down the strengths and weaknesses of not just heroes, but villains and vigilantes as well. If he couldn't overpower his opponents, he would outsmart them. 10 years later. Izuku's 15, Inko's 33, over the years Izuku had upped his training. He was now weightlifting at home every day after school and not just keeping up with his mother on their evening runs but pushing her to be faster and run longer. He was still lacking actual martial arts training but hoped to start soon. He was now on analysis notebook number 20 and he could tell was improving just by how amateur his older entries looked to him now. His mother had finished her degree and had already made a name for herself as a lawyer who only took on discrimination and self-defense cases. She hadn't lost a case yet. Izuku and having quite the day. Summer break had officially started. Bakugo's suicide baited him for the first time. He was attacked by a sludge villain and almost died, met his idol, was disappointed by his idol, saved Bakugo from the same slime villain, and now All Might was offering him his tutelage and quirk. He had been initially heartbroken by All Might's initial response on that roof, but his mother had warned him, hadn't she? Only he could decide what he was capable of. Izuku mustered as much hardball attitude as he was capable of in the face of his idol. All except on one condition. My mother has to know about all this. I'm done keeping secrets from her. All Might had agreed hesitantly and walked with him the rest of the way home. The second he opened the door his mother was on him. My baby, you're a mess. What happened? She noticed the deflated All Might awkwardly standing behind Izuku. With faux sweetness, she addressed the strange man. Oh, and who might you be and how do you know my son? Izuku's sweat dropped. To most people his mother would sound welcoming. To him he could hear the undertones and knew what they meant. Inko was seconds away from Mama Bear mode. He quickly interjected. I'll tell you everything later, I promise, but in the meantime, this is AF friend, and he has something to tell you. Inko calmed only slightly. She didn't miss that deflection. She gestured to the dining table. Go ahead and sit down, I'll make us some tea. All Might sat down at the table nervously and with as much poise as a newborn horse while Izuku helped his mother in the kitchen. Once the tea was poured and Inko had let the awkward silence go on long enough to make both Izuku and the strange man nervous, she spoke. So what is it you wanted to tell me? Mr. All Might gulped. This woman was more terrifying than most of the villains he had faced. Yagi Toshinori. I believe it will be best to simply show you who I am so you believe me. Please don't scream. With that said he puffed up into his muscle form. I am here. Inko did a spit take across the table. After Inko had stopped choking and calmed down, Toshinori proceeded to relay everything that had happened that day leading up to that point. Inko was in shock in more ways than one. Well, at least you corrected what you initially told my boy and apologized. Her eyes narrowed, her voice dropping dangerously. You did apologize, correct? Toshinori's eyes widened and he abruptly turned to a nervous-looking Izuku. Bowing slightly he replied. I'm sorry for what I said on that rooftop, young Midoriya, I was wrong. Izuku was dumbfounded. All Might, the All Might, was apologizing to him. It's okay. It stung at first, but ultimately I'm the only one that gets to decide what I'm capable of. Inko was smiling warmly at her boy. The decision to support him fully was the best decision she had ever made. She could tell Toshinori was holding something back about this, one for all, quirk. Suspiciously, she addressed Toshinori. There's something you're not telling us about this quirk. Tell me everything, and don't bother lying. Toshinori internally panicked before relenting. From the beginning then. Toshinori told the story of two brothers, the creation of OFA, and its users. Izuku was blown away. He knew OFA was a sacred torch handed down from generation to generation, but he had never expected all this. He was really glad he had his mother in his corner asking these questions he might not have gotten the answers to. Inko was beginning to suspect she was just going to be shocked at every other sentence at this point. And you're sure this, all for one, that has been hunting OFA users is dead? Toshinori looked down at his hands guiltily. I crushed his head with my own hands. They never found the body in the aftermath, but I'm sure. At the haunted look that passed over Toshinori's face, Inko eased up a bit. I'm sorry you had to do that. Thank you for telling me. If you can promise me that you will watch over my son in his training, then I have no problems with him receiving your quirk. Toshinori puffed back up into his muscle form, stood, and bowed. I promise. Once Toshinori left the Midoriya's home, Izuku approached his mother reluctantly. He knew this conversation would be hard for both of them. Mother, there are some things I need to tell you that will be hard to hear, but before I start I want to apologize for keeping it from you. I didn't want to worry you. Izuku proceeded to tell his mother everything. Bakugo, the bullying, the suicide baiting, and the teachers turning a blind eye to or outright encouraging the abuse. His mother listened in silence while he listened with heartbreak evident in her features. In trying to prevent her worrying, he had inadvertently hurt her deeply. He promised her that he would never keep secrets from her again. She was the most important person in his life and he was done lying to her even by omission. Inko was more heartbroken than she was surprised, but she had never suspected the bullying was to this extent. She had tried suggesting Izuku go to a new school a few times in the past to no avail. She had been trying to build a case against Aldera for years now but didn't have enough to go on. Once high school starts you won't be going to Aldera, that's but for sure. Izuku was about to argue but his mother continued. No buts, young man. When I'm through there won't be an Aldera school district, let alone high school. Inko began muttering to herself in an Izuku-esque fashion. Just need to gather my evidence, call Nomori or Anon, and have them get me in contact with Nezu. Izuku waved his hand in front of her face to snap her out of it. She was as bad as he was. Mother? Nezu as in Dean of UA? And who is Nomori and Anon? His mother stopped her mutter spree and answered his questions with a dismissive wave of her hand. Yeah, that Nezu, I'm told he enjoys dismantling subpar schools. He calls it a hobby apparently. Nomori and Anon are my girlfriend and partner. She added as if an afterthought until she realized what she had said and snapped her head up, eyes wide. Izuku was trying to parse all of that information. His mother was planning on dismantling an entire school district with the aid of the Dean of UA and his mother had a girlfriend and partner he knew nothing about. Wait, girlfriend and partner? He had to be sure. Inko's head fell into her palms with a slight blush and responded. Yes, I'm sorry I never told you. I wanted to be sure about them first, and Nomori can be a lot. Their jobs also require us to keep things on the down low. We've only been dating for less than a year. I met Nomori on a case. She and Anon were already dating and they invited me on a date. But that's no excuse. I love them and it's past time you met. Izuku was blown away. How had he not noticed his mother dating again? He was certainly happy that she had found someone again. She deserved it. There was one thing that was bothering him though. How do they know the Dean of UA? His mother looked hesitant but answered. Well, they're the pro heroes Midnight and 13, and they work at UA. She rambled out in a single breath. My new mom's Arie Midnight and 13. Wait, I've read that 13 prefers them pronouns. Would they not want to be called Mom? Izuku muttered. Inko was smiling at how accepting Izuku was. She had never told him outright that she was poly, but she raised her boy right. He didn't have a bigoted bone in his body. You'll have to ask them. Nomori tried proposing to us a few times already but I told them that you have to accept them first. Anon agreed to wait for that day. If Nomori heard you call her your new mom she would lose it. In the teacher's lounge at UA 29-year-old Kayama Nomori aka the 18-plus hero Midnight, a 5 feet 9 inches woman with onyx black hair up in a ponytail was wearing her casual clothes of leggings, an oversized sweater, and glasses. She sat grading finals while her 27-year-old partner Kuros Anon, aka the space hero, 13. They were very tall at 5 feet 11. And had a spiraling chin-length bob of blue hair that grew lighter closer to the roots, simulating a vortex. They had eyes with black irises that made them indistinguishable from their pupils. Their pupils were rimmed with an almost glowing orange. Their eyes bore a striking resemblance to the first pictures of a black hole. Anon was wearing their casual clothes of blue jeans, a black button-up shirt with a constellation print, and yellow high-top sneakers with a Velcro strap at the top. Nomori shot out of her seat when a shiver went down her spine. It's finally happening, she screamed, startling her fellow teachers and partner. She began frantically typing on her phone and Anon spoke up to her left. What's going on? Nomori looked at her like it was the dumbest question she had ever heard. I'm reserving a table for 4 at the grotto. It'll be a yes this time for sure, I can feel it. Anon just shrugged. Who were they to argue with Nem's relationship intuition? It had worked on them after all. With only 7 days before he started his new school, Izuku was sitting on the steps leading down to a now clean Takoba beach. He had finally packed on some muscle from all the training. He even had the beginnings of a six-pack. He was lost in thought about the whirlwind of activity his summer had been. The very next day after learning about their relationship, Nomori and Anon had taken him and his mother out to dinner. The restaurant was set in a massive cave with an underground stream running through it. It was the fanciest restaurant he had ever seen. When he had accidentally greeted Nomori as Ms. Kayama Mama, she squealed and hugged him without a second thought. His mother had subsequently told them the story of him calling them his new moms, much to his embarrassment. Anon had told him they liked the title despite it not being gender neutral, and Nomori had squealed so loud it echoed off the cavern walls. Nomori immediately dropped to a knee and popped the question to both Anon and Inko at the same time, a jewelry box in each hand. Inko had said yes this time, and since Anon had been withholding her answer until Inko agreed too, they too said yes. Inko and his new moms wasted no time getting married. They had a private ceremony on UA's sprawling campus with most of the faculty in attendance. Izuku had never gotten so many autographs in one day before. After the wedding, he had brought Anon and Nomori in on the secret of OFA. He didn't want to force his mother to keep secrets from her wife and partner. They were certainly surprised but took it quite well. He and Inko were currently in the process of moving in with Nomori and Anon into a massive house on UA's campus. Apparently, Nomori had badgered and bribed Cementos into building it. Then he testified against the Aldera School District along with some of its other victims. He got to see Nezu in action for the first time, and suffice it to say, Aldera School District never stood a chance. Some of Aldera's faculty had even admitted to being an isolated cell of a quirkist extremist faction calling themselves the New Meta Liberation Army. They even admitted that they intended to foster future sympathizers to their movement. His treatment there had suddenly made much more sense, and so did their praise of their golden child. Bakugo. Once the media got hold of the information, the news of the trial spread like wildfire all across Japan. Luckily, Izuku and the other victims were kept out of the spotlight. He was pretty sure it was Nezu's doing. Izuku was brought out of his reverie by the sound of a car door closing. He turned his head to see All Might in his Mr. Yagi form looking at the clean beach with awe. Upon noticing Izuku on the steps, Toshinori poofed into his All Might form and excitement called out, "Young Midoriya, you cleaned everything down to the last scrap, and with days to spare, good job my boy." Izuku didn't have many accomplishments to be proud of yet, but he could tell this was something that he would cherish forever. So what now? All Might looked upon his would-be successor with pride. He couldn't be happier in his choice. Now only the ACT itself remains. Remember, young Midoriya, there are two types of power, power given and power earned. You, my boy, have earned this power, now eat this. All Might plucked a hair from his head and handed it to Izuku. Izuku looked at the hair for several awkwardly silent seconds before responding eloquently. What? All Might's bravado faltered slightly before responding with uncharacteristic nerves. Well, you see, it requires a willing transfer of DNA on my part, and while I had planned on boiling a hair in tea, I hadn't expected you to finish so soon, so I'm improvising. Understanding dawned on Izuku's face. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. He took the offered hair and with an audible gulp, he swallowed it. When should it kick in? Well, as soon as you digest it, I imagine, though my master made me eat her toenail clippings up until it kicked in, so I can't be too sure. All Might said with a shrug. Izuku gagged. Well, I'm glad you're not her. About 30 minutes later, he was beginning to feel something well up inside of him. He turned to the now deflated Toshinori. Suddenly lightheaded, he stammered out, "I think I feel it." He barely got the words out before he passed out. Izuku awoke at night on an island of black sand with nothing but placid water on every side. He looked up, and where you would expect to see countless stars, there were only 9. Something was strange. Each star was a different color. And they were moving. They were orbiting a green star at the center, coalescing, moving closer with each rotation. Izuku was startled when a feminine voice came from his left. "I'll have you know that toenail thing was hilarious." Izuku whipped his head to his left to see a not entirely corporeal woman. She was a tall, very muscular woman with black hair in a spiky ponytail, wearing a retro hero costume. He tried to speak but found he couldn't. He had no mouth. "You can't speak here yet. You aren't even supposed to be here yet. We don't have much time before you wake, so I'll give you a quick rundown. We're inside of One for All right now. I know Toshi explained that One for All stockpiles power. She gestures to the vast ocean before continuing. What he doesn't know is that it stockpiles quirks as well as a piece of their wielders. She gestures to the 9 colorful stars before continuing again. That's why I'm here. I'm the 7th holder of One for All." Izuku's eyes blow wide with that bit of information. A quirk that stockpiles the power, quirks, and personalities? Souls? Mines? Probably best not to think about that, he quickly decides. I can feel you thinking from here, kid. Just remember, quirks are bullshit. As to what's going on in the sky, I might have an idea. Izuku just stared deadpan at her. Don't give that look, Brad. Normally those stars don't move. When yours showed up, things started changing. I believe OFA itself is evolving. The stored quirks are melding together. Normally, we would have given you our quirks one at a time when we thought you were ready for them. Now, however, I think you're going to get all of them at the same time, so hold on to your butt, she said, doubling over laughing. After several seconds she recovered enough to continue. Whatever your quirk is, it's the cause of all this, she said as she gestured to the sky. Okay. Now he knew he was either dreaming or had exploded like All Might warned of. He just rolled his eyes waiting for whatever this was to end already. The Amazonian smiled with motherly affection and a hint of sympathy. I know you don't believe me, Squirt, but when you wake up get another X-ray done, she said, her voice beginning to fade as if moving further away. His vision swam and then blackened once more. Izuku drifted back into consciousness with a splitting headache, feeling more emotions all at once than he thought was possible. There was anxiety, fear, impatience, hope, and despair. Something was off though. Some of these emotions felt further away, as if he wasn't feeling them. It was an odd sensation, like the difference between smelling a food and tasting it. He wished all feelings would just quiet down a bit. It was overwhelming. The sensation lessened immediately. Against his better judgment, he decided to open his eyes. The synthetic overhead light nearly blinded him and he winced as his headache intensified. He groaned aloud and massaged his temples. His hand was surprisingly warm and it made his headache vanish. He finally looked up and around the room. He was in the UA's nurse's office and there was a small crowd of stunned onlookers. All three of his moms, a deflated All Might, Recovery Girl, and Dean Nezu. They were all staring, slack-jawed with what could again feel as genuine disbelief and an unnatural calm. Hi everyone, sorry for worrying you. Inko recovered first and rocketed to him. Izuku, she cried, tear-soaking the sheets as she hugged him. Anan and Nomori came to Inko's side. Nomori reached out, rubbing circles into Inko's back. She was really worried about you. Anan's hand came up to ruffle Izuku's curly hair. We all were. You were out for 2 days. She corrected with a smirk thrown towards Nomori. Nomori and Inko had been inconsolable before you woke up. Toshinori walked up to Izuku and bowed. I'm sorry, my boy, I had no idea that would happen. He apologized before straightening. We still aren't sure what happened exactly, but Nezu here has a theory. The mouse? Bear? Dog? He was just going to refer to the mammal as a chimera. The chimera walked up to his bedside and clambered up. I believe you have an invisible quirk that interacted with One for All in an unexpected way. The results of the X-rays should be ready soon. It's so very exciting. He elaborated with a slightly manic grin. Invisible quirk? X-rays? But he already had X-rays done. He was quirkless. What do you mean by invisible quirk? I'm quirkless. Nomori and Anan just smiled kindly to let him know that they understood and weren't upset. In response to Izuku's question, Recovery Girl wordlessly got up, went to her office, and returned with 3 X-rays. She quickly slapped them up on the illuminated display. No extra pinky joint, no appendix, and no wisdom teeth. You got a quirk, kid, she rushed out. Izuku and his moms stared at the X-rays before shouting in unison, what? Nezu was furiously tapping away on his tablet before he spoke up to clarify. Your records show a quirkless diagnosis via X-rays as well as other tests at 5 years old by a OneDrive. Tsubasa, those test results were faked. Why, I'm not sure. This, Dr. Tsubasa alongside. His grandson seems to have vanished some 5 years ago. He turned towards All Might. He vanished the exact same day as when you received your injury, All Might. Coincidental timing, wouldn't you say? He had a quirk. Well, an original quirk. Sure, he had no clue what it was, but he had one. Then there was Tsubasa. The implications of that were terrifying. His childhood doctor was possibly connected to the worst villain to ever exist and purposely misdiagnosed him as quirkless. But why? There was one more thing bothering him. Well, two. Earlier when I first woke up I had a horrible headache, but when I rubbed my temples it vanished like it was never there. I could also sense emotions that weren't mine, and when I wanted them to calm down they just did. Nezu spoke up before anyone else could. I noticed you stirring immediately, and when you rubbed your temples there was a faint greenish glow surrounding your hand. As for the emotions, I'm not sure, but right before you opened your eyes, instead of feeling impatient for you to wake, I felt calm, but it was obvious that it was being forced on me. Izuku turned to a still distraught Inko. He could feel, no, he could sense her panic and tried to replicate the same sensation of willing her to calm. The effect was immediate. She whirled on him. I felt that. A gasp. Izuku, your eyes are glowing. As she was reaching to cup his face, he noticed a bruise on her knuckles. Mother, what happened to your hand? Inko gave a sheepish grin. Oh, I might have punched All Might when he told me what happened. Luckily I was in my hero form. She has one hell of a right hook, he said with a laugh. Izuku took his mother's bruised hand and ran his thumb over her knuckles worriedly. Then his hand began to glow and warm. The bruising receded before vanishing entirely. He felt like there was more that he could do, like a second gear, so he shifted it up. Inko's eyes began glowing this time. Everybody was in shock, none more than Recovery Girl. She knew how rare healing quirks were more than anyone. Izuku spoke with excitement. Is that my quirk? Before he could start muttering about possibilities, he was cut off by a strange sensation. Izuku felt more than saw, someone else in the room that wasn't there before. He looked up, and just past everyone was standing the more clearly defined woman from the strange dream. He heard her talk not in his mind, but with his ears. Technically they're all your quirks now. Everyone save for Izuku spun to face the intruder. Hello. I'm the one and only Shimura Nana, the seventh holder of One for All. Nice to meet ya. Nana cheerily said, as if there was nothing at all strange about her being there. How did you get in here? Nomori demanded. Get behind me, Anon shouted. Great, another person crowding my office, Suyo grumbled. Oh my, Nezu said with uncommon surprise. Stay away from my baby, Inko yelled, eyes glowing brightly from her quirk. Master? All Might whispered, looking like he had seen a ghost. Nana smirked with a shit-eating grin. Hey Toshi, you look like shit. All Might immediately coughed up blood and collapsed to the floor unconscious. Nana bent over, holding her sides, laughing and wheezing. Standing up and wiping the tears from her eyes, she explained. They're both more powerful than they used to be, but the first one with the feelings was the third's, it's called empathy. The glowing hand one that heals was the second's, it's called cell activation. Their original owners are both sulking because they couldn't hold their quirks over your head until you impressed them. They'll explain better once they're through acting like children, she huffed. Upon seeing the questioning look on Izuku's face, she continued. Your original quirk was the one that made your mother's eyes glow. I'm pretty sure now that originally it just evolves your quirks and maybe quirk adaptations. Fairly useless by itself, but combined with the power and quirks stockpiled within One for All, it not only evolved every stored quirk but itself as well. I think it combined with cell activation the same way the first transfer combined with power stockpile. You can forcibly evolve a person's quirk now. Go ahead and give it a try, Mamadoriya. Surprised at suddenly being addressed by this strange woman, she simply complied. She tried lifting something too big for her quirk attraction of small objects to work on normally, in this case, Nomori. A green light enveloped Nomori as she began floating off the ground. She began running her hands all over herself sensually. Ooh, this feels amazing. I have some ideas for this, she said, grinning at Inko, eyebrows wagging suggestively. Nem. Not in front of Izuku, Inko said as she dropped Nomori on her ass. While Nomori was massaging her butt and grumbling, Nana spoke up again with a knowing smirk. Well, Squirt, what do you want to name your quirk? Izuku looked down in thought and muttered quietly before replying. Simple is best, so I'll name it Evolution. Chapter end notes. Well, that's my first chapter of my first ever fanfic. As promised, I'll explain some of my changes to canon and why. But first I'll start with some warning in case they're deal breakers for anyone. I know it's rushed, but I promise it slows down after the first chapter. Izuku is hetero-poly, and there will most likely be a ton of people in the polycule. Izuku will definitely be overpowered, but so will everyone else, including the villains. I'll be replacing 4 members of 1A. First is Mineta because I hate him and there's no way he would make it past the entrance exams. Second is Mashirao Ojiro because his personality and quirk are criminally boring. Third is Rikido Sato because his personality is boring except for his baking hobby and his quirk makes zero sense. Imagine if Lita drank orange juice and went full recipro burst until he passed out. Same thing. Fourth is Koji Koda. While I like him, he doesn't bring a whole lot to the table in any meaningful way and I doubt he would make it past the entrance exams. How do birds and rats beat robots? He's too passive to fight himself. One replacement is Shinso. The three other replacements are characters, no OCS. I want to see more of and necessary for the changes I want to see in Izuku. You've probably figured out that one of these characters will be Toga Himiko. She's probably my favorite character and she has the capability of giving Izuku some confidence and insight into the fact that villains can just be people that have fallen through the cracks of society. On to the explanations. I've always thought quirk evolutions were the most interesting thing in MHA, but it's hardly ever utilized. Izuku's quirk will let me explore all that quirk evolutions have to offer. I made Evolution finish OFA so soon because I love Nana, and most of the previous holders' quirks. Most fanfics either ignore the other holders' quirks or take forever in handing them out. I made the second's quirk cell activation like the little boys from the movie, Heroes Rising, because it's a super cool quirk that enables some fun things I want to do. I axed FA Jin because I think when next to OFA it's super redundant and boring. I replaced it with empathy because it'll enable Izuku to truly achieve his goal of making people feel safe, and help the polycule form faster than at a snail's pace. I dropped Hisashi off the face of Earth because of two reasons. 1. Him turning out to be AFO is cliché as fuck and boring. 2. If he isn't AFO he has nothing to give the story, he might as well be an OC. I changed up some of Inko's reactions because I wanted her to be a better mom and actually prove she loves Izuku a bit more. Inko gets a polycule because why not? I love Kayama Mama and I love Midnight. 13. Midnight is also a perfect tool to get Izuku some confidence with girls. 13 is great for teaching non-combat applications of quirks and thinking. She's also super passionate about quirks like Izuku. UA will be a university because why the hell would they teach heroism in high school? A hero school I imagine would be pretty similar to a trade school. Specialized classes to learn the craft. Also, I want to age up the characters to justify them being more capable and mature. I made Inko a lawyer for some plot reasons and to show that she is willing to fight for her own dreams as well and go full mama bear on anyone that discriminates against Izuku or anyone else that she loves for that matter. Chapter 2 Chapter Summary Quirk Exploration Time. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. After rousing a still pale-faced All Might, the group made their way to Gym Gamma at Nezu's suggestion. So how is it possible that you're here, Master? A still very confused All Might asked. I knew I was forgetting something. Nana smiled and snapped her fingers. Like I said before, OFA evolved. It didn't just store the previous holder's quirks but a part of them as well. I feel much more tangible than before also, although it seems I can't touch anything, she said as she tried to poke Toshi, her finger disappearing into his chest. Anyways, Nana said dismissively. Onto quirks. Let's start with mine since it's the coolest. My quirk was called Float. It led me to just that. It was only basic levitation at first, after OFA it was more like flight although not very fast. Just try and focus on the feeling of being free, with nothing able to hold you down, she said, closing her eyes, reminiscing. Oh okay, here goes nothing I guess, Izuku said, closing his eyes to focus. He tried to picture himself soaring among clouds, lazily running his fingers through them. He could feel his feet begin to leave the ground. It's working, he thought. He tried to move a bit more and immediately launched upwards at breakneck speed followed by a boom as he burst through the skylight and broke the sound barrier. In his panic, he disengaged Float and began to fall. He flailed and screamed. Ah! As he neared the roof of the building the now inflated All Might jumped up and caught him, landing safely through the broken skylight. Once back on the ground, he turned to Nana who was laughing as Inko was trying to swat at her with her purse. Why you knew that would happen? Izuku exclaimed. Yeah, but now it doesn't seem as scary, right? She challenged. Well I guess not, but you could have told me to wear a helmet at least. Izuku groused. PSH, builds character. Anyway, Float is not only much more powerful, it seems to shield you from most of the wind resistance. Now that you mention it I didn't feel much wind resistance even though I'm pretty sure I broke the sound barrier. Izuku half muttered with his chin in his hand. No more stunts like that, Inko said, raising her voice. Fine, fine, can't have any fun, Nana grumbled playfully. Let's get this show on the road. The sixth will take over while I go slap the bitch out of the second and third. The second Nana disappeared. A man with black hair and a high-collared coat appeared where she had been. I am the sixth, N. My quirk was smokescreen. It allowed me to produce clouds of smoke from my body. It was a double-edged sword, however, as it blocked my vision as well. However, I suspect that may no longer be the case. Try it out, feel it build up before releasing it, N said. Izuku focused on trying to narrow down the feeling of smokescreen. A few others were chomping at the bit to be let out, but he managed to focus on the one. He felt it build for a second before releasing the sensation. A black smoke exploded from his body, filling the entire gym and completely obscuring his vision. Wait, I can see something, he thought. Through the smoke he could see everyone except N. They glowed orange and grew lighter in color on their extremities. He was amazed at the level of detail he could see. He could make out their faces perfectly. Whoa, I can see you all. It's thermal vision, he exclaimed excitedly. Nezu pressed a button on his tablet and the fans kicked on, clearing out the smoke. Unless someone has a very cold body temperature or can block their heat signature. Somehow, smokescreen essentially has no downsides now. Except for blinding your allies, of course, N said. Now it's the fifth's turn. N disappeared and a large bald man wearing goggles and a lot of leather appeared. A fellow person of culture, I see, Midnight said, gesturing to her dominatrix outfit, followed by her wife and partner quickly swatting her on the arms. The man looked like he had been slapped across the face. Motorcycles, I rode motorcycles, the sixth said. Motorcycles, Midnight Air quoted, not believing the man. Shaking his head in defeat, the man turned to Izuku. I'm Daigoro Banjo the fifth and MY. Quirk is the coolest. It's called Black Whip. Ha, knew it, Midnight crowed victoriously, cutting off Banjo. Is she always like this? Banjo asked Izuku, gesturing with his thumb to Nomori. You'll get used to it, or so I'm told, Izuku said with an almost haunted look in his eyes. Banjo threw Midnight a glare. As I was saying, Black Whip allowed me to launch out tendrils that I could trap villains with or use to move around. It's connected to your subconscious, so it has a semi-sentience. If your emotions are out of control, so is it. It's also way more powerful now, so be careful. Izuku focused on the feeling from earlier that wished for action. He carefully let it out. An inky black tendril coated in green, barely visible luminescent energy emerged from his palm. It was slow at first, wriggling out longer until Izuku had the errant thought, I wonder how many of these I can make. As if in answer, countless tendrils sprang to life as he began to resemble an eldritch being. Izuku was worried at first, but the tendrils remained calm. Go back to one and stab the floor, he tried mentally commanding it. The tendrils immediately reduced to one and jabbed deep into the concrete floor. Ooh, what about shapes? Make claws on my fingers, Izuku mentally commanded again. Black tendrils enveloped all 10 of his fingers, creating long claws. He could feel them like they were his own fingers. He bent down and slashed at the concrete. They went through it like butter, carving deep furrows. What did I say? Coolest quirk ever, Banjo exclaimed. It seems to be much easier to control, and being able to make shapes like that is definitely new. Yeah, Izuku agreed. I could also feel with them when they were like that, Izuku said, releasing Black Whip. Oh ho ho ho, your future partners are in for a treat, Midnight said teasingly, causing Izuku to go bright red with the implications. Anon and Inko slapped their wife on the arms again, causing her to grumble under her breath, never have any fun. I do not envy you, kid. Banjo groaned. The fourth will take over now, he said as he vanished. Next to appear was a massive man as tall as All Might with medium-length blonde hair and a scar that looked to be from a claw. I am the fourth, Hikage Shinomori. My quirk is called Danger Sense. It would warn me of any potential threats to my person, even intent to harm or negative emotions after I received OFA. It could cause sensory overload and was more painful the higher the threat. Reaction. Time also plays into effectivine. Hikage was cut off by Nezu throwing a pen at the back of Izuku's head. Izuku felt a light nudge as to the direction and time slowed. He could still see Hikage's mouth moving in slow motion as he spun around only to see Blackwhip swatting the pen out of the air. But I believe that it now dilates your perception of time and has interactions with the other quirks. Hikage finished weakly. Banjo reappeared. Black Whip. Coolest quirk ever, he said and promptly disappeared again. My, that is certainly a useful quirk, Midoriya. How painful was it? Nezu queried without a hint of remorse. It wasn't painful at all actually, it felt like a subtle nod to which direction the threat came from, Izuku stated after giving Nezu an incredulous expression. Count yourself lucky then. Ninth, that quirk gave me chronic anxiety to the point I left civilization behind entirely. Hikage finished before disappearing without another word. Good, I don't think I can handle any more anxiety, Izuku muttered quietly. Nana appeared after a few seconds, holding two figures under each arm in schoolyard headlocks. She released one, now act your age children. The first to speak up was a man with blonde hair in a ponytail and a piece of fabric covering his hairline. Fine, I'm the third, my quirk is called empathy. You already saw the effects earlier, though when I had it I could only sense other people's emotions, not influence them. Test out its limits on range and number of targets, he said reluctantly, and without any fanfare, he disappeared. The other figure finally squirmed his way out of Nana's grasp. He was the spitting image of Bakugo, only older. He pointed a finger in Nana's face. "Who do you think you are?" he shouted point blank. Yup, got to be related to Bakugo, Izuku thought. The man spun and his rage fell off his face. I've seen your memories and if that brat is related to me you have my express permission to slap the shit out of him, the man said. Traitor. Izuku declared his tongue. You are no hero, child. You do not deserve the power you have been given. What will you do when faced with a villain too dangerous to be left alive? Spare them, only for them to kill again? The man challenged. You've seen my memories so you know I earned this power with blood and sweat, and I will continue to earn it. As for killing a villain, I know that it can be unavoidable, even All Might was forced to kill All for One. I can only try to be ready if a situation like that arises for me as well. Izuku replied with as much conviction as he could about killing someone. The man stared at him for what felt like minutes before nodding. Very well, but make no mistake, that day will come, ready or not. Izuku could only nod in response. I am the second, my quirk is called cell activation. It can be used to increase regeneration, recovery time, and even permanently improve overall physical condition. It used to be activated by touch, usable on myself or others, but it drains stamina fast. Now however it seems to be tied to OFA's power instead of your stamina and is passively always active on yourself. The second blew out a breath. And it seems to have latched onto your original quirk, evolution. You can freely evolve others' quirks now, but heed my words. Boy, do not go handing that power out to people unless you trust them with your life, the second warned as he vanished. What a lovely gentleman, Inko said, words dripping with sarcasm. Welp, see ya around kid, and remember, I'm always watching, Nana said, pointing to her eyes as she began to slowly disappear. Oh and Toshi, she said, her face softening with maternal love, I'm so proud of you. All Might deflated, spurting a small amount of blood, then tears began slowly trailing down All Might's face. Thank you, mother, he said quietly as Nana disappeared. Izuku could sense the relief and love radiating off the man in waves. He slowly approached his mentor and hugged him while simultaneously activating cell activation and evolution. They stayed that way for a minute before Toshinori broke the hug. Thank you, my boy, I feel much better, but I don't think I'm fully healed yet and I don't think evolution will work for me since I'm only using leftovers of a quirk now and I was originally quirkless. You were quirkless and you had the nerve to dash our boy's dreams? Inko said with quiet anger. Anon and Nomori were quick to pull her into a hug. Now he already apologized and corrected his mistake. Inko, no need to beat a dead All Might, Anon said soothingly. Toshinori looked down, ashamed. I am sorry my boy, I've never been more wrong. Izuku was quick to reassure Toshinori. I forgave you a long time ago All Might, I know you only had my safety in mind. A new figure coalesced. This time it was a white-haired, too thin man. Hello ninth. I am the first, Yoichi Shigaraki, and unfortunate brother to AFO. Your quirk was exactly what was needed to finally finish OFA, and you're lucky it did the way it did. Normally having multiple quirks reduces your lifespan by about half. Everyone, namely Izuku's moms, gasped. My baby, Inko wailed as she began to fountain tears. Yoichi continued unabated, because when your quirk interacted with OFA it didn't just complete it and evolve its stored quirks. It combined all of the quirks into one multifaceted quirk. The quirks may interact in yet unforeseen ways. Your lifespan will not be cut short, in fact, cell activation may prolong it. Yoichi reassured much to Inko's relief. Well, that's a relief. Izuku breathed out the breath he was holding. Remember ninth, this power is yours, Yoichi said as he disappeared. Anon walked up to Izuku and ruffled his hair while producing a notebook. I wrote down everything they said. Izuku threw himself into their arms, hugging them. I love you, Mom. Izuku activated evolution. Who could he trust more than his moms? The orange ringing their eyes blazed like a dying sun. Did you just evolve my quirk? They asked, looking down. He just nodded in answer. Well, I can normally only fully use my quirk with my suit on, but let's try just one finger at a time. 13 pointed their index finger out to the gym and activated black hole. The suction came to life, sulking up loose debris on the floor. They added another finger, and another until they had all 10 fingers pointed forward with black hole activated. A previously impossible feat. Only one thing left to test. Anon said, bringing black hole back down to one finger and pointed it closer to their leg. No, don't Anon. Nomori cried out, knowing exactly what they were thinking. Nothing happened. 13's genes fluttered a bit, but that was it. Cool, they said simply. Nomori marched up to her partner and pouted while jutting her hip out. You could have been seriously hurt, again. Again. Izuku yelled in surprise. When my quirk first manifested it tore up my leg pretty badly, but the good news is I seem to be immune to my own quirk now, Anon said, slightly ashamed. Izuku pinched the bridge of his brow. He worried about how much of a space case his mom was sometimes. Your turn, Mama, Izuku said as he hugged Nomori with evolution active. Her eyes glowed purple before he released her. Nomori kissed Izuku on the forehead before moving away from the group. Nezu, turn on the fans please. She started pumping out her quirk. A thick cloud of pink enveloped her but didn't move towards the vents. Nezu, did you turn on the fans? She questioned, confused. Fascinating. Try willing it to move, Nezu said in a way of answer. Nomori, raising an eyebrow, did as asked. The pink cloud moved around in circles around her, expanded, and condensed until it was a liquid on the floor. Whoa. I can control it telekinetically now. Wow, that will be so useful outside, or in places with good ventilation, or against someone waving an arm hard enough. Nomori rambled excitedly. Anon nudged Izuku. You're not the only quirk nerd. I heard that. Nomori pouted. Izuku turned to Recovery Girl, who had been oddly quiet the entire time, to find her half asleep resting against her syringe cane. He walked closer. I'm sorry, Recovery Girl, you must be wanting to go home. Ah, it's okay boy, had to make sure I was here if y'all got hurt, she said, smiling tiredly. Izuku crouched down and brought her into a gentle hug, activating both cell activation and evolution. Her eyes glowed faintly and she stood up straighter. I feel 10 years younger. Now, Izuku said, turning to Nezu, if you decide to overthrow the earth, please spare my loved ones. He reached out a glowing hand which Nezu took immediately. His eyes glowed with otherworldly power. Then the cackling began. After about 5 minutes of fearing he had just created the first eldritch god, Nezu quieted and straightened his tie. I have been such a fool. No security. Cameras outside the front gates and beyond, blind spots in the sports arena, and so much more. I have many things to improve. Nezu finished dangerously. Well, I guess all there's left to do is try out the strength enhancement. Izuku thought aloud. All Might, how do you activate it? Toshinori buffed up into his muscle form. Squeeze your butt cheeks together and yell smash from the bottom of your heart. All Might explained. Izuku positioned himself facing the far wall. Well, here goes nothing, he thought as he squeezed his butt cheeks together and yelled. SMAAA. Danger sense nudged heavily in every direction and time slowed to a crawl. Nana popped into existence. Stoop. She yelled, surprisingly not in slow motion. He cut the power to OFA. Nana whirled on all might. What were you thinking? Clench your butt cheeks. What the hell kind of advice is that? Nana admonished. Kid, OFA is way more powerful than when ol' meathead over here had it, she said, pointing a thumb to a thoroughly ashamed All Might. Try a tiny amount, and work up from there, Nana actually instructed. Izuku focused on the unending ocean of power that was one for all. He tried using only a small portion, what he assumed to be 5%, and punched. A gust of wind followed the punch. Within the confines of the building it was enough to burst the remaining skylights. Whoa, that was only about 5% and my arm still ended up hurting, he said, but before he could finish, cell activation healed the minor tears in his arm's muscles. Never mind, cell activation already healed it. Wait a minute, doesn't that mean I can put on muscle practically instantly? Izuku said, having a revelation. Now you're cooking with neurons, Nana replied, flexing her massive biceps as she disappeared. Just don't overdo it, sweetheart. I signed you up for a martial arts gym. We're going to meet your trainer tomorrow, his mother said. Chapter end notes. This chapter's a little short, but I wanted to save the gym and his first day at his new school for the next chapter. I edited the first chapter a bit, namely changing Garaki's name to Tsubasa, as it just makes more sense, as well as fully editing Arie out this time. I cannot figure out where I want to put her, or if I want her to be Izuku's daughter or sister. Tell me your preference. Oh, and Izuku will never interact with Inko, her polycule, or Arie romantically. Just to reassure you all, shit's gross. Chapter 3 Chapter Summary. First week of new school. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. After pointedly ignoring his mother's suggestion of not overdoing it, Izuku proceeded to exercise through the night, drinking protein shakes every hour. By morning he had gained 10 pounds of raw muscle and he was barely even tired. Cell activation was amazing. He only stopped exercising when he heard his mother exit her bedroom that she shared with his mama and mom. He set his alarm to go off in 1 minute, and after silencing his alarm he pretended to yawn. After taking a much-needed shower he emerged from his room to greet his mother in the kitchen and help her make breakfast, as was routine for him at this point. Upon entering the kitchen he found his mother eyeing him with suspicion, hands on her hips. Why is the protein powder out, young man? Inko questioned. A late-night snack, Izuku answered unconvincingly. And why do you look like you put on more muscle as if overnight? She continued to interrogate. Izuku looked down at his clothes, his white shirt that read, pajamas, and black workout shorts, to see that they were visibly straining against his newly acquired muscle. Sorry, he answered, not meeting his mother's questioning gaze. Honestly, Izuku, I know you're excited about your new quirk. Quirks? But you need to moderate yourself. Please, Izuku, his mother pleaded. I'll try, I promise, he responded. That's all I ask, sweetheart, his mother said with a kind smile. The moment ended when he heard a door closing. He turned to see a bleary-eyed Nomuri stumbling into the hallway. Good morning, she grumbled before pausing. Whoa, Izuku, did you get bigger? His mama asked mischievously. 10 pounds actually, he replied with some pride. My little lady killer is going to kill it on his first day of school, Nomuri exclaimed. Maybe he isn't into just ladies, his mother reprimanded her wife. He is. We talked about it, he might even be poly, imagine all the grandbabies Inko, Nomuri all but yelled. His mother was on him immediately, squeezing him so hard that cell activation triggered. So many grandkids, she paused, letting him go. Whenever you're ready, of course, she quickly clarified. His mom appeared in the hallway then, looking even more bleary-eyed than his mama had been. What is all the yelling about? Anon asked, voice raspy from sleep. We're going to have so many grandkids, Nomuri yelled out in response. What? His mom asked, suddenly awake and staring at him with wide eyes. After sorting out that fiasco, Izuku was now on his way to where he would be learning martial arts. Ogre's Gym. His mother had said she knew the owner from the same case she had met Nomuri on. After pulling up to a rundown building that said, Ogre's Gym, in unlit neon signs, he turned to his mother with a questioning, raised eyebrow. Trust me, Izuku, this guy is the real deal. I got him off of some vigilante charges. Inko answered the unasked question. Vigilante. Who? Izuku quickly asked. If his mother had represented him, he knew that the vigilante had to be of the good variety, not like Stendhal. He knew most vigilantes from his notebooks. Maybe he already had him in one. He went by Knuckleduster. Inko supplied. Wow. He resolved more crimes in Naruhata than any hero. His quirk is still a mystery. I wonder if I can figure it out. Izuku exclaimed, beginning to mutter. Inko tapped her son on the shoulder to prevent more ramblings. Come on Izuku, we don't want to be late. Upon entering the dilapidated gym, Izuku saw a man waiting for them. He was massive and would give Endeavor a run for his money for stature. He had a large scar running diagonally across his face. He seemed to have a permanent audacious smirk that all but promised violence. There ya are Pipsqueak, the towering man greeted. Hello sir. Izuku nervously greeted. Enough pleasantries. Let's see ya throw a punch, he said as he gestured to the heavy bag behind him. Oh okay, Izuku said as he walked up to the raggedy punching bag. He straightened his back and threw his fist forward, thumb tucked inside his fist as hard as he could without activating any quirks. After a soft, slap, sound and a sore thumb, he turned to Mr. Oguro. What the fuck was that? The man questioned while Inko looked displeased. Don't tuck your thumb like that unless you want to break it. And you threw that punch with nothing but your arm. You gotta throw a punch with every muscle, all the way up from your toes to your knuckles. Watch me. Mr. Oguro stepped in front of the bag, nudging Izuku aside. He took up an experienced stance, legs shoulder-width apart, left arm gauging the distance. Then in a flash Izuku could see the muscles tense in a chain reaction of movement all the way from his feet to his fist. As opposed to Izuku's pathetic attempt, the sound Oguro's punch made was a boom as the heavy bag lurched and its chains rattled. Now that's a punch, Oguro yelled. Izuku was in awe. With all the hero fights he had seen, that was the most impressive punch he had ever seen. Was that your quirk? Izuku asked. The man smiled a shit-eating grin at him. I'm quirkless Pipsqueak. Izuku was in awe. He hadn't felt this way since the first time he watched All Might's debut video. This man was quirkless, and despite that, the man was Knuckleduster, the vigilante hero of Naruhata. He had just met the man, but he already knew Mr. Oguro would be an inspiration to him for his entire life. Suddenly the sound of feet stomping downstairs could be heard. Oi, I thought you were done with classes for the day, old man, yelled out an annoyed feminine voice. Rounding the corner was a girl his age. She had tawny skin, snow-white hair, ruby-red eyes, and an obvious rabbit mutation quirk. She was wearing black running shorts and a white tank top that said, Space Jam, on it. She obviously trained often, judging by how the clothes clung to her toned form. Izuku's face warmed as she caught him staring at her. Who the fuck is this? The rabbit girl asked. Rumi, this is the Midoriyas. They're customers, so watch your fucking language. Mr. Oguro answered. And nice to meet you, Izuku bowed. Tell ya what kid, instead of classes, I'll train ya personally alongside Rumi here in exchange for a favor. Oguro started. What favor? Izuku asked. You'll be going to the same school as my adoptive daughter Rumi here. She barely passed middle school and I'm no better so I can't help her. Your mother says you're one smart cookie so if you tutor her on Sundays I'll train ya personally after school, Oguro said. What? I don't need help. I'm no weakling, Rumi retorted. Needing help doesn't make you weak, Rumi. Don't learn the hard way like I did. Oguro yelled back. Izuku was feeling a bit uncomfortable witnessing this familial squabble. He could feel Rumi's emotions waver when she said she didn't need help. He wasn't sure what that signified. If she'll have me, then I accept, Izuku said, not wanting to force the girl into something she didn't want. After a long silence, Rumi responded, Fine, but I'm not going easy on you in spars. Izuku could only nod before the girl stomped back upstairs. Mr. Oguro looked ecstatic. That went way better than I thought it would. She didn't even kick you. It was the first day at Izuku's new school, Nabu Middle. After the experience of meeting Rumi yesterday, he wasn't sure what to expect if he saw her at school. After arriving, he headed towards the front entrance. He was wearing a school uniform that was almost identical to Aldera's. After entering the new hallways, he saw someone bump into a girl, causing her to drop the papers she was holding. The girl quickly waved off the offending person when they turned to ask if she needed help, but he could feel the girl's irritation. Without asking if she wanted help, he quickly moved to help the girl gather her papers. After a minute almost all the papers were picked up and the girl asked, "Why did you help me?" Still gathering the last papers he answered without looking up, "Why wouldn't I?" What a weird question, he thought. If someone needs help, you help. If you're hungry, you eat. If you're tired, you sleep. Izuku-kun? Is that really you? She breathed out. Not expecting to know anyone here, let alone someone that would use his given name with such familiarity, he snapped his head up to get a look at the girl. Familiar yellow feline eyes were staring at him, and it was like he was back in that schoolyard again all those years ago. Her blonde hair was down instead of in messy buns, but he would never fail to recognize her, even 10 years later. She looked amazing in the school's black sailor uniform with a red sash. He could feel so much hope radiating off her, as well as fear. He realized that he had been staring and she was still waiting for him to answer. "Toga Himiko," he said while nodding to her question. Relief pulsed off of her in waves. Still kneeling close together, she pulled him into a crushing hug. "I thought I'd never see you again." Before he could pass out from being hugged by a girl, the bell rang. "Oh no, I don't know where Class 1A is," he thought. "I know where it is. Come on Izuku-kun," she supplied. Having heard his muttering, she grabbed his hand and began pulling him along as he sputtered and blushed. Once they reached the classroom doors, they were greeted by a woman waiting for them. She had purple eyes that matched her flowing hair of wisteria blooms. She raised an eyebrow at their connected hands but didn't say anything about it. "You must be Midoriya and Toga. I'm your homeroom teacher, Ms. Sato. It's a pleasure to meet you," she greeted, and after they both greeted her in kind, she continued. "You're both new to the school district, so I'm going to be introducing you. Midoriya, you'll be first. Come in when I call for you." Himiko was still gripping his hand as if he would disappear if she let go. Still resembling a strawberry, he turned to her. "I'm surprised you remembered me," he said, breaking the silence. She turned her head from where she had been staring blankly at the classroom door to meet his gaze. "I would never forget my hero," she said while rubbing her thumb over his knuckles. Before Izuku could pass out, he heard the teacher call him in. Himiko released his hand and he walked into the classroom. "Go ahead and introduce yourself," Ms. Sato said while gesturing to the waiting class. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. I hope we get along," he greeted nervously. He really hoped the school uniform was the only thing this place had in common with Aldera. "What's your quirk?" a somewhat snide voice asked. Izuku looked up to see a blonde-haired boy smirking derisively at him. It does a lot of things, so I just call it superpower. It's a stockpiler that only manifested a few days ago due to its complicated nature." He supplied the cover story that Nezu himself had cooked up. It was vague, and due to the nature of stockpilers, the lateness could be explained away. "Useless then," the blonde sneered. Izuku looked down at his red high-topped shoes. He could feel the hope that this school would be different from Aldera Crumble. "I'm really useless anywhere, aren't I?" he thought. "Shut up, Monoma. Just because you can't copy his quirk doesn't mean it's worthless," an aggressive voice called out from the back of the class. "To me it is," Monoma snidely commented. Izuku looked up in surprise. The boy didn't mean that he was useless? Only because he couldn't copy his quirk? He looked to see who had called out the rude boy and recognized Rumi in the back corner with her feet up on the desk, wearing ankle warmers. Wait, you can copy quirks that aren't stockpilers. That's so cool. How do you copy them? How many? How long? What about mutation types? Do you automatically know how they work once you copy them? Do they feel different? Can you have multiple active at a time? Izuku rambled out his questions. Ms. Sato clapped her hands. "Okay, let's move on. Midoriya, go ahead and take the seat next to Oguro in the back." Izuku went beet red, realizing he had been rambling about quirks. He quickly made his way to the open seat to Rumi's right. After sitting down, he looked to her. Thank you Oguro-san for saying that." Rumi smirked. "Call me Rumi. I hate formalities, and don't mention it. Monoma is an asshole and I could tell you were misinterpreting what he said." Ms. Sato called out for Himiko to come in. She walked into the class, but she was wearing a look that seemed unnatural on her. He almost couldn't recognize her. It was like she was wearing a mask. "She's dangerous," Rumi said to herself quietly enough for only Izuku to have heard. He knitted his eyebrows together. Why would she think Toga is dangerous? He thought. Rumi looked at him and whispered, "It's part of my quirk, I can sense the danger someone would pose to me." He was so sick of muttering, but wow, that was a cool aspect of a quirk and really similar to danger sense in a way. Himiko gave a similar introduction as him while they were whispering, Monoma immediately asking the same question he had asked Izuku. "My quirk is called transform," Himiko answered curtly. "How does it work?" Monoma rudely asked. Though Himiko's mask didn't falter, Izuku could feel so much fear coming from Himiko that he almost gagged at the sensation. "I can transform into someone else, but I have to love them," she hesitantly said. Izuku could feel her emotions waver when she mentioned love. Maybe it means they're lying. But why would she lie about the requirements of her quirk? Love could mean a lot of things. Maybe the truth was just inappropriate for the setting? He mused to himself. Monoma scoffed. "Another useless quirk." "Monoma, I gave you the benefit of the doubt, but you just earned yourself detention after school. I won't have any discrimination in my class, am I clear?" Ms. Sato said, eyeing Monoma in a challenge. Momoma hung his head. "Yes ma'am. Toga dear, go ahead and take the seat to Midoriya's right," Ms. Sato said. The second Himiko sat down, the girl occupying the seat in front of him spun around in her seat. She had welding goggles pushed up to her hairline of pink dreadlocks and had yellow eyes with crosshairs for pupils. She had dark bags under her eyes and had a manic smile directed at him and Himiko. "You have to love someone for your quirk? How do you know you love them? Do you get their quirk? Why do you have cat eyes? They're pretty. Do you have claws? I'll make you some, and you?" she yelled, turning her focus to Izuku. "What exactly does your quirk do? Why was it so late? That's weird even for a stockpiler. Why is your hair so fluffy? I'm going to touch it," she asked, getting more excited with each question and beginning to reach her hand out to Izuku's hair. "Whoa, down May," Rumi said not unkindly, effectively halting the barrage of questions and attempted petting. Fiend," the manic pinkette exclaimed before turning around and slumping into her chair. Rumi leaned over. "Don't worry about May, she just gets excited about quirks and support gear. Just don't touch her goggles. Ever." "Huh? You mean she's a freak?" Monoma said, having overheard the conversation. "A week's detention, and I'm calling your parents Monoma," Ms. Sato yelled. "He's just mad that May laid him out once for touching her goggles," Rumi whispered. "Now, let's start class," she said more calmly. After getting lunch from the cafeteria and searching for Himiko to catch up with his almost friend, he finally found her on the roof alone. She was drinking from a thermos and had a fanged smile as she closed her eyes in euphoria. This was the Himiko he remembered from all those years ago. "Hello Toga-chan," he called out in greeting. Her reaction was immediate and confusing. Her smile fell from her face and her eyes went wide before narrowing to slits as she began reaching under the skirt, danger sense nudged in her direction. When she saw him, her face softened and she brought her hand back out from under the skirt and quickly capped her thermos. "Himiko. Call me Himiko," she said. "Oh okay Tog Himiko," he sputtered out. Why had danger sense gone off? "Do you mind if I join you?" he asked, face warming. She smiled up at him, showing off her fangs. "I'll never mind you joining me." He muttered a thank you as he sat on the edge of the roof near her. Nobody spoke for a few tense seconds before Izuku mustered up the courage. "Why did you get pulled out of school all those years ago?" He decided it would be best to get right to it. It had been bothering him for 10 years now. She didn't answer right away. He could feel fear coming off her again. He didn't understand. Why would she be so scared? At first, it was when someone had asked about the specifics of her quirk, and now about why she left. "Himiko, was it because of your quirk?" Her eyes widened. "How did you?" "A part of my quirk lets me know what people are feeling. It's like a sixth sense. I could feel your fear when Monoma asked about your quirk and again when I asked about why you left. Just figured they were related." He shrugged. She sighed. "I kind of lied earlier when I said I have to love the person to transform. I have to drink their blood. That day at recess was when my quirk first manifested. I always want blood, especially from the people I love. I want to be more like them. I want to become them. My mom pulled me from school after she found out." Izuku pulled out a notebook and began writing. "That's an amazing quirk, perfect for heroics. Do you get nutrients from blood? Do you need some now? Do you want mine? Does it have to be fresh? What if the blood is from two people? How long after you drink it can you transform? Do you get their strength or just appearance? What about quirks? What if you donated blood while transformed? What about clothes? What a boo. He was cut off by the sound of sniffling. He looked up to see Himiko with tears running down her face despite smiling. You really think I'm not a monster? Himiko asked in a quavering voice. What? No. Why would anyone think that? It's just blood. Izuku rushed to reassure her. After a decade of bullying, Izuku didn't so much as blink at the sight of blood anymore. But I'll never be normal. PSH. What's normal? Normal hasn't existed since the glowing baby was born. Izuku huffed. Himiko wiped the tears from her eyes and looked up at him like she had so long ago, with pure adoration. This time he could feel the emotion as well as see it. There was something else there too, but not something he recognized. Give me your number. I'm not losing track of you this time, Himiko demanded. After sputtering and exchanging phone numbers, they ate their lunches in comfortable silence save for the soft cooing Himiko let out any time she drank from her thermos. Once school let out, Izuku began walking towards Ogre's gym for his after-school training when Rumi ran up beside him. Why didn't you wait for me, asshole? Rumi asked the moment she had caught up to him. He really couldn't figure out if she disliked him or not. Maybe she was just brash like Kacchan had been. Hopefully, she has more in common with Kacchan than Bakugo, he thought. I asked you a question, Runt, she stated, having grown impatient. Runt? He looked at her. She was taller than him but not by much, if you didn't count the ears. Sorry Ogurumi, he corrected upon seeing her glare at the formality. I'm used to leaving as fast as possible. Her face softened slightly. Bullies, huh? Well, after you get some training in, you'll be kicking their asses. She yelled while clenching her fist in the air, showing off her muscular arm. Oh no, I'm training to be a hero, and not for fighting bullies, he muttered. He felt her mood change immediately. It went from excitement at the thought of a fight to fear, borderline despair. No. You have to fight back, she cried out, before blushing enough for it to barely be seen through her tawny skin. She turned and ran ahead of him. What was that? He thought. Once Izuku stepped into Ogre's gym, he saw Rumi dressed only in small black running shorts, her small white tail sticking above the waistline and a black sports bra showing off her well-muscled physique. She was already sweating as she wailed on a heavy bag with a flurry of kicks, her abs glistening as she twisted for each kick. There ya are, Pipsqueak. Go get changed and in the ring, we'll work on the basics, Mr. Oguro said, making his presence known. And don't worry about sparring with Rumi yet, she'd kill you, he added, misinterpreting Izuku's staring for nerves. After blushing and rushing to the locker rooms and changing into his black gym shorts and a white t-shirt that read, tank top, he made his way to the caged ring at the center of the gym. Mr. Oguro was waiting for him wearing black gym shorts and a white tank top. He took a look at Izuku's shirt and squinted. Huh. We match, he joked, flashing a smirk. Izuku could hear Rumi off to the side give an exasperated, "Uggh. Down to business. We're going to get you started on boxing and wrestling." Izuku glanced over to Rumi. Not kickboxing? He questioned. Kicks are great and all, but only if they can be countered. He looked to Rumi. With her quirk, her body is tailor-made for kicks. You, however, well, just try kicking me, Oguro said, motioning Izuku forward. Izuku went for a high kick, trying to imitate the way he had seen Rumi do, only for Oguro to catch it under his armpit. See? Now I can do whatever I want with ya, he said, throwing a jab at Izuku's face with his free hand. Danger sense flared as time slowed, Black Whip activated and wrapped itself around Oguro's fist, halting it. Neat trick, kid, but no quirks during training, Oguro said as he brought his head down and headbutted Izuku before Danger Sense could trigger. Izuku lay on his back, nose bleeding as he stared at the ceiling. Seems Danger Sense and Black Whip aren't impossible to get past. Maybe it has to do with sensory overload like Hikage said. He thought, cell activation already stopping the bleeding. Learning a technique was much easier than he had first thought with the time dilation from Danger Sense. After a grueling training and workout session with Mr. Oguro and rinsing off in the showers, he walked out of the locker room with his bag slung over his shoulder to see Rumi just now finishing her workout and toweling off her sweat while eyeing him. How the fuck do you not look tired? She asked. Ah, that's because of my quirk, It heals, gives me more stamina, and cuts down on recovery time. Well, part of my quirk at least. She added sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Well, that's fucking cheating. She crossed her arms over her chest. Is that why you're so jacked? His face reddened. I guess, I can use it on you too, if you want. She crossed the distance and was in his face immediately. Yes, I want to be jacked like Maverick. Hurry up, hurry up. Panicking at her proximity, he activated cell activation and evolution simultaneously without noticing. Seeing his glowing hand, she grabbed it in hers. Her ruby eyes glowed with power, and after a few seconds he stopped and she let go of his hand. Whoa, that felt weird. I feel like I could go for a whole nother workout, she yelled, posing and flexing her arms. After saying his goodbyes, he began walking to the train station. He was walking down an empty street when he felt a similar sensation as Shimura Nana appeared before him. Ah! He screeched in surprise. Oh, calm down you big baby, Nana said, covering her incorporeal ears. It turns out I still have a fan left, Nana said while posing heroically, her hands on her hips. Wait, you're Maverick? Izuku said, shocked. He had heard of the hero, she was well known in her time. Huh. Maybe I have 2 fans left, she said, swelling with pride. The next few days went by similarly. He ate lunch with Himiko on the roof, got his ass handed to him by Oguro after school, and used cell activation on Rumi after each workout. Rumi had been complaining about being starving all the time now and was starting to gain more muscle. It was subtle, but he noticed her muscles becoming more defined over the week. It was Friday and Izuku was almost to school when he heard something he did not like the sound of. I told you to do our homework, freak. A masculine voice sounded from an alley. Izuku turned the corner to see the girl that sat in front of him. Mei, Rumi had called her. She was cornered against the fence in the alley by 5 upperclassmen from their school. Then the boy in the middle grabbed Mei's goggles off her head and held them high. I'll give these back once yo. Don't touch my goggles, Mei roared before punching the boy in the nose hard enough for Izuku to hear the cartilage crack. As the boy reeled back, Mei snagged her goggles from him. The other 4 boys cornering her rushed forward and began pushing, punching, and kicking at her. Mei was swinging at anyone that came close enough. It was sloppy technique, but she was obviously stronger than she looked, judging by the sounds of the impacts. Before Izuku could think what he was doing, he was rushing forward, but before he could reach them, a white blur shot past him. Rumi kicked one of the boys in the ribs so hard that Izuku knew the ribs had to have broken as the boy bounced off the wall of the alley and landed in a heap. Izuku reached the group and began pulling them off Mei, who was still swinging wildly, despite the number of hits she had taken. When some of the boys began focusing on him, danger sense triggered, but he consciously tamped down on Black Whip when it tried activating. He didn't want to get charged with unlawful quirk use. Thanks to danger sense and a decade's worth of bullying, he was able to dodge their wild swings with relative ease. These guys had nothing on Bakugo's ferocity or combat instinct. The close quarters of the alley and the proximity of allies seemed to be hampering Rumi's ability to go all out. She was kicking the bullies into walls with superhuman strength, but they were ganging up on the biggest threat. Every kick she managed to land meant taking 3 punches from the others. Both girls were awe-inspiring, but they were flagging, and he was still only dodging, taking hits on occasion. Fight back, runt. How are you going to be a hero if you can't even save yourself? Rumi yelled over the melee. She was right, he had to start fighting back at some point or he would only become a martyr, not a hero. He dodged another sloppy blow, then he struck out in turn, using every muscle, all the way from his toes to his knuckles. When his fist connected to his jaw, the bully slammed into the chain link fence and slowly slid down it, unable to rise again. Once all of the bullies were groaning on the ground, he surveyed his surroundings. Rumi, Mei, and himself all sported matching split lips and bruised faces as they were bent at the knees, breathing hard. You. Had it in you. Rumi wheezed out. After a second of silence, the 3 began laughing at the absurdity of it all. He activated cell activation and held out his glowing hands in offering. After explaining to Mei that it would heal her, they all clasped hands, healing their cuts and bruises. Nobody noticed Himiko peeking around the corner of the alley with a knife in hand, biting her bottom lip hard enough to draw the blood now trailing down her chin. Even after healing the bullies a bit, straightening their uniforms up, and getting to school nobody noticed Himiko's glances in class. Izuku, however, did notice her radiating the same emotion from earlier in the week that he couldn't recognize. Once school let out for the weekend, he waited by the front gates for Rumi, having learned his lesson the first time. When Rumi showed up, she wasn't alone. Mei and Himiko were with her. Himiko found out about our scrap and they both wanted to learn how to better defend themselves, so they're going to start training with us as well as joining our study sessions on Sundays, Rumi announced, leaving no room for argument. He didn't miss her emphasis on using study instead of tutoring. And don't worry, I'll be training them. It won't cut into your one-on-one time with my old man. Besides, now you'll have 3 babes to gawk at, Rumi said, letting out a belly laugh and gripping the other girl's shoulders. Sounds good to me. Them learning how to defend themselves, that is. He nervously replied, having realized there would be 2 more beautiful women wearing workout clothes around him. After arriving at Ogre's gym and changing, he saw Rumi training Himiko and Mei. Himiko was wearing black yoga pants that hugged her curves and a dark red tank top that exposed her toned stomach. Mei was wearing men's gym shorts similar to his but rolled up at the waist, and an oil-stained white t-shirt that had the arms cut off, exposing her surprisingly muscled arms. Rumi smirked when she caught him looking at them. Enough enjoying the scenery, get in the ring, pipsqueak. Today we're learning Krav Maga, Oguro said, startling Izuku. After that beating, he had never been more happy to have danger sense and cell activation. Chapter end notes. Knuckle duster training Izuku is niche but my personal favorite choice. Ida aged Rumi for a few reasons. 1, she's top tier waifu, and 2, I wanted a really bold and straightforward character to influence Izuku. I could have accomplished the same thing with a BFF Bakugo, but I didn't want to rob Izuku of an antagonist. Himiko is back and she never even bothered with last names. I don't like when people make a non-villain Himiko and just drop her trust issues and danger, so I tried conveying that they are still there. Mei shows up just as manic as you thought she'd be, and do not touch her goggles. If you noticed, Rumi has a bit of a soft spot for the manic mechanic and is willing to rush to her aid. Next time we'll be training some quirks at UA. Chapter 4 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It was Saturday morning as Izuku groggily watched the news while eating breakfast, hoping to catch a new hero debut. Earlier this morning in Kamino, a turf war between 2 rival gangs erupted, leaving several dead. Thankfully no civilians were harmed. The reason behind the turf war is still unknown at this time. Izuku, hurry up or you'll be late, called his mother, Inko. Izuku shoveled the last of his eggs into his mouth and ran out of his house and onto the outskirts of UA's campus. Today he was going to properly practice with his quirk. Deciding to use it as a warm-up, he jogged the 3 miles to Gym Gamma. With his green tank top, that red t-shirt, now sticking to his body with sweat, Izuku was fanning his shirt to cool off as he walked through Gym Gamma's doors. The lights were off and there was a small form on the floor a few feet away with a pool of red underneath it. A dead bod, wait. I can sense their emotions, they're still alive, I'll save you. As Izuku rushed forward, hands glowing with cell activation, the body sprang up. I'm alive. The body yelled. The lights to the gym flicked on to reveal a small old man in a yellow hero suit in front of him, along with a shaking Toshinori and a cackling Nezu by the wall of the gym. Before anyone could explain what in the world was going on, Nana appeared in between the old man and Izuku. I'm alive, she parroted. Silence reigned for nearly a full minute. Kid, if this is a joke, it ain't funny, the old man grouched. No joke, Sora. Wow, you got old. And short, the ethereal Nana said, bursting into laughter. Sora's eyes watered. Is that really you, Nana? Nana stopped laughing and her face softened. It's a long story, but yeah. Thanks for watching out for Toshi. Nana explained everything to Sora, Gran Torino, who gave a subsequent beat down to All Might for not telling him about Nana right away. That's how Izuku learned that this possibly insane old man was the one that had trained All Might. He had immediately produced a notebook and asked for an autograph. Nezu had asked to borrow the notebook, and after reading the entire thing in less than 10 seconds he declared Izuku his pupil and told him to show up tomorrow morning for personal lessons on analysis. That had been enough for everyone to look at Izuku as if he was diagnosed as terminal. While they were finishing talking, Izuku was checking out the rest of the gym, which was now full of floor-to-ceiling concrete pillars about 10 feet apart from each other. "All right kid, fire off one for all at me," Gran Torino said all too casually. Izuku turned to look at him like he had grown a second head. What? The only answer he got was a yellow boot flying at his face. Time slowed and a black tendril of power wrapped itself around the boot before Izuku even knew what was happening. "Gonna be the hard way Hit it, Nezu," Gran Torino says as he dons thermal goggles. Ominous cackling could be heard coming from somewhere behind him before the lights flipped off and danger sense nudged in every direction at once. Izuku switched to thermal vision and saw dozens of turrets warming up along the walls. In near panic, he let out a smokescreen that filled the entire gym. A staccato of gunfire erupted from every direction. Time slowed to a crawl as dozens of tendrils began flailing wildly to intercept as many of the bullets as possible. Pain, but not as much as he was expecting. They're rubber bullets. Hoping to lose the turrets in the smoke, he moved position only to hear Nezu redouble his cackling. Apparently the turrets had thermal vision. Anytime he attempted to find cover from the relentless gunfire, Gran Torino was there to kick him back into the open before dashing off again into the maze of pillars. Okay. I need one for all, but I can't use all of it, so maybe just a little? He began channeling OFA into his arm, green arcs of energy running along it, preparing to throw a punch where he thought Torino might be. He recalled what Mr. Oguro had said about punching with every muscle from toe to knuckle. That was it. He began channeling OFA over his entire body, through every muscle. He could feel his muscles and bones straining with the power of it. He turned it down to a level where he couldn't feel cell activation about to engage from the damage. Green energy danced along his skin as if the power itself wished for action. If I had to guess, I would say this is about 5% of my maximum. About time, Zygote, Gran Torino said, rocketing at him. Since the pillars were too close to each other for float, Izuku began jumping from pillar to pillar as Black Whip and Danger Sense were handling any rubber bullets he wasn't able to dodge. He was finally able to focus on Gran Torino as they ricocheted around the gym after each other. Judging by the old man's emotions, he was having the time of his life. The game of cat and mouse went on for what felt like hours, until after a boot to the face, Izuku, in an act of desperation, activated float as he jumped after Gran Torino. He outpaced Torino and finally caught him and deactivated float, rolling to the ground with his prize. After releasing his hold on him, Gran Torino jumped up, took off his goggles and began stretching. "Not bad, kid. That was the most fun I've had in years." Izuku was doubled over, wheezing. He's not human. Training so many sides of his quirk was exhausting, even with cell activation. Gran Torino began jauntily walking over to where Toshi was clapping with a proud smile and Nezu looked like had just found enlightenment. "Water break for 10, then we go again." Izuku was starting to understand why All Might was so scared of the man. It was starting to get dark out by the time Gran Torino called an end to training. Izuku was pretty sure he was about one more run away from dying of exhaustion. They made their way back to Toshi and Nezu. He figured that he could get away with one more quirk activation and stay conscious. "Before you go, sir, do you want me to evolve your quirk?" Gran Torino backed away from Izuku's outstretched hand. "Huh? No, I'm old and it took me forever to get a hold of my quirk the first time. I don't want to be slamming into the ceiling again. No thank you." "Is that why he's so short?" Izuku clapped his hands over his mouth as he felt his lips move. Nana reappeared and fell to her hands and knees, slapping the floor as she laughed. "I love this kid." Torino just gave a long drawn-out sigh of exasperation. "At least let me heal you a bit, it will give you some energy too," he said, hand glowing a faint green. Torino gripped Izuku's hand. Fine, but if I start shooting my quirk out of my ass I'll kill ya." Izuku choked back a snort. "Why yes sir." He let go of Torino's hand. "I should be getting back home. Thank you everyone for coming. I'll see you in the morning, Nezu," Izuku said and trudged home. Sunday afternoon, after Nezu's lessons in analysis, or as he called them, lightning rounds, Izuku made his way to Ogre's gym to meet up with Rumi, Mei, and Himiko to study for school. He was wearing tan cargo shorts and a black t-shirt that read, "Thinking Cap," in yellow lettering. He had no idea what a study session among friends was supposed to look like, but he was excited regardless. He actually had friends to study with now. On his way to the gym, he grabbed some drinks and snacks for everyone at a local convenience store. You were supposed to bring snacks, right? Izuku walked into the gym to see Rumi wearing gray yoga pants and a black tank top, flexing in different poses as Himiko and Mei clapped and cheered. Himiko had her hair up in messy buns and was wearing a baggy black hoodie, and a dark red skirt with black thigh-high socks. Mei was wearing navy blue mechanics coveralls rolled down to her waist, exposing her black tank top. Mei and Himiko were radiating the same emotion his moms did when they looked at each other, attraction. Good for them, he thought with a small smile. As Rumi was flexing her new muscles, he wondered how she had packed on so much in just a week, even with his quirk's help. She was incredibly athletic to begin with, but now, however, she was jacked, as she had put it. Her shoulders were pronounced and clearly defined, her biceps and triceps bulged as she flexed, and her six-pack could be seen straining through her tight tank top, and her legs looked like she could squat a car. She was giving him her trademark grin. She caught him staring. Again. She was also giving off the same unrecognizable emotion he had sensed from Himiko earlier in the week. See something y'all like Izuku? If he wasn't holding 2 bags, he would have covered his neon red face, so instead he settled for sputtering, "IB brought us snacks." "Oh, relax, I don't mind you looking. Got to say though, when you said your quirk helped build muscle, I didn't think it would help me gain 50 pounds in a week. It's weird. I should be even bigger, but I think I just got more dense." She paused a moment, then pointed a finger at him. "If you laugh, I'll kick you." 50 pounds? Even with cell activation, that seems like too much to be possible. He scrunched his eyebrows together in thought. "Do you not realize that you evolved her quirk?" Nana's distinctive voice said in his head. Izuku almost dropped the bags of snacks in surprise. "I did? Wait, you can talk in my head." "Duh," was the only response he got. I think I evolved your quirk by accident. Please don't tell anyone," he scrambled out. All 3 girls let out a collective "What?" Confusion crossed Himiko's face. "So your quirk can let you sense people's emotions, heal, and evolve quirks?" she asked incredulously. Mei grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him. "What am I feeling right now?" It was that same unrecognizable feeling again. He just shrugged his shoulders, face red from her proximity. "I don't know either, sorry." Rumi looked at Himiko with a raised eyebrow. "How do you know he can heal?" Himiko's eyes widened slightly at her mistake, and Izuku sensed her nerves. "I saw you guys fighting in the alley. I wanted to help, but I was scared." "But Izuku, how can your quirk do so much?" Izuku could sense she was lying about being scared, but why lie about that? Izuku extricated himself from Mei's shaking and set his bags down. "You know dual quirks? Well, it's kind of like that, but instead of having 2 sides, my stockpiler manifests its energy in 8 sides." "What the fuck? Dang Izuku. I'll make all your babies." Everyone save for Rumi looked at Mei in shock at her forwardness. "Relax, she means support gear, I think," Rumi said with a shrug. Himiko raised an eyebrow. "You said 8, what are the other 5? Izuku sighed. "A strength enhancement I call full cowl, flight, but I like to call it float. Prehensile tendrils I call black whip. A smokescreen that comes with thermal vision that I call smokescreen, and the ability to sense potential threats that also increases my perception of time that I call danger sense." "Show me everything," Mei yelled as she shook him by his shoulders again. Rumi apparently saw his reluctance. "This gym is licensed as a quirk gym, so don't worry about public usage." "Oh, okay, here goes." Mei backed up as he gently lifted off the floor, tendrils lazily extending from his palms, green arcs of energy running over his skin, and finally giving off a small puff of smoke that covered his body. "How many fingers am I holding up?" came Rumi's voice. He didn't need to see her to know she was smirking. Switching to thermal vision, he could see her flipping him off. 1. He deadpanned. Deactivating his quirk, he dropped back to the ground as the smoke cleared. Wanting to move on from himself, he turned to Himiko. "Himiko, you have a dual quirk, right? Some kind of minor cat mutation in your transform?" She looked a bit surprised actually. "I do. My mom had a tiger mutation quirk, and I've never met my dad. Mom said he had a similar quirk as me." He could feel the anger and pain she felt when she mentioned her mom. Izuku could tell this conversation was making her worry, most likely afraid of people finding out about her reliance on blood. Izuku decided to try and test the waters. What do you guys think about blood quirks? They're pretty rare and they have a certain stigma to them. They're just quirks like all the rest. Why? Rumi asked, crossing her arms over her chest in challenge. Ooh, I bet I could make some great babies for that. I've never met anyone with one though, Mei said, shoulders slumping. Himiko smiled at him, her pupils blown wide. Well, you have now. I don't really like to advertise it, but I have to drink blood to use my quirk. It makes me crave blood all the time and I tend to get a bit grumpy if I haven't had any in a while. Izuku put his chin in his hand, thinking aloud. Reliance on blood for quirk usage combined with the traits of a cat, like hunting instinct and agility for example, would make you a perfect predator. Mei got right up in Himiko's personal space, holding out her arm. Ooh, drink mine, I wanted to see. Himiko looked a bit shocked at the offer. You'd give me your blood, just like that? Rumi threw her arms around Himiko and Izuku's shoulders. We all would. We're your friends, right Izuku? Izuku blushed and smiled brighter than the sun. He had friends, of course. And I can help recover the lost blood with my quirk, I think. Himiko's eyes were shimmering with unshed tears and she had a watery smile. Rumi looked at her with a teasing smirk. Are you purring? Himiko playfully swatted her arm off her shoulder, a dusting of red decorating her cheeks. Shut up. Izuku smiled at the scene. They were so adorable together. Just ask us anytime you want blood, okay Himiko? She nodded and wiped the tears from her eyes. Thanks. He focused his attention on Mei. What's your quirk, Hatsume? I know it's got to be something with your eyes, but I can't figure out what. Call me Mei. You helped me in the alley after all. My quirk isn't very impressive. It's called Zoom. It lets me see really far away or super up close. It also makes my hand-eye coordination better to match my sight though. It helps with working on small things. Mei shrugged dismissively. That's really cool. You could be a great scout-type hero with that. And the hand-eye coordination could make you rival Snipe with guns. All three of you would make such a good hero team. Mei is scout, Overwatch. Himiko is infiltration. And Rumi is the fighter that can size up an opponent in an instant. You guys would be unstoppable. Izuku cheered. At the sudden silence he paid attention to what they were feeling. Rumi seemed to feel proud and simultaneously hesitant. Himiko and Mei both felt happy and disbelief in equal measure. Himiko looked at her palms, eyes unfocused. Me? A hero? Mei pulled her welding goggles over her eyes. But my quirk's weak and I'm weird. Besides, I like making things. I can just do the support course. Rumi was looking down at her clenched fist with a far-off look in her eyes. I have to be strong on my own. I can't be weak again, she said as her ears slumped down. In frustration, Izuku subconsciously summoned full cowl and stomped the floor, leaving a shoe print in the concrete. Yes Himiko, you would make an amazing hero. Mei, your quirk isn't weak and you're not weird. You just think differently and that's my favorite thing about you. You could always just double major and become a support-type hero like Powerloader. Rumi, you are already one of the strongest people I know, and if getting help makes you weak then I'm the weakest of them all. You're all the most amazing people I've ever met and my first real friends, so don't talk like that. Mei had pushed her goggles back up to reveal watery eyes. Everyone was staring at him now, stunned at his outburst. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. Izuku said, closing his eyes, waiting for the inevitable backlash. Izuku suddenly felt several pairs of hands pull him into a hug. He opened his eyes to see all three girls pushed up against him. His face warmed to the point he was sure they could feel the heat. Thanks Izuku. Thanks Runt. You're allowed to touch my goggles. How the fuck did you not have friends before us? Does it have something to do with your quirk coming in late? Rumi asked as she squeezed a little harder. Izuku looked away from her questioning gaze. Why yeah, I was misdiagnosed as quirkless and well, have you heard of Aldera? That quirkist school district that got shut down. You mean you went there? Mutation hate is bad enough. I can't imagine what you went through. Rumi said as she pulled him in closer. It was that blonde asshole from 10 years ago, wasn't it? Himiko asked, voice dangerously low. Tears came unbidden to his eyes as he nodded. Who? Mei asked, starting to get lost. Himiko snarled as her eyes narrowed. A bully. Izuku and I went to the same elementary school and the day my quirk came in, this blonde asshole called me a villain and tried to attack me but Izuku saved me. He's been bullying you all this time, hasn't he? Another nod. I'ma cut him. I'll kick the shit out of him. I'll blow him up. He wasn't sure if he should be worried or thankful that empathy registered all those as truth. Thanks. He pulled himself from the hug. Can I evolve your quirks? He asked, extending two glowing hands to Mei and Himiko. They both smiled and each took a hand. Two sets of yellow eyes glowed with power. Mei began looking all over the room, her eyes changing from yellow to red to black to green. Ooh! I can see in thermal, X-ray, and night vision. I'm going to make so many babies. She pulled him into a crushing hug, lifting him off his feet. Thanks, Izuku. Rumi held out her arm to Himiko. You need blood, right? Go ahead. Himiko's smile was full of teeth as she took the offered arm. I can make my saliva produce an anesthetic, so this shouldn't hurt. ND, don't worry about diseases. My quirk takes care of that. She let her chin-length tongue out of her mouth and licked a spot on Rumi's forearm before biting down. After a few seconds, Himiko unattached and licked off the remaining blood before smiling up at Rumi. Izuku moved closer and brushed a glowing hand over the bite, healing it. Himiko stepped back as gray sludge began covering her. The sludge solidified into a mirrored Rumi wearing Himiko's clothes. The new Rumi squatted down and jumped all the way up to the vaulted ceiling with little effort and brushed her fingers across it. Izuku had to look away to avoid seeing under her skirt. She landed and hugged the other Rumi tightly. I can use other people's quirks now. You're so strong, Rumi. She pulled back and ran her hands all over her new body. And hot, gray goop began falling off of her to reveal Himiko again. She glomped onto Izuku. Thanks. Izuku. He felt something sharp poking where her fingers were. Ow. She let go and looked at her hands to reveal pointed black nails where short unpainted nails had been. I have claws now. She bent down, claws extending to 2 inches, and dragged them along the concrete, claws cutting through it like warm butter. I'm glad you're happy, but we should probably study. After a collective groan, they went up to Rumi's room to study. Her room was fairly large. It had a beat-up leather couch, an old TV, different types of weights in a corner along with a human-shaped boxing bag, a microwave, mini fridge, kettle, and a lot of Nana's merch. Girls got taste. Nana said inside his head. He could hear her smirking. Wow, this is basically an apartment. It's so nice, Himiko said, surprised. It was big, but small even compared to the smaller apartments, and it definitely wasn't very fancy. Something about how surprised Himiko was acting bothered him. Is it bigger than where you live with your mom? Himiko shrugged. I don't live with my mom anymore. I actually live with my grandma. Our place is about the same size. He could tell she was lying about living with her grandma but telling the truth about not living with her mom, which was concerning. Himiko, I'm an empath. You can't lie to me. Remember? You don't have to tell me everything if you don't want to, but please answer me this. Are you safe where you're living? Himiko's eyes widened, not expecting to be caught. I'm safe where I'm living, she said, careful of her wording. Rumi put a hand on her shoulder. Come to us if that changes. Yeah. Mei yelled, throwing a fist into the air. Izuku gave her a megawatt smile. Good, I don't want to lose you again. After a few hours of studying, they decided to watch a movie before everyone went home. Himiko wanted to watch a horror movie. Mei wanted sci-fi, while Rumi wanted anything with fighting. Izuku didn't mind either way but found an old gory sci-fi called Aliens, which seemed to satisfy everyone. Izuku was sitting on the far left of the couch next to Himiko, and Rumi was sitting on the opposite end next to Mei. Partway through the movie, while they were eating the snacks that Izuku had brought, Himiko turned to him, apprehension rolling off of her. Can I have some blood? She asked with a blush dusting her cheeks. He smiled at her reticence. Of course. Her pupils blew wide until they were only black rimmed with yellow. Thanks, Izuku. Tap me if you get lightheaded. He was about to offer her his arm like Rumi had when he felt a tongue graze his neck just above his clavicle. Then he felt soft lips and heard the faint sound of sucking. He looked down to see Himiko, eyes closed, lips connected to his neck but no pain. And he could both feel and hear her purring. He blushed so hard he could hear her suction increase. After a few minutes and still not feeling lightheaded, she stopped sucking and with a pop, she disconnected, then licked the blood away. The 4 fang marks healed over almost immediately, leaving a scar that would fade. She looked up at him with ecstasy written on her features, a wide-fanged smile, and blood on her lips. "My hero," she said sleepily. She closed her eyes once more and rested her head on his shoulder before resuming purring as she fell asleep. After a minute of fighting down his blush and something, he looked over to where Rumi and Mei were to see if they had seen the whole thing. Rumi was giving him a knowing smirk as Mei lightly snored on her shoulder, goggles over her eyes. She said it was too bright. "We'll wake them once the movie's over," she whispered. Later that night Himiko skipped through the door of her apartment. It was smaller than Rumi's room and completely empty save for appliances. She swung open the fridge. Inside was convenience store food and dozens of blood bags. Some were labeled with names, several read, "Grandma." "Thanks to Izuku, these should last me a while." She moved over to the closet and opened it. She grabbed out her rolled-up futon and underneath it was a duffel bag with cash spilling out of it. "All this should last until third year. I should send a thank you letter to those idiot gangs in Camino," she said, laughing to herself. She rolled out her futon and stripped before laying down. She reached for the ceiling and flexed her fingers, claws extending. She smiled wide, admiring them. "So pretty, Izuku really is the best. Rumi and Mei are pretty cute too though," she said as her other hand traveled down her body lower and lower. Chapter end notes. I kind of wrote myself into a corner timeline-wise for what I want to do, so I might end up having to do a pretty jarring time skip next chapter. We'll see. Chapter 5 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. A week after their first study session together, Izuku, Rumi, and Himiko were on their way to Mei's place to check on her and study there instead since she wasn't answering her phone. Himiko bumped shoulders with Rumi. "So how do you know where Mei lives?" Rumi grinned at the shorter girl but kept their shoulders connected. "I've known Mei for a while now. This isn't the first time I've had to check on her. She's probably just hyper-fixated on something." Izuku felt warm at the sight of the two girls so comfortable around each other. "Does she do this often?" Rumi shrugged before grabbing him by the arm and pulling him closer, his shoulder connecting now too as they walked. "I guess. She gets tunnel vision sometimes when it comes to her special interests." Himiko looked up at Rumi and scrunched her eyebrows together. "Special interests? Like hobbies?" Rumi seemed a bit reluctant but answered with uncharacteristic seriousness. "Kind of. It's not my place to say, but Mei trusts you too, so I'll tell you. Mei is on the autism spectrum. A special interest is like a hobby, but it's more than that, it's a passion. Like you said before, Izuku, she has a different way of thinking, but that's not all. Social skills for her are a muscle she has to train, for what most do automatically she has to do manually. I've always been pretty blunt, so she sometimes comes to me when she has questions about something most people would just pussyfoot around with." Izuku was smiling bright as the sun at the rabbit girl. "It's no wonder she loves you." He clapped his hands over his mouth when he realized he just outed Mei's internal feelings. Rumi stopped dead in her tracks and grabbed Izuku by his shoulders, staring down at him slightly. "What? How do you know? Are you sure?" Releasing his treacherous mouth, he responded. "I'm an empath, remember? When she looks at you, I can feel your mutual attraction." Rumi yanked him into a crushing hug. "Thank you. Lately she's been asking me about a warm feeling that she's never had before, but I didn't want to just tell her that she's attracted to me." Himiko shimmied her way into the hug. "Why not?" Rumi extended her arm to include Himiko too. "Because what if I was wrong? She trusts me and would just believe me. I don't have an empath quirk. What if I told her that I loved her and that she loved me back but I was wrong?" Himiko began purring and nuzzled her head into Rumi. "Ya know for how tough you are. You're quite the softie." Rumi pulled herself from the hug and pointed accusingly at Himiko. "If you tell anyone, I'll scissor lock your head next time we spar." "Lucky," Izuku thought as he focused all his willpower on not blushing. Himiko grinned full of teeth. "Don't threaten me with a good time." Rumi blushed enough for it to actually be seen through her tan skin and sputtered, Come on," as she began walking again, this time at a faster pace. Himiko giggled and looped her arm around Izuku's as they followed. They caught up to Rumi as she was knocking on the door of a house that didn't stand out from the others surrounding it except for the loud noises coming from behind it. The door swung open to reveal a woman that looked incredibly similar to Mei, just older and with red dreadlocks instead of pink that were tied into a braid that hung over her shoulder. The woman hugged Rumi immediately, then held her by the shoulders. "Rumi dear, come to check on my little gremlin?" she said affectionately. Hi Ms. Hatsume. Yeah, we were supposed to have a study session but we couldn't reach her, so we decided to bring it to her. Ms. Hatsume looked past Rumi and noticed Himiko and Izuku. Oh, you must be Izuku and Himiko then. My maid told me so much about you already, I'm so glad she has such good friends now. She elbowed Rumi in the ribs and waggled her eyebrows. Maybe more than friends? We're going to go find Mei now, Rumi said as she headed into the house as Ms. Hatsume cackled in a very Mei-like fashion. The three made their way through the house and into the backyard where a large workshop was. A cacophony of sounds could be heard coming from the structure. Rumi approached the large steel doors with Izuku and Himiko on either side. Danger sense triggered and before Izuku could react the metal door blew open in an explosion of smoke. All three were knocked bodily to the ground, there was something soft on top of them. You're all here. Why are you here? Ooh, you're comfy, Mei all but screamed in their collective faces. Rumi groaned and held her hands over her ears. Ouch. Hi Mei. We came to study with you. As they all untangled themselves from the heap, Izuku noticed the bags under Mei's eyes. Mei, when was the last time you slept? Mei grinned maniacally and put her hands on her hips. Thursday. Rumi ran a hand down her face. Mei, it's Sunday. Mei didn't drop her grin or pose. Oh. Himiko spoke up with a raised eyebrow. What have you been doing? Mei's eyes glittered. Making babies. Double majoring in support and heroics means I'll get to field test my own babies. I'm making the prototypes for my hero gear. Izuku's eyes glittered to match. Show me, show me. Mei looked at him with that same unrecognizable emotion as she snatched his hand and dragged him into the workshop. On the workbench was what looked like the beginnings of a suit of armor with a metal backpack attached to it, a wetsuit that seemed to have musculature, and some kind of long rifle. They aren't anywhere near done, but this is going to end up being power armor, a fibro muscle layer, and a sniper rifle, Mei said while flailing her arms wildly. Izuku was amazed. She had made so much progress in only a few days. Wow Mei. You're amazing. They look kind of familiar though, he said rubbing his chin. I based them off some Warhammer 40k models that me and my dad used to build together before he died, Mei said, trailing off as tears filled her eyes. Rumi was there wrapping the pinkette into a hug immediately. It's okay Mei, you're all right. He would be so proud of you. Mei sniffled. I know, I just wish he was here to build with me again. Himiko grabbed Izuku and together they wrapped Mei up in between all three of them. We'll build with you, just tell us what to do, Himiko said. Mei smiled warmly with her eyes closed. I feel so warm. So with studying forgotten, they helped Mei build until she had finally succumbed to sleep. After Rumi placed the girl in her bed, Izuku used cell activation on Mei's sleeping form to restore her energy until the bags under eyes were gone. It was Friday morning and Himiko was just about ready to leave for school when someone knocked on her front door. Not even Izuku knows where I live, maybe someone from the school? Her thoughts were cut off when her door was kicked off its hinges. A group of men began rushing into the apartment, with the largest in front. Himiko smiled, showing off her fangs as she reached beneath her skirt. Before the large man in the front with a basic super-strength quirk could even notice her, she threw a knife into his foot, pinning it to the floor. The man yelled out in pain when his foot didn't continue forward with him and tripped onto his face. Himiko began throwing knives at the other 5 intruders as they filed in through the open door, hitting them in their knees or feet. Himiko threw her last knife at the first man's other foot as he was beginning to stand again, then disappeared from sight. After several shouts of alarm, she reappeared behind the last to file into her apartment. She slashed at the back of his knees with her fully drawn claws. With the tendons now severed, the man fell to the ground like a sack of screaming potatoes. You came to play, so let's play, she giggled at the 4 men who were still able to stand. Himiko didn't show up to school and nobody could get a hold of her. Realizing nobody actually knew where she lived, they decided to wait at the gym to see if she showed up for training. Izuku, Rumi, and Mei all sat around in tense silence, hoping that Himiko would show up when the front door chimed. They all snapped their heads up to see Himiko in the doorway wearing her school uniform. Her uniform was shredded and barely holding together, it was soaked in blood as she leaned heavily against the door frame. I didn't know where else to go, Himiko struggled out between gasps of pain. As Himiko began sliding down the doorframe, Izuku subconsciously activated float and full cowl and shot through the air in time to catch her before she fell. He knelt with Himiko's bleeding form in his arms as his hands began glowing, slowly closing her wounds. There were so many. Himiko reached up and placed a bloody hand on his cheek. My hero. She breathed out before losing consciousness. What the fuck happened? Rumi yelled at his side. He hadn't even noticed that she was right next to him. Mei had her goggles down and was latched onto Rumi like a lifeline. An ambulance is on its way, Mr. Oguro said as he knelt next to Izuku and checked over Himiko's wounds. Not all of this blood is hers. Izuku, Mei, and Rumi were gathered around Himiko's hospital bed waiting for her to wake while Mr. Oguro called Mei's mom and Izuku's moms. They had told the doctor that they were her family. She didn't seem to buy it but let them stay anyway. Himiko woke up with 3 sets of hands on her. Where am I? She groaned. Izuku, with hands still glowing from cell activation, spoke. The hospital. You showed up to the gym covered in blood and passed out. What happened? Izuku could sense fear coming off her, so he continued. I know you're scared, but we won't abandon you, no matter what. We care about you. Yeah. Mei cheered as she lowered her head onto Himiko's thigh. We aren't going anywhere. Rumi agreed as she rubbed her thumb over Himiko's knuckles. Himiko's eyes watered and her lips quivered, but before she could say anything the door opened and a black-haired man in a trenchcoat and a police officer with a cat mutation quirk walked inside and locked the door behind them. Toga Himiko, I am Detective Tsukachi and this is my partner Sansa. I have some questions for you. Where were you this morning at around 7 a.m.? The noir detective questioned. Himiko narrowed her eyes to slits as her claws extended. Sansa's fur stood on end in the presence of a predator. He and the detective began slowly reaching for their pistols, but before anything could happen, ominous music began blaring over the hospital's PA system. The detective looked up in confusion. Why'd I hear boss music? The door began to glow green before it slammed open so hard that it nearly ripped off its hinges. Midoriya Inko stormed into the room wearing her lawyer pantsuit, with Nezu riding on her shoulder holding his tablet and cackling maniacally. She was flanked by Midnight and 13, both in full hero costumes. Izuku hadn't seen his mother this mad since he was misdiagnosed as quirkless. Interrogating a minor without their guardian or legal representative in attendance and using a truth-detecting quirk without consent. Really, detective, you should know better by now. Inko growled at the man. Ah, Nezu's personal lawyer. Is Ms. Toga your client, Mrs. Midoriya? Tsukachi asked, ignoring her comment. That and my future daughter-in-law, Inko stated proudly. Izuku could feel his face turn so red that heat was coming off it. The detective looked very confused. Well, congratulations? Inko moved over to Himiko's bedside and placed a hand on her shoulder. We haven't met yet, dear, but I'm Izuku's mother. He was so broken up when you disappeared the first time. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Whisper in my ear everything that happened and I'll relay it to the detective. Inko leaned close and Himiko began whispering very quietly, but apparently not quietly enough for Rumi to not hear. Izuku could both see and feel Rumi and his mother growing alarmingly angry, bordering on murderous rage. Rumi's forearm bulged with rippling muscle as she gripped the metal bar on the bed so hard that it began to crumple in her fist. After several minutes of whispered conversation, Inko stood back up as she exhaled through her nose harshly, her eyes glowing green. We'll start from the beginning. She has a blood quirk that comes with cravings. Upon discovering this, her mother forced her to suppress it under threat of violence. She doesn't know who her father is. After suppressing her urges for 10 years, Himiko was close to quirk-induced psychosis. Instead of lashing out to fulfill her bodily needs, she ran away from home after graduating middle school and stole from blood banks. She checked for her name in missing persons. Her mother never reported her as missing. She is registered with her school as living with her grandmother, a Ms. Tanaka. Ms. Tanaka is actually an elderly woman who donated blood regularly and whom Himiko posed as when dealing with the school, claiming to be her own grandmother. To finance herself, she infiltrated 2 gangs in Kamino using the donated blood of their members to impersonate them using her quirk. She harmed nobody. While doing so, this morning 6 gang members tracked her to her apartment and ambushed her. She defended herself, as is her right. Tsukachi scratched his chin. All true. Gangs sure seem to have an odd sense of community. donate to local blood drives and sell drugs on the same street an hour later. The gang members used a tracking device that was hidden inside the bag of cash. Although you slashed them up pretty badly, nobody died. I can work with this, but I'll need your help, Nezu. Nezu hopped off Inko and onto Sukachi. Happily, I can't wait to have a chat with Himiko's mother, he said, spitting out the last word as if it were poison. Himiko seemed incredibly confused. Wait, I'm not being arrested? The detective spoke up then. No, due to the extenuating circumstances and you being a minor, you're not under arrest. Your mother will be the one facing charges. Nezu turned his attention to Himiko. I took the liberty of testing a blood sample they took while you were unconscious. Would you like to know who your father is? You have the option of becoming a ward of Ua or living with your father. My dad? I want to know. But Mom always said he was a monster like me and refused to say anything else, Himiko said reluctantly. Nezu smiled mirthfully. I can assure you that he's no monster and neither are you. His name is Sekijiro Khan, otherwise known as the pro-hero Vlad King. Would you like to meet him? After a unanimous, what, Himiko could only nod in shock. Fantastic, he'll be by shortly. Nezu chirped as he and the police left the room. Izuku got up and pulled all his moms into a hug. Thanks mother, mama, mom. We'll be in the waiting room with Mr. Oguro, take your time, Inko said as they left the room. No wonder you know so much about heroes, Mei said as if reaching a conclusion. Izuku's eyes went wide as he realized what he just did. Please don't tell anyone, it's supposed to be secret and Mom's a really private person, he rushed out. Rumi waved him off. Don't worry Izuku, we won't tell. She turned to Himiko then, the blonde shrinking under her gaze. Why didn't you tell us? We could have helped you. Himiko looked down at her lap. That's what I was afraid of, if I got caught it could have jeopardized your futures as heroes. Rumi, Izuku, and Mei climbed onto Himiko's bed and pulled her into a hug. I think I speak for all of us when I say I would rather not be a hero than lose you Himiko, Izuku said with watery eyes. They lost track of time as they held each other closely, Himiko's purring never letting up. Izuku idly wondered at how right it all felt. A knock sounded on the door. They all looked up to see an uncomfortable-looking Vlad King peeking around the broken door. Is one of you Himiko? They pulled themselves from the hug and Izuku turned to Himiko. We'll wait outside. As they began to stand up and leave, a hand grabbed Izuku's shirt. Stay, please, Himiko said quietly. They all sat back on the bed without another word. Himiko smiled small and waved at the large man. Hi. Tears ran down Khan's face as he slowly walked up to the bedside and dropped heavily to his knees. I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you, I didn't know that you existed until an hour ago. I met your mom when I graduated UA. I was only with her one night. In the morning I told her about my quirk and she called me a monster. I never saw her again. If you give me a chance I would love nothing more than to be your father. Himiko slowly made her way off the bed onto unsteady feet and pulled a still kneeling Khan up. I'd like that, Dad. Khan lunged forward and pulled her into a hug. At first Himiko stiffened, but it was so gentle and filled with love for his newly discovered daughter that she melted into the hug and began purring. Since it was Izuku's turn to host study movie night, he was waiting with Himiko at the gates of UA for Rumi and Mei to show up. So you all moved in with your dad? He asked, turning to Himiko. Yeah, I didn't really have anything to move anyway. When Dad saw my place and how empty it was I thought he was going to kill my landlord. Himiko giggled at the memory. Izuku's face fell. I'm sorry Himiko, I should have. Himiko cut him off before he could continue his apology. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to tell you. You have nothing to apologize for, she said as she leaned her head onto his shoulder. Besides, now we're basically neighbors, she chirped. If you count 5 miles away as neighbors, yeah. Izuku laughed at the absurd size of UA. I went to visit Ms. Tanaka at her nursing home too actually, Himiko said with an odd expression. What for? Izuku asked. To apologize for impersonating her and wasting her blood, but she just said that if her blood helped me then it wasn't wasted. I never imagined myself being accepted by so many people before, Himiko said, her eyes beginning to water. Well you are, and I'm sure there will be even more to come. You're amazing Himiko. You would have to be blind not to see it, he said, smiling brightly. Himiko began purring against Izuku's shoulder as two figures walked up to the gate. hands brushing against each other's. "They're here," Himiko whisper shouted. Izuku smiled at the two. "Hey girls." After they let Rumi and Mei inside the gates, they all piled onto a golf cart used for transportation on campus grounds. Mei had vehemently insisted on driving. Other than Mei's maniacal laughter and a few close calls with pedestrians, it wasn't too bad. Once they made it to Izuku's house in one piece, they went to Izuku's room to begin studying. His room was full of hero merchandise, predominantly All Might. Once they were done, Rumi and Himiko began speaking at the same time. "We need to talk," they both said in unison. They looked at each other in surprise and seemed to have a conversation with their eyes before nodding. Rumi looked at Izuku. "It's hard to believe that you can have an empathy quirk and still be so dense, though I guess it's not entirely your fault. You can sense Mei and I's attraction for each other but can't sense it when it's directed at you." "Directed at me? What are yo?" Izuku began. "Is this about that warm feeling I get when I'm with all of you?" Mei screeched. Izuku scrunched up his eyebrows. "All of us? I really am dense. I thought you all loved each other, not me too. I couldn't recognize it because it was actually being directed at me for a change." Himiko said. Popping the pages, she climbed onto Izuku's lap and cupped his cheek. "I've loved you forever, Izukun. You've always seen me for who I really am." She held Izuku's head in both hands as she slowly pulled him into a kiss. It was a chaste kiss, but Izuku blushed enough to resemble a strawberry. After a moment's hesitation, he returned the kiss and held her closer, one hand moving to her lower back and the other to the nape of her neck. Himiko but lightly at his lower lip with a fang, a drop of blood. She purred at the combined taste of Izuku's lips and blood. After a minute, Himiko broke the kiss, and she turned her focus to Mei and Rumi. "I haven't known either of you very long, but you both became such big parts of my life and accepted me too. I love both of you too." Mei jumped onto Rumi where she was standing, holding on like a koala. "I love you." She whipped her head over to Himiko and Izuku, eyes manic. "I love all of you." Rumi held onto her passenger with little effort. She looked down at Mei's manic face. "I've loved you for a while now, Mei. I'm sorry it took me this long to tell you." She leaned down and kissed her. Mei froze at first, eyes wide, but after a couple seconds she melted into the kiss and hummed. After a few seconds, Rumi broke the kiss and looked at a blushing Izuku and a grinning Himiko. "I fucking love all of you." Izuku couldn't believe what was happening. Was he asleep? The three most amazing women he'd ever met just confessed to him? He realized they were waiting for him to say something. Now that Izuku could recognize the feeling, it was almost overwhelming how much love he could feel coming from the three girls. It seemed to resonate and build with each passing moment. "Himiko, I've thought about you every day for 10 years. Falling in love with you was the easiest thing I've ever done. It just felt so natural. You're so strong despite what you've been through. You know what you want and you go for it. Rumi, I love how blunt and protective you are of those you care about. You live your life with no regrets and I love you for that. Mei, I love your energy and passion, and you are one of the smartest people I've ever met. I love you. If you'll have me and you're all open to it, would you all become mine each other's girlfriends? Like your mom's?" Rumi asked. "Yeah, it's called polyamory. There are a lot of versions of it and each relationship within a polycule is different, but that's what makes it special. I would like us to all be dating each other. But before you answer, I have something to tell you that might affect your decision, but you have to promise to keep it a secret first," he explained. After they all promised and empathy registered all answers as truth, he told them the story of One for All for One, and how he came to have the quirk. "That's a lot to take in, but I won't let you bear the world on your shoulders alone. I'm with you all the way," Himiko said resolutely. "This is a fight you won't fight alone. I won't let you runt," Rumi said with her trademark smirk. "With my babies, we'll be unstoppable," Mei cheered, still clinging to Rumi. Thank you," Izuku said with a watery smile. "Now onto our answers," Himiko said, excitedly. "I don't know how to be in a relationship, but as long as you're patient with me and we can take it slow, I want to try," Mei said from her perch on Rumi. "We can go as slow as you want, Mei, and I'm obviously in," Rumi said as she carried Mei over to the couch and sat down next to Izuku with Mei now in her lap. Though it was more accurate to say that she flopped onto the couch. At the questioning looks from the others, Rumi explained with a sigh. "It's a rabbit thing. It means I trust you and that I'm content. Izuku, Mei, and Himiko all cooed at her explanation. I've never imagined being loved back by anyone, let alone 3 people. I'm all for it, Himiko said as she leaned into Mei. Mei turned to the blonde and pulled her into a small kiss while Himiko ran her hands through Mei's hair and purred. Ooh, that feels nice, Mei said after they broke apart. Himiko guided Mei off of Rumi's lap and onto Izuku's before plopping onto Rumi's. The two pulled each other into a deep, searing kiss with tongues fighting for dominance. Himiko rubbed the base of one of Rumi's long ears with one hand, causing a moan to escape the rabbit girl's mouth and her foot to begin tapping against the ground. Himiko purred at the reaction. Himiko came up for air first. Did you like that? Rumi blushed. I can't help it any more than you can help your purring, she teased back as her nose scrunched. Izuku and Mei were both watching with red faces. You can go at your own pace, Mei. I want to take things slow too. Izuku reassured the pinkette. Mei turned to look down at Izuku with love radiating off of her. Thanks, Izuku. She leaned down slowly and gave him a quick chaste kiss as he cupped her cheek, her leaning into the contact. Perfect, she cooed. Izuku looked over to Rumi, who was looking at him too. She leaned closer and Izuku met her halfway. Their lips met roughly though still chaste. A creak from his bedroom door caused Rumi to whip her head to the noise, followed by everyone else. Peeking through the doorway were all 3 of Izuku's moms with tears in their eyes. Oh no. Izuku whispered in horror. We're going to have so many grandbabies, Inko and Nomori shouted in unison as Anon wore an apologetic expression. Chapter end notes: the polycule is born. Next chapter will probably be a huge time skip to entrance exams time. I was reluctant to portray Mei as autistic for fear of not doing it correctly, but I've always thought that canon Mei was most likely autistic and I didn't want to dance around it. Autism isn't a 4-letter word and shouldn't be treated like an unspeakable thing. I made Kon Himiko's dad because that girl deserves at least one loving parent and it fits with the dual quirk theory I have for her. I couldn't find a good way of saying it, but Mei's mom is a patent lawyer and her late husband was an engineer. For Mei's gear I'll link a picture in the notes when it's time. She's honestly the most difficult to tone down her overpoweredness since she's so smart she could be making mechs. Shit is about to kick off next chapter. I'm so excited to be done with the backstory stuff and getting into canon timeline. Chapter 6 Chapter Notes: see the end of the chapter for notes. 3 years later it was the day of the entrance exams at long last. After Izuku and Himiko met Rumi and Mei at the train station, all 4 began the walk to UA. All were wearing their school uniforms and had a backpack containing supplies for the written test and gym clothes for the practical. Izuku was watching the news coverage about a fight between a villain with a muscle augmentation quirk and the water hoses. The heroes had died and left behind a son that was only 4 years old. It was such a waste, a child made orphan and an amazing quirk in the hands of a monster. It wasn't uncommon for heroes to die in the field, but it usually didn't happen on live TV in broad daylight. The worst villains were usually behind closed doors. Izuku was brought out of his solemn mood with an elbow to the ribs. So what's it like still being shorter than me? Rumi asked Izuku, giving him a challenging grin. Izuku looked down at the dark-skinned rabbit girl with a raised eyebrow. I'm 6 feet 6 inches, you're 6 feet 2. Your ears don't count. Over the course of the last 3 years Izuku and Rumi had both shot up in height. Izuku was as tall as Endeavor now but not as bulky. Their muscles were built for movement and strength, not size. Every muscle was toned and lean, striations visible in every movement. Like a wild animal pressed against the bars of its cage. Rumi punched him in the shoulder. They're part of my body, they count. Izuku sighed in defeat. Fine, you're an Amazonian goddess. Happy? Rumi stood on her toes and pecked him on the cheek. Very. Do you think your growth spurts had something to do with your quirks? Mei asked from Rumi's side where she was holding her hand as they walked. Izuku cupped his chin. Maybe. Cell activation basically supercharges everything else, so it makes sense, and Rumi's quirk evolution was mostly physical, so it would make sense that it would affect her height too. Hey Mei, did you get all your gear approved for the practical? Himiko asked from where she was clinging on to Izuku's arm as he began muttering to himself. Yeah. Apparently since I'm double majoring I can bring almost anything as long as I've made it myself. Mei responded enthusiastically as ever. Okay. Good. It's a good thing Izuku's mom's got you training with Snipe. We owe them a gift basket or something, Himiko said with a smile at the thought of how supportive the Mamadorias had been. Izuku snapped out of his theory-crafting mutter spree. That reminds me. He pulled his backpack off and began digging through it. I've got snacks for after the written exam. Don't want to go into the practical hungry after all. Some carrots for Rumi, a pomegranate for Himiko, and a chocolate bar for Mei. It's plain, nothing crunchy. He clarified as he handed out the snacks, knowing Mei's aversion to anything crunchy. Woo! Mei cheered as she eagerly accepted the chocolate. Thanks babe, you always take such good care of us, Rumi said as she accepted the carrots and bumped his shoulder affectionately. Thanks Izuku, Himiko said as she accepted the pomegranate and pulled Izuku down into a kiss, nipping at his lower lip with her fangs and licking the blood. Rumi pulled 2 thermoses from her bag. That reminds me, here's some of my and Mei's blood for the practical, since you can't use Izuku's quirk cuz it's a stockpiler. Himiko's pupils blew wide as she accepted the thermoses. I have the best partners ever, she purred out. As they walked up the familiar path of UA's entrance, someone shouldered past Izuku, barely moving him. The offender said nothing and kept walking without so much as a glance backwards. Izuku recognized the familiar head of spiky blonde hair. He had expected to see Bakugo again at UA, but not so soon, that's for sure. Himiko's eyes narrowed to slits and were shadowed by her bangs. Was that Bakubich? She asked in a dangerously low voice. In her anger, she wasn't paying attention to where she was stepping and tripped on a loose brick. Izuku went to catch her but stopped when he noticed her floating horizontally and a girl with a bob of chin-length auburn hair with her hand outstretched, touching Himiko's shoulder. The girl was about 5 feet 1 inch and had a round face with a small blush. Izuku felt Himiko's emotions spike, too many and too fast to register what they were. Himiko's eyes went wide in recognition. Still facing the ground and unable to see her benefactor, Himiko asked quietly with hope evident in her voice, Ocha? The brunette gave a sharp intake of air. Ocha, helped Himiko into an upright position before whispering, release, under her breath and returning the blonde's gravity. The two stared at each other in silence as if the rest of the world had fallen away. Izuku could sense so much relief coming off the two, and affection. Tears pricked at both girls' eyes and they pulled each other into a desperate hug. Ya disappeared. I thought I'd never see Ya again. Was it because I beat up those guys fair picking on Sue? The brunette asked with a distinct Kansai accent and a waver in her voice as she brushed her thumb over the scar going through Himiko's left eyebrow that she had gotten when she was ambushed. That's when it clicked for Izuku. Himiko had told him, Rumi, and Mei about the day she ran away. It was the day of her middle school graduation. Some bullies were picking on a girl with a frog quirk and Himiko's friend Ochako had stepped in and beat down the bullies, but got pretty bloodied up and bruised for her efforts. Himiko said that was when she knew she had to run away or she would end up hurting her friend. Her cravings for blood had reached a boiling point. She chose to run away rather than harm her first crush. Himiko nuzzled her head deeper into the crook of Ochako's neck and gave a muffled reply. No Ocha, it's a long story but I promise to tell you everything. You must be Himiko, Ribbit, said a croaking voice from a nearby girl with an obvious frog quirk. She was short, 5 feet tall at most. She had long, green hair that went down to the small of her back and was tied in a large bow. Her face wasn't very expressive, but had large eyes and an angular, upturned mouth. Izuku could feel the girl's unease despite her expressionless face. Ochako pulled herself from the hug blushing slightly more than what seemed to be usual. How rude of me. I'm Uraraka Ochako and this is my girlfriend Asui Suyu. Ochako gestured to the frog girl. Izuku registered a lot of conflicting emotions in Himiko then. They would likely have to talk about this later. Call me Sue, Ribbit. Ochako has told me a lot about you, Himiko. Sue said near impassively, but Izuku could feel her worry. She has? Himiko asked with disbelief before gesturing to Izuku, Rumi, and Mei. These are my partners. The giant one is Midoriya Izuku, the Amazon bunny is Oguro Rumi, and the pink gremlin is Hatsume Mei. Apparently it was Ochako's turn to feel the same conflicting emotions. Sue seemed to feel relieved and hopeful, definitely needed to talk about this later. Izuku and Mei smiled at the two and waved. Rumi threw Sue a grin. Nice to see another person here with a mutation quirk. Mei scooted close to Izuku, pulled him down to her level and whispered into his ear. "What just happened?" she asked, knowing Izuku would explain the nuances of the interaction well thanks to empathy. "We'll all talk about it later, but don't worry about it, okay?" he whispered back. Mei nodded and kissed his cheek before pulling away smiling. The bell rang then and everyone went wide-eyed. Himiko quickly exchanged numbers with Ochako before they all but ran into the building to take the written exam. The written exam had been objectively difficult but was nothing compared to Nezu's personal tests. Izuku was confident in his girlfriend's abilities too. They had all studied together for 3 years after all. He found his seat for the briefing before the practical and was relieved to see his girlfriends there as well. He took his seat with Mei on his right and Himiko on his left. Rumi was on the other side of Mei. After a minute of bemoaning the fact that they would be split up for the exam, President Mike took the stage. Mei and Izuku began shaking each other excitedly. They often tuned into his radio show late at night while they worked in Mei's workshop together. "Everyone say hey, hey," Izuku and Mei bellowed in response, but were the only ones. "Thank you, listeners." Izuku went back to shaking Mei. "He called us listeners," he shouted in excitement. As President Mike began to go over what to expect in the practical, Izuku and Mei were frantically whispering to each other and reading over every detail in the provided packet while Rumi and Himiko listened to them and President Mike. "Excuse me." A voice a few rows from behind them yelled. A spotlight lit up a tall, well-muscled boy with neat, blue hair. "Yes, little listener?" Mike asked, giving the boy the metaphorical stage. "You mentioned 3 types of faux villains, but the packet clearly labels 4. If this is a typo, then UA should be ashamed." The bespectacled boy pushed up his glasses and pointed at Izuku. "And you two with the messy hair and dreadlocks. You two have been whispering to each other this entire time. If you aren't going to take this seriously, then you should leave immediately." Himiko showed her teeth at the boy, not in a smile but in a way a predator might bare its teeth at prey. Rumi stood up, chair clattering to the floor as she pointed at the blue-haired boy. "Watch your fucking mouth. You ain't a proctor. Besides, don't ya know better than to ask questions before the lecture is finished?" The boy sputtered while cranking his arm in a very robotic fashion before bowing to President Mike in apology for interrupting. "So much spirit," Mike yelled before going on to explain the 0-pointer. Izuku stood amongst a group of other examinees outside of Mach City Beta. He was wearing black gym shorts and a green t-shirt that read, "Hat," in black lettering. He noticed Ochako attempting some breathing exercises to calm herself down from what he could tell was nearing a panic attack. He reached out with empathy and pushed calm confidence into her. She spun around and looked at him bewildered but smiled anyway. Before he could go talk to her, a hand gripped his shoulder. In a flash of movement he acted on instinct and grabbed the offending appendage and put it into a wrist lock as he spun on his heel and reared back his fist. He was greeted with the shocked expression of the blue-haired boy from the briefing. He released the boy's wrist. "You shouldn't just grab people like that, you could trigger someone," Izuku said in warning. If the boy had done that to Himiko, she would have gutted the poor boy before he could have even reacted. As the blue-haired boy began sputtering something that sounded like the beginnings of an apology, danger sense flared and President Mike yelled, "Go." After so many spars with Mr. Oguro and brutal training sessions with Gran Torino, Izuku reacted with muscle memory. He activated float and rocketed off, flying over the stunned crowd and the still opening gate into the Mach City. He saw the robots that had triggered his danger sense rolling down the main street towards the gate. A shockwave buffeted the street as he broke the sound barrier as he flew just over. The robots. They began to aim upwards as he let Black Whip lash out, wrapping around each and dragging them along the street as he went. He reached the end of the main street and released Black Whip as he turned around to survey what he had done. There was an assortment of 2 2 and 3 pointers piled in a twisted heap beneath him. The exam participants were just now clearing the gate and staring at his floating form with wide eyes. In the observation room, the staff of UA were staring slack-jawed at the monitors showing Izuku. Well, most were. "That's our boy," Midnight cheered as she jumped onto 13's lap and squeezed their puffy spacesuit in a hug. "He certainly knows how to make an entrance," All Might in his thin form agreed. No longer did he look like a walking skeleton in a suit. He was thin but not grotesquely so. His black sclera had even returned to white. Such a feat was only possible with Recover Girl's evolved quirk that now was capable of curing diseases and nullifying poisons. Snipe sat forward and pointed at a separate monitor. That ain't all, my lil protege is kickin' ass too. I swear she's the second coming of Lady Nagant. The monitor showed someone flying high above a mock city in a winged suit of armor holding a rifle. The feed on the monitor was too far away to get a very good look at the armor or rifle, but a separate feed showed robot after robot crashing to the ground unmoving with a single hole through each of their carapaces. Was her support gear cleared? Cementos asked. Yeah, I cleared it myself. She even has all of it patented already, Powerloader responded. Vlad King stood up and pointed to another screen. Forget them, look at my precious baby girl go. On the monitor feed, Himiko was smiling wide and ripping through machines with her claws faster than they could track her movements. After using her claws to climb the face of a building, she morphed into Mei and wrapped her arms around her own midsection in a quick hug while she surveyed the area. She then morphed into Rumi and ran her hands over the sides of her face lovingly before she leapt from the building towards a grouping of robots. It appears Rumi is having fun as well, 13 commented. On another monitor, Rumi was bounding down streets almost too fast for the cameras to follow, leaving cracked asphalt and a wheezing midget with purple balls for hair in her wake. She slammed into the side of a building, almost collapsing the concrete wall, and used it as a springboard to launch herself headlong into a group of robots that had surrounded a few overwhelmed examinees. She ripped through the robots like tissue paper with her lightning-fast kicks. How's your boy doing, Aizawa? Nezu chirped. About as well as you'd expect against this irrational exam. He should have taken the recommended exam like I suggested. Eraserhead groused. On the monitor that was occupying his attention showed an indigo-haired boy struggling to wield a broken piece of robot as a weapon. Izuku landed next to the boy and grabbed a nearby piece of metal, formed black claws and carved the piece of metal into a sword before handing it to the bewildered purple-haired boy and flying off. Aizawa hid his smile under his capture scarf. He couldn't be biased as a teacher, but as a father he was glad the Midoriya boy had helped Shinso. Powerloader held his thumb over a large red button on a control panel. It's almost time. Izuku had given up on trying to count his points shortly after the start. He just decided to treat this exam as seriously as possible and do everything he could as if real lives were at stake. He was flying above the buildings as he surveyed the area with thermal vision for any robots or people that needed help. He saw a girl climbing on the back of a three-pointer and a boy with his hands held behind his head in a ridiculous pose as he shot a laser beam through a one-pointer like it was held together with gum. The boy then turned his attention to the three-pointer that the girl was still climbing around on. With thermal vision still active, he could see the boy's stomach begin to heat up, preparing to fire another laser. He must not see the girl, Izuku yelled inside his mind. Izuku flew down in a flash and snatched the girl off the back of the three-pointer in a princess carry just as it exploded. Izuku turned to the surprised boy. Watch where you're shooting, you almost hit her. He turned back to check on the girl still in his arms. He looked down and saw the thermal image of a girl with hair and eyes that both fluctuated with heat in a beautiful pattern. She was also naked. He blushed so hard he thought he could hear a tea kettle somewhere as he let her down while averting his eyes. Her clothes must have gotten damaged at some point, he thought as he pulled off his shirt and handed it to the girl while still averting his eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to look. Here, it should be big enough to cover you up, and don't worry about giving it back, he said quickly. The girl let out an eep before grabbing the dress-sized shirt. You can see me? She asked in disbelief. Of course I can see her, how could I not? He thought before switching off thermal vision. Before he could turn back to the girl, a thundering crash sounded as buildings collapsed and a massive metal hand gripped the nearby building. That must be the zero-pointer, we should get out of here, Izuku said and was about to fly off before he heard something. Ouch! Came a pained whisper from down the street. He looked to see Ochako laying face down with debris pinning her legs, and the zero-pointer launching a bus-sized fist at her prone form. Before he even realized what he was doing, he charged full cowl up to his maximum of 25% and launched down the street towards Ochako. Time slowed as danger sense triggered and he barely made it in time as he caught the fist, his feet cracking the asphalt from the force. His muscles bulged, he was barely able to keep the fist at bay as he held it with outstretched arms. His feet were digging deeper into the road as the fist slowly began to overpower him. Black Whip pulled the debris off Ochako's legs, freeing her. Run. Uraraka. He grunted out above her. I think my leg is broken, Ochako said in defeat. Well fuck. He cursed internally. He was pretty sure Rumi was a bad influence on him. I could use my Black Whip talons to carve through the inside of the robot, but it wouldn't be fast enough to save Ochako. I could go past my limit and throw a 100% punch, but there's no guarantee it'll work with only one punch, and I'm pretty sure it'll break my bones and leave me unable to throw a second. There has to be something. He rapidly thought of his options as time was still slowed. His mind flashed back to the news report that morning. He remembered the way that Villain's quirk made muscles grow over the top of his skin, making him much stronger than normal. As he had the thought, Black Whip responded subconsciously. Hundreds of small tendrils began snaking down his body in a mimicry of the muscles beneath, each strand of Black Whip mimicking a skeletal muscle structure. After a few slowed seconds, Black Whip now encased his body in a single, thin layer of black muscles. The faux muscle ended at his ankles, wrists, and base of his skull. He could feel the weight of the monstrous fist lessen and the Black Whip muscles bulge in sync with his own. He went past his limit of 25% all the way to 100%. He threw the fist back and to the side, resulting in the zero-pointer stumbling forward from the loss of support. As it began falling towards him, he launched upwards with float and uppercut the monstrosity with everything he had. Fist connected against metal, his knuckles exploded open as metal crumpled. The robot's head snapped back in a deafening boom as it began falling backwards and exploding internally. With the threat dealt with, he descended back to the ground and let Black Whip go. When the faux muscles retreated, he saw that his right arm was purple. Then the pain registered. He definitely broke every bone in his arm, but at least they hadn't shattered. Guess 100% is still too much, he thought as he kneeled next to Ochako. As his arm very slowly began healing from cell activation, he reached out with his uninjured hand and laid it on Ochako's purple ankle as it began to glow green. This won't heal your leg entirely, but it'll make it feel better in the meantime, Izuku said, not noticing the girl's wide-open mouth as she stared at his bare chest. You were so cool. It was all bam then kaboom, Ochako cheered while gesticulating with her hands wildly. Izuku went to ruffle his hair in embarrassment but winced when he tried to move his still very broken right arm. You're hurt, Ochako screeched. Make way, a familiar voice said. Recovery Girl made her way through the crowd of gathered onlookers, swatting with her cane at anyone that took too long to move. Honestly, these tests get more dangerous every year, I swear. You hurt, dearies? Recovery Girl asked Izuku and Ochako. Yeah, I had to go over my limit and broke my arm. Uraraka here broke her ankle when debris fell, he answered while his hand still rested, glowing on Ochako's ankle. Don't make it a habit or I'll tell your moms, young man, Chio warned as she gave a quick smooch on Izuku's arm and Ochako's ankle, healing them immediately. Izuku knew that Recovery Girl's quirk sapped the energy of those she used it on, but thanks to cell activation he barely even registered it. Ochako looked like she was about to fall asleep though, so he kept cell activation active on her to restore her energy. Why yes ma'am, Izuku responded, nodding rapidly as his curls bounced. Whoa, I felt so tired at first but now I feel great. Was that your quirk? You can do so many cool things, Ochako said excitedly as she stood up and got very close, smiling so bright he had to squint. He blushed and ruffled his hair. Thanks Uraraka. Call me Ochako, you saved my life after all, Ochako said, dismissing his formality. He smiled down at the girl. Thanks Ochako, you can call me Izuku. He could feel the girl's excitement turn into affection, maybe even attraction. Before he had time to think about that, some floating gym clothes jogged up to him and handed him the t-shirt he had given away. You can have this back now. I'm Hagakure Toru, by the way, Toru said animatedly. Thanks, I'm Midoriya Izuku, he said confusedly as he put his shirt back on. He could feel their disappointment as he did so. What happened to the girl that had my shirt? Is she okay? He asked, hoping she had found something else to cover up with. That was me, silly, Toru said, waving her arms around. What? He thought, flipping thermal vision back on. It was the same gorgeous girl with a bob of hair and eyes that both seemed to shimmer. She looked to have a beauty mark similar to Nana's as well. Is that why you were naked? He all but screeched. Yeah. I can't turn my invisibility off or make other things invisible, so I have to get naked to be invisible. I never expected someone would be able to see me. What do I look like? She finished quietly. Ethereal. He thought immediately. Ochako and Toru gasped quietly. He slapped his hands over his mouth. Gotta run, sorry, he said as he ran toward the entrance blushing. Earlier that day, deep within the substructure of the Hasaikai main base of operations, Kendo Rappa wandered. He was looking for Overhaul so he could challenge him again, but had ended up lost in the concrete underground maze. What, am I supposed to carry a map or something? He slammed open a metal door. It was dark inside, so he flipped on the light switch. You in here, Overhaul? No response came. It was then he noticed the steel chair with leather restraints at the center of the room. A small chair, one someone would design with a child in mind. There were specks of dried blood in the chair's nooks and crannies, as if it was too much of a hassle to clean fully. He took another look around the room and saw 4 massive steel barrels that had a sign hastily slapped onto them that read, "Waste." Against his better judgment he opened one. He immediately gagged and closed the lid. Inside was a soup of what used to be a human. Blood and viscera was not something he was unused to, but he had seen what Overhaul's quirk did to people. He had even felt what it was like firsthand. It felt like unimaginable pain, as if every cell in your body was crying out in agony, followed by the sweet release of death. No, Kendo Rappa hadn't gagged because of the gore inside the barrel, but because he could make out the pieces of what used to be a child. The teeth was what gave it away. He was about to go find some Yakuza to kill, but he heard something coming from the nearby vent high on the wall. He strained his ears. It was tinny, but he could make out the whimpering of a child trying in vain to muffle their cries. He marched back into the deserted hallway and headed in the direction he heard the crying coming from. He didn't have to travel far to find a door being guarded by one of the underlings. He could hear crying coming through the metal door behind the man. Rappa's ever-present battle-manic smile was gone. In its place was a snarl. He loomed over the short, pudgy guard with all his 8 feet in height, just as the scared, shirtless guard began demanding what he wanted. He palmed the man's face and effortlessly crumpled the man's skull into the metal door. After kicking the lifeless body out of the way, he opened the door. Inside was a poorly lit child's room with dozens of unopened toys and colorful paint on the walls. At the center was a large comfy bed with a wisp of a child at the center of it. She had ruby red eyes and snow white hair that went down to her lower back and a small horn on the right side of her forehead. They were features he recognized from the barrel. She was wearing a threadbare white t-shirt dress and her arms and legs were wrapped in bandages, and they were shaking as the girl looked at him with terror. The dichotomy between the room and its inhabitant was sickening. Here was a child's dream bedroom and its inhabitant was a horrified child being tortured day in and day out. No, that wasn't accurate, was it? He had felt what it was like for Overhaul to use his quirk on him. It felt like dying. This girl had been dying day in and day out for who knows how long. Well, that stops today. He punched an address into his phone and handed it to the terrified girl that was still bracing for violence. Follow that. Run as fast as you can. I'll distract them, he said, the phone still in his outstretched hand. But you're wearing the bird mask, aren't you with them? The little albino girl squeaked out. He ripped off his torn-up mask. Not anymore. He could hear footsteps echoing down the hallway outside. You have to go now. Tell him that the rapper sent you, Rappa said as he set the phone on the bed before he stepped back into the hallway facing the coming footsteps. The little unicorn walked up to the threshold of the room, phone in hand. She paused as she looked down, then almost in disbelief that she was able to, she crossed the doorway. But won't you die? She asked with tears in her eyes. Kendo Rappa looked back over his shoulder at the girl with a sad smile that was only possible after nearly 2 decades of self-destructive habits. That was always the point. Let me do this one good thing before my final bell rings. With that he faced forward and rushed down the hallway to meet the Yakuza bastards head-on. As he rushed down the dark hallways, tears began pricking at his eyes and he whispered to himself, I'm sorry, Itsuka. I'm sorry I couldn't be the father you deserved. Izuku and his girlfriends walked into Ogre's gym. Mr. Oguro wasn't home, so they decided to hang out at Rumi's after the exams. So what happened this morning with those 2 girls that Himiko knew? Mei asked as she sat on a weight bench to take off her boots. They were from my middle school. I didn't really know Sue, but Chako was the reason I had to run away. Remember? Himiko responded as she sat down on the floor and leaned her head onto Mei's lap. Because you liked her too much and were scared you were going to hurt her? Do you still like her? Mei asked nonchalantly as she began playing with the stray hairs of Himiko's buns. Himiko knew better than to try and lie, so she told them the truth. I don't know if I ever stopped. Ooh, does that mean Ocha and Sue are going to join our polycule? Mei asked as she excitedly clapped her hands. Each relationship might be unique, but we're a package deal and we don't even know if they're bi or not. Rumi supplied as she wrapped an arm around Izuku's midsection. Izuku ruffled his curly locks. Well, I'm pretty sure Ochako is at least. Rumi bumped her hip into Izuku. Ohoho, first name basis already. And how do you figure she's bi? Well, after I saved her from the 0-pointer with no shirt on, she was giving off some emotions, he said bashfully. Himiko wiggled her eyebrows seductively. You didn't say you were shirtless. Still can't believe you took that thing down and figured out a new move on the fly. Yeah. I knew I should have fought that thing. But why were you shirtless? Rumi asked. Izuku blushed slightly. Because I gave it to a naked girl. It turns out she was invisible and only I could see her because of thermal vision. You little charmer. Anyways, I'm not opposed to new people joining the polycule, but we'll have to get to know them a bit better first, Rumi decided. Me too. They seemed nice and I like Ocha's accent, Mei said with a manic grin. I'm fine with getting to know them better and seeing where it goes. Hopefully we all get into UA together, Izuku said. Himiko sniffled. I love all of you so much, thank you for giving the idea a chance. Of course, Himiko, we love you, and if you think you might be interested in adding someone or someone's to our relationship, then we're willing to try at the very least, Izuku said as he knelt next to Himiko and placed his hand on her shoulder. The door to the gym chimed as it swung open. Sorry, we're closed. Rumi began but stopped at the sight of a small child holding a phone like it was a lifeline. Izuku felt for the girl's emotions and nearly gagged. Her terror was so all-encompassing that he could taste it. It tasted of spoiled milk. What on earth could a little girl that couldn't be a day older than 5 be so afraid of? He tried pushing calm into the girl, but he could feel the terror come rushing back. T, the rapper sent me. Please save him, the girl said in a trembling voice. Rumi gave a sharp intake of air. That's the name of an old friend of my dad's, from his vigilante days. Everyone began walking closer to the girl but stopped when they noticed her trembling increase. Izuku knelt down on one knee about 5 feet away. That's when he noticed the bandages covering the girl's arms and legs and the fact that she was barefoot. We won't hurt you. I'm Izuku. What's your name? He asked as softly as he could. The child looked all around nervously, as if expecting a trick. I'm Arie. Did someone hurt you, Arie? Izuku asked, trying to tamp down on his anger at the possibility. And not today, she responded as her lip trembled. Izuku could feel his girlfriend's rage pouring off of them like a dam breaking. Nobody is going to hurt you ever again if we have anything to say about it, he said with a bright smile and opened his arms up invitingly. Tears pricked Arie's ruby eyes as she tentatively walked forward into Izuku's open arms, and at the last second she threw herself into him and clutched her arms around his neck as the floodgates opened and she cried with heaving gasps for air. He held her close and stood up, her small legs wrapping around his waist. He ran his hand through her white hair trying to calm her. Rumi, Mei and Himiko circled close and placed comforting hands on Arie. He tried to push calm into her once more, and this time it worked. Her crying subsided and her breathing steadied. The door to the gym chimed yet again, and danger sense triggered as Izuku registered pure malice coming off the newcomer. Rumi stiffened and whispered, dangerous, lethally. The man had black hair and was wearing a plague doctor's mask and a purple feather-collared jacket. Ah, you found my daughter, we'll be going now, the man said, empathy registering her being his daughter as a lie. In his arms, Arie flinched hard at the too smooth voice. She's covered in bandages. Were you the one that hurt her? Izuku ground out. Of course not, she just trips a lot, the man answered, clearly getting annoyed. Liar. She's not going anywhere with you, Izuku stated with finality. Rumi and Himiko went as tense as a spring. Mei reached into her pocket. Come along, Arie, we don't want any trouble now, do we? He asked through gritted teeth as he pulled his white gloves off. Danger sense was beginning to nudge harder and harder in the man's direction. Empathy was registering murderous rage from the man. Arie's fear was back in force and she begged to try and wiggle out of Izuku's grip. He pushed calm back into her and she stopped. "He'll kill you," she whispered into Izuku's ear. Judging by the gloves, Izuku deduced that his quirk relied on touch and was likely very lethal. "Give her back in 3, 2. The masked man began counting down as he slowly started crouching. "If you agree to ask per se what?" Izuku rushed out after coming up with a semblance of a plan. The man raised an eyebrow. "What?" Blackwhip sprang into life and wrapped around the man's wrists just before his hands could reach the ground. Blackwhip pulled his arms wide and lifted him off the ground. "Give her back," he roared as he flailed against his newfound restraints. Himiko flashed forward and Leopard punched him in the throat. Her fingers curled into a fist at the middle joint instead of the knuckles. His head hung forward as he gasped for air. Not cute at all. "Luna arc!" Rumi yelled out as she descended on the man with an axe kick to the back of his head, jerking it further downward. The man looked up with wild eyes and without his mask as Mei pulled a small ball from her pocket and threw it while cackling. It landed on his chest with a splat, then electricity raced along the man's skin as he convulsed before going limp in Blackwhip's hold. The door chimed as Mr. Oguro stepped in. "What the fuck happened here?" he asked almost too casually. Izuku clasped his hand over Arie's free ear and gasped. Chapter end notes. I was having a hard time deciding where I wanted to bring in Arie, but not bringing her in early felt like choosing the mean dialogue options on an RPG. I just couldn't. You might think the barrel scene was too graphic, but those barrels are actually in canon. Episode 74, 34 seconds in. Chapter 7. After Mr. Oguro made a few calls, the police, paramedics and everyone's parents plus Nezu showed up. The police took one look at the unconscious man before quickly cuffing him with quirk-suppressing cuffs, saying that he was a B-rank villain that led a Yakuza group. The officers took everyone's statements of what happened. Tsukachi arrived shortly after that and approached where Izuku and the girls sat with Arie still clinging to Izuku, unwilling to let go. "I can understand why you did it, but this still is vigilantism. I'll do what I can, but there's only so much," Tsukachi started. "Actually, he agreed to a spar and this gym is licensed for quirk usage," Izuku smugly interrupted. Somewhere behind him he could hear Nezu trying to suppress a cackle. Tsukachi's eyebrows shot up. "True, why would a Yakuza boss agree to a spar?" Izuku shrugged, Arie shifting with the movement. "How could I hope to understand how a child abuser thinks?" "That does remind me though," Arie said. "Someone called the Rapper was the one that got her out, but he was in danger." Tsukachi sighed in defeat. "Good to know. The Rapper is an alias used by Kendo Rappa, another B-rank villain. We responded to a disturbance at the Shi Hasaikai residence earlier today. Kendo killed over 24 known Yakuza and was gravely wounded, but he'll live. I'll do what I can for him. You'll have me and my lawyer's help. Maybe we can get him into a villain rehabilitation program." Nezu chirped as he climbed onto Tsukachi's shoulder. "Well, I guess that clears up that. Then there's the matter of Arie. She doesn't show up on any systems, by all accounts she doesn't exist. Let's have the paramedics check her over while we discuss the options," Tsukachi said while gesturing to the two paramedics. Izuku looked down to Arie and she looked up at him with wobbly lips. "Those nice people want to make sure you aren't hurt, is that okay? You can say no?" Arie seemed to gather her courage as her lips stopped trembling. "I'll do it." Izuku gently set her down and paramedics led her over to a bench by the wall with a decorative potted plant beside it. "There are currently 2 options, and seeing as the girl is rather attached to you, you 4 will decide. No matter what choice you make, I want Arie to attend the special classes we have at UA for children whose development has been negatively affected by villains once the school year starts. The 2 options are we place Arie into foster care or I make her a ward of UA and hire you 4 as her guardians. Do not make this decision lightly, she may come to see you as her parents." Nezu finished seriously. Izuku looked between each of his girlfriends. "What do you think?" "I doubt she'll do well in foster care," Rumi said with a frown. Himiko looked to where Arie was with a faraway look. "She deserves a place where she'll be loved, not just tolerated. I've read bad things about foster care and I want Arie to be happy. I think she'd be happiest with us," Mei said as she rubbed Himiko's thigh, bringing the blonde back to the present. And if she starts thinking of us as parents? Izuku asked, several barely suppressed squeals of delight coming from where their parents were gathered. If she does, then I wouldn't mind. I already have some parenting books for the future, Mei said casually. Izuku, Rumi, and Himiko all blushed a small amount before Himiko spoke up. I don't know why, but I really want this. It feels instinctual. I suppose that makes sense. Cats have been known to adopt abandoned babies, even other species, up to and including bears. Izuku pondered aloud. I don't know how maternal I am, but seeing Izuku holding her was making my instincts go wild. I want this too. I kind of figured we'd get to fuck before we had a kid, but out of order is okay too, Rumi said with a shrug. Izuku went red in the face as he looked around to make sure Arie was far enough away to not hear. That's when he saw her sitting on the bench and getting visibly more upset. Her terror was coming back. Her horn began glowing and she started screaming for the paramedics to get away as danger sense flared. The paramedics backed away with raised hands, trying to calm the girl. Izuku jumped up and approached slowly, his girlfriends close behind. The glow emanating from Arie's horn increased. Stay back. I don't want to hurt you too, Arie cried out. The potted plant beside the bench began to shrink slowly at first, but the speed increased until it was only a sapling. Izuku came to the conclusion that the glow was her quirk and it was out of control. It seemed to rewind organic matter, seeing as the plant was the only thing affected. He reached out with empathy and tried to force calm onto Arie. There was resistance, but it worked. The glow from her now smaller horn abated and she began sobbing. I'm sorry. I'll be good, I promise. Now that the glow had fully disappeared, he scooped up the sobbing girl. Shush, it's okay, sweetheart. You didn't do anything wrong. Mistakes are okay. Mei started rubbing soothing circles into Arie's back. Yeah, failure is the mother of success. I blow things up all the time, but I learn from it. Himiko ran her thumb along Arie's horn. You don't have to be good all the time to be loved, trust me. Rumi ran her fingers through Arie's hair, massaging her scalp. Don't worry, kid, we'll help you get a handle on your quirk. Arie looked up with watery eyes. My quirk is a curse, it made Papa disappear. It must have happened when her quirk first manifested, he thought. Arie, what happened to your father was an accident. Your quirk is not a curse, it's a blessing. With training you could heal any injury, you could save countless lives with it if you wanted, Izuku said softly. Arie lowered her head back onto Izuku's chest and exhaled shakily. Really? Izuku leaned down and kissed the top of her head. Really? Deciding the girl in question deserved a say, he asked, Arie, would you like to stay with us? Izuku and the girls all held their breath as they waited for a response. Arie clung tighter to Izuku. Please. Tsukachi walked up with Nezu on his shoulder. It seems you're also uniquely capable of stopping her quirk if she loses control of it. Before I believed you to be the best option, now I believe you to be the only option. So what do you say? Nezu chirped with a smile that told Izuku he already knew his answer. We accept, he said resolutely, Rumi, Mei, and Himiko nodding in agreement. Nezu clapped his paws together. Excellent, I'll handle the paperwork. You'll all have to take an online course and pass an interview from Child Services, but I have no doubt you'll pass. Also, since you'll be caring for a ward of Ua, you're expected to keep her safe. I'll be issuing you 4 bodyguard licenses for quirk usage in the defense of your ward. I am showing you 4 a great deal of trust in this. Do not use them as an excuse to perform heroics. Loopholes won't save you from me if you break my trust. Nezu finished with a warning in his tone. All 4 of them stood up straighter at the tone. Yes sir, they all said in unison. Nezu pulled out his tablet from somewhere. Now, the paperwork should all be finished by the time classes start in a month. The 5 of you can move into the dorms early so Arie has time to acclimate. Izuku's eyes bulged. Does that mean we got in? Nezu waved his hand dismissively. Of course. You were the top 4 ranking examinees after all. You'll all be in class 1A. He turned his tablet to show them the scores. Izuku's jaw dropped. He had not only placed first with 120 villain points and 80 rescue points, but he had also broken All Might's record of a combined 150 points. Rumi was second with 80 villain points and 30 rescue points. Mei was third with 50 villain points and 55 rescue points. Himiko was fourth with 80 villain points and 20 rescue points. Fifth place was Bakugo with 77 villain points and 0 rescue points. Bakugo would no doubt be fuming once he found out. How do you have the results already, sir? Izuku asked. It had only been a few hours after all. Oh please, it's just adding up some numbers and judging the rescue points, nothing that takes too long. I was originally going to mail everyone a hologram as a kind of joke. Imagine waiting a whole week for word only to receive a letter in this day and age, and when they open it a hologram pops out. Nezu said, cackling all the while. Mail? Who the foo? Rumi began but stopped at the sight of the glare Izuku threw her way. Inko walked up to them, leading a gaggle of parents. Can we meet our grandchild yet? She asked mirthfully as the rest of the parents were cooing at the sight of Arie clinging to Izuku. Well, he supposed he could mark them down as supporting the decision. Apparently being Nezu's personal student and employee had its advantages. While the dorms were being renovated to better suit their needs, Nezu gave him a black metal credit card and told him to get anything Arie might want or need. Not wanting to thrust Arie into a crowded environment, they opted for online shopping. With Arie in his lap and pointing to things on the laptop, they bought anything she might want or need. It seemed as if Himiko and Rumi were almost instinctively good at caring for a child. Really made him wonder how Himiko's mom had fucked up so royally. Maybe it was partly instinctual also. Perhaps she saw Himiko as a predator more dangerous than herself and it scared her? At any rate, he and Mei decided reading parenting books was their best bet. That's when he discovered that Full Cowl not only boosted his strength and defense but also his brain. It explained how All Might could fight at super speeds when a normal human couldn't hope to keep up. With the combination of cell activation supercharging his bodily processes and Full Cowl, he could read an entire book in minutes. All Might had seriously underutilized his quirk. With Mei's quirk being ocular, her reading speed was also nothing to sneeze at, nearly keeping up with him. The two of them had read through every parenting book they could get their hands on within days. The online courses, tests, and interviews from child services were almost alarmingly easy. It certainly explained, at least partially, why the foster care system had the stellar reputation it did. Now they only had to wait for everything to process. Only a week after the entrance exams, Izuku and the girls were moving into the dorms. That's when they discovered the reason behind the renovations. Nezu had somehow given them an entire floor to themselves. No other students were designated to it. Izuku's room was 3 times the size of a normal dorm room and had a bed the size of 2 king-sized beds put together. On the bed was a note that said, "The room's soundproofed." He had a feeling Nomori had something to do with the bed and note. The girls' rooms were right next to his, and Arie's was directly across the hall. Moving their things in hadn't taken long at all thanks to all the training they had done over the years and the freight elevator that was commonplace because of the varying sizes of people due to quirks. The first morning after moving in, Izuku was wearing a pink apron, workout shorts and a tank top as he was making some pancakes with diced up apples inside for Arie. She was wearing unicorn-themed pajamas and a smartwatch that matched Izuku's and the girls'. She was patiently waiting in the kitchen while the girls were still waking up upstairs. "When's your birthday, Arie?" he asked over his shoulder where the little unicorn sat at the breakfast bar waiting patiently. Arie's feet ceased their swinging. "I don't know." Izuku smiled reassuringly over his shoulder. "Well, we can't have that. The doctors seem to think you're about 5 years old, so how about we call today your 5th birthday? We can throw a birthday party and even go somewhere if you want." "Really?" Arie asked in disbelief. "Of course, sweetheart, so from now on March 15th is your birthday. I'll talk to Nezu about making it official." Izuku had barely finished his sentence before the smart fridge displayed a message that said, "Done," followed by an animated version of Nezu doing a dance. "I don't think I'll ever get used to that," Izuku thought. Rumi came downstairs then wearing only a red leotard, her muscular hips and ass on full display. Judging by the way her nipples printed through her shirt, she wasn't wearing a bra. She strutted into the kitchen and kissed Izuku deeply before turning around, making it a point to swing her hips and wiggle her tail as she made to join Arie, sitting next to her and ruffling her hair. "I know you wear those for pajamas, but don't you think it might be a little scandalous for Arie to see?" he asked. "No PE, I'm proud of my body and I have nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, my hero costume is going to be a leotard, only with thicker material," Rumi said simply. Well, he supposed she had a point. She was essentially wearing a one-piece swimsuit and he wouldn't want Arie to view her body as something to be ashamed of. He ruffled his curly hair. "You're right, sorry." He finished the pancakes as Himiko and Mei joined them. Mei was wearing a pair of boxers he was pretty sure were his and a huge t-shirt that said, "Naps," on it that he was sure was his. Seeing her wear his clothes was much more attractive than it had any right to be. Himiko was wearing small black booty shorts and a dark red tank top that he could also see the shape of her nipples through. He quickly surmised that living with his girlfriends was going to kill him. Mei groggily hugged him from behind and mumbled a good morning into his back before shuffling off to join Arie and Rumi. Himiko grabbed him by his shoulders and heaved herself onto his back, her legs wrapping around his waist as she bit into his neck and began drinking as she purred audibly. What's she doing?" Arie asked cautiously. Rumi placed a comforting hand on Arie's back. "She's drinking his blood. Her quirk makes her crave it. People used to call her quirk cursed too, but ya know what kit?" She whispered conspiratorially. "They were wrong. There's no such thing as a cursed or evil quirk." "Did people hurt her like they did me?" Arie asked with a small, worried frown. "Yeah, but not as badly. She's come a long way," Mei answered. Arie was staring at Himiko like she had seen her for the first time. Himiko, for her part, was oblivious to the world around her as she drank her fill while Izuku bustled around the kitchen completely unimpeded by her weight or his loss of blood. After everyone had eaten, Izuku announced that today was going to be Arie's official birthday. They decided on a quiet cat cafe and a Ghibli movie night since she had never seen any. Arie seemed to really enjoy the cat cafe, but she still hadn't smiled much to her guardian's chagrin. Getting the girl to smile was starting to seem a monumental task. Lunch Rush himself made Arie a cake. Izuku's moms, Mr. Oguro, Mei's mom, Vlad King and a majority of UA's staff were in attendance as they turned down the lights in the cafeteria and brought out the unicorn-themed cake to a very surprised little unicorn. Everyone began singing in ridiculous tones with wide smiles. "Happy birthday to you." They were partway through the song when Izuku noticed Arie was beginning to tear up, but despite that she smiled. Illuminated by the birthday candles, she smiled for the first time, and it was a full, watery smile as happy tears ran down her cheeks. The song finished and Izuku scooped up the girl before taking her seat with her on his lap. "Happy birthday, sweetheart," he whispered before kissing her temple and wiping away her tears. After a few tries she managed to blow out all 5 of her candles and they dug in. Arie quickly declared cake a close second to apples. Later that night, after changing into her unicorn pajamas and binging several Ghibli films sprawled out across her guardians, Arie gave in to sleep. Izuku carefully picked the sleeping girl up and carried her up to her room. He gently laid her down and tucked her into her bed. She could skip brushing her teeth for one night. Izuku and the girls each gave her a kiss on the forehead good night. They were on their way out when a quiet voice, heavy with sleep, sounded from behind them. "Good night, Papa. Good night, Mamas." All 4 whipped around to see Arie sound asleep, tuckered out after a long day of having fun. They all eyed each other with wide eyes before quietly exiting and closing the door. "Well, that happened faster than I would have thought," Rumi whispered once they were in the hallway. "But she said it in her sleep, does it count?" Himiko questioned. They all seemed to be deep in thought before Izuku broke the silence. "Let's not bring it up, we don't want her to feel pressured. Let's go to bed before we wake her." The 3 girls nodded and whispered good nights before going their separate ways. An hour later, Izuku was lying in his bed thinking about how large and empty it felt when a barely audible knock could be heard. He got out of bed wearing only his boxers and answered the door. All 3 of his girlfriends were there. Rumi was wearing a similar leotard to the one from this morning, only white and thick enough that he couldn't outright see her nipples, only their printing. Himiko was wearing a black sports bra and red booty shorts that left little to the imagination. Mei was wearing a black tank top that her 4-pack could be seen through, and a blue pair of Izuku's boxers that barely fit on her hips. After letting them in and closing the door, he spoke. What's up? Is everything okay?" Rumi hopped into the huge bed. "We're sleeping here from now on. I'm not sleeping another night alone when the people I love are right next door." Himiko eyed him seductively as she joined Rumi. "Couldn't have put it better myself." Mei grabbed Izuku's hand and dragged him to the bed. "If I have to sleep, it's going to be with the people I love." Izuku was pulled into bed with Mei quickly tucking herself against his chest, her breasts pillowing out and threatening to escape their confines. Himiko pressed herself against Mei's back. spooning her and Rumi doing the same to Himiko. Izuku pulled the covers over the four of them with Black Whip as they whispered their good nights once more. The four were quickly lulled into sleep as Izuku wondered at the difference of how empty his bed felt only minutes prior compared to now, though there was still an absurd amount of room. Izuku awoke in the middle of the night from his and the girls' smart watches beeping and vibrating in a frantic alarm. The alarm that was set to go off if Arie pressed the special button on her watch that let them know that she needed them. In less than a second Izuku and the girls were swinging open Arie's door ready to fight God. Arie was sitting up in her bed with her blankets wrapped around her. Silent tears trailed down her cheeks as she trembled. Izuku sat down on her bed slowly and faced her. "Arie? Papa." Arie cried out in desperation as she exploded out of her blanket cocoon and launched herself at Izuku, wrapping her small arms around his neck. Izuku was a bit shocked at first, but after a moment he brought his massive arms around the trembling girl. "Did you have a nightmare?" He could feel her head nod against his neck as his girlfriends took up places around them on the bed. "Do you want to sleep with us tonight?" Izuku whispered. The only response was another silent nod against his chest. He stood up and carried Arie back to his room with his girlfriends following. The next few weeks flew by. It was the day that their classmates would be moving in. Arie had adjusted well and was sleeping in her own room most nights. Her nightmares were becoming less and less frequent. Izuku woke very early to the feeling of something grinding against his growing erection. He opened his eyes to see Rumi in front of him. She was wearing a black leotard that allowed him to see the dark skin of her entire ass as it ground against him. Himiko was on the other side of Rumi, laying halfway on top of Mei as she kissed at her neck and kneaded one of her DD-sized breasts through an oversized t-shirt. "Our Rumi," he moaned out, assuming her to be still asleep. Rumi's arm reached back and pulled herself closer against him before looking over her shoulder to reveal that she was not only awake but smirking at him. "Is this okay? I know we've been taking it slow, but sleeping in the same bed is killing me," Rumi asked. Izuku grabbed her hip and began moving with her. "Yeah, it's been killing me too." Rumi grabbed his hand and guided it down between her legs and placed her hand over his, guiding his ring finger and middle finger to rub at her clothed clit. A moan escaped Rumi's mouth as his fingers found a rhythm that had her soaking through her leotard. A moan drew his attention to where Mei was. Himiko's hand that was kneading Mei's breast was now inside of Mei's boxers as she straddled her leg. Mei was cupping the back of Himiko's head as they were locked in an open-mouthed kiss. Rumi's hand reached back again and began tugging his boxers lower, the elastic band snagging on his cock. Deciding to help, he undid the snag and pulled his boxers down past his hips, his dick finally free and pressed between Rumi's cheeks. She wrapped her hand around it, her fingers barely able to touch, and gasped. She spun around and looked down with wide ruby eyes. "Holy shit, I could tell you were big, but I didn't think you were horse cock big," Rumi exclaimed. Hearing the exclamation, Himiko pulled out her hand from Mei's boxers and licked her fingers clean. Izuku's cock throbbed in Rumi's grip at the sight. They scooted closer to finally get a good look at Izuku in all his glory. Mei reached over Rumi and swatted her hand away before fondling him like she did when she was taking measurements. 12 inches long and 2.5 inches in diameter. Rumi drooled while Himiko licked her fangs. "Holy shit, you're going to split me in half," Himiko said with a dazed expression. "Quirk growth spurts are the best," Rumi said as she wiped her drool away. "I don't know if I can fit that, but that's what these tests are for," Mei said as she began pumping her hand along his cock. Rumi flipped over to his other side and joined Mei in jerking him off. Himiko flipped over Mei and settled between his legs and cupped his heavy balls as she took the tip of his massive cock into her mouth, her long tongue swirling around it. Mei and Rumi began kissing along his neck as their hands pumped in sync. He began to moan as his hips started to buck. He was helpless in the face of the combined assault. "See close," he moaned after a minute. They redoubled their efforts, Himiko fondling his balls as she took more of his cock into her mouth. Rumi and Mei began to pump faster as they began to nip at his neck, perfectly in sync. With a guttural moan and thrust he finally came, Himiko taking more of him into her mouth as Rumi and Mei began to slow their movements. He could see Himiko's throat working as his orgasm continued, her not letting up for a second. With one final buck of his hips he finished. Himiko broke her suction on his dick with an audible pop as Rumi and Mei stopped their movements and laid their heads on his chest. After an audible swallow, Himiko laid down on Izuku's chest. That was amazing. Izuku breathed out with a ragged breath. You taste good, but next time you're going down on me, Himiko said with lust in her eyes. Deal. Izuku said quickly. They drifted off like that until their alarm went off a couple of hours later. Chapter 8. Arie was out shopping with his mother and his girlfriends for school supplies, no doubt getting spoiled. Izuku was wearing tan cargo shorts and a blue t-shirt that said, gloves. He was in the kitchen cleaning up breakfast and preparing a large dinner for his new classmates when a message notification pinged on his phone. He pulled it out to see that Nezu had sent him a link. The link led to a breaking news article about Tartarus. The warden had been reading the crimes of an inmate aloud to someone and accidentally broadcast the inmate's crimes over the prison's shower speakers. The crimes involved the torture of a child, and when the other inmates heard this, they swarmed the perpetrator and beat him to death despite wearing quirk-suppressing gear. The victim was Overhaul. Izuku had no doubt in his mind that Nezu had somehow orchestrated it. He was both terrified and elated. Overhaul could never harm Arie again, even on the off chance that he could have escaped. A student came through the doors, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. It was the blue-haired boy with glasses. Great. Upon seeing him, the boy set down a cardboard box and marched up to him with near-mechanical stiffness. Izuku thought the brunette was about to berate him once more, but the boy bent at the waist in a bow so harsh he could almost hear hinges creaking. I severely misjudged you. I'm sorry for my past actions. Please forgive me, the boy said, each word accentuated with a robotic arm chop while still bent 90 degrees at the waist. Izuku was not used to people admitting their poor treatment of him and actually apologizing. It felt good, great even. I accept your apology, thank you. The shorter boy straightened from his bow. I'm Midoriya Izuku, it's a pleasure to formally meet you. The brunette pushed up his spectacles higher on the bridge of his nose. I am Tenya Iida. The pleasure is all mine. I must say I am surprised you beat me here. I was sure I would be the first to move in. Well, that certainly tracked. He seemed the type to be overly punctual. Izuku smiled friendly and ruffled his hair. He didn't want to have to explain his circumstances dozens of times today. We've been here for a couple weeks actually. We had circumstances. I'll explain more once everyone is here. I can't say I'm not curious, but I will wait. Do you know if the dorm advisor is here yet? Iida asked. Izuku's eyebrows rose. He hadn't even known there would be a dorm advisor. I don't think so. It's still early though. I haven't looked, but I think there's a sheet on the table with your room placement and key. Would you like some help with your things? Iida bowed again, only this time not as harshly and not as deep. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Shortly after helping Iida move all his boxes into his room, another person walked through the main doors. Well, she didn't walk, she floated through. She had incredibly long periwinkle hair that practically draped down her back and twisted in a spiral at the end. She was wearing a light blue dress that clung to her curvy figure and matched her hair and eyes. Her blue eyes gleamed with curiosity as she spotted him coming down the stairs. In a manner that was reminiscent of Mei, she zipped over and into his personal space. Hey, am I late? Are you already moved in? Am I in the wrong building? Why are you so tall? Why is your hair so fluffy? Is it full of secrets? The floating girl asked in a bombardment. Being used to Mei's rapid-fire questions, he answered hers in order. You're not late. I am, and so are 4 others. I don't know. My quirk gave me a supercharged growth spurt. It's always been fluffy, so genetics I guess. If it was full of secrets then I couldn't tell you, could I? He finished with a teasing smirk. The girl beamed at him. Her happiness was so bright he almost had to look away. Most people don't answer all my questions. I'm Hado Najire, a 3rd year. I'm the dorm advisor and Ta for 1A. His eyes went wide. He had heard that name come up in dinner conversations with his mom several times before. She wasn't just any 3rd-year student, she was one of the big 3, the 3 strongest hero students at UA. It was said that once they graduated they would likely be in the top 10 rankings within a year. After hearing so much about them, he had watched their sports festivals and started notebook pages dedicated to each of them. You're one of the big 3. It's a pleasure to meet you. Would you sign my notebook page I'm dedicating to you? He said as he produced a notebook. Of course I'll sign it, but you're wearing shorts and a funny t-shirt. Where did you have that? she asked as she floated around him looking for a way he could have been storing the notebook. I was just holding it. People never seem to notice it until I hand it to them. He shrugged as he handed her the pen and notebook that was open to her page. She took the pen and notebook and was about to sign but froze. She was staring unblinking at Izuku's drawing of her in her hero suit, arms forward and spirals shooting out of her palms as she made a face of determination. It was from when he had seen her on the news fighting a colossal villain. Is this how you see me? Izuku wasn't sure what she meant by that, so he checked her feelings. She was radiating joy, so it couldn't have been a bad thing. Yes, he answered confidently. She did a little twirling in the air as she signed the page, but Izuku didn't miss the blush dusting her cheeks. She lowered herself back to the ground and looked up at him with a bright smile as she handed him the notebook back. He returned her bright smile with one of his own. Let's get you moved in. After moving Najire into her advisor room on the ground floor, it was early afternoon and time to meet up with the girls and Arie at his mom's house. Izuku walked through the doors of his mom's house and was greeted by Arie rushing up to him in a mini UA girl's uniform and a red backpack. Papa, look! Our uniforms match. How does it look? She said excitedly as she twirled for him. Izuku had heard her call him Papa several times now, but it felt no less amazing. The idea of having kids one day had always seemed so far away to him. Ever since Arie had started calling him Papa and his girlfriend's mamas, that murky concept had become crystal clear in such a short span of time that it had him reeling, but he wouldn't trade this feeling for anything. He and the girls had been fully informed of what happened to her so they could better care for her. She had gone through so much, and she had come so far already. He was so profoundly proud of Arie, of his ward, of his daughter. Papa, what's wrong? Arie asked quietly, snapping him out of his thoughts. He wiped at the wetness on his cheeks. He knelt, bringing himself down to her level. Oh, things wrong, Arie, these are happy tears. Your uniform looks great. Arie hunched her shoulders in embarrassment at the compliment. You're so happy that you cried? Why? He opened his arms to her and she wasted no time embracing him with her eyes closed and a smile on her face. He tucked some stray white hairs behind her ear. Because you make me happy. I love you, sweetheart. Arie buried her head into his shoulder and sniffled. You do? She asked with a muffled and watery voice so quiet he almost didn't hear the question. He held her closer and kissed the top of her head. I do, and I always will, no matter what. Arie's shoulders were shaking now as she turned her head towards him and looked at him with wet, ruby eyes. I love you too, Papa. The sound of a camera shutter made him look up. His moms and girlfriends were all watching discreetly from a distance away with eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He stood with Arie cradled close and walked over to join his family. I know this might seem soon, but I can't imagine myself ever changing my mind about Arie. What do you think about making this official? He asked, wording his question carefully so as not to clue in Arie. Everyone but him and Arie choked back a sudden sob and his girlfriends nodded in agreement. I feel the same, Rumi said with a confident grin. Same here, Himiko said with a fang-filled smile. I'm in. It's only a formality at this point, Mei said with a manic smile. He looked down at Arie, who was obviously very confused at what was happening. Arie, I have something very important to ask you. No matter what your answer is, know that we will always love you. Arie met his eyes and was obviously nervous, so he decided to press forward. Do you want to be a Midoriya? To officially become my daughter? Arie smiled a tight-lipped smile as she tried and failed to suppress the quiver of her chin. Tears came unbidden to eyes. Her restrained emotions broke like dam. She let out a strangled sob as her lips separated into a wide unrestrained smile and tears poured down her face. She began nodding, her snow-white hair shaking as she struggled out a single word through her sobs. Why yes. Izuku and Arie were enveloped in a massive hug by all of his family. Nana spoke inside his head, congratulations kid. Are you going to tell her about us and evolve her quirk? No, not yet at least. She doesn't need the burden of such a secret and I won't evolve her quirk until she has a better grip on how it works now. We have no clue how it could evolve. Izuku thought. He ended up staying at his mom's place much longer than he had planned. They threw an impromptu celebration for the new Midoriya. Inko had adoption papers already drawn up and was only missing his signature. It was almost dinner time. He needed to get back to make the dinner he had prepared for his new classmates, so they headed back home. Arie was still in her school uniform and being carried by Himiko. Her head was resting against her shoulder with her arms tucked against her chest. The sound of her soft breathing could be heard as she slept, Himiko's purring having lulled her asleep. Himiko was wearing an oversized tan cardigan and a black skirt with thigh-high black socks. Her cheek squished against Arie's head as she held her close. Rumi was wearing high-waisted blue jeans and a black tight-fitting crop top. She was walking hand in hand with Mei behind Himiko. Mei was wearing blue jean overalls with a baggy yellow sweater under the overall straps. Izuku was in front and carrying the ludicrous amount of school supplies his girlfriends and moms had gotten for Arie. He knew they were excited when they heard Arie calling him Papa, and he knew that it would mean them spoiling her as much as possible, but this seemed excessive. With hands full, he still managed to open the doors to the dorms for his little family. They walked past into the building and soon heard an excited gasp. "She's adorable." A feminine voice whisper shouted, followed by the sound of Rumi harshly shushing the person. He entered and saw Himiko whisking a still sleeping Arie upstairs to put her in her bed for a nap. There were people milling about the common area, Najire, Ochako, Sue and Iida included. He saw some floating clothes and flipped on his infrared vision to see Toru smiling at him, her eyes and hair shimmering like a kaleidoscope. She was wearing a pink long-sleeved shirt and a long gray skirt that went down to her ankles. Looking at her now, he realized she must have been around 5 feet 0 inches. He returned her smile before deactivating the vision. A pink-skinned girl with small yellow horns and black sclera with golden irises was eyeing Rumi and Mei's joined hands with a grin before her eyes locked onto him and her grin turned mischievous. She was about 5 feet 3 inches and was wearing a white turtleneck tank top that showed off her toned stomach and cut-off jean shorts that were short enough to see the pockets. "You must be the Midoriya guy that was smooth-talking my girlfriend," the pink-skinned girl said as she threw a possessive arm around Toru. "Not very manly," said a red-haired boy with sharp teeth. "Are all the girls already dating?" exclaimed a black-haired boy with cylindrical elbows and a yellow-haired boy with a black lightning bolt running through his hair in unison. Izuku went red and was about to start floundering apologies before Toru elbowed the girl in the ribs. "I told you not to tease him, Mina." Toru harumphed. Mina began laughing hysterically before she pulled Toru closer and kissed what seemed to be her head. "Sorry, but did you see his face?" Mina turned her attention back to him and pouted, her cheeks puffing up. "Though I am a bit jealous that you can see my girlfriend when I can't, but I don't need to see her to know she's beautiful," she finished with a warm smile. "I can see her too," Mei exclaimed. "Same, Ribbit," Sue calmly stated. Well, it wasn't too surprising that Sue could also see Toru, since some frogs can see in infrared. Toru fidgeted. "I'm not used to being seen by so many people." Mina threw up her hands in exasperation. "No fair." "What's not fair?" Himiko asked as she descended the last steps. "That Mei, Izuku, and Sue can see the ethereal girl," Rumi teased, her nose scrunching cutely as it always seemed to do when she was teasing. Izuku didn't need his thermal vision or empathy to know that Toru was embarrassed and most likely blushing up a storm. Deciding to help her and himself out, he tried to change the subject. "Why don't we all introduce ourselves?" "Wait, I believe we are missing 2 students, Iida said, arm-chopping the air. Najire pouted. "They're in their rooms, they said that they don't want to come down." Izuku raised an eyebrow. Why would anyone not want to get to know their classmates they would have for the next 3 years? "I guess we'll have to meet them later." Najire regained her bubbly attitude quickly and floated through the air. "I'll go first. I'm Hado Najire and I'm a 3rd year, Class 1A's dorm advisor. And I like lilies and jasmine tea. I can use my quirk wave motion to fly or shoot spiral beams of energy, but it eats at my stamina." Mina clapped her hands together excitedly. "Be sure to include your name, quirk, and a hobby or something you like." "I'm Ashido Mina, but just call me Mina. My quirk is called acid. It lets me secrete a powerful acid from my skin. It can even melt steel. My hobby is dancing." When Mina had mentioned quirks, Izuku pulled out a notebook and began writing furiously. "I'm going to make you a baby," Mei exclaimed as she too began writing in a notebook but was labeled, "babies." Before anyone could get the wrong idea, Rumi said, "She means support gear." There was a chorus of "ohs." A boy standing next to Mina with spiky red hair and sharp teeth made a fist and pounded his chest. "My name is Kirishima Ejiro. I like manly things." My quirk is called hardening. It's not very flashy, but it hardens my skin so I can take a hit better than anyone," he said with flourish as he flexed his arm. Toru waved her arms around. "I'm Hagakure Toru. My quirk is, as you can't see, invisibility. It just makes me invisible and I can't turn it off. My hobby is shopping for cute things. I wonder if it's in light refraction emitter field. That could be used to create flashes of light in theory," Izuku mumbled aloud as he wrote. "Surely she couldn't outsparkle moi," said a flamboyant boy wearing a cape next to Toru. "My quirk is naval laser. I can shoot a laser from my belly button. I like flashy things and my name is Aoyama Yuga," he finished with a twirl of his cape. A very tall girl with long raven hair in a spiky ponytail stood up from where she sat next to a petite punk girl with a violet bob hairstyle and asymmetrical bangs. The raven-haired girl was so tall that she must have been around 6 feet 4. She wore black yoga pants and an expensive-looking cashmere sweater that went past her hips and hung loosely to her incredibly busty frame. She bowed politely. "I am Yaoyorozu Momo, but you can call me Momo since Yaoyorozu is a bit of a mouthful. I'm double majoring in support and heroics. My quirk is called creation. It allows me to make any non-organic material using lipids, but I have to have the atomic structure memorized as well as the blueprints. I like making tea and reading." Mei was positively vibrating with excitement. She rushed forward in a flash. "Can you make theoretical material?" Momo surprisingly didn't lean back in surprise at the girl's sudden proximity. She just smiled serenely down at the pinkette. "I suppose if I knew the atomic makeup of the material, then in theory yes." Izuku could practically see Mei swoon. "We're going to make so many babies," she said before returning back to Rumi as Momo sat back down. The punk girl with long jack-like earlobes was very petite, about 4 feet 10 inches and with a very modest bust. She was obviously athletic as was showcased by her toned, flat stomach and wiry muscle on her arms. She was wearing faded black skinny jeans with fishnet stockings peeking above the waistline and through the several holes in her jeans. She had a short, loose white t-shirt that said, "Deep Dope," on it, a black choker, black nails, leather bracelets, and had a red flannel tied around her waist. She rested a hand on Momo's knee and lazily waved the other. "Yo. Name's Juru Kyoka. My hobbies are playing and listening to music. My quirk is called earphone jack. I have super hearing and can send my heartbeat through my jacks." Izuku raised his hand. "It reminds me of Present Mike's quirk. Can they be plugged into electronic devices?" "Ooh, what about a speaker?" Mei asked. "Yes, I can even plug one into a phone and the other into a speaker to greatly amplify the sound playing from the phone," Kyoka answered. Mei and Izuku were both furiously writing in their respective notebooks. Izuku raised his hand again. "Unrelated, but I love your shirt. I don't see many other Deep Dope fans." Kyoka blushed and her jacks went a little wild. Thank you, it's my parents' band actually." Izuku's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. "Whoa, that's so cool. Would you introduce me to them if you get the chance? I would love to get their autographs." Sure green," Kyoka said, still flustered. Momo began rubbing soothing circles into the back of Kyoka's hand that was still on her knee. "Green?" Izuku thought. Next in the loose circle was Iida. He stood up from his seat with a sharp motion and began chopping an arm through the air. "My name is Tenya Iida. My hobby is running, and my quirk is called engine. I have engines in calves that run on citric acid that allow me to run very fast." Mei was crouched behind him scribbling in her notebook before Izuku could even see her move. "Do they overheat? How fast can you run? Does the concentration of citric acid matter? What's the fuel economy? What a boo. Please slow down. I cannot hear your questions if you ask them so fast, let alone answer them," Iida interrupted. Mei seemed a bit crestfallen, so Izuku intervened. She asked if they overheat, how fast can you run, if the concentration of citric acid matters, and what the fuel economy is, Izuku said slowly. "Ah, thank you. They do overheat if I push them past third gear. My record speed is about 80 miles per hour. I'm not sure if the concentration of citric acid matters. I usually just drink orange juice as fuel. The fuel economy varies, but it's about 12 ounces of orange juice for an hour of activity." Mei scribbled in her notebook and walked over to where Izuku was standing between Rumi and Himiko. She pressed her head against his chest in a show of affection. Mina raised an eyebrow at the display. Next up was a black-haired boy with a plain face and cylindrical elbows. I'm Ciro Honta and my quirk is tape. I can shoot tape out of my elbows. My hobby is relaxing with friends. The blonde-haired boy spoke up next. My hobby is video games. My quirk is electrification. I can zap things but I get a bit dopey if I overdo it. Oh, and my name is Kaminari Denki, he said, making finger guns. A huge boy with 6 arms stepped forward from where he was standing somewhat behind the loose circle. A mouth formed at the end of an appendage. My name is Shoji Mezzo. I enjoy hiking. My quirk is called Dupli Arms. I can create many different appendages that can duplicate body parts like eyes, mouths, hands, and so forth. Momo sat forward with concern etched into her brow. Are you wearing a mask because you feel unwell? I can make you some herbal tea. She made to stand but Shoji held up a hand, halting her. I wear a mask because the sight of my face once scared a child and I have grown too accustomed to it. A raven-headed boy nodded in understanding where he stood leaning against a wall. Momo leaned back into her seat but she still wore a concerned expression. Okay, but if you want to take it off I'm sure nobody here would be alarmed. Quirkist views have no place at UA. Shoji nodded. Thank you. The boy with the head of a raven spoke up next. I am called Tokiyami Fumikage. I enjoy reading and my quirk is called. He was cut off by a raven-headed shadow popping out of his back and T-posing above the boy. Dark shadow. Wow. A sentient quirk. They're even more rare than healing quirks. Izuku gushed, ignoring the fact that he had both. Fumikage feathers ruffled at the attention as Dark Shadow began shaking the boy's shoulders. I knew people at UA would understand our greatness. Fumikage regained as much of his composure as he could and closed his eyes. Revelry in the dark. It was silent for a second until Ochako blushed from where she sat on the loveseat couch with Sue cuddled up to her. She was wearing a peach-colored shirt and black shorts. He hadn't noticed before but she had a bit of baby fat still clinging to her. She wasn't necessarily overweight, just a bit pudgy perhaps. It did nothing to detract from her attractive curves however, if anything it added to it. He could tell there was underlying muscle under the fat, as if she trained but ate poorly. Oh, I'm Uraraka Ochako and I like astronomy. My quirk is zero gravity. I can remove gravity from anything I touch without affecting its mass. Whoa, you could just yeet someone into the sun, Kaminari exclaimed. I wouldn't do that, she said quickly. Since you can affect one of the laws of the universe, I'm assuming there are some drawbacks? Izuku asked, ready to write. My weight limit is about 2 tons and I get queasy if I overdo it, but I've gotten a lot better over the last 3 years. Ochako answered with a light blush. Sue raised a large hand that didn't fit her small frame. She was wearing a gray long-sleeved blouse tucked into a yellow skirt that went down to her ankles. Ribbit, I'm Asui Suyu. Call me Sue. My hobbies are swimming and taking care of my younger siblings. My quirk is fairly obvious, it's called frog. I can do anything a frog can but better. Rumi laughed. Well, there goes the explanation of my quirk. There are so many things frogs can do. You can obviously see in infrared. Can you produce a poison like a dart frog? What about finger claws like a horror frog? What about optical camouflage? Izuku asked quickly yet intelligible. Sue let out a quick succession of small ribbits and emanated happiness. No poison, not yet at least. A horror frog's fingertips are made to break and since my x-rays show normal finger bones I don't think so. I can cloak myself though, she demonstrated by turning invisible against the couch. Toru waved her arms around. No fair, she said cheerily but Izuku could sense her melancholy. A very tired-looking boy with wild indigo hair lazily waved. I'm Aizawa Hitoshi. I like sleeping but my quirk gives me insomnia. My quirk was called brainwashing before I had it changed to hypnosis. It lets me give commands to those affected by it. It relies too much on surprise for me to share more details, sorry. Izuku stopped his scribbling. Wow, that's amazing. You could take on villains as strong as All Might without even having to fight them directly. Hitoshi looked down to his feet. Thanks, I never did get the chance to thank you for the entrance exam. I wouldn't have passed without your help so thank you. Izuku had almost forgotten about giving him a makeshift sword to use. He ruffled his hair bashfully and smiled. think nothing of it. Rumi made a fist and poked her chest with her thumb proudly as she grinned audaciously. I'm Oguro Rumi. I like training, and I'm sure you can figure out my quirk. Mei slapped her notebook closed and adjusted her goggles. I'm Hatsume Mei, future CEO of Hatsume Industries. I'm also a double major. My quirk is called Zoom, but it also lets me see in infrared or thermal, through walls, and in night vision. Himiko sidled closer to Izuku and crossed her arms as she narrowed her eyes. I'm Kon Himiko. Call me Himiko. I like pomegranates. My quirk used to be called Transform, but I had it changed like Sleepy. It's called Copycat now. It's a dual quirk. One part gives me a mild cat mutation and the other lets me take on the forms of others and use their quirks if I drink their blood. Before anyone asks, my quirk kills any bloodborne diseases. There was a wide range of reactions. Some seemed put off while others were impressed. Najire was hopeful for some reason when she mentioned the cat mutation. Iida pushed up his glasses. I'll be honest, I'm not sure how to feel about you needing to drink blood. Sue raised a finger to her chin and tilted her head slightly. Isn't it the same as you needing to drink orange juice? Iida stiffened and bowed to 90 degrees at Himiko. I hadn't thought of it like that. I apologize if I made you feel uncomfortable or unwelcome. Himiko's posture relaxed and she smiled freely. Thanks. It was finally Izuku's turn. I'm Midoriya Izuku and my main hobby is learning about quirks. Before I say anything about my quirk I have to ask, has everyone signed the non-disclosure agreement and passed the background checks? Everyone seemed very curious as to what that had to do with everything but nodded anyway. Momo raised a hand. My family's lawyers said that the non-disclosure agreement was ironclad and that the background check was incredibly thorough. Do you know why? Izuku smiled nervously. Well, my mother is Nezu's lawyer and she wrote them up. It's partly to protect the identities of the staff that wish for their real names to remain private. It's also because of the nature of my quirk. My quirk is like a dual quirk, but it has 8 sides instead of 2. After a chorus of gasps and exclamations, Izuku continued. I have a strength enhancer. Prehensile energy tendrils. I can emit black smoke and its adaptation lets me see in infrared. I can fly. I can sense incoming danger. I can heal myself and others and also boost their stamina. I can sense other people's emotions and even influence them but not subtly, and I can forcibly evolve quirks. Chaos erupted. Everyone was saying something at the same time, resulting in an unintelligible garble that echoed through the large room. Izuku's smartwatch began vibrating. Even though he couldn't hear anything over the clamor, he knew it was playing the tune that signified that Arie needed him. He and his girlfriend spun around to race upstairs but stopped when they saw Arie on the steps clutching a stuffed unicorn with a fear-stricken face. She must have been on the way down from her nap when she heard yelling. His eyes glowed as he reached out with empathy. With a mental wave of his hand, he forced everyone behind him to calm. The clamor quieted until you could hear a pin drop. Arie jumped from the middle of the flight of stairs into Izuku's open arms. Papa! Mamas! She cried out. The shouting began again but quieted immediately when Izuku turned and glared at them with glowing eyes as he floated off the ground with Arie hiding her face against his chest. Now that everyone had quieted again, he lowered himself down and rubbed calming circles into Arie's back. It's okay, Arie, they were just a little excited is all. Arie lifted her head barely to peek at the newcomers but let out an eep and buried her face again. There's a bad man here. She whispered quietly enough only for him to hear. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. She must mean Fumikage since Overhaul wore that stupid mask. He's not a bad guy, I promise. That's just how he looks. Arie peeked again to get a better look before looking up at him. Who are they? Izuku leaned down and kissed her forehead with a smile. They're my classmates, they're going to be living here too. Izuku moved a little closer to the group. Everyone, this is our adoptive daughter Arie, don't overwhelm her. He warned as Himiko, Rumi, and Mei closed in. I knew you guys were in a polycule, Mina said with excitement. Denki and Hanta visibly deflated. Momo blushed and squeezed Kyoka's knee. I have read about polyamory but this is my first time meeting a polycule. Izuku handed Arie off to Rumi who took her without a word. I'm sure everyone has questions about our relationship, my quirk, and Arie but it's past dinner time and I have everything prepared to make enough for everyone if someone is willing to help me in the kitchen. Momo kissed Kyoka's cheek before jumping up. I've been taking cooking classes and I would love to get more experience, she said, leaving Kyoka a blushing mess as she followed Izuku into the kitchen. Najire floated in behind her. Hey, I need to get better too. Rumi, Himiko, and Mei began introducing Arie to their classmates one at a time, careful not to overwhelm her. Izuku donned his pink apron and handed Momo and Najire white ones with frills on the edges. Let's get started. Chapter 9 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Making dinner for 20 people hadn't been as difficult as Izuku had initially thought it would be. Having 2 helpers certainly made it easier. Momo seemed to know what she was doing but was obviously still new to cooking. She seemed overly focused on doing everything by the book. Najire seemed fairly at home in the kitchen, but there was a fire in her eyes as she took in any new information like a sponge. She was doggedly determined to learn how to cook better when she was already pretty savvy. It was odd to say the least. They were just beginning to plate the spaghetti with homemade meatballs and garlic bread when Izuku turned to Najire. You seem to know your way around a kitchen already. Why are you so determined to get better? Najire turned her head, and if it wasn't for the laughably large hair tie that Momo had made for her, her long hair would have dragged through the red sauce. The smile she wore constantly turned loving. There's someone I want to impress. The combination of the way she smiled, her tone, and her emotions reminded him of Himiko, Mei, and Rumi when they were with Arie. I do as well, though she says I don't have to try and impress her. Momo interjected while glancing into the living room at Kyoka with stars in her eyes. How long have you two been dating? Izuku asked. Momo blushed but didn't take her yes off of Kyoka. Only just over a year. If you want to know how we met you should ask her. It's too embarrassing for me to tell the story. If it's so embarrassing, why would you want it told at all? Najire asked with a tilt of her head. It's not too bad, it's just embarrassing for me. I was not very subtle. Besides, she loves to tell the story. Momo replied with a warm smile. Well, all right, I'll at least not ask in front of everyone then, Izuku said. Momo let out a small giggle. I appreciate that. Everyone helped set the table and sat down to eat. Mei was sitting airy in her chair, placing a bib on her, and wrapping her hair up into a bandana. White hair and tomato sauce did not go well together. Ochako gestured to Arie while addressing Himiko. I can see why y'all were too busy to hang out the last few weeks. Suddenly becoming a new mom must be difficult. Himiko smiled at her understanding. It certainly takes adjustment, but it's worth it. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Ochako waved off Himiko's apology as Sue tilted her head and put a finger to her chin. Ribbit, tomorrow is only a half day. If you can find a sitter we could go on a double date. Is it still a double date if one group is a polycule? I'll ask my moms. Mr. Khan might be too busy tomorrow, Izuku said. Himiko laughed. Yeah, Dad gets super stressed at the beginning of the year. Besides, I think he's still pissed that I'm not in his class. Najire bounced in her seat. Ooh, I knew it. You're Vlad King's daughter. He always talks about you. Himiko flushed in embarrassment and nodded. Whoa, you could say that heroism is in your blood, Kaminari said while elbowing Kirishima in the ribs. Get it? Get it? After a small round of laughs Iida spoke. I too come from a line of heroes. Have you heard of Ingenium? He is my brother. To Izuku's senses he could tell just how proud the boy was of his brother. Wow, I knew your engines seemed familiar. The indigo-haired boy spoke up next with a tired voice. I guess this is as good a time as any. My dads are Eraserhead and Present Mike. I love Present Mike's radio show, Mei exclaimed. In the seat next to Hitoshi, Izuku lit up. Eraserhead is one of my favorites. Since my quirk came in late I always admired that he fights essentially quirkless. Hitoshi smiled weakly. Yeah, he's been training me for a while now. Izuku smiled brightly. That's so cool. Hey, I might be overstepping but I know you said you have trouble sleeping. Do you want an energy boost? Yes. The tired boy replied without a second's hesitation. Izuku put a glowing hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. After a few seconds of contact the bags under his eyes lightened and he visibly perked up. We're best friends now. My dad is going to love you, Hitoshi stated matter-of-factly. How late did your quirk come in, Midoriya? Momo asked curiously. About 3 years ago, Izuku answered carefully. After a chorus of surprise Ochako donned a dark look. You had bullies, didn't you? I hate bullies. Sue put a large calming hand on Ochako's thigh, the normally bubbly girl immediately calming down. I did, Izuku said, choosing not to elaborate. Mina puffed up her cheeks comically. I can't stand bullies. I've had my share of my own too. Same, Ribbit. Sue agreed. Several more admitted to also having had bullies in the past. Izuku was relieved to have so many understanding classmates. Everyone continued to eat in relative silence, but he could tell most of them were holding back questions. Deciding to not beat around the bush and risk people potentially cozying up to him for a quirk evolution, he brought up the elephant in the room. Izuku coughed to get everyone's attention. All of you passed your background checks, and I know we might not know each other well yet, but we're going to be together for the next 3 years. What I'm trying to say is I'm willing to evolve anyone's quirk that wants it. Everyone was silent as they looked at each other to see who would say something first. The pregnant silence continued for several long seconds before Ida spoke. We will likely be competing against each other in class as well as the sports festivals when it comes. Would you freely give such an advantage to potential opponents? Well, to be honest, I hadn't thought of it like that, but my answer is still yes. Evolving quirks doesn't cost me anything, and when we inevitably compete against each other, it wouldn't sit right with me knowing that you're not at your strongest. Besides, we're future colleagues and I want to see each and every one of you succeed, Izuku said, finishing with a radiant smile. Izuku was nearly overwhelmed from the deluge of positive emotions coming from everyone. There was so much that it had a taste. There was sweet, tart, and tangy. It was like sampling every candy in a sweets shop at once. So manly, Kirishima said, wiping a single tear from his eye. Momo leaned forward, her fingers steepled. To be honest, I was planning on turning down your offer. I wanted to prove that I belong here on my own merits, but if you put it like that, I would not only be handicapping myself for nothing more than pride, I would also be insulting each of you by not facing you at my strongest. I will accept your gracious offer, she finished with a polite bow of her head. Some stated similar concerns while others simply accepted, but everyone accepted his offer in the long run. He warned everyone that it would not only evolve their quirks but their adaptations as well. He made everyone promise not to test anything until they were in a proper setting. With that out of the way, he stood from his seat and placed a glowing hand on the shoulders of each of his new classmates in a mockery of duck, duck, goose. After they finished eating, Rumi stood. Everyone that ate but didn't cook helps clean. Everyone but Momo, Najire, and Izuku helped clean up dinner in the kitchen. Izuku excused himself to get Arie ready for bed. Arie was in her unicorn onesie pajamas and standing on a stool in front of the bathroom mirror brushing her teeth. Izuku was right next to her brushing his own and making sure she actually brushed. They were in the smaller family bathroom that sat between the two massive gym locker room-esque bathrooms that were separated by gender on the ground floor of the building. Arie finished and put her stool away before tugging on Izuku's shorts. Papa, can I stay with you tonight? Izuku furrowed his brow. Is everything all right, Arie? Arie shuffled her feet before answering. Yeah, I just want to. His brow relaxed and he scooped up his bashful daughter before poking her nose playfully. Of course you can. He sat the now giggling girl onto his broad shoulders and raced up the stairs to his room, Arie giggling all the way. When he arrived, he was surprised to see the entire class outside his door. You guys get an entire floor to yourselves? Mina asked, throwing her hands up in the air at the unfairness of it all. We think it's because Izuku is Nezu's personal student and that we're technically employees. Rumi answered with a shrug. What's going on? Izuku interjected. Mina whipped her head to him, her fluffy pink hair ruffling at the sudden movement. Her golden eyes lit up when she saw Arie on his shoulders. OMG, you two are too cute. We were talking about rooms and I said that our room was bigger than normal. They wanted to see it, May said simply. Are we just going to gloss over that Green is the dean's personal student and they're all employees? Juru asked. Yup. May answered happily as she headed into the room. Arie is a ward of Ua and we're her paid guardians. Izuku answered simply before following May. Rumi led everyone inside the room. It didn't take long for Mina to throw her hands up again. Your room is huge. And the bed is massive. It's like a flat. The room as well as the bed were doubtlessly huge. The room had a couch in front of a projector screen. There was some hero merchandise but nothing compared to his room at his mom's. Free was evidence of May, Rumi, and Himiko as well. There was a glass display case of May's Warhammer models. They were hand-painted with impossible detail. Rumi had a Blu-ray collection of hundreds of MMA fights lining the wall next to the projector screen. Himiko had a display case of dozens of different types of knives, all in pristine condition. "Sorry," Izuku offered. Mina let out a defeated sigh before perking up with a look in her eye. "We're doing a girls' night here at some point." Well, it looked like he would have to sleep at his mom's place when they decided to do that. The day was finally upon him. The first day of school at UA. Sure, it was really just an assembly, but it marked a milestone for Izuku. This was the beginning of his hero career. After a light breakfast, Mei helped do up Himiko's hair into messy buns, as was their morning ritual now. Rumi combed Arie's long white hair once she was done with her own. Once they were all dressed and ready, they took a commemorative photo together in their uniforms on the front steps of the dorms. Izuku wasn't sure what the future held, but he knew he wanted a reminder of this day. Izuku and Arie took off earlier from the dorms than anyone else in order to get Arie to her class in time for him to get to his own. They arrived at a room that looked like any other classroom, only larger and with a glass window. They entered to see the occupants. There was a woman who was undoubtedly the teacher waiting near the door. She had short, white hair with flecks of red spaced throughout. She wore a white turtleneck sweater, blue jeans, and glasses. She smiled at him. "Ah, you must be Midoriya." She crouched down to look at Arie, who was hiding behind his legs. "And you must be Arie. I'm Mrs. Tatsuma, but you can call me Fuyumi," she said kindly. Izuku smiled down at his shy daughter, trying to encourage her. "Can you say hi to your new teacher?" Arie reluctantly extricated herself from her hiding place. "Hi Fuyumi." He looked up and noticed 3 other children trying to get closer without being noticed. They all seemed around the same age as Arie. Fuyumi must have noticed and stood up while waving the children closer. "Kids, this is Arie. She'll be joining us for classes starting today. Why don't you introduce yourselves?" she suggested gently. 2 girls stepped forward immediately, perfectly in sync. They were obviously twins. Both were identical down to their sharp, predatory teeth. The only exception was their hair color. One had red chin-length hair that matched the red in Fuyumi's own hair, while the other's was tundra white. What was particularly striking was their eyes. They both had mismatched heterochromia. The redhead had one piercing blue eye on her left and a vibrant red on her right. The white-haired girl had similar eyes, but they were flipped. The red-haired twin spoke first. "I'm Tatsuma Mika, and I'm Tatsuma Rin." The white-haired twin interjected. "They're my daughters, if you couldn't tell," Fuyumi offered with a smile. She waved the last child forward. A girl, smaller and younger than the others, peeked around the twins. He would eat his notebooks if she didn't have a snow leopard mutation quirk. She had a wild mane of white hair with 2 white fur-covered ears poking out. They were more rounded than most cat ears. Her eyes were slitted and a dull, nearly gray blue. She had white fur with black leopard spots going all the way up to her elbows and knees. Her hands and bare feet were humanoid but decidedly paw-like. She had black pads on the tips of her fingers and palms. She also had a thick, fluffy tail that looked to be as long as she was tall. It was wrapped tight around her midsection, making it look like an oversized belt. The little snow leopard girl sniffed at the air before taking a few more tentative steps closer to Arie. She smiled, revealing teeth similar to Himiko's, but all her teeth were sharp instead of just the canines. "I'm Yuki, you smell nice." Izuku gave Arie a gentle nudge forward. He watched as she was led away by the kids to be shown around the room full of toys. He really hoped this would work out. To his understanding, Arie had never even interacted with children her own age before. Fuyumi seemed to catch on to his worry. "Don't worry, she'll do great here. My kids know the ropes, they'll make her feel welcome." He rubbed the back of his head. "Thanks, I'm just nervous, I guess." She smiled in understanding. "That's to be expected, but you should get going. Don't want to be late after all." Deciding she was right, he called Arie over and gave her a hug and kiss to the forehead goodbye with a promise that he was only a button press away. A few hallways later, he was standing outside of a massive, floor-to-ceiling door labeled 1A in huge lettering. He could already hear an argument through the doors. "Put your feet down this instant. You are being disrespectful to this august institution," a voice he recognized as Ida's said indignantly. "TCH. Leave me alone, glasses." Izuku froze for a half step. He had hoped to never hear that voice again despite how likely it was that he would have passed the practical. After gathering himself, he strode into the classroom. He ignored the feeling of red eyes burning into the back of his head as he checked the board for his seat number. He was in seat 18, directly behind Bakugo. Great. He made his way to his seat and noticed that his girlfriends weren't here yet. He also noticed the other missing student from last night, a boy with a horrible burn scar on one side of his face and hair that was red on one side and white on the other. At first glance he seemed incredibly apathetic, not a single emotion showing on his scarred, yet handsome face, but Izuku knew better. With empathy he could tell there was a simmering rage festering within the boy. The instant he sat down, the head of spiky blonde hair in front of him spun around to look him dead in the eye. "How the hell are you here, Deku?" Bakugo seethed. Izuku's eyes hardened. "That's not my name," he said coldly. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly. Izuku had never talked back so brazenly before. Thanks to empathy he knew that Bakugo was confused and frustrated, but not actually angry, surprisingly. "This must be Bakubich," Rumi stated matter-of-factly as she led his girlfriends into the room. She quickly moved to stand next to Bakugo's seated position. She was positively looming over him without a trace of her near ever-present grin. "What the fuck did you call me?" Bakugo began to ask angrily as he tried to stand only for Rumi grab his shoulder and press him back into his seat. Rumi tutted and wagged her finger. "Behave or I'll let Himiko do the talking," she threatened while gesturing with her head to the side. Himiko was standing to her side nearly in front of the desk with her claws fully extended and her eyes were narrowed to slits. She wasn't moving a muscle, not so much as a twitch or blink. She stood there in predatory stillness, watching, waiting for her prey to make a fatal mistake. On the other side of the classroom Sue had gone just as still, frozen in place. The presence of a predator having made itself known triggering her prey instincts. Izuku was about to intervene, to tell them that he could fight his own battles, but Mei's gentle hand on his shoulder and her small shake of her head stopped him. They had apparently planned for this. Rumi, hand still gripping Bakugo's shoulder, leaned down until she was able to whisper in the blonde's ear, "Leave him alone, this is your only warning." The bell rang and Bakugo growled. But before he could retort, one of Rumi's ears swiveled to the classroom door and she stood before abruptly walking away to take her seat, Himiko and Mei following suit. "Decent awareness, Oguro. The rest of you have work to do," a tired voice said from a yellow sleeping bag on the floor. Najire floated in through the doors. Her golden spirals that let her fly were now periwinkle in color and not as tightly coiled. "Wow. Aizawa-sensei never gives compliments." "Bend Izuku," Hitoshi snorted as the sleeping bag groaned. Out of the sleeping bag a rough-looking man emerged. He looked disheveled, sleep-deprived, and had messy black hair. Many pairs of eyes snapped to Hitoshi after seeing the similarities. The purple-haired boy shrugged. "What? I'm actually adopted." Iida pushed his glasses up high on his nose. "Is this not nepotism?" Najire laughed. Hard. She was floating in the air on her back clutching at her stomach as she continued to laugh. If she wasn't wearing spandex shorts under her skirt like Rumi, she would have flashed the entire class. After gathering herself she explained what was so funny. "If anything, Hitoshi is in for a rougher time than the rest of you." Aizawa pulled out a duffel bag from under the teacher's podium and placed it on top, revealing it to be full of gym uniforms. "Put these on and meet me on the PE grounds," he said before walking out of the classroom. Najire lazily drifted through the air after Aizawa. "You better hurry," she warned. Everyone scrambled, none faster than Hitoshi. The moment the girls were in the changing room, Ochako approached Himiko. "Why did Izuku get mad because that blonde boy called him Deku? Isn't it like Dekiru? Like, you can do it?" Ochako asked innocently. "Deku means useless. That was Izuku's longtime bully," Himiko said with a snarl. Ochako let out a small gasp that was echoed by several others that had overheard. "What? Why is there a bully at UA?" Mina asked, her tail thrashing behind her. "Well, that answers my question of why you guys were so confrontational towards him," Juru said. Rumi leaned to the side to look behind the pink girl. Connected to her lower back was a smooth, pink tail that started off thick at the base but tapered as it went. It was longer than the girl's legs. "Have you always had a tail?" Mina instantly brightened. "No, it must be part of my quirk's evolution," We're tail buddies. I woke up and it was just there. I thought there was a snake in my bed at first. Yeah, it scared me half to death when she woke up screaming next to me, Toru said with her usual exuberance. Rumi looked at the girl in question expecting to see floating clothes but plainly saw a pretty girl with alabaster skin that had never known the harshness of the sun. She had wavy, shoulder-length hair that changed colors like a prism with an ever-moving source of light. Her big eyes were lit similarly from within as were her long eyelashes. Hagakure. Everyone but Mina exclaimed in unison. Mina immediately doubled over laughing. Toru flipped her colorful hair. That's me, she said playfully. Isn't she beautiful? Mina asked after she had recovered from her laughing fit. Well, I can certainly see what Izu meant by ethereal, Himiko said in agreement. Everyone mumbled their agreement, causing Toru's facade of confidence to crack and her to blush before turning invisible again. Being seen is going to take some getting used to, Toru said bashfully. We should probably hurry up, Momo suggested. The boys' locker room had been a bit tense, but Izuku was now standing with the rest of the boys on the PE grounds waiting for the girls. They were taking longer than he thought they would. Iida turned to him and chopped at the air with his arm, the exhaust pipe protruding from his elbow adding to the effect. What was that about in class? He tried to whisper. Izuku let out a sigh before answering. Bakugo was my old bully. Iida gasped incredibly loud, gaining everyone's attention. That rude blonde was your bully, and he's at UA, he all but screamed. Every one of the boys glared daggers at the blonde in question, even the scarred boy surprisingly. What do you want? Bakugo roared in defiance. Unmanly, Kirishima said, shaking his head. That's not very plus ultra, Kaminari said. Aizawa was raising an eyebrow at the whole exchange and listening carefully. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Guys, just leave it. Allo, wait a minute. Iida, are those exhausts on your elbows new? Iida looked down at his elbows then to Izuku and smiled. They are. I assume it is my quirk's evolution. They're exactly like the ones my brother has. I can't thank you enough. Izuku whipped out a notebook and began scribbling. That's so cool. That will probably add a lot of maneuverability and verticality to your mobility. The girls approached from the locker rooms while Izuku was mid-mutter storm, Mina scooching close. What's cool, Midori? She asked casually, her tail tapping on her chin in an inquisitive manner. You have a tail now, it's so cool, Izuku yelled. She immediately dropped the casual act and began bouncing in place. I know, thank you, she said before glomping onto him in a hug, her tail joining in. They both bounced in excitement together before realizing their position and pulling away, Izuku resembling a strawberry and Mina blushing violet. Just hugging my girlfriend right in front of me, huh? Toru asked. Izuku turned to see Toru with her hands on her hips and tapping her foot like Rumi did when she was upset or impatient. Wait, he could see her. I can see you without thermal vision, he exclaimed yet again. Toru smiled and did a little twirl, giving him a hug as well. I've wanted to see myself for so long and now I finally can. Thank you so much, and look at this. She stepped back and turned back invisible, but this time her clothes were also invisible. You can extend the field of light refraction, Izuku said excitedly as he began scribbling in a notebook. All right, what the hell is going on? The tired voice of their teacher droned. He evolved everyone's quirk, Dad, Hitoshi said simply. Oob, problem child. Aizawa said as he ran a hand over his face. Well, not the blonde bully or the red and white-haired boy, Ribbit. Sue supplied, a finger on her chin. Aizawa unceremoniously threw a baseball to Izuku, which he caught easily. Enough chit-chat. You broke All Might's record on the entrance exam, so you're up first. What was your throwing distance in high school? You broke All Might's record, Kamimari asked dumbfounded. What? How? Bakugo screeched, his palms popping with miniature explosions. Enough. Aizawa snapped before continuing. Answer the question, Midoriya. About 75 meters, sir. Izuku replied quickly, his back going ramrod straight. His mama and mom had not exaggerated when they told him that Eraserhead was a bit of a hardass. See how far you can throw it using your quirk. The only rule is stay within the circle, anything else goes. Aizawa instructed. Rumi and Juru, you should cover your ears, Izuku warned. Izuku took his place in the center of the chalk circle. He tossed the high-tech ball in his palm experimentally. Deciding that brawn was the best move here, Black Whip snaked under his gym uniform to form a layer of extra muscle. His uniform was now straining at the seams. A single black tendril wrapped around the ball and extended from his palm as he took a pitch stance. Viridian lightning arced across his body as he powered up full cowl to 25%. He was about to snap forward, but he suddenly felt hollow and the sound of the ball dropping to the dirt behind him could be heard. He turned around in confusion to see Aizawa staring at him with glowing red eyes, his hair floating. "I cancelled your quirk. I saw you at the entrance exam and I've read your file. You've only had your quirk for 3 years. You were going to break yourself again, weren't you? You have power, but what good is it if you break yourself and become just another victim in need of being saved?" Izuku's eyes hardened and he glared for everything he was worth. "I know my limits. The only reason I went past them that day was to save a life. Now if you don't mind turning off your quirk, I would appreciate it. I don't take kindly to people arbitrarily using their quirk on me just to prove a point," he growled. Aizawa quickly glanced at Bakugo and back before turning off his quirk. "I'm sorry," he said simply but sincerely. Izuku stood there dumbfounded and slack-jawed. He had never had a teacher apologize to him, and certainly not so easily. Thanks," he said dumbly before picking up the discarded ball and retaking his previous stance. He stomped 1 foot forward as he snapped into motion, the sudden movement shredding his already straining shirt and kicking up a dust cloud. The Black Whip tendril released the ball. A deafening boom sounded, then another, and another. Silence reigned for what felt like an eternity until Aizawa faced his phone forward, its display reading 4,705.4 meters. Everyone either cheered or wolf whistled with the exception of a few. Bakugo stomped forward as he roared, "Deku! You had a quirk this entire time. You owe me an explanation." "I don't owe you shit, and I told you before, that isn't my name," Izuku seethed. "Bakugo, see me after class in my office," Aizawa said dangerously. Aizawa turned to the rest of the class. "You'll be doing the fitness assessments you did in high school, but this time you'll be using your quirks so that I can get a baseline for each of you even if your quirk isn't applicable. What about orientation? Ooh, this is going to be fun. Maybe we can figure out how our quirks evolved." Aizawa's glare silenced any further questions. "Normally this is where I would lie and threaten expulsion for whoever comes in last in order to make you try your hardest, but according to your files both Jiru and Midoriya can sense lies. Not to mention Hato would likely ruin the surprise," he said, throwing a glare at his TA who was doing her best to look offended at the accusation. "The truth is, I only have 3 short years to get you ready for the real world. The life of a hero is dangerous. Heroes die or are maimed all the time. I refuse to read your obituaries before you read my own. I understand that you want to have fun, but if I decide you aren't taking this seriously enough I will not hesitate to move you to General Ed. Am I clear?" "Yes," everyone shouted at the same time. That speech had certainly sobered everyone up to the reality of being a hero. Aizawa tossed a new ball to Bakugo. "Let's see if your bite is as bad as your bark." After Bakugo yelled obscenities and blasted the ball, Izuku approached Aizawa. "Thank you for apologizing, it means a lot. I was in the wrong. It's only logical that I admit it. I know what happened at Aldera and what the nature of your relationship with Bakugo was. I refuse to be another teacher that's wronged you. Nomori would murder me," he said with a shudder. "I know you two are friends, so I thought it was weird that I've never met you before," Izuku said. "I don't get out much," Aizawa said simply, and boy did Izuku believe him. "Would you like an energy boost, sensei?" Izuku asked, his outstretched hand glowing. "Hitoshi texted me about this. I've been hoping you'd ask." He reached forward and took Izuku's offered hand. Several seconds passed before Aizawa let go. "You're officially my favorite, problem child," he said with a semi-manic grin. Izuku ruffled his fluffy hair. "You've always been one of my favorite heroes actually. Would you sign my notebook? Also, do you want me to evolve your quirk?" he asked while producing a notebook and flipping it to Aizawa's dedicated page complete with a lifelike drawing. Aizawa laughed before taking the notebook and signing. "I'm glad to see you have this coded with a cipher. The rats taught you well. As for the evolution, it would be illogical to turn down such an opportunity." Izuku reached forward with a glowing hand once more, Aizawa taking it again, his eyes glowing with power as his quirk evolved. Aizawa blinked several times. Do you mind if I test it on you? Aizawa asked. Go ahead. Izuku answered. Izuku summoned a tendril of Black Whip that was subsequently cancelled out by Aizawa's quirk. Aizawa blinked, his red eyes returning to normal as his hair settled back into place. Izuku tried to summon Black Whip again but found he couldn't for several seconds. It seems to have added a lingering effect. I can finally blink in combat. You are definitely my favorite, Aizawa said with a sigh of relief. I don't want to be treated any differently, Izuku said seriously. Aizawa grinned maliciously. Being my favorite isn't a good thing, just ask Hitoshi. Izuku shuddered before he moved away to watch the rest of his class perform the ball throw. They were all impressive in their own right. Kyoka, Su, Mina, and Mezzo had emulated him. Kyoka threw the ball with a jack, Su with her tongue, Mina with her new tail, and Mezzo with an incredibly long arm. Todoroki, as he learned was the scarred boy's name, created a glacier that launched the ball. Ochako had simply removed the ball's gravity and let go, the ball drifting upwards until it left the atmosphere. Aoyama blasted the ball with his naval laser before he thrust his hands forward and lasers shot from them too, launching the ball even further. The boy seemed as surprised as everyone else. He rushed up to Izuku and showed him his palms. There were small diamonds embedded into the center of his palms. I can shoot magnifique lasers from my palms now and my tummy does not hurt. He hugged him before he got on his tiptoes and began kissing him on both of his cheeks. Thank you, monsieur. Izuku blinked as Aoyama sauntered away, throwing him a wink over his shoulder. He looked at his girlfriends who only shrugged in response. Momo took her place in the circle and lifted her shirt as she activated her quirk. Out of curiosity Izuku switched to infrared, and could see intense heat emanating from in front of the girl until a massive, antique cannon plopped to the ground. What was really interesting was the pocket of supercooled air in front of Momo. According to the emotions coming off of her, she was surprised and nearly taken aback. She quickly gathered herself and blasted the ball even further than he had. She wheeled the cannon out of the way as Izuku approached her. You were surprised. Why? He asked. Momo looked at him in surprise before understanding crossed her features. Empath, right. Well, it was just too easy to remember, and it seemed to barely dent my fat reserves when something that large should have been draining. In fact, my memory seems impossibly sharp. Today, I can recall things with such ease that it feels like I'm reading the information at will. I can recall what breakfast tasted like as if the food was still in my mouth. Izuku hummed in thought. I have a theory. I think your impressive memory might be your quirk's adaptation, and now that it evolved you essentially have a photographic memory. As for how easy it was to make such a large object, I was watching with thermal vision and there was a pocket of super cold air in front of you after you made the cannon. I'm guessing that your quirk now pulls in nearby molecules, in this case oxygen, and breaks them down to supplement your creation process, effectively lowering the strain on your personal resources. Momo's eyes sparkled as she clapped excitedly before enveloping him in a crushing hug, her massive assets squished against his chest. I have to tell Kyoka, she said before rushing off to her girlfriend and leaving him blushing as Himiko sidled up to him. Himiko leaned her head on his massive arm. I'm kind of jealous. What did they feel like? Soft and warm. He answered quickly. She hummed wistfully. Mei and Rumi would often describe him and Himiko as touch-starved, considering how much they both valued positive physical contact. They had never disagreed, they weren't liars after all. Next up was the 50-meter dash. Izuku was paired alongside Iida. The buzzer sounded and both students blasted forward, a boom resounding from the displacement of air. Izuku launched forward with a combination of Black Whip muscles, float, and full cowl. Iida rocketed forward in a blur, his legs and arms leaving trails in the air. Izuku won with a score of 1.8 seconds, Iida scoring 2.01 seconds. They both congratulated each other while the rest of their classmates looked on in shock. The only other notable matchup was between Su and Rumi. Rumi bounded forward, her feet only touching the ground twice. Su pounced forward frog-like at incredible speed. They both tied at 4.06 seconds. Izuku mused that Su's quirk evolution would likely present itself as mostly physical like Rumi's had. Next up was the long jump. Izuku just engaged float and cleared the sandbox. Rumi leapt across as easily as Su. Ochako simply floated across. Aoyama blasted his way across, much like Bakugo. Todoroki just created a bridge of ice and casually walked across. The last outdoor test was revealed to be the distance run. Izuku for his part casually floated through the air at the lead. Momo created a solar-powered scooter. Iida was jogging at a leisurely pace that didn't even break a sweat thanks to his new engines. Rumi was keeping up with pure endurance. Sue hopped along for a time but eventually had to call it quits, her method fast but ill-suited to tests of endurance. Mina skated on acid as Todoroki did so on ice, both eventually giving in to the overuse of their quirks. Once only Izuku, Momo, Iida, and Rumi were left and looked to be able to continue for some time, Aizawa called it. Next up was seated toe touch inside the nearby gymnasium. Izuku with Black Whip, Mina with her tail, Sue with her tongue, Mezzo with his elongated arm, Fumikage with his dark shadow, Kyoka with her jacks, Momo with a pillar of iron, Todoroki with ice, and Ayoma with his laser easily maxed out the test. Grip strength was next. Izuku easily maxed out the test with a combination of Black Whip. Muscles and full cowl, the machine reading 999.0 kilograms before it broke. He decided he needed a name for the combination and quickly dubbed it Black Cowl. Momo created the Jaws of Life to similar results. What was most impressive, at least to Izuku, was Rumi's and Mezzo's tied score of 540.00 kilograms with nothing but pure, unadulterated strength. Next were sit-ups. Rumi took off her shirt so that she was only wearing a black sports bra and settled in next to Izuku. Both were mostly shirtless as they egged each other on in competition. They were both sweating profusely and in their own little world when someone said, 1000, and Aizawa called a stop to the test. Unbeknownst to them, they were the only two still going at the time and they had attracted a drooling crowd. Aizawa displayed a holographic leaderboard of the class stating those in the lower ranks needed to pick it up even if their quirks weren't applicable. Izuku had placed first with Momo in second, and Rumi close behind in third. Hanta, Denki, and Toru all looked at each other warily. They were the three trailing behind the rest of the class. Todoroki and Bakugo had placed in the middle of the pack. Izuku could hear Bakugo's jaw grinding from where he stood. Aizawa dismissed the class before walking off. Aizawa rounded the corner of the building where he knew the big oaf was attempting to hide. You could have just come watch, he said once All Might's atrocious yellow suit came into view. All Might deflated into his skinnier form. I didn't want to distract anyone. Aizawa eyed the man carefully. I know there's some kind of connection between you and Midoriya. If it pertains to his frankly ludicrous quirk, it would help me teach him better if I knew everything. All Might was silent in uncharacteristic contemplation before his face grew serious. You're quite observant. There is indeed a connection, but I cannot tell you the exact nature of that connection yet. It's not my secret to tell. I will talk to Midoriya about bringing you in on it. Though, back in his school uniform, Izuku walked to Arie's class to pick her up and for some reason Nejire was walking with him. He wasn't going to complain however, he enjoyed Nejire's company. Izuku's phone pinged with a text message. He pulled it out and quickly read it. All three of his moms were busy today and couldn't watch Arie. Something wrong? Nejire asked, having noticed his frown. No, not really. Babysitting plans fell through, is all, he said. Well, if you and Arie are okay with it, I could watch her, Nejire suggested with a smile. Izuku hummed. I'm okay with it, but Arie is a little slow to trust new people. I'll ask her though. How do you know she won't just agree because that's what she thinks you want to hear? Nejire asked in concern. He tapped his temple. Empath. I never imagined it would be so handy with raising a child. Nejire raised both of her eyebrows in surprise. Oh, I didn't think about that. I'm kind of jealous. I noticed that your spirals changed color, Izuku said as he pulled out his notebook to edit her page. Nejire beamed up at him. Yeah, they match my hair now. It must be my quirk evolution. They aren't as coiled as they used to be and it takes less energy to fly now. If they're less coiled, does that mean they travel faster? He wondered aloud. Nejire hummed in thought before she looked up and down the hallway quickly for anyone and shot off a small spiral down it. The small spiral blasted down the hallway quickly and impacted on the far wall harmlessly. It does, she exclaimed with a little bounce. You could have hit someone, Izuku said worriedly. She waved his concern off. PSH, that was only a 1% charge, it would only tickle. They arrived at Arie's classroom and looked in through the window. A miniature red dragon chased a miniature white dragon through the air of the large classroom. Below them the little snow leopard girl, Yuki, was holding Arie's hand as they laughed and scampered after the dragons. Seeing Arie so carefree with children her own age changed something in him. At first his motivations for being a hero had been because he simply wanted to help people. He still wanted to help people, of course, but now his goals were a little more clear-cut. He wanted to create a world where Arie and other children didn't have to grow up afraid, where they were safe, where they could be happy and carefree. He wasn't entirely sure how to accomplish that yet, but it lit a fire in him nonetheless. Najire opened the classroom doors, catching the attention of the kids inside. Yuki's ears swiveled to her location. The little snow leopard girl let go of Arie's hand and got down on all fours before bounding at Najire while excitedly shouting, "Mommy!" The little girl slammed into Najire's chest, earning her an "OOF." She began rambling and purring like a truck. "I made a new friend, Mommy. Her name's Arie. She smells like you. She's really nice. She has white hair like me." Najire just smiled with maternal affection as she ran a hand through the girl's mane and listened intently to Yuki's excited rambling. "Did you have fun staying with your uncles, baby?" Najire asked Yuki once the little girl's rambling had slowed. "Yeah, Uncle Mirio and Uncle Tamaki took me to the park," Yuki said, her large tail whipping about in excitement. Arie caught up, slightly winded from playing so hard. She jumped into Izuku's open arms readily. "Papa, I missed you," she said as she pressed her head against his chest and closed her eyes. He ran a hand through her hair. "I missed you too. Did you have fun?" he asked. She looked up at him, her ruby eyes sparkling. "Yeah, I made friends and they're nice. Yuki says she lives in the dorms like us. Can I play with her more, please?" He looked to Najire and back. "I was actually going to ask if you were okay with Najire watching you tonight. It looks like Yuki will be there too." Arie lit up with excitement, her smile bright. "Yay," she said in way of an answer. "I suppose that settles that," Najire said. They began their trek back to the dorms, both children falling asleep in their arms quickly. "I didn't know you had a kid too," Izuku said, careful to keep his voice low. "You didn't think you were the only guardians at UA, did you?" Najire asked with a mirthful lilt. "She's a ward, same as Arie," he said in shocked realization. If Yuki was a ward and in that special class, then Shiu was affected by villains in some way. He naively hoped that what happened to Arie wasn't something that happened often. It broke his heart to know that Yuki had potentially been through something horrible as well. Najire nodded before looking at the purring girl in her arms with a somber look. "Last year, at my internship, we were tracking a creature rejection clan cell for nearly the entire year. They had murdered a family that all had mutation quirks. The daughter was missing. The cell was slippery and moved constantly. When we finally caught up to them, we discovered Yuki locked in a cage and muzzled like an animal. They were trying to secure a buyer overseas to sell her like an exotic pet." She seethed quietly. It was so odd to see the bubbly girl so murderous. "That's horrible. She seems so happy now. A mentor of mine always says that a hero saving a person's life isn't enough. They have to save their heart as well. You, Najire, are a hero," he said with respect evident in his voice. Tears pricked at Najire's eyes. "Thank you. I could say the same for you. Since I'm the dorm advisor, I was told about Arie's situation. I wasn't sure if I was ready to become a mom, but I couldn't let someone else go through what I did in foster care. The decision to take her in is what broke up me and my girlfriend. You didn't want kids." "I'm sorry to hear that. For what it's worth, I think you made the right decision. That child has a loving mother and a bright future thanks to you. If you don't mind me asking, what did you mean by what you said about your experiences in foster care?" he asked carefully, trying to convey that she didn't have to tell him if it was too personal. "It's okay. It's not much of a sob story. A side effect of my quirk makes it so I have really high energy, and when I was a kid it was really bad. I was too much for most families, so I never got adopted and bounced between different foster homes until I aged out. Yuki had already been through so much. I didn't want her to have to wonder if a house would turn into a home or if a guardian would turn into a parent. Nezu gave me the option of just becoming her guardian, but I refused and adopted her straight away," Najire said, smiling warmly at her now drooling daughter. He smiled at the pair. "That's incredibly admirable, Najire. I can see why Yuki loves you so much. She turned her warm smile to him. And I can see why Arie loves you so much. Chapter end notes. Sorry for the delay. I was vacation then caught COVID, but I'm alive and I'm back. This chapter was a bit of an undertaking with all the interactions and quirks. I was struggling to come up with a reason to piecemeal out the quirk evolutions, so I just said fuck it. I hope I sold the reasoning Izuku had for doing it all at once. Mina's tail is basically just Android 21's tail, if you were wondering. I didn't give her a tail for anything beyond I thought it would be fun. Honestly, her actual quirk evolution has yet to be revealed. I have an idea of what I want to do with Fumikage's quirk, but I am still open to suggestions for his. I wanted to make Aizawa a better teacher and less likely to put up with Bakugo's nonsense, so I hope I conveyed that well. I also toned down Bakugo's explosiveness because he has technically been going to therapy for years by now. I'll eventually shine some more light on him and what makes him tick. I know I bashed him a little here, but don't expect me to just mercilessly bash him. If I hated him that much I would have just swept him to 1B or something. Arie made a friend. Fuyumi is married to Ryuku, if you missed that somehow. I couldn't come up with a reason to show it so ill, just tell you. Her kids can breath fire and freezing frost in their dragon forms. I can't wait to show some Uncle Shoto. I had them there as well in the class because of how they rehabilitate abused dogs IRL. They bring them around well-adjusted dogs to help train them. It seems like something Nezu would think of, doesn't it? If you wonder what my version of Visible Toru is, it's my own spin on Horikoshi's official reveal of her face. I'll link some art that's close. Web links. Chapter 10 Chapter Summary. Date night. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku and Najire arrived at the dorms with their respective children still conked out in their arms. When they walked through the doors, he saw Mina eating some midday cereal at the breakfast bar, her long, pink tail lazily swishing side to side behind her. His girlfriends were all sitting on the couch together as they talked animatedly with Sue and Ochako, who were on the love seat adjacent to them. Mina turned to see who had entered and froze, her spoon clattering to the counter. Trying to curtail what he knew was coming, he put a finger in front of his lips and silently shushed her. Mina slapped both of her hands over mouth and screamed silently into them as her golden eyes sparkled. Mina removed her hands from her mouth and shouted, "Oh God, now there are two of them." Hearing this, the girls on the couches stopped talking and finally noticed them. Mei was nudging Himiko with her elbow as she pointed at Yuki. It seemed that the consensus was cute, with a capital C according to empathy. The outlier was Sue. Her emotions were a bit difficult to grasp due to the mixture of them. "My poor ovaries," Sue groaned, mimicking pain while her face remained neutral. "Ah. Well, that cleared that mystery right up." Ochako's emotions quickly mirrored Sue's own as she began to float upwards, her hands covering her growing blush. Sue quickly grabbed her girlfriend and pulled her back down, seemingly used to this. Rumi snorted in poorly suppressed laughter. Everyone began trying and failing to suppress their chuckles as well. Hearing this, Arie began to stir from her short nap. Arie looked around with confusion at first before smiling brightly at seeing her mamas laughing. Himiko stood up and made her way closer. She tickled at Arie's belly, causing the girl to giggle. "Mama," Arie whined. Yuki stirred then, and wiped away her drool with the fur on her arm. She looked around with her feline, bleary eyes before locking them onto Himiko. She let out a frightened mewl before going stock still in Najire's arms, the fur on her arms and legs raising as her long tail poofed in alarm. Her and Himiko's eyes were locked, neither moving a muscle or even blinking. Izuku and Najire shared a nervous glance, unsure of what was happening. Then, Himiko made a sound he had never heard her make before. She trilled. Himiko put a hand to her throat, her face screwed up in confusion. The effect was instantaneous. Yuki's fur smoothed out as she trilled in response, one of her rounded ears twitching as she did so. She looked up at Najire with a beaming smile. Mommy, Mommy. Who's that?" she asked excitedly as she pointed at Himiko. Najire blinked at the suddenness of the mood shift before answering, "That's Himiko, she's one of Arie's mamas." Yuki gasped in surprise before whipping her head to Arie. "Your mama's like me." "She purrs like you too," Arie exclaimed excitedly. Yuki began purring audibly, Himiko mirroring her almost as if in response. Izuku could sense her confusion growing with the action. Everyone, this little snowflower is Yuki, she's my adoptive daughter, Najire said, introducing her daughter to everyone present. Yuki waved at everyone before holding up 4 fingers. Hi, I'm 4. She began to squirm, so Najire let the girl down. Izuku let Arie down as she too began to squirm. Everyone introduced themselves to the new resident, with Mina proclaiming herself and Yuki, tail buddies, and herself and Arie, horn buddies. Izuku let Mei, Rumi, and Himiko know that Najire would be watching Arie tonight, after once again confirming with his daughter that she would be okay with it. Yuki and Arie ran up to him where he sat on the couch with the snow leopard child pulling Arie along by the hand. Papa, Yuki wants to know if I can sleep over, Arie said, somewhat confused as to what she was talking about. Tat means you'll wake up somewhere you aren't familiar with, that won't scare you? He asked. Arie seemed to consider this for a moment. Yuki wrapped her long tail around Arie's waist and puffed up her chest. I'll keep her safe, the younger girl said proudly. I'll be okay, Papa. Arie decided with a smile. All right then, he said, returning her smile. Before he knew what was happening, both little girls had climbed onto the couch and hugged him before scampering off, with Yuki telling Arie that she wanted to show off her room. He turned to Najire, who was smiling at him fondly. You sure you're going to be okay watching her all night? He asked, hoping that he wasn't taking advantage of her kindness. Still smiling, Najire waved off his concern. I watch Ryukyu's kids all the time, don't worry. Ryukyu? As in the number 6 hero? He asked, more than a little dumbfounded. Yeah, you met them earlier. Mika and Rin, remember? Najire asked. Well, he had seen them flying around as little dragons, so that made sense that Ryukyu was their mother, or was it father? Something clattered in the kitchen. He looked over his shoulder to check what had made the noise. Todoroki, who he had not seen enter the kitchen, was staring at Najire like he had just seen a ghost. The boy's emotions were all over the place. Where cold rage had been the norm for the boy all day, he was now a combination of shame, regret, hope, and fear. The boy quickly gathered up whatever he had dropped and retreated back upstairs. What was that? Mei asked from beside him. Najire sighed. Fuyumi is his sister. Mika and Rin are his nieces, but he's never met them. Please don't judge him, his family is complicated. They decided unanimously that it was best to drop the subject. Izuku and his girlfriends went to get dressed for their double date with Sue and Ochako. Izuku had decided to wear a plain, black long sleeve under a blue, sleeveless zip-up hoodie and jeans that made his ass look edible, according to Rumi. Most everyone had gone to Gym Gamma to test how their quirks had evolved. He itched to be there with a notebook, but he wouldn't trade a date with his girlfriends for anything. He had been the first to get dressed and ready, that's how he found himself in his current situation. He was smashed into a tiny plastic chair at a small table in the middle of the common area. He was wearing a tutu over his date outfit as he sat with the table's other occupants. Najire was across from him in a breathtaking blue sequin dress and a crown fit for a queen. Yuki was to his left in an adorable pink princess dress and a tiara. Arie was to his right in a purple dress that was covered in sparkles. She too had a tiara fit for a princess. Izuku made sure to keep his pinky out as he sipped his surprisingly good tea from a plastic cup. Momo wheeled a metal cart up to him. She was wearing a modest maid's outfit as she overacted. Would you like a refill, madame? She asked with her poshest of posh impressions. Izuku cleared his throat before he replied in an unnaturally high voice, indeed. His performance earned him some giggles from the little girls and a warm smile from Najire. Momo poured the tea into his cup, pulling the kettle further away as she poured. He wasn't sure if she had practiced the move, but it was impressive nonetheless. A little further away, Kyoka sat on the couch and, unbeknownst to them, was recording everything. Would Princess Snowflower, Princess Unicorn, or the Phi Queen like a refill? Perhaps a cookie? Momo asked with an exaggerated curtsy to Najire. Najire pinched her nose shut. Indubitably, she replied with nasally, trying to sound as pretentious as possible. Indub a lily. Yuki said, attempting to mimic her mom in vocabulary and tone. Yes, please. Arie said politely but with a slight, unrecognizable accent. Momo went around the table with her little metal cart. She had a skip in her step as she almost sparkled with joy. She seemed like she was enjoying this even more than the kids. Send us that video, Ribbit. came Sue's unmistakable voice from behind him. Kyoka just gave a thumbs up from her perch on the couch. He noticed that she had gauged ears with metal tunnels. They looked good and he was surprised he hadn't noticed them before. Izuku just shrugged at the knowledge that he was being recorded. He wasn't going to be embarrassed for playing with his daughter and her friend. He looked back at Sue. She had her long hair up in a massive bow behind her head that made him appreciate just how much hair she had and how cute it was to see up. She was wearing a green sundress with a lily pad pattern on it and black flats. "You look great, Sue. I love your hair up," he said honestly. If there was one thing Nomori had taught him, it was how to give a compliment without sounding predatory. Well, that and to never tell a woman that she looked tired, since it was apparently just a nice way of calling them ugly. Sue blushed and croaked in what he could tell was happiness. "You look good too, though I'm not sure about the tutu," she said, putting a finger to her chin. "Tutu?" Ochako asked as she came into view. She was wearing pink sneakers and a sundress like Sue's, but hers was navy blue and was covered in golden constellations. "You look out of this world, Ochako," he said, shooting her a finger gun before continuing. "But seriously though, you do." Ochako sputtered and blushed as Kyoka snorted, "Nice dad joke." Izuku puffed up his chest in pride. "Thanks, I've been working on them." "Well, you are a dilf," Rumi said casually as she rounded the corner. She was wearing low-cut black jeans that looked like they were painted on and a red leather jacket over a plain white muscle shirt that strained against her six-pack. She also had black combat boots on her larger-than-average feet. She looked like she could kick his ass and he would just thank her for it. "That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, even if you didn't mean to mumble that," Rumi teased with a smirk. "Fuck." He nervously glanced back to his tea party. Najire was visibly straining to hold back tears of laughter as she clasped her hands over her mouth. Momo looked absolutely scandalized. Yuki and Arie were just confused. "Papa, what's a dilf?" Arie asked innocently. "Why would you thank her for kicking you?" Yuki questioned just as innocently. Tears were streaming down Najire's face as laughter began to sneak past her hands. I'll tell you when you're older," he answered red-faced. Kyoka was shaking with laughter as she still recorded. "Now that's a line fit for a dad, green," she gasped out between wheezes. Himiko and Mei came downstairs hand in hand then. Mei was wearing her goggles and a tight, black romper that did little to hide her prodigious curves that weren't usually on display since she typically liked her clothes baggy and comfy. Her high-top sneakers matched Izuku's own perfectly but were a yellow that matched her eyes. He wondered what it would be like to run his hands over every square centimeter of Mei's body like she often did for measuring them. His mannequin vendor girlfriend might be onto something with that technique. Himiko was wearing high-waisted jean shorts that were short enough that he could tell that the bottom of her ass would be peeking out all night. She had a tight, black tee tucked into her shorts that read, "Crazy in Love," in a red font that made it look like it had been written in blood. She wore combat boots similar to Rumi's but were unlaced and had a steel cap over the toes. He was very careful not to mumble aloud as he thought that getting stabbed suddenly didn't seem so bad. "You both look amazing. I don't have the vocabulary to do you justice. Mei, are you sure you're comfortable enough?" he asked once he finally gathered his thoughts and picked up his jaw. Himiko's eyes were predatory as she looked at him with a hunger that had nothing to do with food. Mei's smile was manic but loving as her eyes zoomed and unzoomed on him rapidly. "I'm comfy, it's strethy, see?" Mei answered, and to demonstrate she pulled on her romper. The material stretching easily and revealing a healthy amount of side boob in the process. Mei had never been one for bras and he had never been more thankful for that. Izuku blushed and coughed a few times before turning back to the tea party. He spoke with a forced high pitch once again. "I must bid you ladies adieu, for my entourage has arrived." He stood and excused himself with a formal bow before handing Momo his tutu and grabbing the backpack he had prepared for the night. He thanked Najire again and gave Arie a quick hug goodbye, his girlfriends quickly following suit. As they exited the front doors of the dorms, he heard Kyoka laugh nervously. "Momo, babe, what are you doing with that tutu? Come join us for tea, Princess Punk. I'm afraid the other princesses insist," Momo said with practiced poshness, followed by the sound of Kyoka sighing in defeat. Izuku and the girls took their seats in the booth of the Chinese dumpling restaurant. Izuku sat between Rumi and Mei with Ochako sitting across from him between Sue and Himiko. "This place seems expensive," Ochako said nervously. The place was certainly nice and surprisingly authentic, but it didn't make him feel underdressed. "It's not too bad," Izuku offered. "Oh okay," Ochako said unconvinced as she squeezed her clutch subtly. He and Rumi made meaningful eye contact. The waiter arrived, and having been here before, Izuku ordered a variety of dishes for the table. Ochako was radiating worry at this point, and Sue was nervous as she lightly rubbed the girl's thigh in an attempt to soothe her. "What's wrong?" Izuku decided to ask up front. Both girls looked at each other before Ochako spoke. "I guess it's no use hiding from an empath. I'm worried I won't have enough for the bill." Sue cut in. "I have money from babysitting my siblings, Ochako, let me." "No, I don't like you always payin' for stuff, and I'm the one that wanted to have a double date to begin with, you just asked," Ochako said, refusing to budge on the matter. "We're paying," Himiko said, just as obstinate. "We're the ones that picked the restaurant and ordered the food," Izuku said, mirroring Himiko's tone. "Besides, we get paid by Nezu, and I think he adds a few zeros on accident to our checks. Every time I tell him, though, he just cackles," Mei explained with a shrug. "It's not fair for you guys to pay for everything on a double date, Ribbit," Sue challenged. "Yeah," Ochako agreed with a huff as she crossed her arms under her chest, unintentionally highlighting her impressive bust that threatened to spill out of her dress. Judging by their feelings, Rumi and Mei had noticed as well. Rumi mirrored Ochako's defiant stance, highlighting her chest as well, causing Himiko to drool, and Sue and Ochako to blush. "If you want the check, you'll have to fight me for it. You can pay for what we have planned next," Rumi literally challenged. Ochako looked and felt like she would take Rumi up on the challenge, but eventually deflated and sighed. "Y'all lucky I'm wearing a dress," Ochako joked. "Yes, I am," Rumi agreed salaciously. The brunette spluttered and blushed while Sue kept her from floating to the ceiling. At first Izuku had been worried that Rumi's less than subtle nature would offend, but Ochako just felt flattered and Sue just seemed to agree with Rumi. "I can tell it isn't the case right now, but please say something if one of us makes you uncomfortable," Izuku pleaded. Sue seemed confused at first but quickly understood. "You being able to read me so easily is odd for me, Ribbit. I normally have to be really blunt for people to not misunderstand me due to my face being hard to read." Mei glanced up at Izuku with a smile full of love before she looked at Sue in understanding. "I'm on the spectrum, so I can relate to being easily misunderstood." Sue smiled. "Most people can't relate, thanks for telling me." "Isn't it overwhelming to know what everyone is feeling all the time?" Ochako asked Izuku. "Yeah, wouldn't crowds be a nightmare?" Sue asked as well. "Well, it certainly was at first, but once I got used to it, it's just like any other sense. The best way I can describe empathy is that it's like a sixth sense. Have you ever been somewhere and not noticed a smell until someone points it out? It's kind of like that. I don't get overwhelmed, or sometimes even notice other people's emotions unless they're really strong," Izuku explained. "So ya just feel other people's feelings? Do they influence your own feelings?" Ochako asked with a cute tilt of her head. "No, actually, it's kind of like the difference between tasting and smelling something. I can feel other people's emotions, but they don't affect my own. It's a bit difficult to explain any clearer. How would you explain sound to someone who was born deaf?" He tried to clarify. "That actually makes a lot of sense, Ribbit," Sue said before the waiter showed up with their food. Izuku popped a bite-sized dumpling into his mouth. Instead of having to dip the dumplings like usual, these dumplings had the soup inside them already. Himiko ate one of her special dumplings that were much like his own, but instead of soup, they had blood in them. It was one of the reasons they had chosen this restaurant. She hummed in satisfaction and ran her long tongue over her fangs. Seeing the blood on Himiko's teeth, Sue spoke up. "I've already mentioned this, but I'm pretty blunt. Himiko, you're much scarier than you were in middle school." At first Himiko was filled with worry but quickly calmed when she didn't notice any ill intent in Sue's eyes. "I'm not sure how much Ochako has told you, but I was forced to hide my quirk and who I was then. The mask I wore to appear normal eventually broke. I'm sorry if I scared you," Himiko said almost dejectedly. "I didn't say that I didn't like it, Ribbit," Sue said deadpan as ever. Himiko's jaw went slack for a second before giving a fang-filled smile that was stained red. Don't worry, I get it. Part of my quirk lets me know how dangerous someone is in comparison to me, and Himiko scared the crap out of me when I first saw her. It was the first thing that attracted me to her. Rumi said in understanding of her fellow prey quirk user. I've been meaning to ask actually. You have a prey quirk also, but you don't seem afraid of anything and are much more aggressive than me, even though frogs are both prey and predator. Is there a reason for that, or is it just personality? Ribbit? Sue asked. I think there's a few reasons actually. I wasn't always like this. When I was a kid I was terrified of everyone because I knew how dangerous they all were to me. I was so scared in fact that during a villain attack my parents bought me time to run, but I just froze. I couldn't move a muscle as my parents sacrificed themselves so I could live. Their sacrifice would have been in vain too if the man that ended up adopting me hadn't stepped in and rescued my sorry ass. Izuku put a hand on her thigh and rubbed his thumb along it. She leaned onto his shoulder as her ears drooped. Sorry for being a buzzkill, oversharing and shit, Rumi said after realizing she had just casually dumped a serious topic into the middle of a nice date. Ya aren't being a buzzkill, Rumi. Who was the hero that adopted Ya? Ochako asked softly. Rumi's ears perked up at the subject change. He wasn't a hero exactly. Have you ever heard of Knuckle Duster? Knuckle Duster adopted Ya. He's so cool with the way he fights, Ochako exclaimed as she shadow boxed. From what I remember you're pretty scrappy yourself, Chako, Himiko teased with clear attraction. Sue leaned in front of Ochako, who was trying not to blush. You should have seen the fights she got into in high school, Ribbit. After our first year no bully dared pick on anyone with her around, Sue said conspiratorially. Himiko grinned like the cat that had caught the canary as Ochako tried to float away again. Rumi laughed. I'd love to hear more about those fights once you aren't floating. I'll tell you about the time that May laid out an upperclassman for touching her goggles. Once she had successfully gotten her girlfriend back into her seat with Himiko's help, Sue asked, You said there are several reasons for why you're more aggressive than me. What were they? Rumi looked around to make sure nobody was listening before she leaned in and whispered, It's only a theory, but rabbits are hyper-aggressive during mating season and well, humans are basically always in a mating season after puberty, so yeah. Puberty must have been rough for you then, Ribbit. Sue wondered aloud. Rumi's grin was vicious. That was the first time I saw my old man scared. Izuku remembered the day Mr. Oguro had pulled him, Himiko, and May aside after sending Rumi to the store for something. They all had assumed it would be a shovel talk to end all shovel talks, but he just had this faraway look in his eyes as he told them the story of Rumi's puberty days like he was recalling a first-person account of a war. He warned them that if they had kids with Rumi to be prepared for the fight of their lives once the child reached puberty. Needless to say they had all been a bit scared to see the gruff man so shaken by something. To his side May brightened and began vibrating in her seat. She pulled out her notebook from who knows where before asking, Do you two know how your quirks evolved? Upon hearing her question, Izuku immediately mirrored her excitement and pulled out his own notebook. Where did you two pull those out from? The waistband is the only thing that makes sense, but I would have noticed them when I was never mind, Ribbit. Sue cut herself off as she began to blush and emit both embarrassment and attraction. Himiko leaned forward and wiggled her eyebrows at the frog girl. Aren't their asses amazing? Ochako nodded absent-mindedly to Himiko's question before realizing what she had done and blushed hard enough to give Izuku a run for his money. Ochako sputtered and tried to course-correct the conversation. Anyways, my quirk used to require all 5 of my finger pads to touch whatever I wanted to remove the gravity from. It wasn't voluntary and I had to touch all 10 of my pads together for the effect to cancel. But now I only need 1 finger to touch. It's voluntary unless I'm sleeping or flustered. I can control how much gravity I remove, and I can cancel the effect with a thought. More fingers touching does increase the conductivity though. She demonstrated by touching her dress with a single finger, the tip glowing pink momentarily. Her dress began to float weightlessly, but she did not. The dress stopped fluttering suddenly before she demonstrated again, but this time with all 5 fingers. She and her dress began to float from her seat for a second before landing back in it with a plop that caused her breasts to bounce almost out of her dress. Himiko's eyes went wide at the sight, pink dusting her cheeks. Sue's tongue lolled out of her mouth before she quickly snapped it back in. He didn't see Rumi's or May's faces, but he could feel their lust as well as his own. There's one more thing that changed, Ochako said with a mischievous grin. She poked a dumpling on her plate, her fingertip glowing with the activation of her quirk. Izuku had expected the dumpling to begin floating, but instead it collapsed in on itself as if under a great weight. Izuku and Mei gasped in unison and began writing furiously. "I'm not as smart as them. What just happened?" Rumi asked. "I can increase gravity. I tested it on a scale in the dorm bathrooms. I can increase something's gravity by up to 5 times, Ochako said excitedly. Whoa. Ya would only need one touch to disable almost anyone. We should definitely train together sometime. I want to know what it's like to try and fight with 5 times my weight, Rumi said. That's amazing, Chako. What about you, Sue? Figure anything out? Himiko asked. Mine is mostly an overall physical strength increase, but there is one more thing. I can secrete a paralytic toxin on my skin like a blue poison dart frog, but I'm immune to it and I can control where and how much I secrete, Sue explained. Himiko raised a questioning eyebrow. If you're immune to it, how did you figure it out? Ribbit. Ochako was licking. Sue began but was silenced by red-faced Ochako abruptly placing hands over the frog girl's mouth. Oh ho ho ho, Himiko teased. I bet that was a surprise, Rumi said mirthfully. Ochako removed her hands so Sue could speak again. I thought I killed her at first, Ribbit. It wore off pretty quickly though. Sue turned her attention to Mei and Izuku, who were still furiously scribbling. Do they do that often? Oh that. Yeah, but they're still listening, Rumi explained before peeking at what they were writing. Looks like Mei is planning to make you a dart gun and Ochako some kind of grappling winch as well as. Mei, no grenades. Rumi light chastised, earning her a huff of frustration from her pink-head girlfriend as she flipped her pencil and began erasing. Looks like Izuku is curious about how much stronger you were and if your muscle density increased like mine did. He's also curious if Ochako can decrease something's gravity then increase it without having to touch it again. I don't need to touch it again, Ochako clarified quickly with a fond smile at the three's dynamic. I'm heavier now so I think so, Sue offered with a shrug. Izuku's frantic pace quickened. Once the two had finished writing and put their notebooks back to wherever the hell they had come from, Ochako addressed Mei. Mei, ya inventions sound pretty amazing. Would ya tell me more about em? Mei's eyes were wild as they snapped to Ochako's. You want to hear about my babies? I've been waiting years for someone new to ask me about my babies. She slapped a metal disc onto the table. It turned on to reveal itself to be a hologram. I made a model. Izuku watched Mei fondly as she frantically explained her babies with the same passion that had initially attracted him. This went on for about 10 minutes. Both Ochako and Sue were doing a valiant job at trying to follow the pinkhead, but she was spewing scientific jargon that he barely understood even after 3 years with her. He tapped Mei on the knee 3 times. It was their signal that Mei wasn't allowing any space in a conversation for anyone else. She stopped mid-syllable of piezoelectricity and leaned her head affectionately onto Izuku's arm. So yeah, that's a couple of my babies, Mei said with pride. Wow, Ribbit. That was impressive, no wonder you're a double major, Sue said, completely blown away by the impromptu presentation. I won't pretend to understand everything ya talked about, but it's obvious you're passionate, talented, and probably the smartest person I've ever met. Ochako all but gushed. Mei's answering smile was radiant as she squeezed Izuku's arm. Thanks, she said as affection rolled off her in a torrent. Izuku looked outside to see that it was dark out now. They had been talking for quite a while by this point and had finished eating and even paid a while ago. We should probably get going if we want to make it in time, he said, his girlfriends agreeing. You never said what else we're doing, Ribbit, Sue questioned as they began to leave. Himiko bumped hips with the girl. It's a surprise, you'll just have to wait and see. After a short train ride they arrived at the outskirts of the city and all piled into a gondola after Ochako bought the tickets. That was super cheap. Was that all ya wanted us to pay fare? Ochako asked in frustration as she stomped her pink shoe. It was difficult to be afraid of her wrath when Izuku could tell she was relieved at being somewhat tricked and being able to pay for something at the very least. It didn't help that she was adorable when she was trying to act mad. We didn't know it would be so cheap, Rumi said with a shit-eating grin that begged to differ. Ochako pouted but relented. Where does this go? Sue asked. The observatory, Izuku said simply. Ochako lit up, her faked anger forgotten. "I've always wanted to go but couldn't find the time," she exclaimed in excitement with a small bounce. A short time later they got off the gondola and walked up a short path to the observatory. It was a grass clearing on top of a mountain with very little lighting, so the stars were as clear as possible. Since it was a Monday night, there was nobody else there. Izuku pulled off the backpack he had brought with and began unpacking it in the grass. He rolled out 2 large wireless heated blankets Mei had made. He pulled out and handed a tube to Mei, who began assembling it with practiced hands. Lastly was a miniature homemade ice chest. "What's all this?" Ochako asked quietly. Izuku hummed. "Well, the heated blankets are for if anyone gets cold. I figured Sue might want them. Mei's setting up the telescope. And the cooler has dessert in it. All things Mei invented and patented, by the way. Well, except for the mochi and jelly, those are my recipes." He listed off one at a time. To say that Sue and Ochako were feeling affection would be an understatement. Being an empath, making people happy was almost addictive. To put in effort to care for someone and be able to tell the depth of their emotions was something he would never tire of. The 6 of them talked and laughed as they took turns with the telescope and ate their dessert. After a while they all crawled between the heated blankets to warm up. Sue was shivering slightly as they got in. She laid down between Ochako and Himiko, both of them scooching close in order to warm her up. They were all stargazing in comfortable silence, with Ochako occasionally pointing out constellations and planets. Izuku sat up on his elbows as he noticed Sue's rising worry. "Everything okay, Sue?" Sue sighed before responding. "There's something I should say. I knew you cared about Ochako, Himiko," she said, catching Himiko off guard. She continued. "When you disappeared I was relieved because I thought I finally stood a chance with Ochako, and when I saw you at the entrance exams I was worried you would steal Ochako away from me. I feel horrible for feeling relieved that you disappeared. I'm so sorry," she said, her voice beginning to wobble. Ochako leaned her head fully onto her girlfriend's chest. "Nobody will ever steal me away from you. I love you." Himiko leaned her head against Sue's shoulder slightly. "It's okay, Sue. Why would y'all worry about me stealing her away?" "Because I knew she cared about you too, and why wouldn't she? You're amazing. She never gave up hope that she would see you again. I could see it written in her eyes, and I don't blame her. But then I found out you were poly and had 3 partners, each as amazing as you. I was relieved, but at the same time I worried that you 4 would pursue only Ochako and leave me alone. But now I know you would never do that," Sue said, her voice threatening to break. Ochako ignored her embarrassment and propped herself up so she could look Sue in the eyes. "I'm never leaving y'all. Hear me? Ever," she said with conviction before leaning down and kissing Sue passionately. "You're seriously underestimating how great you are, Sue. Ochako wouldn't be who I know she is if she ever left you for anyone," Himiko said once Ochako came up for air. "Breaking people up to date someone is for weaklings," Rumi said, annoyed at even the implication. "Why the hell would we do that? Ochako is bubbly, fun, and has a cute accent, but you're funny, blunt, and adorable," Mei exclaimed, confused at the prospect of anyone not liking Sue. "It's true that we did agree to consider others joining our polycule, but we would never do so at the expense of someone's relationship. We wouldn't invite only one person from a couple, and we would only invite them if we loved both of them. Besides, you and Ochako are both amazing, caring people." Izuku tried to clarify their intentions without saying that they were already considering them specifically. After a moment of silence, Sue croaked happily. "Thank you, that makes me feel better, Ribbit." Now that they were past that, Ochako allowed herself to blush as she slapped Sue's arm. "Did y'all have to tell Himi that I liked her in middle school?" Sue hunched her shoulders. "Sorry, Ribbit," Ochako sighed. "It's fine." She turned her blushing face to Himiko, who was still resting her head against Sue's shoulder. "Did you really like me too?" Himiko looked up into her warm brown eyes. "It's why I had to leave. My cravings were reaching a boiling point and I didn't want to hurt you." Ochako frowned. "I'm the reason ya disappeared?" she asked softly. "No. My mother is the reason. If she hadn't forced me to suppress my quirk, then I never would have reached that point, so don't you dare blame yourself," Himiko desperately rushed out. All right, if you're sure," Ochako hesitantly agreed. "I am," Himiko resolutely said. Izuku sat up. "It's starting to get pretty late, we should probably get back." They all agreed and began packing up. Himiko pulled Sue in for a hug. "I'm sorry I made you worry, Sue." Sue nuzzled into Himiko's warmth and closed her eyes. "It's okay, Ribbit. I was just being self-conscious." When they got back to the dorms, they found Najire asleep on one of the recliners in her button-up pajamas. A children's book lay forgotten on her knee. Her periwinkle hair was cozily curled around her shoulders. She had her arms around Yuki and Arie. Both were dead asleep in her lap with their heads resting against her shoulders. After taking a picture to frame later, he whispered to girls who were doing their best to not squeal at the sight, "I'll take them to bed, you guys go ahead." After a few whispered good nights and thank yous for the nice night, the girls went to get ready for bed. With Blackwhip's help to make sure nobody tumbled off, he gently picked up Najire in a princess carry with Yuki and Arie still in her arms. He carried the three with little effort to Najire's door and opened it with a tendril. He gently laid the three down into her bed with Blackwhip pulling the covers over them. Najire opened one eye and smiled at him lovingly. She mouthed the words, "Thank you," before closing her eye again, her smile remaining. He smiled at the girls' antics and quietly left the room and closed the door. Smut time. Izuku approached his room assuming the girls were still changing into pajamas in their rooms. It was really the only thing they used them for anymore, well, that and storing their clothes. He entered to see his girlfriends all sitting on the edge of the bed, each in one of his shirts. It appeared as if they were waiting for him. They all stood up as he approached. His shirts were long enough on Mei and Himiko to completely cover them. Rumi being 6 feet 2, 188 centimeters, on the other hand. He froze as he actually saw Rumi's pussy for the first time. She had no tan lines on her naturally dark skin, and just above her glistening lips was a well-manicured tuft of white hair. "See something you like?" she teased as her hands began pulling at his clothes, Mei and Himiko joining in to strip him. They quickly and deftly stripped him down to his boxers with his cock threatening to rip free of its confines. As one, Mei, Himiko, and Rumi pulled their shirts off to reveal that none of them had anything underneath. He took in the sight of his three beautiful girlfriends in their full splendor for the first time. Himiko bit her lip and trailed a claw along her porcelain skin that was criss-crossed in places with old scars from 3 years ago. Her breasts were the smallest of the three but were firm and perky, her bright pink nipples pebbled with arousal. Her toned stomach had the faint outlines of a six-pack. Her pussy was clean-shaven and puffy with the promise he had made to go down on her. Mei's smile was manic as she cupped her heavy breasts in each hand. She might have been the same height as Himiko at 5 feet 2 inches, 157 centimeters, but she had the largest breasts of all three. Her massive breasts had dropped as she lifted her shirt over her head in a way he would remember for the rest of his days. Her frame was muscular and deceptively powerful. She wasn't as lean and lithe as Himiko, but she had a 4-pack of abs and arms many would envy. She too was clean-shaven, her folds wet with want. Rumi's grin was predatory as she jutted her hip to the side with her hand on it, her full breast swaying with the motion. Her skin was a natural dark tan that had no tan lines. She was easily the most muscular of the three. She had a well-developed 6-pack and muscles that created a V, pointing to her womanhood. Her thighs were burgeoning with barely restrained muscle as she sauntered closer, her muscular hips swaying. "Wow," he said sagely. She squatted down and yanked his boxers down in one swift motion. His foot, 30.5 centimeters, long dick springing back upwards from the sudden motion and slapping just above his navel. Rumi looked up at him as his cock rested against her face, only causing her grin to widen. She shook her tail as well as her bubble of an ass as she licked the full length of him. "Shove that monster down my throat," Rumi ordered before taking the tip of his cock into her mouth. Mei and Himiko pressed themselves against his sides, their breasts pillowing against him. They began groping his ass as they watched Rumi begin to bob along the tip of his cock as both of her hands began pumping along the shaft. He groaned at the warmth of Rumi's mouth as she swirled her tongue over the tip and looked up at him with hungry eyes. Rumi grabbed his hands and placed them on the back of her head. He began to gently push her deeper onto his cock, careful not to gag her. He stopped when could feel himself hit the back of her throat with about half of his throbbing erection still outside. Himiko and Mei were still grasping his ass as they began to play with their nipples as they watched. Rumi must have been impatient because her hands left his cock and grabbed the back of his legs just below his ass before she shoved herself forward. He moaned as his dick began to slide down her throat and tears pricked her eyes even though he could tell she wasn't feeling anything other than triumph and lust. Himiko and Mei whimpered at the sight and began rubbing their thighs together, wetness beginning to trail down their legs. Rumi kept shoving his massive cock down her throat until she was finally at the base and he could feel her tongue licking at his balls. "Goo, you're amazing, Rumi." He groaned at the feeling of his entire length buried in his Amazon of a girlfriend's throat. "God, she took the entire thing," Mei whispered in awe. "Now fuck her throat, Izuku," Himiko ordered huskily. She began pulling herself off of him only to slam herself all the way back down before she reached halfway. He began aiding her in the motion until he was well and truly throat fucking her unaided. The muscles in her throat bulged with each thrust as an outline of his cock could be seen traveling downwards. Tears leaked from her eyes as the pace quickened until his legs began to shake with the beginnings of an orgasm. His dick twitched hard. "Phewick, Rumi, here it comes." He leaned forward and pressed her head all the way until her nose was against his skin as his orgasm broke. He could feel her throat working to take his load with each shot of cum, only making his orgasm even more intense as her throat tried to milk him dry. After 10 long seconds he released her head and she slid herself off his pulsing cock. She gasped for air before licking her lips and opening her mouth to show him that nothing remained. She had swallowed every drop. "Thanks for the meal," Rumi said scratchily as she stood. He pulled her in by the waist for a deep kiss, their tongues intertwined as he wiped away her tears with one hand and used cell activation on her throat with the other. They pulled away, both gasping for air. She rubbed her throat. "That feels better. Thanks, babe," she said in appreciation, voice no longer scratchy. Mei and Himiko pulled her in for a three-way kiss as their hands roved over each other's bodies. "That was so fucking hot," Himiko whispered into Rumi's ear, causing it to twitch. "Yeah, it was. Let's move on though, I'm dying here," Mei yelled as she grasped Izuku's still rock-solid dick and began to lead him to the bed by it. "Lay down on your back," Himiko ordered. He didn't need to be told twice as he laid down. Himiko hopped onto the bed and walked atop it until she was standing above him with her feet to the sides of his head. He watched with lust in his eyes as she lowered herself onto his awaiting face, his hands moving to grip her toned, supple ass. As Himiko ran her hands through his hair and began riding his face, he felt something on both sides of his cock. Rumi and Mei sat on his lap and pressed their now dripping pussies together with his dick sandwiched between their lips, his cock reaching halfway between Mei's belly button and the underside of her breasts. They began grinding as Rumi held the much shorter girl's head in her hands as she kissed her softly, both of them smiling and humming into the kiss. Her tongue slid along Mei's lips, seeking entrance. Mei granted entry and Rumi's tongue began to explore her mouth. They moaned into each other's mouths as they began to pick up the pace of their grinding with Izuku's cock sandwiched between their bodies. Izuku's tongue was deep inside Himiko as his nose grinded against her clit as she rode his face. She began to moan loudly as she began picking up her pace. Izuku's dick began to twitch as the wetness on it began to increase. Himiko's body began to spasm with small tremors as her moans began to grow in volume. Her shaking only increased until she was spasming atop him, unable to continue rocking. She came so hard that she squirted. He could see her eyes dilate and roll back as her long tongue lolled out of her mouth to rest on her chin. He latched his mouth onto her quivering pussy and greedily drank her juices as he kept her in place with his hands. Mei broke from the kiss and took one of Rumi's nipples into her mouth as they both came together. Their bodies shook with ecstasy as Mei moaned, the vibrations causing Rumi's orgasm to intensify. She screamed so loud that the entire dorm would have heard if the room wasn't soundproofed. Rumi and Mei's body-shaking orgasm quickly caused his own to break. Thick cum shot out and drenched both Rumi and Mei. The two began to immediately lick each other clean before moving down to clean off the mixture of the three's cum off his cock. Himiko all but flopped bonelessly to the side. He propped himself up onto his elbows as he watched Rumi and Mei lick him clean. When they finished, they turned their attention to him and crawled towards him, their breasts swinging with each movement. He was nearly hypnotized by the time they reached him and began to lick his face free of Himiko's orgasm. Rumi and Mei laid their head on his chest with each of his legs between theirs. Still in a daze, Himiko crawled between his legs and laid directly on top of his torso with his still erect cock nestled between her ass cheeks. That was Amazing. Mei breathed out. MMHMMM, Himiko mumbled. I still feel full, Rumi noted with a shaky voice. I love you three so much, Izuku said as he pulled Rumi and Mei closer. The three girls mumbled out a chorus love yous in response. Himiko sobered up a bit from her cum drunk and knitted her eyebrows together as she flexed her ass cheeks around Izuku's cock. But Izuku's still hard, she protested. Don't worry about me. I think cell activation makes it so I can basically go until I want to stop. I like you cockwarming me anyways, he said as he thrusted his slick cock between her cheeks once. Himiko wiggled her ass in response and closed her eyes. If you say so, this is surprisingly comfy actually. Wake us up if you can't sleep because of it, Mei said sleepily as her eyes fluttered close. Yeah. Rumi agreed as she too closed her eyes. He hummed in agreement before using Black Whip to pull the blankets of them and closing his own eyes. Chapter end notes lots of fluff and my biggest smut scene so far. This chapter was significantly bigger than I thought I would be. Comment and let me know what you liked or disliked. Chapter 11 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku woke to the sensation of a finger trailing along his bare chest. He opened his eyes to see Himiko, Mei, and Rumi all still naked and pressed against him, their breasts pillowing against his frame. Himiko was purring as she traced the barely there starburst scars on his chest from the day he had met her. Good morning Izu, Himiko purred. Rumi and Mei both looked up at him with love in their eyes and he could feel all their love combining, resonating to the point that it felt like the warmth of a campfire on a chilly evening. I love all of you so much, he said as he basked in the warmth of their emotions. They returned the sentiment and the sensation grew like it was building to something. They laid there basking in each other's presences until their alarm went off and they went about their morning rituals. Najire and Mei had taken Arie and Yuki to their class, all of them holding hands in a chain that went. Najire, Yuki, Arie, and finally Mei. As the four left, Arie and Yuki were babbling excitedly about their sleepover and what they wanted to do next time, while Najire and Mei were asking and answering questions in such a frantic pace he almost had to activate full cowl to be able to follow it. Izuku made 2 cups of coffee in travel mugs before heading to class with Rumi and Himiko. Once he was at homeroom, he gave the coffees to Aizawa-sensei and Hitoshi at the same time, offering them a hand glowing with cell activation. Hitoshi actually hugged him, proclaiming he would hide a body for him if asked. Aizawa-sensei tried to hide his gratitude behind nonchalance, but he could tell that the gruff man felt like a kid on Christmas. Homeroom had been much more conventional this time around. Aizawa went over everything they had missed not attending the assembly in the 10 short minutes they had as opposed to the hours it would have been. He went on to explain that the rat thought it was funny to bore students at the assembly into unconsciousness with his droning. After a short homeroom there was English with present mic, math with ectoplasm, literature with Cementos, and history with Snipe. Mei and Momo left to the support lab during literature and history since they counted as electives and they had been waived for the 2 double majors. The 2 returned for the last class before lunch, Quirk history and law taught by Midnight, or his mama. Nomori entered the room and immediately hugged Izuku. I'm so excited to have you and the girls in my class, Izuku. As everyone took their seats he noticed the confusion everyone was feeling and realized, to his horror, that he had never told his classmates that Midnight was one of his moms. He prayed she wouldn't try to embarrass him. Midnight sat on her desk with her legs crossed as she introduced herself. I'm the R-rated hero, Midnight, and I'll be your teacher. She held out her left hand to show off a beautiful wedding ring. But you can call me Mrs. Midoriya. Izuku groaned and slammed his head onto the desk as his classmates' heads all swiveled to look at him with mouths agape. Hell, even his girlfriends pretended to be shocked. Homewrecker, Himiko yelled. Get your own man, Rumi exclaimed. Betrayal, Mei yelled exaggeratedly. How scandalous, Momo said with a hand over mouth. A student-teacher relationship is highly inappropriate, Iida said as he chopped at the air. The class devolved into more shouts of recriminations as his mama sat there smiling like she had just created her greatest work of art. She let this go on for a few more seconds before snapping her whip, resulting in everyone immediately quieting. I'm his mama, not his wife, Nomori said before bursting into laughter, his girlfriends roaring with laughter as well. Midnight's your mom, Kaminari screeched. I'm surprised you didn't tell them about me, Izuku. Have you told them about Anon? His mama asked once she calmed down enough to talk. Who's Anon? Ochako asked. 13, they're my mom, Izuku answered. Ochako stood from her seat. Why didn't you bring it up when I was talking about my dads being heroes? Hitoshi asked. That was a good question, why hadn't he? Before he could think up an answer, Rumi answered for him. Izuku has a bad habit of removing himself from any equation. It just doesn't occur to him to think of himself. Rumi berated lightly. Hey, I've gotten better, Izuku argued. Rumi scoffed, barely. Midnight mercifully got the class back on track quickly. When the bell rang for lunch, Nomori stopped him and told him that Toshi wanted to speak with him in the dean's office over lunch. He entered Nezu's office after grabbing a bowl of lunch rushes katsudon. Toshinori was sitting on the couch slurping a smoothie while Nezu sat at his desk sipping on tea. As soon as he shut the door behind him, Nana materialized and sat next to Toshinori. Izuku sat at the other end of the couch and began eating. Nana pointed an accusing finger at Toshinori. You've been taking all your supplements? Your wound might be healed, but you're still missing your stomach and you need to take care of yourself. Nana asked Toshi, and Izuku couldn't help but see a mother worrying about her child. I'm taking everything you told me to, I promise. All Might almost whined. Nana's incorporeal form patted his knee. Good. I never got to congratulate you on getting your teaching license, by the way. It's good to see you applying yourself in something that doesn't involve punching. So what did you want to talk about, Toshi? Izuku asked after Toshi rolled his eyes at his pseudo-mother. A few years ago he never would have thought he would be addressing All Might so casually. Toshinori finished his smoothie and looked at him with a serious expression. How do you feel about bringing Aizawa in on One for All? Izuku's eyebrows shot up. He had not expected that question. Is it safe to tell him? He's one of the good ones, I can assure you. Him being in the know will also put him in a position to better be able to teach you. Nezu explained as he poured a second cup of tea. Izuku eyed the cup of tea cautiously. Nezu tended to get a bit twitchy around 3 cups in. Well, he is Mama's friend, and if you two vouch for him, then I'm for it, Izuku answered. Excellent. Nezu chirped with a hair-raising grin before pressing a button causing the door to whoosh open just as Aizawa was about to knock. Aizawa mumbled something about every damn time before plopping into a chair. What did you want? And who is that? He asked, shooting Nana a questioning look. I'm Maverick, she answered with a knowing smirk. I've heard that name. Maverick died before I even enrolled at UA, Aizawa said slowly, now fully suspicious. Nana waved her hand through Toshi's head, still dead. Aizawa looked at Izuku accusingly. What the hell did you put in that coffee, problem child? Aizawa-sensei, I have something to tell you about my quirk. You may find what I have to say hard to believe, but it's the truth. Izuku warned before retelling the origin story of One for All for what felt like the millionth time. Once he finished, Aizawa was just sitting there quietly with his face half hidden in his scarf for several minutes. You're right, I do have a hard time believing it, but at the same time it makes a frustrating amount of sense. He turned to Nezu. Once he graduates, I'm retiring, was all he said. Before he stood up and left abruptly. Well, that went well? All Might asked. Izuku shrugged before finishing his food. Once lunch ended, it was time for Hero Theory with Aizawa. Izuku was actually really excited for this class because it was something Nezu had often drilled him on its importance. Once class started, Aizawa talked about how this class would typically be used to discuss everything that went into being a hero and review the previous day's hero basic training class in greater detail. Since this was the first day, they were going to start with something simple. What is a villain? Can anyone tell me the different types of villains? Aizawa asked. Several hands went up as Bakugo blurted out, dead and not dead yet, earning him a withering glare from the teacher. Aizawa called on Yaoyorozu. Career villains and villains of opportunity, she said with an air of pristine confidence. Close, but not the entire answer I'm looking for. Anyone else? Aizawa asked. Only Iida and Izuku raised their hands this time. Momo deflated slightly at being incorrect but perked back up when Kyoka turned in her seat to give the girl a reassuring smile. Go ahead, Midoriya, Aizawa said with a gesture of his hand to the boy. I should preface my answer, there is a difference between a villain and a criminal. A villain is inherently a criminal, yes, but a criminal is not necessarily a villain. A villain uses their quirk to aid them while breaking the law. A criminal could just be someone shoplifting food to eat. In many cases the criminal is unfairly judged as a villain, especially if they have a mutation quirk they can't just turn off. My mentor told me that someone becomes a villain for 5 main reasons. Some turn to villainy out of desperation, a last resort to meet their needs. An example would be someone stealing to feed their family. Some turn to villainy because they felt like outcasts in our society and lash out because of it. These people are often as much victims as they are villains. Those with so-called villainous quirks or mutation quirks are the most common for this type. Some become villains in order to obtain power or wealth, the ends justifying the means in order to sat their greed. Some become villains because of something they believe in. The creature rejection clan and Stain are good examples. In their eyes they're doing something beneficial or providing a service. Lastly, some turn into villains because they simply want to hurt people. These are the most dangerous by far. They can't be empathized with no matter how much we as humans wish to understand. Izuku finished answering, nearly out of breath. The speaker in the corner of the room crackled to life. Couldn't have said it better myself. Excellent job. Nezu chirped through the speaker. Thank you, sir. Izuku said simply as everyone was looking around bewildered. Aizawa shuddered but agreed with the voice before continuing on with the lesson on what makes a villain a villain. Up next was the class everyone had been looking forward to the most, Hero Basic Training. Who do you think will be our teacher, Midoriya? Sue asked. Call me Izuku. I know who it is, but I'll let it be a surprise, he answered somewhat mischievously. Mina whipped her head to him and narrowed her golden eyes. First names? Something happened, didn't it? Ochako and I went on a double date with his polycule last night, Ribbit. Sue answered casually. Mina slapped her hands to her cheeks. Me and Toru got dibs on the next double date night with the polycule, she declared. Toru became visible. Yeah, we can go on a shopping date. They began to converse about ideas of where to go until Kyoka snapped to attention and looked at the door. That laugh, no fucking way, the punk girl said. Language. Iida instantly reprimanded. I would appreciate it if you didn't yell at my girlfriend, Iida. Momo said, voice sickeningly sweet. I'm entering the room. The door slammed open and All Might slid into the room all the way to the podium and flexed. Like a hero, he said in his powerful voice, causing everyone to erupt into cheers, even those that knew he would be there. Is that his Silver Age outfit? Sue asked. Whoa, his eyes really are white again. How? Toru asked from her front row seat. All Might blew past that question like he did in every interview. Today we'll be doing, drumroll please, he said as he fished something from his suit. Izuku began drumming his fingers on his desk as requested. Combat training, he said with gusto as he held out a card that said, Battle, on it. Bakugo grinned like a madman while Rumi and Himiko grinned like sharks that smelled blood. For that you'll need these, he said while gesturing to the wall as it began to open. Large metal briefcases were on racks with their seat numbers on them. Young Hatsume, your costume is waiting for you in the locker room, he added as an afterthought. Well, don't just sit there, get changed and meet me at ground beta, he said before disappearing in a gust of wind. May nearly tripped as she took off for the locker rooms in a dead sprint. Mama's comin', baby. Izuku was walking into ground beta looking down at the worn knuckle dusters he had on. He was surprised to see them resting on a letter when he first opened his costume case. The letter was handwritten and barely legible. It read, Congratulations kid, you're an official graduate of Ogre's Gym. These are your graduation gifts. They've taken down more villains than any hero outside of the top 10. I would say to make me proud, but I already know you will. Look out for my little girl, will ya? P.S. Don't worry about breaking them. They're made out of some bullshit alloy and are practically indestructible. P.P.S. If you're reading this, Rumi, don't scoff, you'll always be my little girl. Izuku smiled to himself. For all of his appearances, Mr. Oguro was nothing if not a loving father. Izuku wouldn't let the man down. You look good, Hitoshi said, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Izuku looked up from the letter at Hitoshi. The purple-haired boy was wearing what looked like a ninja costume with kunai strapped to his chest, a black metal half-mask, and a scarf exactly like Eraserhead's but black. He looked back down at his own costume. He had gone with something akin to his very first costume design but a tighter fit and minus the hood and bunny ears, as Rumi had put it. His mother had wanted to sew it for him but All Might had offered his resources, instead of simple cloth. His suit was made of the same nigh indestructible material as All Might's were. The majority was black instead of the original lime green and the sides had a thick stripe of green running down them that matched his hair. He had armored knee and elbow pads to pack some extra punch. On his waist was a utility belt with red pouches hanging off of it, each pouch with a different colored circle on the top to distinguish what was inside. May had packed his belt with all kinds of goodies. She had also modified a pair of his red high tops to be armored and reinforced strong enough to kick through steel. A metal half mask lay against his collarbones with a built-in air filtration system. In the area of the mask that covered his ears was a dampener that would lower any noise over a dangerous decibel to a tolerable one, something Rumi had as well but were earbuds. When equipped, the mask would secure itself tight to his face. If he didn't know that making things for people was May's love language, he would feel like he was taking advantage of her with how much she contributed to his costume. All the equipment she had made had to be approved by UA since she wasn't licensed or a student when she made them, but the process was well worth it. Thanks, Hitoshi. Yours looks great too. The capture scarf in particular. Izuku returned the compliment in turn. He looked around to check out everyone's costumes, well, everyone but the girls since they weren't out yet. Aoyama looked like a cross between a knight and a disco ball. Kaminari looked like he was just wearing some rocker-style clothing. Iida, or at least who he assumed was Iida, looked like a knight crossed with a cyborg. May was going to love it. Mezzo was wearing a pretty standard blue costume with no sleeves. Tokiyami was wearing all black clothes, utility belt, and cloak. Todoroki was wearing a white jumpsuit with fake ice covering one entire side, WTH a red eye. It was a bit odd to say the least. Hanta was wearing a black and white suit with tape dispensers for shoulder guards and a full helmet. Bakugo was, that bastard was wearing a design he had drawn. The blonde must have kept a page from the notebook he all but destroyed. He was about to lose his cool when Kirishima came up to him in his costume. It consisted of black pants, a tight black shirt, a red torn-up cloth around his waist, a mask framing his face, and gear like shoulder pads. Nice costume, bro. Hey, does this look gay? The redhead suddenly asked him while gesturing to his shirt. To say Izuku was taken aback would be putting it lightly. Thanks. Yours looks great too, but what do you mean by looks gay? Izuku questioned. He was going to be upset if by gay he meant stupid. Instead of answering, Kirishima grabbed a fistful of his shirt and ripped most of it off to expose his muscular chest and abs. How about now? Izuku blinked dumbly. What are you talking about? Kirishima just hummed before ripping his shirt completely to ribbons. Now? Yes. Hitoshi croaked next to him, his eyes glued to Kirishima's muscles. Kirishima smiled with all his shark-like teeth. Thanks, man, he said before walking off. Izuku just watched him walk away, completely lost as to what just happened. Sure, he realized that he wanted it to look gay now, but couldn't he have asked if it was enticing enough or something? Izuku. May's voice yelled from behind him. He turned to see all the girls walking his way, and he could have sworn time slowed as he tried to take in every detail. May was wearing her full power armor she had modeled off of her Adepta Sororitas models, her helmet cradled against her side. It was truly May's crowning achievement. It was solid black, and on each shoulder pauldron was a decorative golden H, with golden wings spreading from it. On each knee and elbow guard was a golden crosshair. A red piece of cloth hung from the front of her belt to the middle of her shins and fluttered between her legs as she walked. There was a similar cloth that hung from the entire backside of her belt and flowed like a cape. There was a pistol mag locked to her right thigh and a rifle butt peeking over her shoulder. You look badass, May. I can't wait to see you in action, Izuku said, earning him a smile. Is that a gun? Iida balked. Two of them, they're both railguns actually. May happily explained and pulled off the rifle to show it off. It looked like a conventional long barrel rifle, but it was fairly rectangular in shape and had no scope. This is the Exodus rifle. She put it back and pulled out her pistol. And this is the Exodus pistol. They're both powered by my suit through my palms, so nobody but me can fire them. She put away the pistol before turning her palms upwards and showing electricity dancing across her hands. Very impressive armor. I would love to sit down and discuss the finer details later. The rail guns are quite the feat, though I'm more partial to launchers personally. Momo complimented as she approached. Thanks, it has pockets. We should definitely go over our babies. Ooh, how about a double date? May asked as she bounced in place. Momo was wearing a black, turtleneck tank top that fit more like a sports bra. On it was white armor plating. On her lower half she wore a mid-thigh black skirt that also had white armor plating. Underneath everything was a red bodysuit of a material that looked exactly like Midnight's white self-healing fabric. At her waist was a black utility belt that blended in with the skirt. She wore black boots with white armor plates covering the toes and shins. Around her shoulder and neck was a 3-point sling attached to a grenade launcher. Is that a grenade launcher? Iida screeched. Izuku was starting to get worried about the boy's blood pressure. It's a handheld, belt-fed, 40mm grenade launcher to be exact, Momo cheerfully clarified. He was pretty sure the only reason Iida wasn't yelling was because he had forgotten how to breathe. Don't take this the wrong way, but I didn't figure you were the grenade launcher type, Izuku said. Momo laughed sweetly. I suppose that's fair. Kyoka got me into playing co-op shooters with her and well, I like the grenade launchers. There's so many types of rounds you can use. May began to list off round types, each in the form of a question. Beanbag. A nod from Momo. Hard foam. A nod. Rubber buckshot. A nod. Flashbang. A nod. Concussive. A nod. Capture foam. A nod. While May continued to ask questions, Himiko skipped up to him and kissed him on the cheek. He looked down as she twirled for him. She was wearing a blood-red dress that had no sleeves, went up to her throat, and down to just above the knees. The dress was reinforced with trauma-resistant material and attuned to her DNA so it would transform with her. Her knee-high black tights and shoes were also coded to her DNA. Her shoes looked like standard flats, but they didn't have a rubber sole. They were specially designed to not leave footprints and allow the wearer to step silently. It was incredibly expensive to code something to someone's DNA, but Mr. Khan loved nothing more than to spoil his long-lost daughter. As she twirled, he could see the small blood kit May had made resting on the small of her back attached to her thick utility belt. As her dress began to float higher, he saw bandoliers attached to each thigh filled with dozens of large throwing spikes with bloodlets running their length and a metal circle on one end. Wow, you look so pretty and deadly, May exclaimed, throwing her armored hands wide. Himiko pressed against her girlfriend and pecked her on the lips. You're one to talk, Himiko purred into May's ear, causing her shudder in her power armor. Do I get a kiss? Rumi asked sarcastically. Her costume showed every rippling muscle moving as she did. She was wearing a white leotard with purple trim and a golden crescent moon on her chest. The leotard didn't show her entire ass like the ones she wore as pajamas, but it certainly showed off a lot. Her leotard as well as her purple thigh-high tights and white gloves were made from the same material as his suit. Her gloves were stylish but had a knuckle guard filled with lead. Her shoes were essentially just a metal heel and toes that made her feet look like actual rabbit feet. Covering her ribs were metal plates and on each was a white equipment pouch. Himiko leapt at her rabid girlfriend and wrapped her legs around the tall girl's waist. Duh, Himiko said before kissing her. Momo was blushing up a storm at the sight but couldn't look away. Iida seemed to have gone catatonic. All three of you look exactly like I pictured when we first designed those costumes, Izuku said with a megawatt smile as Himiko got down. Rumi ran a hand over his abs and smirked up at him, same. She looked at the letter still in his hand. Are those my old man's? And what's that paper? He just handed her the letter and watched her as she read. Her smile was small and warm at first, but she scoffed in indignation partway through, then laughed as her warm smile returned larger than before. Mind if I keep this? Rumi asked, almost embarrassed and definitely sentimental. Of course not, he replied. Rumi gently folded up the paper and placed it in her equipment pouch. Hey babe, you look so fucking cool, Kyoka said to Momo as she approached the much taller girl. She had red triangles below painted her eyes that were reminiscent of Princess Mononoke. There was some kind of device hooked around her ears like wireless headphones. She was wearing black combat boots with miniature subwoofers built into them, ripped black jeans, a short leather jacket, an armored sports bra exactly like Momo's but purple with black armor plating that showed off her surprisingly toned stomach. She also had fingerless leather gloves with small speakers that looked like they could detach, attached to them. "You do as well, dear. I knew you would look great," Momo said softly with a light blush. "No joke. You have a figure exactly like Mordred's from Fate," Mina said. After seeing everyone's confused expressions, she puffed up her cheeks in a pout and explained, "It's a pre-quirk anime." Kyoka shrugged. Thanks." Mina was wearing a skin-tight, strapless bodysuit. He couldn't help but wonder how it managed to stay up with her bust already trying to spill out of it. The color pattern looked like someone had thrown purple and teal paint at it and called it a day. It didn't look bad necessarily, but he had never been very fashionable. She also had a fur-collared vest and boots with holes circling the sides just above the sole. "Boo!" Toru yelled in Mina's ear as she reappeared. Mina shrieked in surprise. "She won't stop," she whined. Toru was wearing a skin-tight bodysuit that was colored like Mina's but with every color in the rainbow. She also had a steel baton holstered to each hip. She did a little twirl, her luminescent hair floating as she did so. "Not bad for last minute, right?" Toru asked. "Ah, we match," Mina crowed before kissing Toru on the cheek. "Last minute?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, I couldn't make my clothes invisible before my quirk evolution and I couldn't afford a DNA-coded suit, so it was just going to be shoes and gloves. Glad I didn't have to do that. Since 3 people here would have seen me naked all class long." Toru finished with a nervous giggle. "Ooh, y'all look amazing," Ochako said as she bounced a little with each step. "Agreed, Ribbit," Sue added, her posture slouched and her hands held forward. Ochako was wearing a pink and black, skin-tight bodysuit that hugged her very curvy and mildly pudgy body. She had huge, pink, bulbous boots and gauntlets. On her neck was a pink choker, he assumed to reduce nausea. On her waist was a solid kind of utility belt that didn't fully wrap around her waist. Sue was also wearing a skin-tight bodysuit but green and seemed to be designed to keep her warm. It showed off her incredibly petite yet surprisingly shapely and lithe figure. She had shoes similar to Rumi in that they made her feet look more animalistic but like a frog's instead of a rabbit's. On her head were large goggles, but he couldn't tell what they were for. Maybe to see better underwater. "Dang, Chako and Sue. Looking good," Himiko said with a waggle of her eyebrows. "Sue, we make mutation quirks look good," Rumi said with a grin. "You look so cute and floaty, Ochako," May gushed. "You really think so?" Ochako asked with a blush. "I feel chubby compared to all of you." "I keep telling her that I like that about her," Ribbit said, poker face in full effect. "Pudgy is hot too, accept it." "May thinks so too," Rumi whispered while pointing at May, whose eyes were zooming in and out all over Ochako. Ochako sputtered. "You can't be serious." Izuku tapped his temple. "Trust me, they're telling the truth, and so am I when I say you both look phenomenal and ready for heroics at the same time." Najire flew in over the mock city's walls and began flying circles around everyone to look at their costumes. Hey, all of you look so adorable," she said, bubbly as ever. Izuku had seen her costume on the news before, but seeing it in person was another thing entirely. Not only did she look like a pro, but she was breathtaking as she flitted through the air on periwinkle spirals. He had known she was extremely busty, but it had never been more apparent than now, and he could sense that most everyone was feeling the same thing. All Might landed in a crouch with a crunch of asphalt as he made yet another dramatic entrance. He stood to his full height and placed his hands on his hips with his trademark smile firmly in place. "They say the costume makes the hero, and all of you certainly look the part," he bellowed proudly with a lingering look at Izuku. "Today's exercise will be objective-based. I've placed a fake bomb in a building that one team will be defending while the other attacks. Offense will win by touching the bomb and defense will win by running out the timer. Either team can win by incapacitating the opposing team by means of immobilization, knockout, or if I call them out for any reason. I want each team to picture yourselves as heroes and the opposing team as villains. Offense should picture it as trying to invade a villain hideout and defusing a bomb, while defense should view it as defending a bomb from villains trying to set it off while it's being defused. Destruction of the fake bomb will count as a loss for both teams, so watch your collateral. This has the potential to get dangerous, so here my word is law. If I say stop, you freeze. If I say spin, you twirl. Is that understood? All Might asked with a no-nonsense tone that had nearly everyone snapping out a yes, while some just nodded. Shouldn't we do basic combat training first? Sue asked worriedly. How will teams be selected? Iida asked now that he had finally snapped out of his stupor. Young Asui, this is to get a baseline of where everyone is at, as well as a way to see how you handle a new situation that you might not be prepared for. Young Iida, the only rules are the ones I've already stated and teams have already been randomized. All Might answered before anyone else could pile on more questions. Is random really the best way? Iida questioned but not rudely. Najire was somehow bouncing midair and raising her land like her life depended on it. Me. I know, it's because heroes do random team-ups all the time, right? Right? All Might's booming laugh echoed through the empty city. My trusty Ta is exactly right. Now, here are your teams and who you'll be facing in what order. He pressed a button on his phone like Aizawa had done the day before and a hologram popped up to display the teams. Offense versus Defense Oguro, Ashido versus Tokiyami, Kirishima. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu vs. Aoyama, Asui Aizawa, Todoroki versus Hatsume, Iida. Shoji, Kaminari versus Juru, Hagakure Shiro. Bakugo versus Midoriya, Kon. Bakugo's glare was one that promised violence, but Izuku and Himiko each shot back one their own. Himiko's ear-to-ear crocodile smile promised more than violence, it promised bloodshed. Izuku shot back a look that was a combination of Mei's manic smile, Himiko's bloodlust, and Rumi's audacious grin. Stop it, I can only get so turned on before I drag you both away, Rumi warned, frighteningly serious. I'll help, Mei said conspiratorially and just as seriously. Chapter endnotes. I never realized how much I needed more interactions with Nana and Toshi before. Honestly, what's giving the most trouble is who's on a first-name basis with who. Lol. Toru and Mina seem the kinda couple that would mercilessly prank each other. I should note that Kiri's shirt scene was inspired by fan art. Here's a link. Web links. Hopefully I showed that All Might is a bit better of a teacher like I wanted to. All of the pairings were randomly generated. I guess Bakugo versus Midoriya is just meant to be. For Izuku's costume I had a pretty hard time deciding what to do, so went with something similar to his canon design but a suit like All Might's with some bells and whistles added. Izuku with knuckle dusters is a look emo. For Himiko's costume I went with a dress that's pretty much the same as Lady Nagant's but a little shorter because Himiko should always be in a skirt or dress when fighting emo. Her throwing spikes are like the ones Yor from Spike's family has, but they have bloodlets running the length of them. Momo said that her original design in canon was like Midnight's first costume, so I went with something that followed that train of logic. Momo, guns is OTP. I changed Kyoka's costume a little because I wanted to reflect that she's a bit more confident about her body now that she has had a smoking hot girlfriend for a year. Changed Toru's costume for obvious reasons. Mei, oh boy do I love Mei's costume. I'll post a link below to some great fan art of Adepta Sororita's armor that I'm picturing. https skeptical smiley face pin.it/6n8 Tejan. Her guns are also from Warhammer 40k. They're the guns that the Vindicare assassins use minus the scope, because Mei. Here's a link. Web links. I'm pretty sure I've created a monster with both Mei and Momo. They're going to be terrifying to fight. So I've been thinking of another FIC to start once this is done. I'm thinking a Midoriya with a werewolf quirk inspired by What's in a Horde. I'm not too sure on the pairings except that Himiko has to be in it, probably Kami, and maybe Mei. I plan to change Himiko's quirk to be way more vampire-like, Kami into a straight-up succubus, and Mei into a literal goblin. I want it to be themed around fantasy-type quirks and how they affect the user's mind even more than mutation quirks do. I'm just not sure if I want to do another polycule or keep it a one-on-one. Let me know what you think. Chapter 12 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. While the first two teams took their positions in the city, Izuku and the rest of the class gathered in a nearby observation room. Inside was a massive screen for viewing the fight from dozens of camera angles. Recovery Girl was sitting in a small chair watching the monitor with a steaming cup of warm tea in her hands. Hi Ms. Chio. What are you doing here? Izuku bowed in greeting. Hi Izuku, I'm here because All Might wanted me here for when someone inevitably got injured, she answered tiredly. He offered her a glowing hand. Want something stronger than tea? He asked, knowing that she was running on fumes now that it was the last class of the day. Recovery Girl placed her small hand in his palm and smiled. It's good to know there are still some gentlemen left in the world. Is he always such a cinnamon roll? Kyoka asked, no one in particular. Yup. Mei answered easily. On the screen both teams had taken up their positions, one inside the building and one outside across the street. All Might keyed his mic. Both teams will have 5 minutes to prepare, followed by 10 minutes to complete your objective. Your 5-minute prep time begins now. The monitor split into 2 feeds, with one watching Rumi and Mina while other watched Kirishima and Tokiyami. Who do ya think'll win, Izuku? Ochako asked. It's hard to say, but I think Kirishima is a very straightforward fighter like Rumi. I have a feeling this will end up as a match between an unstoppable force versus an immovable object. Izuku pondered aloud. Speakers came to life and the audio from the cameras began to stream into the room. Everyone's focus was solely on the monitors. Tokiyami placed a shadowed hand onto Kirishima's shoulder and whispered, "New move. Umbral Doppelganger." The shadow on his hand moved and slithered onto Kirishima's back. Dark shadow popped out of Tokiyami's back and slung an arm around him. They grow up so fast, he said while pretending to wipe away a tear. Kirishima gave a thumbs up and headed off to meet the attackers head-on. The feed switched to the attacking team. So what should we do, Rumi? Mina asked, her eyes darting all over the rabbit girl's muscular form. Kirishima will probably come straight for us. I'll keep him and hopefully Tokiyami busy. While I'm doing that, you can look for the bomb. If you need help, radio me and I'll break away. I'm way faster than them, so it shouldn't be a problem. Rumi answered confidently with a grin. The buzzer sounded and Rumi blasted forward low to the ground and into the building with such force that she left rabbit footprints in the asphalt. Mina approached the side of the building and used acid to create handholds in the concrete to climb the face of the building to the top floor. Almost immediately upon entering, Rumi came across Kirishima in a boxing stance in the middle of a dark hallway. He was alone. The hallway lights had been smashed out until only enough to see were left. In the darkness, Izuku could have sworn he saw Kirishima's shadow blink. Kirishima pounded his hardened fists together. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Let's do this, he challenged. Kirishima's shadow moved then. It lifted itself off the ground and floated behind him, attached to his back. The shadow looked much like Tokiyami's dark shadow, but this one was a shadowy specter of Kirishima's upper body. It even had the same sharp teeth. Then it spoke. Let's do this, it parroted its host. Now we're talking. Rumi roared as she charged. She jumped with her left heel high in the air. Luna arc. She yelled as she brought her metal-encased heel down. Kirishima's shadow blocked the attack with crossed forearms as Kirishima himself lashed out with a jab at Rumi's stomach. The hardened fist met flesh, but Rumi didn't even grunt in pain. He might as well have punched a brick wall. Izuku might have worried that Rumi would overdo it and kill the poor boy, but he knew that since she could gauge an opponent's strength so well, she could also tailor her incredible strength to match each opponent flawlessly. Rumi began trading rapid-fire blows with the shadow and its host. The redhead was mostly defending against the white-haired girl's onslaught, but the shadow loosed a barrage of punches with no care for its own well-being. After dodging a haymaker, Rumi cracked the boy's hardening with a solid push kick to the stomach. Kirishima slid backwards as he clutched his abdomen before straightening to his full height with a defiant gleam in his eyes. His hardening reformed and creaking could be heard as the sharp angles created by his quirk began to multiply. You won't get past me, he challenged as his quirk went into overdrive and he began to look like he was made entirely from jagged stone. Unbreakable, he bellowed as he dove back into the fray, Rumi meeting him head-on with her grin shining in the low light. Rumi began wailing on the now seemingly indestructible boy while taking hits from the shadow as it rained blows, shouting, "Aura!" each time. Now this is a fight, Rumi cheered with near-manic glee. Izuku knew that Rumi's options were limited in this situation. She couldn't grapple without losing most of her skin in the process, and she couldn't build up enough speed in the hallway to blow through Kirishima's defenses in a single blow. She could probably just pick the redhead up by his feet and wield him like a club until he lost consciousness, but the shadow prevented that. She probably could just run and meet up with Mina, but Rumi would rather die than run from a fight. It was honestly her biggest weakness. He had faith in his girlfriend though. She wasn't just a fighter, she was a warrior, and a prodigy at that. He had never managed to beat her in a spar after all. Izuku turned his focus to the other screen with Mina entering the room with the bomb. The room was dark like the hallway as Mina creeped along. Then the shadows spoke. "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here," said the shadows. Mina eeped and flung acid at the voice only for it to be swatted aside by a massive dark shadow that made the large room feel cramped. Tokiyami was positioned in front of the bomb ready to intercept while also baiting Mina into accidentally damaging the bomb and losing. Dark shadow thrashed after Mina as she skated around the room on her acid. She was proving to be an incredibly nimble fighter as she dodged sweeping blow after sweeping blow. In the darkness of the room, Dark Shadow was much bigger than before and his strength matched his size. After dodging a blow that would have sent her through the concrete wall, she spun in place and flicked her tail towards Tokiyami. On the end of her tail was a huge glob that launched and slapped against Tokiyami's chest, sending him splatting against the fake bomb. Capitalizing on Mina's momentary stillness, Dark Shadow swatted her into a wall where she slumped to the floor unconscious. Instead of burning acid, the glob turned out to be a very sticking substance that behaved like rubber cement on steroids. Try as he might, Tokiyami couldn't move. Even Dark Shadow only ended up getting stuck as WLL trying to help. Tokiyami and Ishido are both out. 1 minute left, All Might announced over the earpieces. Everyone refocused on the fight between Rumi and Kirishima. Rumi was bruised and bleeding in places where Kirishima's hardening had scratched at her. Kirishima was breathing hard and barely able to move as he defended with every ounce of strength against the force of nature that was Rumi. Rumi hopped backwards and grinned in a way that could only be described as feral. She bolted forward in a white blur that displaced the air in the cramped hallway. She jumped into the air and launched herself into a forward spin. "Luna fall!" she yelled as she used her built-up momentum to swing a powerful axe kick straight down towards Kirishima's head once more. Kirishima and his shadow both crossed their arms to block the blow, but the heel just kept coming. It blasted through the shadow's block and met his hardened forearms, cracking his hardening but effectively halting the blow once again. Above him, Rumi smirked. With her momentum halted, she whipped her upper body backwards into the beginnings of a backflip and lashed out with her other leg in an upwards motion straight for Kirishima's jaw. Blood moon rising. She roared as steel toes met a hardened shin, causing a clacking of teeth that echoed down the hall. Unprepared for the sudden blow, Kirishima was lifted off his feet as his quirk failed. Rumi landed on her feet from her backflip just as Kirishima's unconscious form landed in a heap with his sentient shadow slithering away along the walls. Kirishima is out, offense wins, All Might cheered. A few minutes and kisses from Recovery Girl later, both teams met in the observation room. When they had entered, most everyone cheered for the two teams, but none louder than Izuku, Mei, and Himiko. Though Su and Ochako were pretty close. Rumi nearly collapsed into Izuku's arms while grumbling, tired. He began restoring her energy via cell activation as he held nearly all her weight up. Mina flopped against him while whining, "Me too." He rolled his eyes but complied anyway. Mina was not so subtly pressing her face into his pecs as attraction wafted off the bubblegum-skinned girl. He wondered if she had forgotten that he was an empath or if she just didn't care. "Sorry Midori, Mina's kind of a brat when she's tired." Toru apologized as she tried and failed to remove Mina, who still had her arms slung around his neck. Izuku laughed. "I don't mind, so don't worry. An excellent first matchup that showcased how your quirks have evolved in the past days. Can anyone tell me who they think deserves the title of MVP and why?" All Might asked. Izuku would have raised his hand to answer, but both were currently occupied with holding up Mina and Rumi's weight. Momo raised her hand. Tokiyami should be MVP because he was the one that came up with his team's plan, assisted Kirishima from afar, and defended the objective while baiting Mina into making a mistake by destroying the bomb. He wanted to argue that Rumi was the MVP, but he couldn't fault the tall girl's logic. He still wanted to argue, but he might be a bit biased, so sue him. While everyone's effort was truly plus ultra, I have to agree with young Yaoyorozu. Tokiyami's team may have lost, but his decision-making earned him the title of MVP. The bird-headed boy's feathers ruffled at all the positive attention. Najire flitted in front of All Might. Hey, I think Rumi should get some recognition for holding back on that last kick enough to not kill Kirishima. I can tell she had the strength to do it. Najire cheerfully added, causing some faces to drain of color. On that dark note, All Might announced that the next team should take their positions. Su pecked Ochako on the cheek. Don't you dare hold back on me, Ribbit. Ochako's face became frighteningly determined. I'd never insult y'all like that. Seeing this, Momo clapped her hands together before turning to Kyoko with an excited gleam in her eyes. She bent at the waist until she was eye level with her much shorter girlfriend and pressed a finger to her cheek, silently asking for a good luck kiss as well. Kyoko rolled her eyes but smiled nonetheless. She pressed her lips to Momo's cheek. You're lucky you're cute, she groused in fake annoyance with red cheeks as her jacks poked each other. Several minutes later, Ochako and Momo approached the building but did not enter. Ochako's helmet was sealed and she was wielding two bulletproof shields that police often used. Each shield had the faint pink glow of Ochako's quirk. Momo stood protected behind Ochako's shields as the side of her abdomen glowed with her quirk. A belt of grenades burst from her self-healing costume just above her hip. She fed the belt into her grenade launcher and took aim at the windows. She began launching a barrage of tear gas canisters through the windows of the building. There were more than was probably necessary, but there was also more than someone could just pick up and throw back out the window. Gas was pouring out from every window and door when Aoyama appeared in a window coughing and fired two lasers from his palms at the girls. Barely able to see, one laser went wide but the other struck Ochako's shield. The laser reflected off of the shield and struck a nearby building. Momo had mirrored the surface of the shield. Before the Ravenet could retaliate, Sue's tongue launched out from a window and snatched one of Ochako's shields from her grip. The gravity wielder must have increased the shield's gravity at the last moment because it crashed into the face of the building and stuck there like a shuriken. 5 minutes left. Now, Momo cried as she loaded a different belt into her weapon and ran for the door. Ochako squatted low, her thick legs coiled like a spring. Shootin' star. She slapped her thigh as her legs unfurled in a burst of strength. She weightlessly careened at the window where Aoyama was still trying to aim his lasers. She held the shield in front of her and increased her weight to the maximum as she collided with the wall next to the window. She crashed through the face of the building and directly into Aoyama as he attempted to take cover, sending him sprawling. Sue was almost on her too fast for her to move the shield in time to block a roundhouse kick that dented the shield and sent her sliding backwards despite her increased weight. Ochako threw the shield at Sue and increased its gravity mid-flight. It collided with Sue with a slap that sent her flying backwards. Aoyama was just getting to his feet again when Ochako Bull rushed the diminutive boy and shoulder-checked him into the wall with all the grace of a runaway train. Aoyama slid to a seated position as unconsciousness claimed him. Aoyama is out. Ochako whirled to face Sue but she was nowhere to be seen. The tear gas-filled room was empty. A cough sounded from above her. She whipped her head up just in time to see Sue reappear and shoot her in the neck with a dart fired from her blowgun. Ochako wobbled on unsteady legs as Sue's paralytic toxin did its work. She collapsed to the ground, wholly unable to move. Uraraka is out. 2 minutes left. Sue leapt from the ceiling to the floor and raced into the hallway to find Momo. Her senses were shot from the tear gas, but there wasn't enough time left to be cautious. Momo was standing in the hallway with her grenade launcher pointed directly at her. Momo had found her first. Even from the cameras, Momo cut an imposing figure with tear gas billowing around her tall, gas-masked form. Momo held down the trigger as she marched forward. Rapid-fire explosions of pink smoke erupted in the confines of the hallway and against Sue. Sue was sent pinballing down the hallway as the concussive rounds blasted everywhere. She finally came to a stop against the end of the hallway in a crumpled heap, unconscious. Asui is out. Offense wins. Izuku made a mental note to never let Mei and Momo team up in the future. Speaking of Mei, he turned to the pinkette. When did you have the time to make Sue a blowgun? He asked. While I was drinking my morning coffee. Why? Mei responded as if it was no big deal. Just curious. Izuku said while laughing at himself internally for underestimating his inventing prodigy of a girlfriend. Once everyone was conscious and healed, the two teams came back to the observation room. Momo was still apologizing profusely as she came in. Sue was steadfastly waving her off as she held up most of Ochako's weight. Aoyama was walking behind them looking the least sparkly he had seen the boy. Sue was feeling indecisive for a moment when she saw him watching them, but quickly seemed to make a decision as she steered Ochako towards him. Ochako is still a bit numb. Ribbit, could you see if your healing quirk could help, please? Sue asked. No problem. You want some too? He asked as he held out two glowing hands. Before Sue could answer, Himiko snuck up behind the pair and pushed them both into his chest while trying to reach him from around them. Group hug, she said with mischief. Himiko, maybe they didn't want to hug me, Izuku lightly chastised, not wanting to make them uncomfortable. He felt Ochako and Sue melt into the hug and against him. He could have sworn he heard Sue inhale deeply through her nose as affection and attraction made themselves known. I think you know otherwise, Ribbit, Sue croaked happily against his abs. MMHMM, Ochako hummed in a slurred agreement, still somewhat under the effects of the toxin. Both of you were amazing out there, he whispered. A moment later All Might took his position, but not before Najire landed next to Momo. How come you didn't have Uraraka use her quirk on you and jump through the window with her? Were those pink explosions the same as the mines that are sometimes used in the sports festivals? Najire asked, so close to Momo that her prodigious chest pressed against Momo's stomach. Kyoka was standing right next to them with a nearly glowing blush. Her eyes were glued to the way Najire's chest was pressed against her girlfriend's stomach, and Momo's chest looked like it was about to smother the shorter girl. To Izuku's surprise, Kyoka wasn't feeling jealousy at the proximity, quite the opposite in fact. Momo didn't seem to mind in the least surprisingly. She just pursed her lips together as if she was trying to think of a way to explain. They're the same. The company that provides those mines is a subsidiary of the Yaoyorozu conglomerate. I was worried that Uraraka's quirk would affect my rounds and increase their velocity to potentially lethal levels. Momo explained with a smile down at the shorter girl. That's some quick thinking. It's good you're so smart, Najire praised. Momo blushed a bit at that, and Izuku could feel some affection as well as attraction come off the girl. In fact, all three were feeling something similar. Wait, you're a Yaoyorozu of the Yaoyorozus? Shiro asked in bafflement. Momo blushed even harder. Yes, but please don't treat me differently due to who my parents are, she pleaded. All Might clapped his hands together to gain everyone's scattered attention. Now that was some siege by the offense. The defenders also adapted admirably. Who wants to tell me who the MVP is this time? Ochako, because she kicked ass, Rumi blurted out without raising her hand. Izuku raised his hand away from Ochako's back, making the girl grumble at the loss of contact before returning it quickly. I think Momo should be the MVP. Not only did she come up with a plan that capitalized on the other team not having air filtration, but also planned for Aoyama's lasers. She also had the foresight to not have Ochako use her quirk on her in case it would make her weapon more deadly. Izuku explained his reasoning. I agree. Young Yaoyorozu proved a capable leader. Now let's move on to our next match. Mei zipped up to Rumi and pulled her down by her shoulders for a kiss before grabbing Iida by the wrist and dragging him off. Hitoshi caught up to Todoroki as they began to exit the room. I don't think we've properly met. It's nice to meet you. Wow. I didn't realize your eyes are so pret. I'm not here to make friends. Todoroki interrupted with a dismissive tone. Ah. Sorry. Hitoshi apologized dejectedly as they both left the room. Izuku wasn't sure what the hell Todoroki's problem was, but that was uncalled for. Once the teams were in position, everyone watched the two teams prepare. Okay. I think I have a plan, Hitoshi started but was cut off by Todoroki. Just stay out of my way. Todoroki dismissed yet again. On the other screen, Mei was waving her hands animatedly at Iida and seemed to be arguing with him. Come on. It's technically not against the rules to move the bomb or leave the building, Mei argued. It violates the spirit of the exercise to take the bomb and just run, Iida countered. All Might laughed before holding his hand up to his ear. Young Hatsume is correct, and a hero must use every advantage given, he said over the radios, but only to their team. Mei laughed in triumph before they readied their plan. Minutes later the buzzer rang and All Might boomed, begin. Todoroki confidently approached the building with Hitoshi trailing behind him. He laid a single hand on the building, and in a matter of seconds every surface of the building was frozen in a layer of ice. He breathed out a mist of supercooled breath as he was about to step into the building but stopped short. Up there, Hitoshi yelled while pointing to the neighboring rooftops. Iida could be seen with the bomb strapped to his back with cables sprinting across rooftops away from them. That wasn't all though, something floated high above him, backlit by the sun. On the other screen a floating drone camera was focused on Mei. She floated high above the street with metal wings that unfolded seamlessly from her power cell backpack. The metal wings looked skeletal in appearance, but each bone was rectangular in shape with thrusters burning at the tips. She aimed her Exodus rifle. There was a charging sound for a moment before she fired. A sonic boom sounded as the round traveled for Todoroki. The round struck him in the chest with a wet slap that was comparable to the sound of someone belly flopping from a great height, followed by the sound of electricity being discharged. Todoroki had the wind knocked out of him and was thrown bodily to the ground from the sudden transfer of kinetic energy as his muscles seized. Thinking fast, Hitoshi grabbed a surprisingly still conscious Todoroki and dragged him inside the building. The tables had suddenly been flipped as they found themselves on defense. Mei patrolled the skies outside looking for an angle with her X-ray vision. "Cool wings." Hitoshi yelled to Mei. "Thanks," Mei's distorted voice responded. "Why didn't my quirk work? She's just going to keep us pinned until the timer runs out." Hitoshi yelled over the sounds of Mei's bullets whizzing through windows by their heads. Todoroki was scowling and didn't say anything. He just stomped a foot down outside of cover. A glacier exploded into being and managed to reach all the way up to Mei and encase her feet in ice. Mei held her rifle in one hand and punched the ice encapsulating her feet, shattering it with the enhanced strength of her suit. Hitoshi looked down and noticed that the ice that layered the floor was now melted into a thin layer of water, but too late. Mei fired another round, but this time at the ground. Another slap could be heard before both boys' muscles locked up from the electricity of the round but were still conscious. "Mei, fly," Mei said through her helmet speakers in a distorted voice. Dozens of small winged insectoid robots flew from a small cylinder on her lower back. They swarmed the building. While the two boys were still recovering from their shock, the Mei flies kamikazed into them and exploded into a pink capture foam that quickly spread to cover all but their heads. Aizawa and Todoroki are both OT, defense wins. I wonder if Hatsume would be open to exchanging some blueprints. Momo wondered aloud. "Hey Green, remind me not to let your girlfriend and mine team up," Kyoka said while side-eyeing Momo. Momo scoffed in indignation but didn't argue. "Was thinking the same thing, heartthrob," he said in a teasing tone. Kyoka blushed as her earjacks spasmed. What?" she asked. "Well, you send your heartbeat through your jacks, so heartthrob seemed an appropriate nickname," he answered with a smug grin. "It makes sense I guess, but just call me Kyoka," Kyoka said as she tried to get her blush under control. He might have been worried he had overstepped if he couldn't sense her affection. Momo yanked the girl into a suffocation by boob-type hug. "Aw, that's a perfect nickname for you, dear. Maybe as a hero name?" Kyoka gasped for breath once she managed to free herself. "I'll think about it," she mumbled, still red-faced. A couple minutes later Mei flew into the room with her helmet open and scooped Rumi off her feet. "My babies worked perfectly. Did you see? Did you see?" she frantically asked as she twirled Rumi in the air. Rumi laughed heartily. "Of course I did, and of course your babies worked. You're the one that made them after all." Mei beamed and kissed Rumi deeply as she descended to the ground. Todoroki had a hollow look as he trudged over to a corner and stared down at his feet unseeing. Hitoshi approached Izuku. "That sucked. I'm not a pretty girl, but can I have a hug too?" he asked. "Of course," Izuku said as opened his arms to the boy. Hitoshi all but collapsed against him. Izuku rubbed a few circles into his back. "It's a shame you're not into guys," he said with a muffled voice. Izuku laughed and tightened his hug. "So I'm told. I think it might be a bit obvious who deserves it, but who can tell me why young Hatsume deserves MVP? All Might asked. Momo immediately raised her hand. She came up with a plan that was not only creative given the rules of the exercise, but also gave little to no chance for the opposing team to succeed. Even if she was taken down, the offense team would have been hard-pressed to catch up to Ida with the head start she gave him. An excellent takeaway young Yaoyorozu, but it should be noted that young Aizawa prioritized the safety of his teammate when he could have just saved himself. Young Hatsume used every advantage she was given and to great effect. Let this be a lesson. That a hero should take advantage of anything and everything available to them. Even if I can punch most of my problems away in a single punch, I still make advantages where I can. This line of thinking will not only keep you safer, but it will also help you save lives. Going forward, however, the bomb must remain inside the building, All Might explained. Now, next teams take your positions, he added a second later. Momo kissed Kyoka sweetly on the cheek. Good luck, dear. Mina winded up and slapped Toru on the ass hard, and said, Go get him. They'll never see you coming, before bursting into laughter. Mina. Toru yelped out as she turned invisible, only causing Mina to laugh harder. A few minutes later, Izuku watched as Toru and Kyoka waited at the top of a staircase in plain view. Kyoka had her jacks plugged into the speakers on her hands and held them forward. Toru placed a hand on Kyoka's back and whispered, Invisibility cloak. Toru disappeared and Kyoka began to fade away as well, the refraction field emanating out from where Toru had placed her palm until they both disappeared from view entirely. Moments later, Shoji and Kaminari entered with Shoji listening carefully with several sets of additional ears. The additional appendages twitched and pointed to the top of the stairs. Kyoka blasted a high-frequency wave of sound at the two boys. Unprepared for the sudden loud noise, Shoji collapsed to his knees as he held his head in pain. Kaminari recovered first and made a finger gun aimed at the stairs with the other hand covering an ear. Taser. 50,000 volts. Electricity shot from his finger and connected with an invisible Toru. Toru and Kyoka became visible once more as Toru fell to the ground writhing. Kyoka grabbed Toru and dragged her away and out of sight of Kaminari. You find the bomb, I'll go after Juru, Shoji said as he stood back up and reformed his appendages into fists. Kaminari nodded and they ran up the stairs together before splitting off. Shoji raced after Kyoka and found her as she rounded a corner coming towards him with a smirk. He charged forward hoping to reach her before she could get a sound wave off. Kyoka's jacks slithered behind her neck and crossed sides. They plugged into the backs of what Izuku had mistaken for simple gauged earrings with an audible click. Feedback. A shockwave of sound emanated not from Kyoka's speakers, but from her chest. The sound of a heartbeat drumming could be heard as soundwave after soundwave pulsed from her in a sphere. The barrier of sound buffeted Shoji, but he swung anyway in an attempt to overpower the force field. His arm snapped and bent backwards at a gruesome angle from a blast of sound. Freeze. All Might bellowed into the headsets and everyone did just that, Kyoka's barrier dropping immediately. Shit. I'm so sorry, Kyoka immediately apologized. It's no issue, Shoji said casually as he grabbed the mangled limb with another and tore it off just for it to be replaced with another half a second later. Can you continue, Shoji? All Might asked anyway. Shoji assumed a six-armed boxing stance. Yes, sir. Very well. Continue in 3, 2, 1. Kyoka's pulsating force field blasted into existence once more as Shoji charged. Kraken's onslaught. Shoji began an undaunted barrage of 6 fists. Anytime an arm broke, he tore it off to create a new one as he kept up a pummeling barrage on Kyoka's shield, trying to time his punches between blasts. He managed to sneak one past her defenses and hit her in the mouth. She hopped backwards and spit out a glob of blood before smiling with crimson teeth. Kyoka charged Shoji, causing him to backpedal in an attempt to keep his torso away from the shield. Kyoka lunged and caught Shoji with a blast, sending him reeling and off balance. She halted her shield and landed a rapid-fire combo of punches against Shoji's midsection. Shoji gasped in pain. Seeing an opening, he lunged his hands for Kyoka only for her to reactivate feedback. The proximity of the activation made him go flying into the nearby wall. Kyoka pinned him between the wall and her shield, causing him to be repeatedly slammed against the wall until unconscious. Shoji is out. Kyoka turned off feedback and went in search of Kaminari. Izuku focused on the screen watching Kaminari. He was just entering a large room with the bomb on the other side. He looked from side to side before dashing for it. Something struck his shin hard, causing him to tumble in a cry of pain. He landed on all fours and began to try and stand. His head suddenly jerked to the side from an unseen blow. He collapsed onto his face unconscious as Toru's grinning form reappeared above him twirling her steel batons. Kaminari is out. Defense wins. Mina and Momo hugged each other and bounced together. Woo! They both shouted in unison. Minutes later both teams re-entered the observation room. Momo picked up Kyoka in a hug and began kissing her cheeks between each word. You were amazing, she crowed with affection as Kyoka attempted to hide her face from Momo's barrage of kisses. Mina picked up Toru by her hips and wrapped her tail around her midsection. That little grin you did? It did something for me, she flirted, earning her a giggle from the luminescent-haired girl. A fantastic round from all of you. Who's the MVP of the match this time? All Might questioned. Iida raised a hand as he adjusted his glasses. I believe the MVP was Hagakure. She aided her teammate in the beginning and prevented Kaminari from reaching the objective. Juru Hao VR should be commended for aiding her fellow teammate in her time of need. Indeed. Young Hagakure is our MVP, final team, take your positions. Rumi and Mei pulled him and Himiko into a hug. That asshole has been fucking around for years, Mei started. It's about time he found out. Rumi finished. Himiko nodded, damn right. Izuku clenched his knuckle dusters. This fight is a long time coming. Izuku stood inside the bomb room with Himiko. The levity of the exercise had vanished. True violence now loomed on the horizon. You should hang back and take down Shiro when Bakugo inevitably ditches him to go for me, he told Himiko. I'm not letting you fight him alone, Himiko argued with a scowl. He placed a hand on her shoulder. I'm not that child you met on that playground anymore. I feel like I have to do this myself. Fine, but radio me if you need help, Himiko begrudgingly agreed. I will, he said. Promise me, she countered. I promise, he said before heading towards the entrance. Start. All Might announced that Izuku entered the hallway that led outside. He watched as Bakugo came sailing in with Shiro trying to keep up. Both stopped short at seeing Izuku waiting for them. We can take him together, Shiro pleaded. Fuck off, he's mine, Bakugo snapped. Shiro made one last look at the two before heading off in a different direction. Izuku activated Black Cowl at 25%. Bakugo's scowl deepened at seeing his quirk activate. Disbelief and betrayal raged within him. Bakugo blasted forward and swung with a right hook, but Izuku saw it coming from a mile away even without danger sense. Instead of grabbing the outstretched wrist, he ducked under it and slammed his knuckle-duster-clad fist into Bakugo's stomach. If Izuku didn't know to pull his punches, Bakugo's insides would have painted the hallway. Bakugo was sent careening backwards along the floor. He pushed himself to his feet and retched. He wiped his mouth. So it's true, I didn't want to believe it, but you really were looking down on me. All this time, he gritted out between clenched teeth. Something long dormant within Izuku yawned awake. Rage. What the hell are you barking about now? Izuku fumed. Bakugo let out a war cry as he launched forward again. He let loose a blast of his quirk just outside of Izuku's range. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was unharmed as he raised his forearms to guard against the explosion. My turn, Izuku said before blasting forward with float and backhanded Bakugo through a concrete wall. Bakugo slowly stood amongst the debris. Izuku had to give it to the asshole, he was durable. His quirk's adaptation had essentially given him a minor shock absorption. Izuku floated through the hole in the wall with his eyes glowing from empathy's active ability. He didn't just suggest an emotion, he forcibly hammered fear into Bakugo. Bakugo put on a good show, but it was futile. He could sense his fear as well as see him trembling. You feel that? That's what you made me experience. Every single day, Izuku seethed. Bakugo lunged like a cornered animal. Explosions rocked the building as Himiko hunted her prey. She just needed to find Shiro and snuff him out so she could get back to Izu. She was currently wearing Mei's form and loving every second of it. Other people could never understand the level of closeness actually being your loved ones brings. She panned through walls with Mei's X-ray vision in search of her target. There, a few rooms away, Shiro was trying to creep along silently. She would have to show the boy what a real predator was like. She dropped Mei's form and stalked forward on silent feet. She drew a spike from under her dress and ran her long tongue along it. If she accidentally hit flesh, at least it wouldn't hurt. Zero entered the room she was in. A spike flew from the shadows and nailed his shoe to the concrete. The spike had passed harmlessly between his toes. Shit! He yelled in alarm. Himiko sprang from the shadows with teeth bared. Zero shot out tape at her in a panic only for her to easily dodge. Tape tornado. Zero shouted as he spun around the foot nailed to the floor while spewing double-sided tape everywhere, wrapping himself in the process but with none of it actually sticking to him. Himiko, now wrapped in tape, screamed in desperation, "You're keeping me from him." She extended her claws and raged against her bonds, shredding them but some still clinging to her. She threw spikes in quick succession until Zero was pinned to the doorway with only a few nicking him. Himiko threw one last spike and simply disappeared from view. Zero looked every which way to try and find his assailant but to no avail. "Good night," Himiko whispered from behind him before slamming his head against the doorway, knocking him unconscious. She lapped up some of his blood running down her spikes and changed into his form. The tape still stuck to her fell away. Zero is out. Well, there went that plan. Zero's appearance sloughed off her before she took Rumi's form. Bakubich's turn. Izuku floated inches off the floor with float, black cowl still active, and empathy still actively cramming pants-wetting fear into Bakugo. He blasted out a smokescreen that filled the room. He watched with infrared vision as a battered and bruised Bakugo searched for his attacker. Bakugo let loose a massive explosion that cleared the smoke and pushed Izuku back. Zero is out. Fucking useless. Bakugo roared as he unleashed another massive explosion. Izuku let some of the muscles comprising Black Cowl go in order to make a single tendril that lashed out and wrapped around Bakugo's leg. "What the?" Bakugo began. The tendril that was around his leg whipped him into a wall with a thump. "Izuku, I'm here," Rumi's voice sounded from the smoke. Rumi appeared beside him wearing Himiko's dress. He probably took a moment too long to appreciate how good Rumi looked in a dress. Two clicks sounded from the debris-filled room where he had tossed Bakugo. He turned to see Bakugo standing with both hands gripping a pin on the opposite gauntlet. "Guess I'll just have to keep my distance," Bakugo sneered. He had designed the things so he knew exactly what he was trying to do. Time slowed to a standstill as danger sense activated to its maximum. In the control room, Mei was next to All Might screaming at the towering man. "Call it off! Call it off! Those gauntlets will level the building." "What?" All Might yelled in disbelief. The gauntlets had undergone inspections like every other piece of support equipment but were deemed non-lethal. Could they have underestimated the potency of Bakugo's nitroglycerin sweat? He keyed his mic. "Stop, this exercise is over." Momo held a trembling hand up to her mouth. "I think I saw Bakugo's and Midoriya's earpieces get knocked out. I should have said something." All Might returned his gaze to the monitor with mounting horror. All Might said. Himiko's voice sounded in slow motion, but whatever All Might had ordered was too late. With Himiko beside him, he couldn't be sure if he could redirect the blast safely, especially with Zero somewhere in the building. If Bakugo believed Mei would leave him with no ranged options, he was sorely mistaken. As light began to fill the barrels of Bakugo's gauntlets, Izuku reached into one of his pouches and produced two rubber balls about the size of a marble. With Black Cowl enhanced speed, he threw both balls, one with each arm. Each splattered against Bakugo's gauntlets and began rapidly encasing it in pink capture foam. The gauntlets backfired. An explosion much bigger than any before, by orders of magnitudes, rocked the building and blew the entire face of the building off. The smoke eventually cleared to reveal All Might cradling a limp Bakugo in his arms. Both of Bakugo's arms were purple and broken to the point that they looked mangled. Chapter end notes. Probably my favorite chapter to White thus far. Basically every evolved quirk was showcased except for Hitoshi's. Unfortunately, his didn't work because Mei's helmet was feeding her audio and his quirk doesn't work through speakers. Fumikage can give people a minor dark shadow with limited sentience. Kirishima has access to unbreakable earlier and for longer periods. Ashido has a glue that doesn't stick to her. Most glue is inherently acidic, so it made sense. Shoji can rapidly regenerate his arms, including his main ones. Kaminari can direct his electricity up to 10 meters and is better insulated against his own quirk. Kyoka can create a force field of sound to better help her in close quarters. Toru can spread her refraction field to anything or anyone she touches. Siro's tape doesn't stick to him and he has access to double-sided tape sooner. Ochako is a fucking beast in a brawl. Momo is terrifying. Mei is terrifying. Todoroki got a much-needed humbling. Hitoshi got a hug buddy. Bakugo got hit with the Uno reverse card. Honestly could have killed him off with how it went down, but I'll try to rationalize why he isn't dead next chapter. As always, let me know what you liked and or disliked. Peace. On the subject of my idea about fantasy-themed quirks FIC, what do you think about Ippon Josei with a kitsune quirk? She'd be the same size, naturally. I should be clear that Ippon won't be with Izuku in the Evolution FIC. Chapter 13 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Bakugo's injuries were more severe than Izuku had initially thought. The bones in his arms had essentially exploded, every rib was broken, and a lot of the skin on his arms and chest had either burst open from the force, been burned, or was a deep purple. His face was surprisingly in good shape. It seemed as if the steel collar had blocked most of the explosion when he turned his head away from it at the last second. Worst of all though? Bakugo wasn't breathing and he had no pulse. All Might had laid him down on a flat surface away from the crumbling building and was performing CPR. Recovery Girl administered small doses of healing at a time to prevent draining too much stamina from the boy. Izuku was pushing cell activation to its meager limits and beyond to give Bakugo more stamina for Recovery Girl to work with. Its healing was only a secondary goal. Izuku was struggling to stay present. Objectively, he knew he had made the right call to disable Bakugo's gauntlets since it likely saved Himiko, Siro, and possibly even himself. Knowing you did the right thing in a lose-lose situation didn't help much with living with the consequences though. He was forced to choose who may live and who may die, and he had chosen. He blamed himself. There must have been a better way. He felt a ghost of a hand on his shoulder. This can be an unfortunate reality of heroics. I'm sorry you had to see it so soon, Izuku. Nana somberly spoke from within his mind. Precious seconds passed in the tense silence while the rest of the class looked on from a distance away, Najire keeping them from getting closer. Many were holding back tears. Bakugo might not have been the most likable person, but he was still a person. Bakugo gasped sharply as his heart began to beat again on its own. Don't move or speak. There's been an accident. Recovery Girl snapped before Bakugo could make his injuries worse. Bakugo locked eyes with Izuku. At first there was confusion coming from the blonde, but it faded and made way for relief as Bakugo's eyes fluttered closed as exhaustion claimed him. He's just asleep. He would be dead if his quirk's adaptation didn't let him fire off explosions from his bare palms without so much as a bruise, Recovery Girl noted. This was my fault, Izuku said soberly. No, we underestimated how powerful those gauntlets would be. You made the best decision you could have, given the situation. Don't you dare blame yourself, young Midoriya. All Might warned. But I backed him into a corner on purpose. I forced him to make a last resort decision, Izuku argued. Maybe you put him in the position, but you did not force his hand. He made the decision, one he is responsible for. All Might countered. Izuku could only nod as he continued to heal Bakugo. All Might's words had helped, but still, someone almost died as a result of one of his decisions. Izuku and Recovery Girl continued to administer healing until Bakugo was safe to move. He told his girlfriends to go back to the dorms without him and to tell Arie that he would be back later tonight. Once in the nurse's office, they continued their work until the door slammed open. Bakugo Mitsuki rushed into the room, and for the first time she actually looked her age. Her normally spiky blonde hair that matched Katsuki so much was limp and frazzled. There were dark bags under her eyes even though her skin was flawless as always. She covered her mouth with a hand as she spotted her son. My boy, she choked out as tears began to fall. Luckily, Bakugo's wounds were closed at this point and he was beginning to look better. Hi, Auntie. Izuku greeted quietly, still channeling cell activation. He had always felt somewhat guilty about inadvertently souring the friendship between Mitsuki and his mother. When he and Katsuki had actually been friends, their mothers had immediately hit it off. He stopped going to Katsuki's house after the incident with Himiko when he was still a child. but Mitsuki and his mother had been none the wiser and became great friends over the years. He didn't know if they still kept in contact since Aldera's crimes had come to light or not, but he hoped they did. "Oh Izuku, you've grown so much," Mitsuki said as she moved to sit next to him while he and Recovery Girl continued their work. "Is he going to be okay?" Mitsuki asked. "He'll have a lot of scarring and he may have issues with the recoil from his quirk now, but yes, he'll be okay. Though I doubt that would still be the case if Izuku wasn't here," Shio answered. Mitsuki bowed her head to both of them. "I can't begin to thank you both enough for saving my boy. It was partially my fault. I'm sore." Mitsuki slapped the back of Izuku's head lightly, interrupting him. "Don't you dare apologize. Your teacher told me everything on my way over here. My son made a stupid decision that almost got himself and others killed." "You're right, but it's hard to not feel guilty anyways." Izuku relented. Mitsuki ruffled his hair with a forced smile before turning her gaze to her son where her face grew remorseful. "I know what it's like to feel guilty over something that wasn't your fault. You feel like you could have done something more, anything that might have changed the outcome. All you can do is move forward and try to do better." The door to the nurse's office opened again, Izuku's mother Inko coming through it. "I got your text, Mitsuki, and I came as fast as I saw Izuku. Why are you here? Are you hurt too?" his mother screeched in alarm. "Shish," Shio warned with a wave of her cane. "I'm not hurt, I'm helping," Izuku whispered quickly to dissuade his mother's fears. Mitsuki got up and hugged Inko, her shoulders shaking as they whispered to each other. Hours passed while he and Chio continued to heal Bakugo, and Inko comforted Mitsuki. It was nearly 11 at night. Izuku was starving and exhausted. "He's well out of danger. You should get back to your dorm and get some rest, Izuku," Chio said, breaking the silence of the room. "Okay. Call me if you need me," he said as he stood and stretched his aching back. He gave his mother a hug goodnight before giving Mitsuki one as well. He activated cell activation as he hugged her tight, hoping to lighten the bags under her eyes. "Thanks, Izuku. I missed you," Mitsuki said with a sniffle as her head was pressed into his shoulder. "I've missed you too, Auntie," he said before breaking from the hug. As he walked back to the dorms, he idly wondered where Bakugo's father, Masaru, was. Izuku got back to the dorms to find the common room empty but a light on in the kitchen. He went to switch it off but found a bowl of katsudon being kept warm on a warming plate. There was a note beside it on top of some pajama shorts and a shirt. The note read, "We would have waited for you but we didn't want Arie or Yuki to see any blood you might have on you. We're waiting for you in our room, so eat up, shower, and change." He looked down and realized he did have blood still on his costume even if he had already scrubbed it from his hands. We wolfed down the katsudon like a dying man. After such a stressful day it was absolutely divine. He showered and changed just as ordered before trekking up to bed. "Papa," Arie greeted as he entered the room. To his surprise, Najire and Yuki were also in his room wearing pajamas. Arie and Yuki both rushed up to him. Arie threw her arms up for a hug and he scooped her up. What he wasn't expecting, however, was for Yuki to just jump at him to join in on the hug. "Did you find Mommy's food she made you? Did you? Yuki excitedly asked as he barely caught her in time. "I sure did, it was delicious," he said truthfully but with forced cheer as he held up each girl with an arm. "Are you okay, Papa? Mamas wouldn't tell me what happened," Arie asked with worry in her ruby eyes. "There was an accident and someone got hurt. I was just helping to make sure he was okay," he answered partially. Yuki sniffed at him, her ears twitching. "You smell sad," Yuki whispered. "Papa?" Arie asked, now fully worried. "I'm feeling a little down, yeah. I think I just need some cuddles to make me feel better," he confessed with a smile and hugged them both a little tighter. "I'm great at snuggles," Yuki cheered as her huge fluffy tail wrapped around Arie and behind his back. She began purring as her and Arie threw an arm around each other and squeezed him and each other. A few moments later Najire approached. "Yuki, we should go. Izuku has had a long day." "No, I want to stay," Yuki whined cutely. He looked at his girlfriends and had a silent conversation before turning to Najire. "If you want to, you're welcome to stay the night here, there's definitely enough room," Izuku offered. "I don't know, I don't want us to intrude," Najire hummed. "Please?" Yuki begged before giving Arie a pointed look. Pretty please? Arie asked sweetly, so sweet in fact that it was suspicious. Oh, all right. It's not fair if you both do that. Najire huffed and puffed up her cheeks. Both girls let out a victory cheer, Arie's being much more subdued. Izuku turned his back to the bed and activated float. He rotated in the air until he was floating on his back with Yuki and Arie still holding on and giggling. He floated over the bed and lowered himself into it. Najire got into bed and laid on her side with Yuki between her and Izuku. Yuki was still snuggled into Izuku's chest as he held her close. Najire placed a hand on the girl's back, her hand laying atop Izuku's. Mei climbed in behind Najire and pressed herself against her back. He could feel both Mei and Najire's desire as they snuggled into each other. Himiko wiggled closer and did the same with Arie while Rumi big spooned Himiko. Are you all right, Izu? Himiko asked. I am now. Good night, girls. Izuku said sleepily as he closed his eyes and fell asleep nearly instantly. Izuku woke up with Yuki's face shoved into his neck and her mane of white hair in his face. Arie had flipped over and was snuggled into Himiko, the blonde purring and holding her close in her sleep. Najire's arm was now fully draped over him and Yuki. He subtly adjusted himself so he was no longer choking on Yuki's mane and saw that Najire was watching him. Her periwinkle eyes were soft and he picked up on both her affection and attraction. Being a dad looks good on you, Najire whispered. You too, I mean being a mom looks good on you, Izuku said with a slight blush at his mishap. Najire giggled adorably before her face took on a teasing quality. Are you calling me a MILF? Izuku suppressed a cough as he choked on his spit. He rallied and did his best to mimic her teasing expression. It depends, are you calling me a DILF? Najire's face became a shade more serious. I think the answer to both questions is yes. Knew it. Rumi groggily whispered. MILF. Himiko agreed. Motion carried, council adjourned, Mei said in her sleep. Yuki mewled as she woke. Were you flirting with mommy? She asked sleepily. I think so. Does that mean we're sisters yet? Arie whispered excitedly. Izuku and Najire shared a wide-eyed look before they both began to laugh. Come here you. Najire pulled Yuki off of him and began tickling the girl. Yuki was flailing as she laughed uncontrollably, her tail going wild. I'm gonna get those toe beans, Najire threatened playfully. Ah! Yuki screeched as her flailing increased. Arie shot up to standing, her hands on her hips in a dramatic pose. I'll save you, Arie yelled, even if it barely could count as a raised voice. She swan dived into the tickle fight. Did ya hear about them reporters harassin' people at the front gate? Ochako asked as they got to homeroom. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't have to deal with that since we have dorms. Izuku responded as he sat at his desk. Ochako leaned back onto his desk until she was half sitting on it, the edge of the desk pressing into her thighs just below her butt. He was pretty sure she was talking, but he couldn't hear a word she was saying. He was too focused on the way her plump ass had essentially been placed on a shelf before him. It was pressed against her skirt so much that he could make out each large cheek. Before his mind could spiral further, he was made aware of Ochako saying his name repeatedly. Her voice became higher towards the end, indicating it was a question. Ku? He jerked his head up and met her eyes. She was looking over her shoulder at him innocently. She was completely unaware of the hypnosis she had just put him in. Sorry, what were you saying? Izuku asked as he ruffled his hair. I was asking if ya wanted to watch a movie tonight in her room with Sue, me, and ya girlfriends. Ochako asked with a light blush as her desire made itself known to him. Oh. Yeah. That sounds fun, he rushed out. I'll tell Sue, Ochako said before bouncing over to her girlfriend. Wanting to keep this next conversation private, he texted his Polycules group chat. Izuku. Ochako and Sue want to watch a movie with us tonight in our room. Ochako was acting pretty flustered about it. Mei. Ooh fun. What if they make a move? Rumi. Then we make a move back. That's my vote at least. Not a big fan of beating around the bush, they obviously like us. Izuku. I agree, but we should let them make the first move. Mei. I hope they make a move quickly then, Rumi. You're being awfully quiet, Himiko. Himiko. I think we all know my opinion on Sue and Chako. Besides, I've probably been pushing for this too much anyway. Izuku. You're not pushing anything, Himiko. We're all adults and can make our own decisions. Rumi. Duh, you really think you can make me do anything I don't want to? May. PSH, you can barely make me sleep. Rumi. Invite Najire and the kids too. The bell rang and everyone took their seats who hadn't yet. Aizawa-sensei entered not a second later. Bakugo's seat was still empty. Where's Bakugo? I thought he was healed. Kirishima asked immediately. He's on bed rest until Friday. Aizawa said. Is he getting expelled for trying to kill us? Himiko asked, jubilant at the prospect of not having to deal with Bakugo anymore. Aizawa looked more tired than usual as he answered. He would be if he had heard All Might declare the end of the match and decided to ignore it anyway. We don't know if he had the intention of killing anyone. His gauntlets were not expected to be that potent. He has never used them, or any other quirk enhancement support gear before, so there's a possibility he underestimated them as well. I at least hope he underestimated them. I can't imagine he would straw bombs that large to his forearms otherwise. Due to the extenuating circumstances, it was decided that he wouldn't be expelled, but rest assured he is on thin ice. If anything even remotely like this happens again, he will face dire consequences. The answering bloodlust that rolled off of Himiko was enough to make Sue go still and croak in fear. Himiko's ire ended as fast as it began. Sorry, Sue. She apologized once she noticed the response Sue had. It's okay, Ribbit, Sue said quickly, too quickly. Now that she wasn't afraid, the receding fear and adrenaline had transformed into lust. It was peculiar to be able to sense the transition of two emotions that seemingly had nothing to do with each other. Izuku had heard theories that experiencing danger could trigger the survival instincts in both humans and animals to reproduce as quickly as possible in an effort to preserve their genes. Curious, he focused on Rumi's emotions. What she was feeling could only be described as violent arousal. He was almost worried she would throw Himiko over her shoulder and take her to a broom closet like a modern-day caveman taking a maid to his cave. You need to pick a class president. Some of you might not have known each other long, but you've already fought together. You should be able to make an informed decision. Vote, draw straws, cage fight. Either way, I don't care how you decide, just do. Aizawa-sensei told them with no fanfare before crawling into his sleeping bag. Cage fight. Rumi suggested way too excitedly as she eyed fucked Himiko. Himiko didn't seem to mind in the least as she wiggled her eyebrows and ran her tongue along her teeth. Rumi's grin was unhinged and he could practically see her internally debating whether or not to just take Himiko right here and now. Fearing what would happen next, Izuku shot up and quickly suggested with a small amount of panic in his voice, we should vote. I agree, Midoriya. This should be settled democratically, Iida said while side-eyeing Rumi. Won't everyone just vote for themselves, Ribbit? Sue asked with a finger to her chin and a tilt of her head. Izuku was quickly coming to love that particular mannerism of hers, and he wasn't the only one if empath was anything to go by. Perhaps, but those that have stood out will doubtlessly receive at least one more, Momo reasoned. What about Bakugo? Shouldn't he be here for this? Kirishima asked. Raise your hand if you would vote for Bakugo, Mei said. When nobody, not even Kirishima, raised their hand, she continued, see, I don't think him not being here will make much of a difference. Crisis averted, Izuku sighed with relief and sat back down as Iida began passing out slips of paper to vote with. A scant few minutes later, the votes had been tallied and written on the board. His jaw slackened when his name was written with the number 15 next to it. Momo was in second place with 3 votes, one of which he knew to be his. Someone had abstained from voting. Before he knew what was happening, he was in front of the class standing next to Momo as Aizawa announced them as president and vice president. It was lunchtime as he sat down with his bowl of katsudon at a large table in the cafeteria. He was joined by everyone in his class but Najire. It made sense that she would want to hang out with her other friends, but her presence was missed nonetheless. Mei plopped down beside him with her lunch that consisted of chocolate chip waffles, chocolate pudding, and chocolate milk. He idly wondered where all those sweets went. Mei pulled him by his arm and squeezed between her breasts. He no longer wondered where all those sweets went. Lunch Rush's chocolate pancakes are almost as good as yours, Mei chirped. Shorts tax. Good. Izuku responded dumbly as he struggled to focus on anything but Mei's chest. Mei kept his arm sandwiched between her boobs as she happily ate her chocolate-infused lunch. Izuku, I understand, but who voted for me? Momo questioned with a hint of self-doubt lacing her words, effectively snapping him out of his reverence. Izuku was quick to quash her self-doubt. I did. You're hyper-intelligent, a natural leader, and a caring person. Momo's reaction was obvious, at least it was to him. She looked him in the eyes with such gratefulness and affection in her onyx eyes that he didn't even need empath to know her feelings. I did too, for the same reasons. Well, them and because she's my girlfriend, Kyoka said with a light blush. I voted for her as well. All Might himself said she showed leadership skills, Iida chimed in. Wait, did you vote for me too, Momo? I don't really get why everyone else did, Izuku said. Kiddin' right. You've been helping us succeed from the moment y'all evolved everyone's quirk. Ochako nearly chided. That and I'm pretty sure you saved my life, dude, Siro added. I voted for you because you have demonstrated an analytical mind, a great desire to help others at no benefit to yourself, and the ability to make hard choices. You shouldn't be so quick to wonder why everyone looks up to you, Momo said with fondness leaking into her words as he felt it wafting off her. I'll try, if you do the same, Izuku said with equal fondness. The moment was ruined when a klaxon blared and a monotonous robotic voice called out, Level 3 alert. Intruders have breached the campus. Please evacuate to designated shelters in an orderly. Every man for himself. A random student screamed in panic as everyone in the cafeteria began to stampede for the exit. It was pandemonium. The flood of emotions threatened to overwhelm his senses just as much as the flood of people threatened to overwhelm his balance. The instant one his classmates tried to stand, they were swept away in the flood of screaming students. Rumi was shouldering and elbowing people aside as she fought to keep near Mei and Himiko. Toru. Mina yelled in panic and fear. He snapped his gaze to where Mina was desperately attempting to reach. Toru had been invisible as she usually was around large crowds, but in her panic she stayed invisible and was now being knocked to the ground by panicked students unable to notice the floating clothes. She cried out in pain as people began to step on her. He began to float upwards as his eyes blazed with the power of empath. Forced tranquility exploded out from him and into the hundreds of students. One for all flowed through him and empowered his vocal cords. Stop. You're students of UA, ACT like it, he roared from above the crowd. The students all stopped in their tracks and began looking around ashamed at how they had acted. Izuku flipped on his thermal vision and roughly shoved students away from where Toru lay. He picked the girl up in his arms and began healing her with cell activation. Toru. Are you all right? Mina frantically asked as she was finally able to rejoin her girlfriend. A little bruised, but I'm okay, Toru said with a slight wince. Tears welled in Mina's typically playful golden eyes. Thank you, Midori, thank you, she said as she hugged them both and brushed invisible hair out of Toru's invisible face. Midori, your alarm is going off, Mina said a moment later. He scrunched his brows together and looked down at his watch. Its alarm was indeed going off. His face paled as his heart dropped into his stomach. His daughter needed him. Chapter end notes. Comment and let me know what you thought or if you have a question. Chapter 14 Chapter notes plot after the massive smut scene. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Arie was having a great time playing with her hopeful sister and the Tatsuma twins when a really loud sound screeched over the room's speakers. The instant the speakers blared, steel shutters slammed closed over the door and scary guns popped out of the ceiling and pointed at the door. She startled and held her hands over her ears to block out the sound. Fuyumi-sensei was saying something but she couldn't hear her. Yuki folded down her sensitive ears to block the sound like her, but her eyes were different. They were darting every which way. Her tail was bushed up and wrapped tightly around her waist. Yuki wasn't just scared, she was terrified. I don't want to be in a cage again, I want my mommy, Yuki screamed in panic. Arie reached for her in hopes of calming her. Yuki hissed and lashed out with her claws extended. Arie winced as she cradled her bleeding hand to her chest as her flesh knit itself back together with the power of her quirk. Yuki, it's okay, I'm here, Arie said, trying to sound brave like her papa. Stay away, Yuki warned with tears in her eyes as she scrambled away into the corner and behind a bookshelf. Arie pressed the button that made her mamas and papa come. They would be able to help. Seconds later there was a muffled sound coming from the other side of the steel shutters. Boom, boom, boom. Someone was trying to break in. The booming became louder and faster. Boom, boom, boom. The entire wall was shaking from the force of the blows and dust was falling from the ceiling. The door had dents in it now. They were almost through. Someone screamed. It definitely wasn't her, she was brave. There was a pause in the banging, as if the person had heard the scream. The spine-tingling, shrill sound of rending steel filled the room. Her papa came thrashing through the door like a wild animal with black claws, green energy arcing everywhere. His glowing eyes were frantic as he searched the room. His gaze turned steely when he saw her bleeding hand. What happened? Papa asked too gently. She pointed to where Yuki was still hiding and hissing at Fuyumi-sensei when she tried to get close. It wasn't her fault. Yuki's just scared. Help me save her, Arie said like a hero with a winning smile. It wasn't her fault. Yuki's just scared. Help me save her, his daughter said with a trembling smile and false bravado. Izuku tasted rotten milk without having drank any for the second time in his life. Yuki was nearly as terrified as Arie had been the day she was rescued. He tried to push calm into the child, but just like before, the fear came roaring back. Baby! Najire screamed as she flew into the room behind him. Najire rushed for her daughter but was rebuffed when Yuki lashed out with her claws when she reached for her. It's me, mommy's here, Najire begged with heartbreak evident in her voice. He could feel Yuki's terror ebb slightly. Now was his chance. Izuku picked up Arie and finished healing her hand. He kneeled down next to the bookcase Yuki was hiding behind. He activated empath and forced calm into the snow leopard child. It's okay, we are here, he said with an outstretched hand into the gap between the bookshelf and the wall. He didn't care if she slashed at him, he would not fail to reach her. A small furry hand grabbed his own. He pulled Yuki out from her hiding place and into his chest. I'm sorry, Yuki wailed as she clutched to him. Najire had tears running down her face as she hugged all three of them. You didn't do anything wrong, Najire said, desperately trying to comfort her daughter. That's right, it's okay to be scared, Izuku promised as he squeezed all three of them with trembling arms. Izuku felt a little bad about Nezu's blast door, but he knew it was the weakest part of the room. The walls may have looked like normal walls, but they were hiding steel even thicker. The daycare was essentially a massive panic room meant to protect the wards and the children of students at UA. The sentry guns were keyed to facial recognition as well as student ID badges that everyone was required to keep on them at all times. He knew it was unlikely anyone had gotten inside before the blast door slammed closed, but he couldn't risk it. Classes had been cancelled for the remainder of the day and the next after the ordeal. It was later revealed that only reporters had breached the campus, but Nezu wanted to review tapes and security to ensure nothing was amiss. Izuku had never agreed with Aizawa-sensei's take on reporters more. They were nothing more than vultures hungry for their next meal. His mother had already contacted him and swore on her life to rain down righteous fire on the reporters that dared to scare her granddaughter. Later that night, Yuki and Arie were still clinging to each other in Najire's lap on the couch in his room while he got an old pre-quirk cartoon show ready to hopefully distract them. His girlfriends walked in with Sue and Ochako, all of them wearing pajamas. Sue's yellow t-shirt dress was probably a size small judging by the way it showed off her petite frame so well. Her hair was up again in a large bow that really showed off just how much hair she had. He wondered who had more, her or Najire. Ochako's simple black tank top was fighting a losing battle to keep everything PG-13. The pink shorts she was wearing were getting eaten by her curves. He wouldn't have it any other way. He realized that Sue and Ochako had never seen Rumi's leotard pajamas only because of the way they were staring at her ass as she walked in front of them. Strut was probably a more accurate term, and he was pretty sure she was doing it on purpose. Mei was wearing one of his large shirts and a pair of his boxers. Definitely not a bra though. Nope, no bra. Himiko was just wearing a bralette and boy shorts underwear. Welp. He hoped Najire didn't mind how unashamed his girlfriends were in front of Yuki. Though, if she didn't say anything last night, he supposed she didn't mind. He walked up to Sue and Ochako to explain why Najire and the girls were here, but he never got to say a word before Ochako squealed in delight at seeing the girls. Oh good. I was worried y'all wouldn't bring the girls since I forgot to mention him, Ochako said before her and Sue rushed over and knelt in front of Najire and began talking to the little girls animatedly. Izuku got out the popcorn, drinks, and blankets before piling onto the couch with everyone. The couch was a bit tight, but all 7 of them plus the 2 kids had managed to pile on. Najire was on his left with Yuki on her lap and Arie on his. Ochako was on his right, then Mei, Sue, and Rumi on the end. Himiko was sprawled out like a cat across everyone's lap with her head resting in Ochako's lap. Both Najire and Ochako rested their heads on his shoulder the moment the movie started. Thank you for earlier, Izuku. You don't know how much that meant to me, she whispered with love coming off her. He placed his hand on her thigh. I think I have an idea, he whispered back. Najire turned to him, eyes widening slightly in understanding before they hooded. She angled her head up and kissed his jawline before returning her head to his shoulder. He didn't even need to look to know that everyone but the kids had seen. Their emotions told him all he needed to know. Everyone was a little jealous, but in the sense that they wished it had happened to them. Deciding he didn't need to worry, he and Najire settled into each other. Yuki and Arie burrowed into their combined blankets until they were a child burrito. They quickly became entranced by the pre-quirk cartoon about a tall sword-wielding princess. A few episodes in, he noticed Sue was halfway sitting on Rumi's lap and had turned away from the show with her face buried in Rumi's neck. Rumi had an arm slung around the short frog girl's shoulders while the other was playing with her hair. Himiko was staring up into Ochako's warm brown eyes while the brunette trailed fingers along Himiko's arms. Mei had her head resting on Ochako's shoulder while she was feeling up Himiko's toned stomach under her blanket. About halfway through the first season, both Yuki and Arie were sound asleep. The stress of the day's events and staying up late the previous night had caught up to them. Izuku carefully picked up the child burrito to take them to bed, Najire getting the door and following him. Let's take them to my room. I think they should be together tonight and I want Yuki to wake up somewhere familiar, Najire whispered, careful not to wake the kids. He agreed wholeheartedly. He didn't think they should be alone tonight either. He nodded and floated down the stairs so as not to jostle them. I'm going to stay with them. I get the feeling that you guys are going to want some privacy anyways, Najire whispered after he placed them into her bed. Are you sure? You're more than welcome, he whispered. She closed the distance and wrapped her arms around his waist. She was looking straight up at him with hooded eyes that seemed to glow with a periwinkle light in the dark room. I'm sure. Thank you again for what you did today, she whispered with equal parts gratitude and love lacing her words. He cupped her cheek, Najire leaning into the touch without breaking eye contact. Of course, I care about you and Yuki, he whispered truthfully. I care about you and Arie as well, Najire reciprocated. Najire closed her eyes and just enjoyed their proximity as if savoring it. A moment later she opened her eyes. Good night, Izuku, she whispered, the way she said his name causing his spine to tingle. Good night, Najire, he whispered, her desire spiking when he said her name as well. They parted hesitantly and he absent-mindedly walked back upstairs. The way Najire had looked at him burned into his memory. He entered his room to find Rumi leaning against the armrest as she laid lengthwise on the couch. Sue was on her back, lying between Rumi's legs and on top of her like a lawn chair. Mei was half laying on her stomach on Sue and half wedged into the couch, angled so she could still see the TV. Himiko spotted him and stood up with a welcoming expression. Our base for the Choco sandwich has arrived. No, Najire. No, she wanted to stay with the kids, he said as he made his way over to the couch. Blushing, Ochako got up and motioned for him to lay down. Tell me if I'm too heavy, Ochako said a little too quietly for his liking. Oh, please. If Rumi isn't too heavy, you definitely aren't, he said as he laid down like Rumi. Ochako giggled as she laid on top of him, followed by Himiko, so they were laying the same as Rumi, Sue, and Mei. Rumi scoffed indignantly. I'm dense. Dense. Self-burn, ribbit, Sue teased. Rumi narrowed her eyes at the petite girl currently laying on her like furniture, bold words for someone in tickling range. Sue's eyes widened at her mistake. You will. She would. Rumi and Mei both would. Sue was helpless in the face of the combined attack. Sue was laughing so hard that she was letting out rapid croaks as well. It didn't last long however, which was a good thing since Sue might have panic-created her toxin if it went on any longer. Everyone melted into each other as they watched a show with a blue-haired cop and a red-headed brawler. "Can I be really blunt?" Sue asked suddenly after a couple episodes. "Fire away. Beautiful." Rumi cheered. Sue caressed one of Rumi's arms that was wrapped around her. "Ochako and I talked, we want to join your polycule." Rumi's answer was to place a finger under Sue's chin and tilt her head up at her. Rumi craned her neck and kissed Sue passionately yet chaste. "I love Blunt and I love you," Rumi rasped once they broke from the kiss. May climbed further up on Sue and kissed her as well, a hand trailing down Sue's neck. May hummed into the kiss. Himiko straddled Ochako's lap and cradled the brunette's face between her hands. "I never stopped loving you, Chako," she confessed. Tears welled in Ochako's eyes. "I told Sue about still having feelings for you. I still love you, Himi." I felt so guilty even though she said it was okay. Himiko leaned in and kissed Ochako tenderly. The embers of love that they had kept alive for years roared to life and transformed into a wildfire. "You can't help who you love, Ribbit," Sue added wisely as she reached backwards to cup the back of Rumi's head with one large hand and forward with the other to run it through May's dreadlocks. After breaking from the kiss, Himiko moved back to where she was so Ochako could flip around. Now laying on her stomach she looked up at him with love shining in her eyes. "I think I fell in love with Ya the moment Ya saved me at the entrance exam," she confessed. He ran a thumb along her jaw. "I can't pinpoint when I fell in love with either of you because every memory is tinted with it." Ochako's eyes misted with happy tears as she pulled herself closer. Her full lips met his. He palmed the back of her head and deepened the kiss. He ran his tongue along her bottom lip, seeking entrance. She parted her lips. His tongue entered and intertwined with hers as she moaned into his mouth. "Holy fuck, that was hot," Himiko purred right next to them once they broke apart for air. Still flushed from the kiss, Ochako turned to Himiko. "Drink my blood," she whispered sensually. Himiko's slitted pupils dilated until they were saucers. She gently cradled Ochako's neck, careful not to scratch her with her sharp claws. Her long tongue lapped at the curve of Ochako's neck, causing the brunette to moan once more. Himiko's teeth met her skin. She slowly bit down and began to feed. Izuku put a glowing hand to Ochako's lower back in order to keep her blood replenished. Ochako reached back and grabbed his wrist, guiding it lower until his hand rested on her ass. Her shorts had ridden up so high that his hand met bare skin. He squeezed experimentally. She obviously had trained and built up muscle, but her ass was also jiggly with a decent layer of fat. In short, it was perfect. He squeezed again, her plump ass squishing through his fingers like dough. Ochako tried and failed to stifle a moan as he pawed at her and Himiko drank of her. He looked up to see May kissing Sue's neck. The frog girl's eyes were half closed in bliss, her face flushed. Even with her back to Rumi, Sue's long tongue was able to reach inside Rumi's mouth. Rumi's eyes were closed as Sue's tongue explored every depth of her mouth. Rumi had her hand on Sue's breast that wasn't covered by May and was gently squeezing the perfect handful-sized mound. Well, Sue hand-sized, anyway. He refocused on Ochako and Himiko. He attacked the side of Ochako's neck that Himiko hadn't claimed as he continued to grope her plump ass. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but Sue and Ochako had swapped positions and the show had paused, the streaming service asking if they were still watching. They were not. He was currently trailing his hand along Sue's taut abdominal muscles, her t-shirt dress pulled up to expose her 8-pack in green compression shorts. Her abs weren't as muscular as Rumi's, however. She had the abs of a professional swimmer, not a fighter. Himiko was between the frog girl's legs making out with her, their long tongues coiled together. "Is that a Pringles can, Ribbit?" Sue asked as she palmed what was definitely not a Pringles can through his shorts, causing Himiko to giggle like she was in on an inside joke. Izuku failed to suppress a groan as Sue palmed him again. "Nope," he answered, popping the P. "Oh, I think I know how I'm going to die and I'm strangely okay with it," Sue commented like she was reading the weather report. "I'm going to start ripping off clothes if we continue," Rumi warned as she closely watched Ochako lick May's bare stomach as the pinkette held up her shirt just below her breasts. Ochako sat up. "Yeah, we should stop here, wouldn't want to go further on our first night together." We'll sleep in our own room, I'll be too tempted otherwise, Ribbit, Sue said while getting up. Sue and Ochako said their goodbyes and gave their goodnight kisses. On their way out, Sue was holding her palms a familiar length apart as she whispered to Ochako. I knew it, Ochako whisper shouted as they entered the hallway. He closed and locked the door. When he turned back around, Rumi, Mei, and Himiko weren't wearing a stitch of clothing. They might not be ready to go all the way, but we are, Himiko purred. Are you sure? And we don't have to do this at the same time or all together each relation, Izuku started. Yeah, we know. Every relationship is unique, but we talked, we're ready, and we wanted it to be together, Mei clarified, her eyes becoming more and more manic. Ditch the clothes, hot stuff, Rumi growled. He was pretty sure his clothes were ruined with how fast he took them off. Smut is nigh. Rumi wasted no time in pulling him over by the bed and turning around. She threw a grin over her shoulder, her cotton tail wagging at him. Himiko and Mei had climbed onto the bed and were playing with each other as they watched. Rumi bent over with her hands on the bed and her ass in the air as she arched her back. Her asshole was winking as her already puffy pussy leaked with want. Fuck foreplay, put it in me, Rumi ordered. Not needing to be told twice, he lined the head of his dick up and pressed it against her wet entrance. He grabbed her by the hips and pressed the tip in, her glistening folds wrapping tightly around him. Before he could ask if Rumi was okay, she shoved herself backwards, impaling herself with all 12 inches of him at once. His eyes rolled back at the feeling of her warm pussy death gripping his shaft. Guh, Rumi grunted as her legs shook with pleasure and pain. Are you okay? He asked, worried she had bit off more than she could chew. Just give me sec, she half moaned, half groaned in pain. A few seconds later, Rumi began to wiggle her hips. She slid forward on his cock until just the tip was inside her before she slammed herself back to the base with a slap of flesh. Okay, now fuck me, pipsqueak, she said, throwing a challenging grin over her shoulder. He grinned and gripped her muscular thighs tightly. He began to move, pulling all but the tip out before fully hilting himself inside her. You feel so good, Rumi. Rumi began to come undone as he picked up his pace, screams, moans, and the slapping of skin filling the room. Each thrust sent ripples across her muscular bubble butt. Her pussy began to clamp down. Oh God, I'm already about to. He grabbed her small fluffy tail as he continued to pound her. Rumi screamed in ecstasy as her legs trembled, causing her ass to shake as she rose onto the tips of her toes as she came, wetness streaming down her muscular legs. He grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her to standing. He had to bend his knees slightly even with her still on the tips of her toes. He placed one hand on her throat while the other reached around to massage her clit. Rumi was tweaking her own nipples as her orgasm finally waned. Rumi's eyes were still glazed over from her orgasm as he began to thrust upwards, her ass pressed hard against his hips. Rumi was moaning in time with his thrusts, the combination of his fingers and dick taking its toll. He plunged her depths in slow, measured strokes that nearly took Rumi off her feet each time. His cock hardened impossibly as it pulsed. I'm gonna come, he grunted into her hair. UNF, me too, fill me up, put a litter in me, Rumi rasped. Her words hit a primal part of his brain. He lowered the hand on her throat to just below her bouncing breasts. With a final thrust upwards and a grunt, he climaxed, lifting her off her feet. She screamed as she came as well, her pussy clamping hard and dribbling down her inner thighs. Her legs were spasming as her feet tried and failed to reach the ground. His eyes fluttered half closed, his dick throbbed and throbbed as he filled her to the brim while holding her aloft. I love you, Rumi, he whispered directly into her ear as his mental faculties returned and his orgasm ended. I love you too, Izuku, Rumi whispered as she regained the ability to speak. He let her down and slid out of her with a hiss at how sensitive he was. Rumi climbed onto the bed and flopped onto her back, his cum beginning to ooze out of her. Dibs, Himiko called before diving between her rabid girlfriend's legs to lick her clean. Rumi grabbed the blonde by her messy buns and held her head against her full pussy. Don't let any hit the bed, Rumi tried to order seriously only to moan as Himiko hummed against her in agreement. He sat on the edge of the bed and pulled Mei into his lap, his sloppy cock resting against her stomach, reaching halfway between her belly button and breasts. His eyes widened, Wait a minute, what about protection? Himiko and Rumi were too engrossed to hear. Mei laughed. Now you ask? Don't worry. We're all on souped-up birth control in case cell activation supercharged your swimmers too. He hadn't even thought about that. Oh, good, he said after the errant thought of a dozen or so little Rumis running around left his mind. As scary as that would be, he couldn't deny that he wanted it. Mei smiled mischievously and pecked him on the nose. It's almost a shame. I'd love to make actual babies with you. I can just picture you with a pink-haired infant strapped to your chest as you cook for us. Back, he corrected. Huh? Mei asked, confused. I would strap them to my back, don't want grease or something hitting them, he explained seriously. Mei laughed again, and it was like music to his ears. What did I do to deserve someone so kind-hearted? She asked rhetorically. You were yourself, he answered anyway before kissing her passionately. With mouths still locked, Mei lifted herself into a crouch and hovered just above his erection. She moaned into his mouth as she began to take himself into her. She stopped partway as he felt resistance for just a second before dropping herself another inch or two. She hissed in pain at her hymen being broken, her legs shaking and trying to hold herself in place. He placed his hands under her ample ass and held most of her weight for her. She visibly relaxed and pulled his head into her shoulder as she breathed heavily, Izuku pressing kisses to her neck. You're so big, Mei said huskily. You don't have to take all of it, he moaned in pleasure even with only being halfway inside her. Hatsume Mei doesn't do things halfway. After all, there's no kill like overkill, she yelled as she removed his hands and dropped fully into his lap with a wailing moan. She threw her arms around his shoulders and squeezed him nearly as hard as her pussy was squeezing his cock. He wrapped his arms around her and squeezed her as well as his eyes closed in pleasure. He felt her muscular upper back as he held her. She had always had a strong back and arms from beating metal into shape as well as holding up her breasts that were nearly as large as her own head. After a minute of adjusting to his size, she began to roll her hips, grinding her clit against his groin. He began to roll his hips as well, perfectly in time with her so that he didn't mess up her rhythm. He gripped her dreadlocks at the base of her skull and kissed her deeply, his tongue dancing with hers. She began to whimper into his mouth as their rhythm increased. With his free hand, he slapped her tight ass, eliciting a shuddering moan from the pinkette. The slap had evidently been the tipping point for Mei's orgasm, her entire body shuddering and tense as she broke from their kiss and let out a ragged scream. She leaned back, still in a crouch as she tried to regain her breath. There was a visible protrusion halfway up her torso. She palmed it and pushed it down. He felt the tip of his cock move. Is that Mire you okay? He asked, worried he was literally rearranging her guts. HMM. Quirked bodies are more durable, so stop worrying, she hummed in answer, still a little breathless. If you say so, he said as he moved his arms under her knees to grab her ass. Supporting her weight, he stood from his seated position, Mei folding in half and moaning at the increased tightness. Her massive breasts were squished between her knees, causing them to seem even larger. She wrapped her arms around his neck and held on as he began to move. He began swinging Mei like a pendulum along his entire length, a wet slap sounding each time her engorged clit met his groin. Mei was crying out in euphoria with each slap and whimpering in bliss as she slid away. He picked up the pace as his orgasm neared. He was grunting in pleasure each time his balls slapped against her asshole. Mei's moans took on a breathless quality as he rapidly pounded the breath from her. With a final thrust, he came, his hips convulsing against hers as his balls heaved and his cock pulsed in time. He breathily moaned as he pumped cum into her depths, Mei letting out a shaky scream as she came as well, her walls attempting to milk him dry as she leaped onto the floor. I love you, Izuku, Mei airily said, out of breath. I love you too, Mei, Izuku said throatily before he kissed her lovingly and moved to lower her onto the bed. Once on the bed, she flipped over and crawled before collapsing with her ass sticking up in the air, cum just now finding its way out. Oh no you don't, Rumi declared. Rumi crawled up behind her and spread her pussy before diving in to slurp up the leaking cum, her nose poking against Mei's twitching asshole. Mei moaned into the bedsheets as Rumi ate her out with abandon. My turn, big guy, Himiko said. He broke his gaze away from Rumi and Mei to see Himiko on her back holding her legs back. Her knees were tucked under her armpits and her feet were straight up in the air, her pussy glistening and spread wide for him. He crawled over and brought himself into a crouch above her, his massive cock angled down and pressing against her sopping wet entrance. She mewed out a moan at feeling his head beginning to press into her. He lowered himself slowly, his dick entering her an inch at a time. He felt the resistance of her hymen. All the way, Himiko purred. He fully sheathed himself in her with a powerful stroke, her legs now trapped by his body in a mating press. He moaned into her neck at the feeling of her pussy squeezing every inch of him. She clawed at his back as she yowled in pleasure and pain. Her claws broke the skin of his back and drew blood. The combination of her claws raking his back and her pussy convulsing around his dick nearly made him orgasm immediately. He had never known how well pain mixed with pleasure until now. "Stretch me, fill me, ruin me," Himiko commanded sensually as she went to lick his neck. "No, don't numb it. I want to feel it," he said quickly. Her eyes took on a predatory look as she smiled with primal hunger. She bit into the curve of his neck. He felt the sharp pain of her teeth sinking into his flesh as she began to greedily drink his blood. The pain was so euphoric that he shuddered. Consumed by lust, he began to quickly slam his cock into her, never fully drawing his length from her in order to keep her full. His pace was quickly becoming frantic as he flattened her into the mattress, his heavy balls beating against her exposed asshole. She was beginning to tighten up further, moaning into his neck even as she drank. Himiko's mouth broke from his neck as she wailed in rapture, her claws digging into him as she came, squirting on both of them. Her lips were stained red with his blood as she screamed, blood trailing down her chin. The pain, the pleasure, and the view was enough to make him orgasm. He didn't stop thrusting into her even as he pumped her full of his cum. Himiko was squirming as he filled her and prolonged her orgasm. He continued to pile drive into her even as cum plunged out of her and slickened his cock. Himiko's eyes rolled into the back of her head as her orgasm continued unabated, squirting with every thrust. Her hands went limp and he finally, mercifully, pulled out of her. His cock was slick with the combination of churned up cum and Himiko's wetness. Himiko was a twitching mess as she absent-mindedly sucked the blood from her fingertips. "I love you, Himiko," he rasped. Himiko shuddered at his words. "I love you too, Izu," she half-moaned. "Fuck, that was intense," Rumi commented behind him. "Seriously," May agreed. He turned his head to see Rumi on all fours with May on her back in a similar position so that they were stacked on top of each other. May's pussy was leaking down onto Rumi's ass end. Rumi's was leaking down her legs. "There's no classes tomorrow. We're testing the limits of cell activation and fucking all night and morning," Rumi declared. His dick throbbed as his eyes widened. Himiko stirred. She crawled up beside him and used her quirk to transform into a doppelganger of himself with bloody lips and a slick cock. She was smiling predatorily with red teeth. "How do you two feel about getting spit roasted?" Izuku asked. Rumi and May's answer was to pop open their mouths wide and hang out their tongues while arching their backs. It was going to be a long night. In the teacher's lounge, Nezu was holding an emergency faculty meeting. Everyone watched a hooded man slip into the throng of reporters and subtly place a hand against UA's front gate, the metal decaying rapidly and collapsing the entire bulwark in seconds. The reporters took the opportunity to rush the campus. The man looked directly into the camera with a blood-curdling smile and hate-filled red eyes before turning away and vanishing into the city streets. Another video played immediately afterwards. They watched the camera feed of the very room they were in with horror. A purple portal opened in mid-air and an incorporeal bartender stepped out of it, looked around, grabbed some papers on a table and re-entered the portal. The screen went dark. "This is nothing less than a declaration of war," Nezu said in a tone that caused shivers to run down everyone's spines. "What were those papers?" Eraserhead asked, eager to get all the facts. "A class schedule as well as a roster of all our first-year hero students that listed their quirks in detail," Nezu explained, frustration leaking into his words. Vlad King stood. "Those were mine, sir. I left them to respond to the break-in. I wasn't thinking, I'm sorry," he apologized with a deep bow. "I can hardly fault you for that. I'm more concerned as to why they wanted them. They could be planning to strike at the students, during a class away from the main campus," Nezu said. "That schedule was for the entire first term. They could strike at any time," Vlad King pointed out. "Couldn't we just shuffle the schedule around?" Snipe commented. "Not without rescheduling every major outing including internships and the sports festival," The HPSC would never allow it. We will simply have to take extra precautions, Nezu lamented. I'm going on 1A's trip to the USJ Friday, Midnight declared, not willing to leave her kids and partner to chance. I'll go with 1B on Monday. I'll be gosh darned if anything happens on my watch, Snipe drawled. Vlad King looked Eraserhead in the eye. Please keep my girl safe. I'll never forgive myself if she gets hurt because of my mistake, he almost begged. I'll protect every one of my students with my life, it's only rational. Eraserhead solemnly swore. Keep my boys safe. Present Mike yelled with his quirk. The USJ is my territory, I'll protect it and the students with extreme prejudice, 13 seethed uncharacteristically. Excellent. We must keep all our kids safe. I'll be devising plans for our future outings as well. Dismissed? Nezu chirped a little too cheerfully. Chapter endnotes finally get to add some relationship tags. I have a feeling people will say that Ochako and Sue became somewhat physical with the others too fast, but they're 18-year-olds in college for a dangerous profession. Realistically, I'm probably going slow. Huge smut scene, but I didn't want to half-ass it since it was their first time. We get some insight into Yuki's fears and what triggers them. Izuku and Najire bond a bit over their respective children. We see the faculty actually planning to keep the students safer for a change. Chapter 15 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Sore. Izuku was sore, muscles he didn't even know he had hurt. He was determined to make Thursday a lazy day to end all lazy days. He and the girls limped downstairs at about 11 a.m. After devouring food and water like rabid animals, they had all collapsed onto the couches in the common room with one thing in mind: rest. Several hours of lounging about later, Izuku was still sprawled on the couch but with two added guests. Yuki and Arie had joined him and were currently half asleep on his chest while he rubbed circles into Arie's back and scratched Yuki's mane, causing her to purr like a Mack truck. Rumi, Ochako, and Kirishima were yelling at a recorded MMA fight. It was Rumi's favorite fight of all time and had seen it countless times, but she was entranced nonetheless. An incredibly muscular man kicked his opponent in the head so hard that they had to carry him out on a stretcher. Rumi jumped from her seat cheering, right leg, hospital, left leg, cemetery. That's why you don't fuck with Mirko Crocop. Himiko, Mei, and Sue were snuggled together under a pile of blankets on the other couch while watching Rumi and Ochako with amusement. Altogether, it was exactly how he had envisioned his day going. I smell romance. Something happened, didn't it? Mina questioned from the kitchen. We joined the polycule, ribbit, Sue deadpanned. That was an option. Mina shrieked as she grabbed Toru and shook her, almost spilling her girlfriend's drink. Najire knelt next to him and placed a hand on Yuki's back to gain her attention. Baby, we have a meeting with Hound Dog soon to talk about yesterday, she said in a whisper. Can Sissy come? Yuki asked, voice heavy with sleep. MMHMMM. Arie answered just as sleepily. Izuku laughed at the apparent sisters, jostling them more awake. Izuku turned to Najire. I didn't think to schedule an emergency session with Hound Dog. I figured we would talk about yesterday during our regular Saturday session. We can come, if that's okay with you. I would love that, and Yuki seems to want it as well, Najire commented with a smile aimed at her daughter currently sprawled across his chest. She sure has warmed up to you fast. He sat up while holding the barely awake girls close to his chest. Let's get ready, girls, he said, causing them both to whine in complaint. It was the next day and they were about to load onto the buses that would ferry them to his mom's domain in order to learn more about rescue. The Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. For short. He and his girlfriends were the only ones that had gleaned that from Aizawa telling them they were to do rescue training today. After changing, he made his way to the buses to see Iida trying to line everyone up to board the buses as efficiently as possible. Izuku just walked past and got onto the bus while saying, if Aizawa-sensei isn't worried about it, then neither am I. Iida followed him onto the bus, in an attempt to persuade him to his way of thinking no doubt, but stopped when he saw the layout of the bus. Oh, Iida said in defeat before simply plopping into a seat. The layout must have been different from what he was planning for. Izuku pulled out his phone to check the news articles while waiting for everyone to board the bus. Bakugo silently sat at the very back of the bus in a plain gym uniform. Trigger-related crimes on the rise. Swipe. Where did Lady Nagant disappear to after being cleared of involvement in the suspicious suicide of former HSPC president? Swipe. How Quirk singularity theory may be proven true sooner rather than later. Swipe. Breaking news. Massive surge in villain activity in the Mustafu area. All Might spotted on multiple scenes, but the attacks keep coming with no sign of slowing. Expect heavy traffic in the area as All Might gets the situation under control. What are you looking at, Ribbit? Sue asked as she sat next to him. The news. It looks like All Might will be late to our class if he makes it at all. He's cleaning up villain attacks all over Mustafu, he said, showing her his phone. Can't other heroes take over? Sue asked. Yes and no. The news is saying that he'll be handling everything and placing everything on him. There's also way more attacks than normal. It's almost suspicious how many there are, he explained. He shouldn't have to do everything, even if he is All Might, Sue said, irritation coloring her emotions but not her tone. I agree. What are they going to do when he inevitably retires? He asked hypothetically. I hadn't thought about that, Sue said, worry coloring her emotions this time. He placed a comforting hand on her knee and squeezed gently. Don't worry, when we graduate we'll pick up the slack, he said, making a fist with his other hand. Sue smiled at him and ribbited happily as she leaned into him. Ochako sat on the other side of him with Himiko hanging off her arm. Oh my why, Midnight cooed as she entered the bus. Hi, Mama. Sue and Ochako joined our polycule the other day. Sorry I haven't told you until now, he said, causing Midnight to gasp in excitement. Wait, why are you here? He asked after coming to the realization that her presence was odd. Midnight placed the back of her hand against her forehead dramatically. My own son doesn't want me around anymore. I always wondered when your rebellious phase would show up. Used to his mama's antics, he only sighed in exasperation as a response. Midnight blew a raspberry. You're no fun. I'm here in case Eraserhead needs backup, she said in a half-truth to avoid Izuku's lie detection and to not worry the students. She turned her attention to Ochako and Sue and grinned. How do you two feel about having children? She asked mischievously. Ochako blushed so hard he was worried she would float up to the ceiling. She hid her face behind her hands and answered simply, yes. Sue was unfazed, however, as she answered blunt as ever, I want a school of tadpoles, Ribbit. Midnight cheered and began furiously typing on her phone while giggling like a maniac, no doubt informing Inko and Anon. Izuku's curiosity in quirks reared its head. Tadpoles? He asked, fascinated. Me and my family had tails when we were young. Satsuki still has hers, Sue explained. Izuku stared off into space trying to picture a young Sue with a tadpole tail as everyone within earshot cooed at the image. I have a need to see baby pictures, Himiko said exactly what he was thinking. I have a need to see babies, his mama crowed. After graduation, Ribbit, Sue said, still unfazed. Izuku was lost in his head at the image of freckled little Sues with curly hair running around with a sibling with a round face, curly brunette hair, and a permanent blush mixed with freckles. A moment later Rumi and Mei joined them as the last to board, their lips slightly swollen. Sorry we're late, I was helping Mei into her armor. Yeah, that, Rumi said, not fooling a soul. Yeah, definitely weren't making out. Mei helped. Izuku rolled his eyes at how obvious his girlfriends were as the bus finally took off. Shortly after getting underway, Kirishima moved seats to sit next to Bakugo and asked, how y'all feeling? TCH, just leave me alone, shitty hair, Bakugo growled. Kirishima was undeterred however. He playfully elbowed Bakugo in the arm and said sincerely, don't be like that, we were all worried about you. Bakugo didn't say anything but Izuku could feel his surprise at the sincerity. It actually worried him a bit at how shocked Bakugo was at a classmate caring about him. After a 30-minute bus ride, the students of 1A, Najire, Eraserhead, and Midnight exited the buses to see a massive dome-shaped building with golden letters on the front that read, USJ. They entered the building to find 13 waiting for them, back-dropped by the enormity of the facility. Their large yellow sneakers stood out in stark contrast to the astronaut costume they wore. It was a well-kept secret that his mom loved and collected sneakers. They had an entire closet full of collectible editions back home. Hi, Mom. New shoes? They're super cool. I love the Velcro strap. Izuku greeted. excited to finally be taught by the best rescue hero in the business, his mom. He was only slightly biased. 13 waved to the class before answering, "Hi, Izuku, thanks." They're new. He didn't need to see their face to know they were smiling. Ochako grabbed Izuku's arm and squeaked, "It's 13. They're my favorite hero." Before lowering her voice to an excited whisper, "Introduce me, introduce me." Midnight sauntered up to 13 and kissed them on their helmet before whispering something to them. 13 looked right at Ochako and said with a distorted voice, "You must be Uraraka." They looked at Sue and continued, "And you must be Asui. Welcome to the family, both of you." It looked like Ochako's software had crashed. She was staring blankly ahead for several silent seconds before shakily saying, "Am I dreamin'? Someone pinch me." "Ouch. Not there, Rumi," Ochako yelped as she massaged her butt. Rumi shrugged and gave her girlfriend a shit-eating grin. Instructions unclear. "Where's All Might?" Aizawa-sensei asked 13. "You haven't seen the news? Mustafa is in chaos right now. He's putting down villain after villain but they just keep coming," 13 whispered. Midnight smirked. "Well, it's a good thing that." She adopted a ridiculous mockery of All Might's signature pose, "I am here." PFFT. 13 laughed at their wife's antics. "Izuku does it better," they said, betraying him. "Do it, Izuku. Come on, come on, come on," Midnight pleaded before she began chanting, "Do it," over and over again. 13, Rumi, Himiko, and Mei joining in. The rest of the class was looking at him clearly confused, none more so than Ochako and Sue. He regretted ever showing them his All Might impression. "Fiend," he whined in defeat. He turned away from the class and molded his face like clay with his fingers before turning around quickly with an uncanny impression of the number one hero. "I am here," he boomed. Nearly everyone began laughing hysterically, Mina going as far as to snort. Todoroki just looked confused. Aizawa-sensei looked like the very image of, does not get paid enough. And Bakugo was red-faced as he metaphorically smothered his laughter with a pillow like he was trying to collect life insurance. "It's quite unnerving," Iida said. "Have you shown the girls that? You gotta show the girls," Najire said, gasping for air as she floated above the class. "How does your face even do that?" Kaminari asked. "I'm gonna pee," Mina choked out between laughs. "I can't breathe," Toru wheezed as she flickered from visible to invisible with each laugh. "Doesn't that hurt, Ribbit?" Sue asked. "Chening," Ochako said, as she hunched over clutching her midsection. Rumi laughed and slapped her thigh hard enough for it to echo but didn't even flinch. After everyone collected themselves nearly a full minute later 13 cleared their throat to gain everyone's attention. "Let's see, before we get started, let me say one thing. 2, or 13 started." Midnight fake coughed. "Several," she whispered before fake coughing again. "Several things." The space case hero clarified before continuing, "Some of you may be aware of my quirk, what you might not be aware of is how easily it can kill," they said, sucking the levity out of the conversation in an instant. "During your battle trials you were made all too aware how easily a quirk can kill or maim. This is something you must be especially aware of while using your quirks to rescue since the people in danger will likely already be gravely hurt. That's all, thank you for listening." After a round of applause Aizawa said, "All right, let's." The lights encircling the dome flickered, a blast door slammed close over the exit, and Izuku's danger sense all but forced him to look at the fountain in the center of the facility. Eraserhead, 13, and Midnight whirled to look as well, their years of experience shining through. A swirling purple vortex appeared and began expanding in size. People began streaming out of the purple mist, there had to be almost 100 of them. A man wearing severed hands all across his body and covering his face like a macabre mask exited the apparent portal. He was quickly followed by a hulking, beaked abomination with an exposed brain. It had to be twice as tall as All Might, it had scars in its black skin where its hide had failed to contain its bulging muscles. The mist dissipated and reformed into a sharply dressed humanoid shape with glowing yellow eyes. Even from here Izuku could taste the rancid meat flavor of the red-eyed man's malice. The other two beside him were perhaps even more worrisome. They were wrong. The beaked one had no emotions at all while the incorporeal one's emotions were just as intangible as its body, truly nothing but empty dolls. The man with the severed hands held his arms wide and said with a cruel voice, "Looks like the fodder are doing their jobs. Alarms aren't triggering, communication to the main campus has been severed. Simulations aren't responding." 13 yelled as they typed away at a panel in the forearm of their suit. "Is this part of the test?" Kirishima asked, a little worried. Eraserhead pulled his goggles into place over his eyes. "No, those are real villains. Midnight, with me. 13 and Najire-chan, protect the students." "Something is wrong with the two next to the guy with the hands. They don't feel human at all," Izuku warned. "I don't think they're even alive, and that big fucker is as dangerous as All Might," Rumi warned as well, her ability to size up an opponent leaving her shaken. "Noted," Aizawa said as he leapt down the stairs with Midnight at his side. 13 marched up to a pillar and pressed a hidden button revealing a secret panel. "Going analog. Flares away, telegraph SOS sent." Najire floated up, her spirals building in power, her face without a trace of her usual mirth. "Shouldn't we evacuate?" Zero asked, worried. "No, they could be trying to flush us into the open where more villains could be waiting in ambush," Najire refuted, their senpai showing why she was one the big three. "Quirk usage to defend yourself and others is granted. Hold. The line," 13 growled in a manner he had never once heard from his mom before. Most of the class was understandably scared. His emerald eyes glowed as confidence rolled off of him and into the others like the tide coming in, the sensation building with each wave. He and his classmates readied themselves to fight for their very lives. Chapter end notes: a short chapter before we get into the USJ fight, and I do my best to display, if everyone is op, nobody is. Let me know what you think. Chapter 16 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Eraserhead and Midnight landed at the base of the stairs in a crouch, the 100-strong villains cautiously encroaching on them. Something wasn't adding up. Why didn't they just rush at them the second they landed? The man wearing hands hummed to himself, wasn't expecting Midnight. Oh well, difficulty modifier just increases the score. He raised his voice and spoke to his apparent lackeys, anyone with a gas mask. Target Midnight. Mutant quirks on Eraserhead. The villains followed their employer's orders, a 6-armed man with rock-like skin leading the mutants and a large man with a skull-faced gas mask leading those that had brought a gas mask. Their teamwork was disconcerting even if it was lackluster. Villains didn't often work together and certainly not in numbers like this. The large man with a gas mask made to look like a skull stomped forward and confidently growled, "She's mine." Midnight scoffed, "You're definitely not my type." His fists lit with fire 1 second only for them to fizzle out the next. Midnight smirked, "Performance issues?" Midnight tore at her costume, a cloud of her quirk escaping. She swept the cloud not towards her opponents but Eraserheads, sending several into a slumber. The skull-masked man and a huge green man with horns swept back over his head lunged for her despite their quirks not working and interrupting her attack on the unprotected villains. Midnight snapped her whip at her assailants, giving them pause. The horned villain rushed her half-cocked and with little to no strategy. She snapped her whip at his head with practiced accuracy, ripping it off his face and shoving a cloud of her quirk up his nostrils. The villain swayed and swung a lazy punch that went wide before he collapsed onto his face snoring loudly. She struck out with her whip at the skull-masked man only for him to lunge forward and offer up his arm in sacrifice, the whip wrapping around his forearm. He pulled the whip taut. "Rush her," he sneered, several others with gas masks moving quickly to capitalize on the opportunity he had created. Eraserhead scanned the rest of the crowd with glowing red eyes, only to be engaged in melee a second later. He wrapped his capture scarf around the leg of a villain with a gecko quirk and slammed him into the pavement, rendering him unconscious. "Those goggles don't have lenses, do they?" the 6-armed man asked rhetorically before grabbing up a handful of powdered cement from where the gecko villain had landed and throwing it at him. Eraserhead winced as the debris made it past the slits in his goggles and blinded him. He tried to blink the debris out of his eyes as he dodged one wild swing after the other. "Shigaraki, he's still somehow erasing my quirk," the ethereal bartender stated. "LOS behind Nomu then. Remember, blow your CD right away," Shigaraki snapped out. The sharply dressed mist moved behind the hulking abomination as ordered, and after several seconds of being obstructed from Eraserhead's line of sight, he disappeared. The class had formed a protective circle with himself, Mei, and Najire floating high above the group ready to intercept any incoming threats. They were ready for anything, at least that's what he thought. The group below him was suddenly enveloped in a massive dome of swirling purple cloud that had to be from the teleporter villain. The only conclusion he could come to was that the villain's aim was to kidnap his entire class at once. The instant we went to move, Najire grabbed him and Mei by the arms in a vice-like grip and yelled, "No." Not even a millisecond later the dome vanished to reveal 13 alone and whirling in search of the rest of the students. The villain reformed in front of 13 as a towering amorphous wall with sinister yellow eyes. The villain cordially addressed 13, "Congratulations 13, you have been chosen as the sole survivor and witness of what will be known henceforth as the USJ Massacre, committed by the League of Villains." Najire let loose 2 massive blasts periwinkle spirals that crashed nearly straight down on the villain with a Najire flood. The full power energy attack demolished the floor and kicked up dust from the debris that filled the newly made crater. Izuku switched to infrared and saw some kind of metal cage laying at the bottom of the crater too small to be a body. The thing moved and Mei gasped. She must have been watching it as well. Najire's attack must not have scored a clean hit. Mei fired one of her electrogel rounds at the villain only for it to disappear into a portal. A voice came from within the smokescreen that was quite rude to interrupt. Tendrils of mist shot out of the crater towards Izuku, Mei, and Najire. They all made to evade, but the tendrils sought them out as they weaved through the air. The tendrils were moving too fast and danger sense wasn't triggering since it wasn't directly dangerous to him. "Oh no you don't," 13 yelled as they uncapped all 10 of their fingers aimed at the crater. "Sagittarius!" 13 yelled as their quirk began to suck all the floating debris and mist from the villain away. The force of all 10 of their fingers being uncapped was so great that not even light could escape. The inside of their cone of attack was as dark as the space between stars. The villain was quickly revealed and was obviously struggling against the sheer power of 13's quirk. "As a rescue hero you lack combat experience," the warp villain mocked as he opened a portal in front of himself and behind 13, black hole now redirected at its bearer. 13 stood tall amidst their own quirk's destructive force, completely unafraid as black hole washed past them like water around a rock. "You may be immune to your quirk, but what about them?" the villain mocked yet again as the portal behind 13 closed and reopened directly behind Izuku. Danger sense went wild as time came to a near standstill. He could already feel his mom's quirk beginning to pull at him through the portal. At nearly the same time, the sound of Mei's rifle sounded, and due to his heightened perception of time he could actually see the supersonic round travel. The round was aimed behind the villain and was carried by the pull of black hole in a wide arc that terminated as it struck the villain from behind. The villain's minimal emotions faded as the electrogel round transferred all its kinetic force and electric payload in an instant. Time returned to normal as the portal closed and 13 switched off their quirk with a panic-filled yell of, "Izuku! He's down!" Izuku yelled. Mei let out a breath she had obviously been holding for quite a while. "Sorry, took a second to figure out the math of that shot." Najire glumped onto her mid-air and began kissing every inch of her helmet while Mei giggled. "You brilliant, beautiful genius." The villain's emotions blinked back to life as he began to stir. Izuku slammed down into the crater and on top of the villain, he gripped the metal bracer in both hands. "Move and I see what's underneath this," he threatened. The man, if the barely sentient puppet could even be called such, laughed. A portal opened beneath them and they began to both sink into it. Izuku flew upwards with the villain in his grip. A massive black hand reached through the portal and snatched the metal bracer in its titanic grip. It began to pull with immeasurable strength that made it immediately clear who would win in a tug of war. Izuku let go and shot backwards into the air once more as the villain faded into his portal. Mei yelled then with a horrifying mixture of relief and despair, "I can see our classmates in the simulations and the courtyard. They're fighting villains." 13 faced the stairs leading down to where Midnight and Eraserhead were trying to fight their way through the mob to reach where Momo and 2 roomies were holding off the tide of bodies as the villains were now all rushing them as one. They said, "Then there's still hope. Najire-chan, assist anyone you can in the simulations in a clockwise rotation around the USJ. Izuku, you go counterclockwise. Mei, you provide overwatch from up here. I'm going downstairs. Move." There was a boom of displaced air as Najire raced to the ruins zone and Izuku towards the hurricane zone. 13 hopped onto the edge of the stairs and began sliding down towards the courtyard. Mei landed at the top of the steps and lightning quick shot a villain that was aiming his barrel-like fingers at Himi-Rumi while she was distracted. Hatsume Mei protects. Mei yelled as the villain dropped like a sack of potatoes. 1 second. Ochako was beside her classmates ready to fight of the villains, and the next she was falling into water alongside Kirishima. She was plunged deep into the water, with barely the presence of mind to hold her breath due to the suddenness of the plunge. She opened her eyes and attempted to gain her bearings as her eyes adjusted to being underwater. A villain with a shark mutation was swimming at her at incredible speeds with his maw wide. She aimed her grapple hook that her wonderful girlfriend Mei had made for her just the previous day and fired it. The cable shot through the water at reduced speeds, but quickly nonetheless, directly into the man's wide-open mouth. He choked on the sudden obtrusion and reached to try and dislodge the offending object, but Ochako was faster. Utilizing her knowledge on sharks she had gained from countless hours of watching nature documentaries with Sue, she punched the mother lover right in his bitch nose. The man reeled in pain as she opened her fist and touched him with the pads of her fingertips, the villain sinking like a stone to the bottom of the lake. She whirled in the water to try and locate Kirishima. There was an incredible disturbance in the water not too far from her. It was Kirishima. He was in his unbreakable mode and fighting off half a dozen villains even as he held his breath and sank deeper. She launched her grappling hook once more, it connecting with his chest. She grabbed the line with all 10 of her fingers in order to increase her quirk's conductivity. Kirishima began to rise instead of sink. It worked. She removed her own gravity and swam for the surface with powerful kicks. Once she reached glorious oxygen, she rose still. Once floating above the water's surface, she grabbed the cable tethering her to Kirishima and yanked hard like she was setting a hook, just like her grandpa had taught her. Kirishima's form burst from the water and sailed through the air like a freshly caught fish. He smacked into the yacht that was floating in the center of the body of water, denting the hull. He pulled on his end of the cable, causing Ochako to fly through the air and land on the deck of the ship only slightly more gracefully than he had. She quickly pulled on the tether and helped him aboard before surveying the villains waiting in the water with murder in their eyes. Kirishima was effectively useless in underwater combat, and she wasn't much better since she couldn't exactly float a lake. They were truly out of their element. She could only hope that her classmates were faring better than them. Fumikage was not doing well. The fires of the Inferno Zone were proving enough to severely dampen Dark Shadow's power as well as the doppelgangers he had given Zero. Zero wasn't doing much better. The adhesive on his tape proved to be incredibly flammable and would catch fire if it was even close to the flames that enveloped the zone. To make matters worse, most of the villains hunting them had quirks and bodies suited to the high temperatures of the zone. They were currently running through burning streets trying to lose a villain whose entire body seemed to be made of flames. They ran down a narrow street with fire licking out of the windows above them and raining down soot. There was a corner up ahead that they could hopefully lose the villain at. They rounded the corner to find out that it wasn't a turn but the opening of what looked like a loading dock, the only light coming from the narrow street behind them. Fumikage looked around the dead end, realizing that this area was the first area they had found that wasn't engulfed in flames. An idea struck. Zero. Wrap Dark Shadow in tape, he said quickly, unsure how far behind the villain was. Okay. Zero agreed. Then me, Zero's doppelganger chirped from behind his shoulder. Zero quickly spun his tape around Dark Shadow and added layers as it grew in power and size due to the little light hitting it. Once Dark Shadow was nearly encased, he repeated the process with his doppelganger. Not a second after finishing, the flame villain rounded the corner and charged. Combo move. Shadow Mummy. Fumikage yelled as the now monstrous Dark Shadow swatted the flame villain into the ground with a bestial roar. Dark Shadow raised his palm to reveal a woman's unconscious form. Her flames snuffed out. Dark Shadow patted his palm against the ground to snuff out the tape that was attempting to light. We have to hold them off here, it's our only chance, Fumikage said. I won't be able to reapply the tape mid-fight if it gets burned off, Zero warned. If they can set the tape on fire entirely, Dark Shadow and Doppel will be weaker than ever and we'll be sitting ducks. We have to hit them hard and fast, we can't let them draw a fight out, Fumikage said. Zero blinked. Doppel. Is that its name? Fumikage's feathers ruffled. Them, he corrected. I just came up with it, he said with some embarrassment. Doppel. They said excitedly, seemingly in agreement of their new name. Zero smiled and gave a thumbs up. Right on. Many footsteps thundered from around the corner, no doubt drawn by the commotion. They were coming. Toru shivered as she picked herself up from the snow she had landed in and shook the powder from her hair. She was so glad she had changed her costume. She looked around and saw a frozen hellscape set on a mountainside. Above was a domed ceiling barely visible through the flurry produced by machines on the ceiling. Ribbit. Sue croaked weakly from somewhere nearby. Toru spun in place and found the cute frog girl half buried in snow with only one eye open. Toru ran up to the girl quickly and began checking her for wounds. Sue. Are you hurt? She asked near panic. And no. Sea cold making me hibernate. Sue shivered out a reply. Relieved that Sue wasn't injured, she attempted to hoist the girl to her feet, but Sue stumbled and fell back down, unable to hold herself up even with help. Toru turned her back to Sue and crouched low. Froggy back ride. Come on cutie. Toru tried to say chipperly, but the truth was she was terrified. Sue was all but out of the fight, and if there were villains here they could easily track her by her footprints in the snow. She helped the half-asleep frog girl onto her back and stood. Sue was surprisingly much heavier than she looked. She activated her quirk and they both disappeared from view, her feet displacing the knee-high snow being the only thing to give away their location. A glacier sprang to life suddenly, sending several people she hadn't seen flying. She noticed Todoroki at the origin of the glacier, just far enough away that he was barely visible through the snowfall. Still invisible, she trudged her way over to meet up with her frosty classmate. As she got closer she noticed Todoroki was visibly shaking, his lips were blue as well as the tips of his fingers. His ice quirk was truly not well suited to being used in an already frigid environment. Behind him, the snow stirred. Without warning, a blue-skinned villain popped out of the snow like a daisy wielding a knife, about to drive it into Todoroki's back. There was a sudden exhale of air from over her shoulder. The villain flinched before swaying and falling into the snow unmoving. Todoroki whirling just in time to see the villain collapse. Toru uncloaked and looked over her shoulder at Sue with amazement. I can still fight, Sue said, her only open eye half closed as she clutched a blowpipe in her fist. I'm naming that move Cloak and Frogger, Toru mused, earning her an adorable ribbit from her passenger. Kyoka landed with a oomph onto soft earth that still managed to knock the oxygen from her lungs. She pushed herself up with her arms as she tried to regain her breath. She was on a massive hillside with trees, cars, and houses half buried in loose dirt. She could make out the rest of the USJ beyond the boundary of the zone. More importantly, she could see at least 6 of what she had to assume were villains, approaching her from not far enough away. Die! Bakugo shrieked from where she had failed to notice him as he let loose a massive explosion, blasting a nearby villain skyward. Bakugo winced in pain as he clutched his heavily scarred arm. The blast was loud enough to reach the threshold of the noise-reducing headphones Momo had gifted her for her birthday. The blast was also big enough to cause the loose dirt of the zone to begin moving in a landslide that nearly swept them both away. Apparently they couldn't be too loud in the area, something neither one of them was capable of doing while also fighting off villains. Shit. Bakugo somehow managed to screech under his breath, coming to the same conclusion. Kyoka looked up to the top of the hill where a rock face marked the edge of the zone. We have to get to the top before we can use our quirks, she shouted. Don't tell me what to do. Ears. Bakugo growled under his breath but began scrambling up the hill despite his words. Kyoka rolled her eyes before they both tripped and clambered as fast as possible up the difficult terrain, their pursuers hot on their trail. Rumi landed on her feet alongside Himiko, who had not only landed on her feet but also managed to keep Momo on hers. They were in a sea of villains. Fuck ya. What are you doing here? Eraserhead yelled from somewhere in the swarm of villains. Now. Handjob yelled from the back of the crowd. Every villain swept forward like a tide. She made eye contact with Himiko and they both smiled in a way some had called creepy. Himiko's form shifted and took on her own appearance. Damn, she looked good in a dress. Some dumbass screamed a war cry from behind her. She jumped and spun mid-air with her heel extended, catching the moron right in his mouth, feeding him his own teeth. Serves him right. Keep them off me, Momo ordered as she blasted a villain with spiraling pigtails away from her with a 40mm beanbag that Rumi could hear break at least a few ribs. Did Tall and Busty just give us an order? Himi Rumi asked salaciously as she threw one of her spikes with greatly increased strength into a man's outstretched hand, nailing it into another villain's shoulder. She did, and I think I like it, Rumi said with a wiggle of her nose despite kicking a man's knee backwards. She didn't know what he was crying about, it's not like he was going to die. Momo's face was bright red as she shot another villain square in the groin, folding her like a wet tissue. Would you two please focus? Yes, ma'am. They both snapped out with needy undertones as they continued to rack up a body count. The telltale slap of one of May's jelly shock what's a ma call it rounds sounded and a guy with what looked like gun fingers dropped to the ground as fast as gravity could carry him. She heard May yell from up the stairs. Rumi's smile turned feral. Now these villains were really fucked. A few seconds ago Mina had landed hard among a crumbling cityscape, just her fall being enough to cause a piece of a building to crumble away. The city was in complete disarray. Some buildings lay on their sides, while some balanced precariously on compromised infrastructure. The streets, if you could call them that, were uneven, broken, and littered with abandoned cars and pieces of buildings. Above, where she expected to see the sky, she saw the familiar dome of the USJ. She was currently limping on what was likely a broken ankle through the wreckage as quietly as possible in search of her classmates. She heard footsteps to her left. She spun her head in the direction. Nothing was there. The soft footsteps sounded again, right where she was looking. Toru? Is that you? She asked nervously, hoping against hope that whatever lay out her sight was her girlfriend. She was answered only by silence. Footsteps again. This time they were almost right on top of her. Come on, this isn't funny, she nearly begged. The footsteps were back, but this time they were loud and fast as stealth was foregone. I ain't joking. A male voice said that was certainly not Toru's. Mina squealed in terror and flung acid in a wide arc on reflex, some hitting the wall and some hitting something right in front of her. A man with a chameleon quirk appeared as he screamed in pain and grabbed at his face, the knife he was holding clattering to the ground. As the man writhed in pain, Mina was hearing every insult every bully had ever thrown at her, saying that her power was only good for maiming and how she had just proved them right. Aoyama rounded a corner, his eyes shot wide when he saw her. He leveled a palm aimed right at her. He fired his laser. The beam of energy went right over her shoulder, followed by a cry of pain. She quickly turned to see a woman with skin like concrete lying unconscious on the ground, a scorch mark on her stone-like face. The ground shook and more buildings crumbled. Iida came running around the corner then, barely able to maneuver the uneven ground and somewhat cramped spaces due to all the fallen buildings. He held one of his arms close to his chest, the metal of his suit dented and leaking blood. They're trying to bury us, he yelled as the ground shook once more. The buildings all around them began to crumble. Mina began throwing globs of glue anywhere she saw a crack forming. It was helping, but there was too much damage already done. The tall buildings began to collapse on top of them. A blue blur crashed into the ground between the three of them. Hado Najire stood amidst the collapsing city with palms raised high. Nobody hurts my cute kohais. Huge spirals of energy exploded from Najire's palms, the recoil causing her feet to dig into the ground. The debris falling down on them was blasted up and away as Najire kept channeling her attack skyward. Hitoshi was wet and, he could admit, afraid. He was in the middle of the zone meant to simulate hurricanes, complete with gale force winds and torrential downpour. The small town meant to recreate a coastal fishing village was completely boarded up, leaving no way to escape the storm. He couldn't hear anything over the squall, which is why literally running into Kaminari when rounding a corner nearly caused him to soil himself. You scared me half to death, dude, Kaminari shouted to be heard over the winds and rain. Same. Hitoshi shouted back. What? Oh shit. Kaminari screeched in fear as he pointed over Hitoshi's shoulder and shot a bolt of electricity from his finger. Every muscle in Hitoshi's body locked up as he fell to his hands and knees. He peeked over his shoulder to see a man with crab claws for hands lying unconscious on the wet ground. Shit. Sorry. All this water is going to make it hard to use my quirk. Kaminari shouted an apology and an explanation. Shoji came running up to them from around a boarded-up gas station. "You all right?" "Yeah. Just a little." Hitoshi stopped mid-sentence when he saw a dozen villains come out of the woodworks. "Hey, hero school dropouts," he taunted. "What did the corpse just say? I can't hear shit over this storm," a woman wielding a katana asked. "Shut up. We aren't supposed to talk," a huge crocodile man barked. "Well shit, the villains charge." Shoji engaged the woman with the katana. Kaminari tried to get distance from his allies, but they were encircled. Kaminari was focused on dodging attacks as they came, giving a small shock when he could that wouldn't transfer through the wet ground. A villain managed to land a hit to Kaminari's jaw that sent him sprawling to the ground, barely conscious. The woman with the katana sliced through one of Shoji's arms that was swinging for her and was very surprised to see the limb grow back nearly instantaneously. Shoji was unrelenting as he continued to barrage the woman while deflecting any attack aimed for his torso, but the woman got closer with each swing of her sword. A nearby villain shot what looked like a harpoon through Shoji's calf and began to pull. The crocodile man lunged for Hitoshi, snapping his jaws. Hitoshi unwound his capture scarf and wrapped it around the man's maw, sealing it shut. The man spun and lashed out with his powerful tail, sweeping Hitoshi off his feet. The man clawed the capture scarf off his face and towered over him. "Why are you doing this?" Hitoshi asked with as much faux desperation as he could. The man didn't say a word, he only smiled with far too many teeth and shook his head. Thanks to Izuku, it was enough. The man's eyes went white. He was now fully under Hitoshi's control. He pointed at the woman slowly overwhelming Shoji. "Kick her ass," he ordered. The crocodile man moved to obey. He ran up to the unsuspecting woman that was wholly focused on her own fight and sucker punched her. The woman shot through the air and slammed into a building where she didn't get back up. Before he could tell him not to, Shoji punched the man still under his control. The huge man barely flinched, but his eyes returned to normal and he snarled. "You're dead," he declared. He dropped to all fours and swiped Shoji's feet from under him before rushing straight at Hitoshi, his maw snapping and his eyes feral. The rest of the villains decided that was their K and fell upon them. Soaked to the bone as wind tried its best to knock him back down, Hitoshi wondered how the hell they were going to get out of this alive, let alone in one piece. Thunder cracked and light shone through the dome. There was an explosion of water powerful enough that the rain was forced away in a sphere originating where the crocodile villain was. Izuku was crouching over the villain with his fist connected to the back of the very unconscious man's skull. The villains were trembling as Izuku rose to his full height with blazing green eyes and viridian energy arcing off of him. He looked at him, then Kaminari, and finally Shoji. His eyes widened in rage at seeing the harpoon sticking out of his classmate's leg. Izuku followed the cable with his eyes and raised a finger pointed at the trembling villain holding the harpoon gun. "You're next," he promised in a deep voice. The villain dropped the weapon and raised their hands in surrender, but too late. Izuku's knuckle-duster-clad fist was already flattening their nose flat against their face in an explosion of blood that painted Izuku's face crimson. Izuku turned from the limp form and stared at the rest of the villains as rain and blood mixed together and ran down his face. Next. Chapter endnotes. All in all, I'm happy how this turned out. I changed who gets dropped where and the mountain zone into a blizzard zone. Shiggy is a bit more competent in this, as made evident by him dropping the students in zones that could counter their quirks. Anyone that doesn't have an apparent weakness got dropped into the courtyard to be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. I tried to write him like a toxic raid lead. Old Skullface shows up to take on Midnight. What will end up happening? If you're reading fanfiction, I'm assuming you've read the manga or don't care about spoilers. Eraserhead's goggles not having lenses always bugged me, so instead of fixing that flaw, I exploited it. Kurogiri doesn't waste time monologuing this time. I gave 13 a super move because they deserve one, and naming it after the black hole at the center of our galaxy seemed appropriate. Najire finally gets a chance to show why she's in the big three. Mei gets to show off some of that wrinkle brain. Ochako catches a rockfish and punches a shark. Himiko and Rumi aren't afraid to use a little excessive force. They're violent influences on Izuku and Mei. Fumi and Siro's combo move is something I've always wanted to see. Doppel. It's a simple name, but I love it. Sleepy Sue. Todoroki is stubbornly refusing to use his fire despite the fact that he's endangering his classmates in doing so. In canon he could have carbonized Nomu to prevent its regeneration just like Endeavor does in Hosu but doesn't. Nobody finds out about his fireside until the sports festival, and Izuku will have words when he finds out he was knowingly endangering his classmates by holding back. We get to see Bakugo's injuries affecting his ability to withstand the recoil of his quirk. Oh look, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. We finally get to see Hitoshi's quirk evolution. Now he only needs a nonverbal response. It's almost like someone saying, "Don't think of a pink elephant." It's pretty hard to avoid, especially if he can change his voice. Izuku's classmates are getting hurt and people will bleed for it. Chapter 17 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Next, the villains, trembling with a mixture of genuine fear and fear manufactured by his quirk, all rushed at him as if their very lives depended on it, their fight or flight response having been jump-started forcibly. A muscular yellow-skinned man with red eyes and tusks jutting out of his mouth swung a right hook at him. Izuku caught the fist in an iron grip as a woman stabbed at him with knife-like fingers, her fingers failing to pierce his body while armored with black cowl. Both villains' eyes widened at how ineffectual their attacks had been. My turn. Izuku punched the man's outstretched arm in the elbow with his free hand, causing the joint to explode backwards. The man screamed in pain and collapsed to his knees, only being held up by Izuku refusing to release his fist that was now being slowly crushed. The woman tried to pull away, but he grabbed her wrist before she could escape and yanked her forwards, causing her to stumble right into a brutal knee to the midsection. The air left her lungs in a whoosh as she collapsed to the ground unmoving. He turned to the man, trying to claw his now broken fist free from Izuku's grip. He snapped out with a jab to the man's jaw that silenced his screaming. Izuku released his hold on the man dangling from his broken arm and looked up to appraise the few villains that remained. They had stopped their charge at the sight of what was likely their remaining strongest being taken down with ease. He could practically see fight warring with flight within their wide eyes. It made them unpredictable and therefore dangerous. Perhaps fear was a poor choice to use in combat. With a thought, he changed from cramming fear down the villains' throats to a despair deep enough that it would make them feel as if they had already lost and tomorrow wouldn't be coming. All the remaining villains stopped trembling. Some covered their faces and began to weep while others dropped to their knees with vacant looks in their eyes. Surrender, Izuku commanded as he slowly floated off the ground to stare down at the remaining villains. The villains wordlessly raised their hands above their heads in compliance. I'll ask this once. What was your goal here? With a defeated voice that could barely be heard over the winds, a villain said, We were hired to kill hero students. He said we would get a bonus for each K kill. The guy with the hands kept saying something about not being able to kill a symbol without breaking it first. Worst case scenario confirmed. He made the villains form a tight group and wrapped a stripped powerline cable around the group before handing one end to Kaminari. If they try anything, fry him, he instructed. Where are you going? Hitoshi asked while tending to Shoji's leg. To help the rest of the class. Sit tight here and wait for backup, Izuku responded. With that said, he shot off with a boom and smashed through the dome's enclosure once more, on his way to the flood zone. What he saw when he arrived overhead in the flood zone was half a ship floating aimlessly through the air with Ochako and Kirishima on top trying to balance. Looking closer, he saw THT Ochako was bleeding from a gash on her thigh from where the villain currently flinging blades of water had grazed her. The corners of his vision tinted red as his eyes snapped to the villain who had made the biggest mistake of their life. He plunged into the water hard enough to create a wave that rippled outward. A second later he flew out of the water with his prize. The villain squirmed as Izuku's hands were wrapped tightly around his scrawny neck. You dare! He roared in the man's face. What? The soon-to-be unconscious man choked out in confusion. Izuku inhaled deep through his nostrils as he reared his back before bringing the crown of his forehead crashing between the villain's eyes as he released his hold around the villain's neck, the villain slapping into the water below them and beginning to sink. Blackwhip speared into the water and wrapped around the ankles of every villain. Then, in a mockery of fishing, he gripped the tendrils together and yanked them out of the water only to slap them back into the surface hard enough that they might as well have hit concrete. He quickly gathered the unconscious and sinking villains and deposited them onto the shore so they wouldn't drown. He flew up to where Ochako and Kirishima balanced on the section of ship that floated mid-air and carefully scooped Ochako into a princess carry while Blackwhip picked up Kirishima. "How badly are you hurt? How much blood have you lost? How deep is it? Can you move it? Can you feel?" he asked rapid fire as he squeezed every last ounce of healing out of cell activation while on their way to the shore. He was cut off by Ochako pulling his head down and silencing him with a kiss. "I'm fine, ya worry wart. We country gals are made of sterner stuff," she said once she pulled away from the kiss. "Oh," he said intelligently as they landed on the shore near the hurricane zone. He set them both down but caught Ochako wince when she put weight on her injured but no longer bleeding leg. He went to scoop her back up but Kirishima placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "I got this, bro. Go help the others," Kirishima said as he pulled Ochako's arm over his shoulders and helped carry her weight. "Go whoop some ass for me," Ochako told him with a grin that would make Rumi proud. He pecked her on the lips and squeezed Kirishima's shoulder in thanks before rocketing off for the Inferno Zone. Upon crashing through the dome, the heat from all the fires hit him full in the face. He heard Dark Shadow's unmistakable roar coming from somewhere nearby. He ripped through the superheated air towards the commotion and found Tokiyami and Zero fighting a lone villain with several people laying unmoving in craters nearby. Dark Shadow and the doppelganger on Zero's back looked to be covered in Zero's flaming tape and were trying in vain to put the fire out. The villain was hurling fireballs from range that his classmates were barely managing to dodge. The villain spotted him flying headlong at her from above and aimed her palms at him. 2 fireballs formed into one massive one and the villain fired. The fireball raced up to meet him. Izuku raised Black Cowl to 30% and swatted the ball of fire to the side. He crashed down on the woman with dual hammer fists aimed at her shoulders. His fists collided with a dual crunch as both her clavicles broke from the blows and her shoulders popped out of their sockets, her raised arms falling limp to her sides. The woman screamed in pain as she attempted to raise her arms but found she couldn't. Izuku uppercutted her in the jaw, sending her sailing into a dumpster where she stayed. "You guys good?" he asked, turning to his classmates. "Thanks to you, man," Zero exclaimed in obvious relief. "Indeed, our revelry was coming to a close," Tokiyami agreed. "I can't feel any more people nearby so I think the zone is clear. Can you find your way out?" he asked. "Yeah, wanna take Doppel with you?" Zero asked while gesturing to the shadow protruding from his back. "No, you might end up needing him," Izuku said before launching back into the sky and towards the blizzard zone. While between zones he saw Nijire's spirals, Kyoka's sound waves, and Bakugo's explosions raining down from the top of the landslide zone. He punched his way into the dome encasing the blizzard zone, the sudden cold compared to the sweltering heat of the Inferno Zone shocking him. He couldn't see anything through the flurries of snow so he swapped to infrared and scanned the area. He immediately found the unmistakable heat signature of Toru, her shimmering hair a dead giveaway. She was going toe-to-toe against a massive villain with a polar bear mutation, armed with nothing but her steel batons as she prepared to make a last stand in defense of the classmates behind her. Behind her was Todoroki kneeling in the snow, trying and failing to rise. The temperature in his right hand and foot indicated that he was experiencing frostbite. Behind Todoroki was Sue's unmoving form curled up into the fetal position and barely giving off any heat signature at all. He didn't remember making the conscious decision to move, but the next instant he was tackling the 10-foot villain into the snow-covered mountainside. "What the polar bear quirk user questioned. "I'll make a code out of you," he bellowed as he joined his fists together high in the air while in full mount on his opponent. The man saw what was about to happen and brought his arms up to block just as Izuku brought his axe handle blow crashing down with all the force of an avalanche. The incredible strength the man's quirk gave him proved to be enough to withstand the blow, but Izuku didn't stop, nor did he notice pushing Black Cowl up to 35%. The entire mountainside shook with the force of the blows. He battered the man's huge fur-covered arms until they crumpled beneath his wrath, broken and useless. He bludgeoned at the man's face until he was bloodied and unmoving, but even then he did not stop. Arie. Blood was beginning to color the snow around the man's head. "Midori. Stop," someone cried as he felt something wrap around him. The voice snapped him out of his violent trance. He looked down at what he had done in his rage. The villain was unconscious, his snout mangled, lips split, teeth missing, tongue half bitten through, brow split with bone visible, both eyes already swelling shut, and his breathing uneven as he gurgled on his own blood. If the man had been even slightly less durable, he would have killed him or given him permanent brain damage. He looked to his joined fists in horror, blood dripped from them and white fur clung to the knuckle dusters. "Look at me," Toru said from somewhere. "Look at me, Midori," she yelled from right beside him when he didn't comply. He turned to see her face to face with him as she clutched to his side. When had she gotten so close? She reached up and cupped his cheek as worry poured off her. "It's okay, you're all right. You saved us," she promised him. He pulled her into a hug, desperate for her reassurance. "Sue," he said, too afraid to actually ask the question. She was quick to hug him back as her small hand carted through his hair and she said, "Sue is okay. The cold just made her go into hibernation. I'm more worried about Todoroki honestly." His fingers were beginning to turn black. Toru squealed as he flew to where he saw Sue while still holding tight to the rainbow-haired girl. Blackwhip reached out and gently picked up Sue and Todoroki, bringing them both close to his chest before wrapping all three of his passengers in a black cocoon to try and warm them. "I don't need wire H help," Todoroki shivered. "This is where you say thank you. Like this." "Thank you, Midori, you saved me," Toru snarked. For his part, Izuku ignored Todoroki's protests as he applied cell activation to his PS Sengers and flew back through the hole he had made into the entrance of the Inferno Zone where Tokiyami and Shiro were just exiting. "Whoa, are they okay?" Shiro asked. "Todoroki has frostbite and Sue entered hibernation, but other than that, yes," he answered, releasing everyone but Sue from the Blackwhip cocoon. "Izuku?" Sue croaked sleepily into his chest, drawing all of his attention. "Sue, are you hurt anywhere?" he asked in a panic. She didn't seem hurt but he couldn't be sure. Sue hummed against his chest, "Warm, comfy, smell good, the perfect mate." "She's delirious," Izuku cried in panic as he forced cell activation into plus ultra territory. Toru squished his cheeks with her palms as she turned him to face her. She was giggling. "She's fine," she said with a laugh and a little exasperation. "Are you sure?" he asked, unconvinced. Yes, give her to me and go save everyone else, handsome," she said, rolling her eyes at his worry. He was reluctant to hand off Sue but he trusted Toru with her. Najire landed next to him then. "Is everyone out of the blizzard zone?" Najire asked. "Yes, Todoroki has some frostbite but other than that everyone's fine," Toru said as chipper as she could. Najire had an odd reaction to that. She narrowed her eyes at the heterochromatic boy with anger for some reason. "We need to support the courtyard," Izuku said, deciding that now wasn't the time to ask about her reaction. "Agreed. Izuku, with me. Everyone else, retreat to the top of the stairs," Najire commanded with experience. "I can," Todoroki started only for Najire to snap at him. "I wasn't asking. Go," trusting that she would be obeyed. Najire flew upwards and towards the courtyard with Izuku following. "What's the plan?" he asked his senpai. "We have the element of surprise. We hit their leaders and we hit them hard," Najire said without a trace of her usual bubbliness. "Don't underestimate the big one. Treat him like you would if you were fighting All Might. Rumi is never wrong about gauging an opponent," he warned. "Let's hit the portal villain first. I'll hit him with everything then you fly in and finish him if I don't," Najire instructed. "Deal," he agreed. They were above the courtyard now. Himiko and Rumi were circling Momo like sharks, putting down any villain that got too close to Momo with extreme prejudice. Momo, left unchecked, was blasting villains left and right with her grenade launcher. Some, doubtlessly Mei's handiwork, simply fell over spasming. The rank and file villains were almost all taken care of. Midnight was stomping on the groin of some poor soul with a skull-faced gas mask while Eraserhead was slamming a mutated man into the pavement with his capture scarf. 13 was at the rear with hands spread to either side and Quirk ripping up concrete as if daring anyone to try and flank. It occurred to Izuku that he had never seen his mama or his teacher truly angry before and he had no wish for that ire to ever be pointed at him. Najire fired her quirk at full power down at the portal villain. A huge portal opened that swallowed the attack with ease, but Najire continued to channel her full power into the attack as spirals blasting out of her feet towards the roof compensated for the recoil. "That won't work a second T," the gaseous man said. Izuku flew along the ground, Black Whip yanking the portal villain away from his allies before he could even finish his taunt. With the portal now gone, Najire's attack fell upon the leader and his monstrosity. The portal villain slammed into the courtyard with Izuku atop him once again. "I warned you," Izuku said as he gripped the cage around the villain's real body and ripped. Metal tore away as easily as cardboard and Izuku slammed a fist into the newly made opening, striking something solid, the villain's movements ceasing. "Nomu, swat her down." Izuku looked up to see that the leader had been whisked away from Najire's attack by the beaked monster. The monster in question was already mid-leap, heading straight for Najire in a near blur. He tried to intercept but he wasn't fast enough, not nearly. The thing reached Najire, who was just turning her head to see its approach, and slapped her bodily into the ground where she did not stir. "No!" Izuku screamed. "Nomu, kill them all," the leader commanded, almost bored. The thing moved so fast, he could barely even track it, even with full cowl speeding up his ocular processing. Rumi could barely shove Himiko and Momo out of the way before it barreled into her and kept charging right for Eraserhead. Rumi's crumpled body sliding to a stop near the water's edge of the flood zone. Izuku's vision clouded over entirely with rage. It was on Eraserhead and slamming his face into the now cratered ground before the man could even try and move. It lifted his teacher's face from the ground, intent on finishing the job when May's bullet struck it, causing its muscles to spasm and giving Midnight enough time to surround its head in her quirk. Too far to help with that split-second fight, Izuku launched himself for the leader. There was a sonic boom as he broke the sound barrier, his fist cocked. He struck with such tremendous force that nearby unconscious villains were swept away in the resulting gust. Nomu stared down at him with lidless eyes. The thing was not only able to withstand Midnight's gas but also move quick enough to intercept a supersonic attack aimed for its master. Worst of all, it looked as if it had received no damage whatsoever. It reached for his face. Danger sense triggered. Time slowed. Faster, he had to be faster. Stronger, he had to be stronger. He subconsciously pushed Black Cowl to 100% and Black Whip past its limits to create claws as well as his exomusculature. Viridian energy no longer arced off of him but through the faux muscles like blood through veins. The monster looked as if it were moving through molasses now. The monster pulled back a bleeding stump where its hand had once sat. He watched as the hand began to quickly reform. This thing was that strong, and was capable of regeneration. The next thing he knew, Himiko wearing Rumi's form was nearby and licking the creature's blood off the ground. "Why don't you pick on someone your own size?" she yelled as her shape began to change. The gray mud-like substance exploded off her as she screamed and clutched at her head in immense pain. Her screams silenced as the pain overwhelmed her and she fell to the ground. Izuku lost all conscious thought then. The thing swung for him again and again, only to pull away bleeding stumps again and again. He could feel himself slowing for some reason though. His body wasn't responding like it should. That's when enough conscious thought invaded his mind to realize he was destroying every bone in his body, keeping Black Cowl at 100% even if he couldn't feel it. His exomusculature was the only thing keeping him together and moving. He could hear shouting and bullets whizzing past, unable to reach their mark through the gale force winds caused by the fight. At the rate he was slowing down, the thing would land a hit that he knew he couldn't take. Then it would rip apart everyone else. His mama and mom, girlfriends, his friends, his teacher. He called on cell activation to work harder, to keep him fighting for longer. It heeded his call. His entire body glowed with a green aura as he felt his body beginning to respond more dutifully. It still wasn't enough, he was still slowing even if it wasn't at such a rate. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Hitoshi on the sidelines fumbling with dials on his mask. "Nomu, incapacitate yourself," the villain leader seemed to say despite his lips not moving. Without an instant of hesitation, Nomu reached up with a newly regrown hand and squished its own brain between its fingers as easily as someone might squash a grape. "Cheater!" the leader screeched. The monster began to slump forward dead, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to care, his adrenaline pumping and his rage unsated. He was on the shrieking man-child far faster than the villain seemed to anticipate, but still able to reach a hand for his face at the last second regardless. Izuku grabbed the outstretched arm by the wrist and squeezed hard enough that he could hear the bones in the man's forearm click together before they splintered in his grasp. A portal opened behind the man as he screeched in pain and tried pulling his arm away with the aid of the other. Shigaraki. We must retreat. The voice of that thrice-damned portal villain said as the portal began to sweep forward to encapsulate Shigaraki. That name felt familiar. Impossible. The voice of Shigaraki Yuichi screamed in his head. Kill him. The first yelled. Kill him. The amalgamation of every vestige's voice began screaming over and over again in his mind. Izuku yanked on Shigaraki's shattered wrist, not about to let him escape. Kill. The vestiges roared inside him as the man began to be pulled out of the portal. Izuku reared back his free hand, claws extended, ready to plunge into the man's chest the instant it came within view. The portal swept forward again and closed on Shigaraki's wrist, severing it. No. The vestiges screamed in outrage as Shigaraki escaped. A thunderous crash sounded from above him as natural light entered the USJ for the first time. He could hear faculty shouting from the top of the stairs. All Might landed right in front of him, steam pouring off him just like when he had first met him on that rooftop. He looked as exhausted as Izuku suddenly felt. His head was pounding and it felt like every nerve ending was on fire. Izuku let the severed hand drop as his body and quirk finally gave out. Young Midoriya! All Might yelled in worry as Izuku collapsed into unconsciousness.